Chapter 1 Where am I? Damn it. All I did was have a casual chat with my sister-in-law. You crazy woman, did you really have to strangle me with a rope? Yi Chen touched his neck, feeling excruciating pain. But when he touched it, his eyes widened in surprise. Huh? What happened? Where's my neck? Yi Chen was shocked. He groped around for a long time, but all he found was a pile of soft, limp fat. He had no idea where his neck was. So he looked around and found a mirror in this room that was both familiar and unfamiliar. Looking in the mirror, I saw a face so fat that I could barely open my eyes. Yi Chen's face was filled with disbelief. What's going on? Who is that fatso in the mirror? Where's my handsome face? Yi Chen rubbed his eyes with his big, chubby hands. After confirming that I was not dreaming, he forced himself to calm down and recall what had happened. He clearly remembered that last night, he had a few drinks with his beautiful sister-in-law, who was wearing black stockings, and then they had a very pleasant evening. The next morning, he took his newly bought fishing rod and went fishing. He recalled that the sky was covered with dark clouds and there was thunder and lightning. The neighbors all kept their doors and windows tightly shut, afraid to go out. But as a seasoned angler, how could he be defeated by such a small difficulty? So he resolutely went to a lake and cast his fishing rod. Then, a bolt of lightning struck down. So I'm dead now. And then I time traveled? Yi Chen still found it hard to believe. After all, this is just too ridiculous. Just then, a sharp pain shot through his head. A vast flood of memories surged into his mind like a tidal wave. After a long time, Yi Chen finally understood his current situation. It turns out that the place I am in now is called the Great Xia Kingdom of Tianlan Star. The technology and culture here are somewhat similar to his previous life on Earth. However, there are two things in this world that Earth does not have. One is a mythical beast, and the other is a superpower. Beasts are violent and bloodthirsty wild beasts. They are very powerful. They prefer to eat humans. Superpowers are a means for humans to save their lives. However, not everyone can possess superpowers. Out of approximately 1,000 people, only one can awaken a superpower. The awakened superpowers vary in quality. They are divided into 9 levels: SSS, SSS, A, B, C, D, E, and F. The highest level is SSS, while F is the lowest. Most ordinary people have awakened to level D or level E. Only a few people can awaken B level or C level. People like Yi Chen who awaken A level superpowers are considered the cream of the crop. As for S level or even higher superpowers, perhaps only one will appear in the entire Great Xia Kingdom every few decades. Those who have awakened their superpowers are all under the jurisdiction of the Superpower Bureau. The Bureau of Supernatural Abilities is tasked with protecting the nation and defending against the dangers of alien beasts. As for ordinary people who haven't awakened any special abilities, they are responsible for daily production and management work. The owner of this body is also named Yi Chen. He is only 18 years old this year and is a senior high school student in Jiangxing City. My parents are business owners and we are well off. He never suffered any hardship growing up. However, their good fortune was short-lived. A month ago, Yi Chen's parents were driving out in the middle of the night to deal with an after-sales issue when they were involved in a car accident and both died. Just when he was feeling sad and helpless, a woman named Liu entered his life. She was extremely gentle and caring towards him. Yi Chen was deeply moved, and from then on, he fell irrevocably in love with her. He became the other party's most loyal sycophant. In order to please the other party, Yi Chen actually gave all the family business that his parents had accumulated over the years to Liu. I thought I could finally win the heart of my beloved. Unexpectedly, after he lost his usefulness, Liu immediately turned on him and dumped Yi Chen. She then turned to someone else's arms. I don't know if it's because I'm too sad. On the night Yi Chen was dumped, he suddenly awakened the talent of an A-level contracted beast. Normally, superpowers are awakened before the age of 6. Once you're over 6 years old, it's almost impossible for you to awaken your superpowers again. This is the first time that someone like Yi Chen has awakened his superpowers after the age of 18. After Yi Chen awakened his superpower, he immediately told Liu the news. I hope this will win back your heart. After feigning reconciliation with him, Liu secretly sabotaged the day he was to contract a strange beast. Yi Chen made a contract with a useless mosquito. From then on, Yi Chen went from being a prodigy to a good-for-nothing ridiculed by everyone. Having been betrayed twice in a row, Yi Chen, who had lost everything, was utterly despondent. Just a few hours ago, he chose to hang himself. Shortly after his death, the ropes broke under the weight of his body. And just at that moment, Yi Chen from Blue Star transmigrated and took over this body. Yi Chen shook his head inwardly, feeling sorry for the owner of this body. What a fine rich kid. Instead of cultivating genius, he insists on being someone else's lapdog. In the end, you'll end up with nothing. What's the point? And then you kicked your legs out. And died. All done. Then they dumped this mess on me. What am I supposed to do? Yi Chen really didn't want to transmigrate at all. After all, he had a gentle and beautiful wife on earth, and a stunningly beautiful sister-in-law who knew how to undress. When you have free time, you can also go fishing. Those days were like being in paradise. Now I've been transported here, to such a dangerous place, and the world has collapsed at the start. This is absolutely terrible. What a waste of my fishing rod. It cost me several years' worth of my savings. Yi Chen was heartbroken. Just as he was heartbroken, suddenly, a black and gold fishing rod appeared in his hand. This fishing rod is exactly the same as the one he bought on Blue Star. Yi Chen was completely dumbfounded. What's going on? Could it be that God was worried I was too bored, so he specially sent me his fishing rod? But where did this fishing rod come from? He searched for a while and found that his right hand was emitting a blue light. There is a mysterious space within the blue light. This space is vast, stretching as far as the eye can see, like a dazzling starry sky. With a thought, Yi Chen stored the fishing rod inside his spatial storage. Then, with a thought, the fishing rod reappeared in his hand. Yi Chen was immediately thrilled. Isn't this just like the storage space in fantasy novels? Marvelous. Just as he was having a great time. At this moment, the system's voice rang in Yi Chen's mind. Killing system, successfully bound. The host can gain unlimited points through killing. Both cultivation level and martial arts skills can be improved by adding points. New player gift packs are now being distributed. Superpower is being upgraded from a level. A burst of blue light instantly entered Yi Chen's body. A moment later, the system notification sounded again, announcing that the ability upgrade had been successful. The host's ability has now reached S level. The host's contracted beast has been detected to be a mosquito, so an additional contracted beast will be given to the host, capable of increasing its cultivation level by sucking blood. Yi Chen's eyes lit up immediately. Okay. The cheat code finally arrived. I'm no longer the noob I used to be. So, he couldn't wait to open his attribute panel and take a look. Name, Yi Chen. Gender, male. Age, 18. Qi and blood, 52 plus. Mental strength, 1 plus. Cultivation level, unranked plus. Superpower, contract ability S rank plus. Martial arts, archery beginner level plus. Ability points, 0 plus. Martial arts manuals, like superpowers, are ranked in 9 levels, from SSS to F. Martial arts proficiency levels in the world of high-level martial arts are divided into beginner, elementary, intermediate, advanced, master, and grandmaster. Judging from these data, the original owner of this body had never cultivated at all. She didn't even have a single martial arts technique. Even his archery skills are amateurish. Chapter 2 Hunting. At this moment, Yi Chen heard a buzzing sound in his ears. Yi Chen instinctively wanted to kill the other person. Just as I was about to take action, I suddenly felt a connection between myself and the mosquito, as if we were flesh and blood. He immediately realized that the mosquito must be his contracted beast. Yi Chen stopped clapping his hands. I opened the template and checked the mosquito's attributes. Species, 80s yellow mosquito. Level, none. Qi and blood, 0.01. Lifespan, 3 days remaining. Skill, absorb blood to increase cultivation level. This mosquito is rather weak. And it looks rather sickly. Li Yu is such a wicked woman. Not only did it bind him to a mosquito, but it was also a mosquito that was about to die of disease. Damn it! The mosquito buzzed and landed on Yi Chen's finger. It extends its long mouthparts, preparing to suck blood. Yi Chen suppressed the urge to slap it to death. Actively cooperate. After waiting for a long time, I still didn't feel any itching on my skin. Yi Chen looked puzzled. I looked down. This silly mosquito was actually trying to stab at my fingernail with all its might. Yi Chen was immediately speechless. Alright. It's a damn stupid mosquito. Just as he was feeling troubled, a cockroach climbed onto Yi Chen's desk and headed toward Yi Chen's leftover takeout box. Yi Chen smiled. I picked up my chopsticks. With a single chopstick, Xiaoqian was stabbed to death. Ha! What's going on? Why haven't I heard any system notification sound yet? Yi Chen waited for a long time, but still did not receive any system points to increase his ability points. Could it be that Xiaoqian is too weak, preventing him from generating superpower points? After pondering for a moment, Yi Chen decided to hunt down a strange beast to test his skills. So he put the mosquitoes into his spatial storage. Then he left the room. Upon entering the living room is very large, about 100 square meters. The decoration was extremely luxurious, but unfortunately, apart from the furniture, all the antiques and paintings inside had been given to Liu by the original owner. The only thing that comforted Yi Chen was that the mansion hadn't been given away by that sycophant. As for why Liu didn't take the mansion with her, that's another story. It's not that she doesn't want it. Instead, she didn't want to leave because this mansion was originally bought by Yi Chen's father for Yi Chen's aunt. However, Yi Chen's aunt did not want it. Therefore, the mansion has always been registered under Yi Chen's aunt's name. Yi Chen walked to a wall. A very inconspicuous composite bow hung on the wall. There were also 25 arrows. Because the original owner loved archery, his parents gave him this compound bow as a birthday present when he turned 18. This bow is entirely black and looks plain, but it is made of D-grade metal. Extremely sturdy and durable. This compound bow has a sensor that can automatically adjust the bow's force based on the user's chi and blood levels. Yi Chen's strength is probably enough to draw a bow weighing 100 jin. This is also thanks to the awakening of superpowers. This increased his strength considerably. In the past, he could only draw a bow weighing about 50 kilograms. Each of those arrows was extremely hard. The entire arrow was made of F-grade metal. Yi Chen stored all 25 arrows into his spatial storage. Then, he found 200 ordinary arrows in a flower bed. These arrows were purchased by Yi Chen when he was practicing archery. Their arrow shafts are made of wood. I wonder if these arrows can kill the strange beast. But there are no other weapons left in his home. He couldn't afford to complain anymore. After putting away the arrows, Yi Chen carried the composite bow and went out the door. The Great Xia Kingdom aimed to help those with supernatural abilities improve their combat skills. They not only opened martial arts schools in every city. They also designated certain areas as hunting grounds for people with superpowers. Yi Chen had only just left his house and taken a few steps when he saw several martial arts schools. These martial arts schools are all officially certified and have genuine skills. There will never be a martial arts school like the one on Earth in my previous life, which was all show and no substance. Yi Chen walked through several streets and arrived at a train station, where he bought a train ticket. Then they lined up and boarded the train. Inside the train carriage, it was similar to the old green trains of my previous life. It smelled of instant noodles and stinky feet. Yi Chen frowned slightly, feeling somewhat nauseous. However, he is very poor now and simply cannot afford a high-speed rail ticket. We can only endure it for now. He held his ticket and found his seat. After taking one look, he decisively decided not to sit down. Because he discovered that his obese body could actually take up the space of two people. I really don't know how the owner of this body got so fat. Yi Chen walked to the back of the carriage and found an open space to stand. This stop will last for 1 hour. After getting off the train, Yi Chen walked for another hour or so. Finally, we arrived at an extremely tall stone archway. The archway bears the large characters Zhangcheng Wilderness Area. Before even entering, Yi Chen could faintly hear the roars of wild beasts coming from inside. Several teams of Tier 1 ability users in military uniforms patrolled the area along the way, to prevent those strange beasts from escaping and harming innocent civilians. In addition, Yi Chen also saw that an entire forest ahead was surrounded by high-voltage power grids. The entire wilderness area, except for the wilderness reception area. There isn't even a single residential building around. After entering the wilderness reception area, Yi Chen saw many people here, all of them fully armed. Someone was carrying a long spear on their back. They were fully armed and clad in armor. Some people also carried long knives or swords at their waists. However, they all have one thing in common: they all wear combat suits. We're missing a support character. Who's a support? Want to team up with us? We're missing a ranged DPS. Anyone good at ranged DPS, come team up with us. These superpowered individuals, in groups of 3 or 5, were searching for and selecting team members from each other. After all, the wilderness area is home to many terrifying beasts and is extremely dangerous. A slight mistake could lead to death, so going in as a team of more people increases the chances of survival. Yi Chen walked to the ticket office. The staff member selling tickets was clearly taken aback when they saw Yi Chen's attire. However, out of professional ethics, she still greeted Yi Chen with a smile. "Sir, is this your first time entering the wilderness hunting area?" "Yes. That's right. This is my first time. I don't know how much the ticket to enter the wilderness area costs." "Sir, please show your ID card first." The staff did not answer Yi Chen's question. Instead, Yi Chen was asked to provide his ID card first. Because according to national regulations, only those with supernatural abilities are allowed to enter the wilderness hunting area. Yi Chen's attire and the aura of a couch potato he exuded. No matter how she looked at it, she couldn't believe the other person was a superhuman. Upon hearing this, Yi Chen didn't say anything, but simply cooperated obediently and handed over his ID card. Chapter 3: He Foamling. "Huh? You actually have an A-level ability?" After reviewing Yi Chen's information, the staff looked on incredulously. After all, she had worked here for many years and had seen all sorts of people, but this was the first time she had ever seen such a weak A-level. Who's an A-level ability user? Come join our team. We're one person short." The staff's words immediately attracted nearby adventurers. A burly man with a thick beard ran over carrying a shield. He looked Yi Chen up and down. Then he frowned. "How can you be so weak? Are you really an A rank?" No wonder he didn't believe it. After all, even the lowest cultivation level here has a Qi and blood value of 500. People like Yi Chen have blood and Qi values that are close to those of ordinary people. This was the first time he had ever seen it. Yi Chen was also helpless. Other superhumans awakened their abilities at the age of 6. Then he trained at the superpower school for more than 10 years. He hadn't practiced cultivation for a single day. He owes his current level of energy and blood to the fact that he eats well regularly. Otherwise, I doubt I'd even have 52 points of health and mana. The burly man had a very loud voice. It immediately attracted the attention of others. "Huh? It's you?" A beautiful girl dressed in a black bodysuit walked towards Yi Chen. The girl was followed by a man in a suit, whose cultivation level had reached the early stage of the 2nd rank. He's obviously a girl's bodyguard. Yi Chen looked the woman up and down. This woman is extremely beautiful and has a very hot figure. The tight-fitting black battlesuit accentuated the girl's curvaceous figure, creating an extremely perfect silhouette. It's so captivating that you can't help but take a second look. Yi Chen frowned deeply. I can't remember who this girl is. When the girl came up to Yi Chen, she looked him up and down. You must be Yi Chen? Yes, I am Yi Chen. Who are you? Why do you know me? It really is you. My name is He Foamling. As for why I know you, that's a secret. The girl winked at Yi Chen and gave him a sly smile. Yi Chen scratched his head, somewhat confused about what was going on. Never mind. If I can't figure it out, I'll stop thinking about it. Register first, then we'll talk. Yi Chen turned to the staff member and asked. Can I buy a ticket now? Okay, that's fine. 50,000 Great Xia coins per ticket. What? How can it be so expensive? Yi Chen was startled. 50,000 is no small sum. It should be noted that the average person in the Great Xia Kingdom earns only a little over 3,000 yuan a month. It would take at least 2 years to save up 50,000. At this point, Yi Chen only had 200 yuan left in his pocket. The staff were well aware of Yi Chen's predicament. After all, she was also an employee. I know how difficult it is to earn 50,000 yuan. But she didn't set the price. She also had no right to give Yi Chen a discount. Just as Yi Chen was having a headache, the girl's voice came from behind him. Yi Chen, I can help you buy the ticket. Really? Thank you so much. Yi Chen was so excited that he rushed over and hugged the girl tightly. It was the first time the girl had been hugged by a boy. She froze on the spot. The bodyguard behind the girl was staring at Yi Chen with murderous intent. After sensing that chilling killing intent, Yi Chen then realized what was happening. He realized he had been too rash, so he quickly apologized. "I'm so sorry. I was too excited." He apologized while tightly holding He Fenling's delicate hand. He Fenling could also tell that Yi Chen hadn't done it on purpose, nor did he blame her. It's all right, it's not your fault, you don't need to blame yourself." Yi Chen was deeply moved. This girl is so kind. Yi Chen couldn't help but want to give the other person a big hug again. The bodyguard behind the girl glared fiercely at Yi Chen. Yi Chen touched his nose. He looked embarrassed. "There's nothing I can do, I'm used to it." In his past life, he was an incredibly handsome man who often used his broad chest to soothe the lonely hearts of young girls and women. So much so that when he sees a pretty girl, he can't help but want to go up and comfort her. He Fenling looked at her hand, which was being tightly held, and her face immediately turned red. Could you let go? I can't buy you a ticket like this." Oh. I'm so sorry, look at my memory. I'm so sorry I forgot." "Oh, it's nothing." He Fenling took out a wad of banknotes from her storage ring. It was handed over to the staff. After receiving the money, the staff member got busy working on the computer. "Mr. Yi, please wait a moment. There is another form here that you need to fill out." "Okay." Anyone participating in a wilderness hunting trip for the first time needs to register their personal information. This will make it easier for them to notify the families to collect the bodies immediately if there are any casualties in the future. Although most of those who died after entering the wilderness hunting area were eaten by strange beasts, no bodies will be left behind. However, the necessary procedures still need to be followed. Yi Chen was somewhat perplexed when he saw the family information section. After all, he was the only one left in his family. After he dies, who should we ask to help collect his body? He Fenling saw that Yi Chen looked troubled. She asked in confusion. "What's the matter?" "Oh, it's nothing. I just don't know who to ask to collect my body after I die. I'm all alone in my family now." "Then fill in my information." Hearing Yi Chen's forlorn voice, the girl immediately felt pity for him. She immediately went over and filled in her name, phone number, and address. Yi Chen glanced at it. "Huh? The He family of Nanjing province? Is this address really that strange? How come I've never seen the He family's address on any map before?" Yi Chen looked puzzled. He Fenling looked at Yi Chen and asked curiously. "Do you have any weapons on you?" "Yes. I brought a bow and arrows." After saying that, Yi Chen was about to take the composite bow off his back to show the other party. "You didn't just bring a bow and arrows, did you?" "Yes, is there a problem?" "There's a problem, a huge problem. What if the beast pounces on you and you don't have time to fire your arrow?" He Fenling frowned deeply, worried about Yi Chen's safety. "Even if he dies inside, what does it have to do with us?" "Fenling, why are you worrying about such a useless person?" An extremely discordant voice came from behind He Fenling. Yi Chen hadn't even gotten a clear look at the person's face yet. Then I heard the voices of a group of women around me gushing over him. "Wow! It's actually Wang Gui, the eldest son of the Wang family. Wow! He's so handsome. Even more handsome than in the news. I heard he's also an A-level superhuman. His blonde hair and blue eyes are so beautiful. I love him. No wonder he's a noble person with royal blood from England." Chapter 4 Secret Manual. The women around him looked at Wang Gui with shining eyes. The men, however, sneered, feeling that this guy was far too flashy. Despite not being a celebrity, she uses her family's influence to get in the news every day. Such trivial matters have to dominate the headlines. It's disgusting. Only young girls would be attracted to this flashy style. Over the years, Wang Gui had long been accustomed to being the center of attention, surrounded by admirers. He walked up to Yi Fenling and looked at Yi Chen with a hostile expression. "You must be that good for nothing Yi Chen, right? I've heard of you, a guy with A-level superpowers who, for the sake of a woman, made a contract with a mosquito, a deadbeat simp." "What? There are actually idiots like this?" He already has A-level superpowers, he could find any woman he wants, yet he actually made a contract with a mosquito for a woman. He's utterly hopeless. I knew he was so weak. Turns out he had a contract with a mosquito. Damn it. Why don't I have such great talent? Why did God give such a great talent to such an idiot? With such low cultivation level, how dare he come here to hunt? Isn't he just offering himself up for death? The people around Yichen looked at him with mockery. There was anger, disgust, and some even had hatred in their eyes. The worse off someone is, the more they hate someone like Yichen who clearly has talent but wastes it. Because they generally believe that. The reason they are doing so poorly is because God did not give them a powerful special ability. If only I possessed a powerful A-level ability like Yichen's, I am certain that I will soar to great heights. Having lived 2 lives, he was naturally not intimidated by these people. So what if I made a contract with mosquitoes? I'm doing it my way, it's none of your business. And all of you, if you're not good enough, don't blame your superpowers. I'll tell you today. I, your humble servant, can still soar to the heavens even if I've contracted with a mosquito. Yi Chen's words echoed throughout the entire service hall. The surrounding crowd was instantly enraged. Arrogant bastard. Once we get into the wilderness, I'll see you get eaten by those monsters. They don't even know their own limitations. With such weak strength, they dare to come hunting? How laughable. Truly laughable. He angered so many people around him in an instant. So brainless. No wonder he's such a fool to create a contracted mosquito. Yi Chen remained calm, unfazed by the mockery of those around him. He didn't take it to heart. In any world, before you have enough strength, no matter how reasonable your words are, you will be ridiculed for no reason. But if you're strong enough, even if you just fart, someone will say it smells good, and they'll even savor it and explain why it smells so good. He Fengling looked worried. After thinking for a moment, she took out a knife from her storage ring and handed it to Yi Chen. Yi Chen, I'll lend you this knife for now. Once we enter the wilderness, stay close behind me and don't fall behind. Yi Chen gave He Fengling a deep look. He thought to himself, isn't this girl a bit too kind? Just as he was about to take the other man's long sword, Wang Gui mocked again. Fengling, what use would it be if you gave him a knife? Do you think this good-for-nothing would even know how to use it? Besides, we entered the wilderness to train. How can we train if we bring along such a useless burden? Wang Gui. Don't go too far. We're all classmates, helping each other out is only natural. He Fengling was furious at Wang Gui's words. Yi Chen didn't care. After all, he had been scolded by his superiors countless times in his previous life, so Wang Gui's verbal attacks couldn't hurt him in the slightest. Thank you, I'll return the knife to you after we get out. Yi Chen reached out and took the blood-red longsword. Ha! This knife is really light. It was not as suffocating as he had expected. It's so light it feels like plastic. This knife looks a lot like a tang sword, but it's red and extremely beautiful. Furthermore, this knife is made of grade B metal. It is very light to hold, but extremely sharp and sturdy. When Wang Gui saw that Yi Chen had actually caught the knife, he immediately smiled disdainfully. I think Yi Chen is such a spineless guy. He accepts whatever others give him, just like a beggar. He's not worthy to be his opponent. Wang Gui wanted to say a few more sarcastic remarks, but when he saw He Fengling looking at him with displeasure, he immediately chose to shut up. He Fengling breathed a sigh of relief when she saw Yi Chen put away his sword. She had been genuinely worried that Yi Chen, being young and impetuous, might refuse to take the knife because of Wang Gui's humiliation and his pride. Immediately afterwards, He Fengling took out a manual from her storage ring and handed it to Yi Chen. This manual is about swordsmanship. You should take a look at it quickly, and try to reach the beginner level. Because we'll be going inside soon. Fengling, do you really think this fatso can understand such a complicated manual? As expected, Wang Gui once again made sarcastic remarks. He Fengling frowned, then realized that she had indeed been having some wild ideas. After all, it took her half a month to reach the beginner level of this manual. Moreover, this was under the personal instruction of her grandfather. Even so, her cultivation speed is already the fastest among her peers in their family. Yi Chen ignored Wang Gui's taunts. He's currently frantically flipping through the secret manual. Every minute and every second is extremely important to him. When Wang Gui saw that Yi Chen was ignoring him, he also felt bored. Then he walked to the side and, with a smug look on his face, took photos with the female adventurers. Ah, Wang Gui is so kind, he has no airs of aristocracy at all. I'm so touched. I want to take a picture with him too. The female adventurers were so loud and boisterous that they drew disgust from the male adventurers. As for He Fengling, seeing that Yi Chen was watching very intently, she didn't want to disturb him. So she went to the guest house on the second floor to buy things. 10 minutes later, He Fengling finally bought all the pills she needed and then returned to Yi Chen's side. Wang Gui saw that He Fengling had already finished shopping, while Yi Chen was still looking at the manual. He immediately ran over and snatched the manual. It's time to go. Don't waste our time. Yi Chen frowned. In those 10 minutes, he had already read through the entire manual. However, he has not yet memorized it completely. I just don't know if the system can help him improve. Yi Chen opened the system and checked it out. Really? I didn't memorize this secret technique. The system simply cannot display it. Just as he was feeling distressed, He Fengling walked over. He then shoved the manual back into Yi Chen's hands. I can lend it to you for a little longer, don't rush. He Fengling's voice was extremely gentle, which deeply moved Yi Chen. Wang Gui, standing to the side, was seething with hatred. Hurry up and get out of here. You fatso, don't waste my time. Wang Gui slammed into Yi Chen hard. It almost knocked Yi Chen to the ground. Fortunately, He Fengling managed to pull Yi Chen back in time. I saw He Fengling and Yi Chen holding hands again. Wang Gui's eyes immediately flashed with murderous intent. Chapter 5: Improving Archery Skills. Yi Chen, He Fengling, Wang Gui, and the bodyguard in the suit walked together toward the forest behind the service area. Before setting off, Yi Chen had already researched the information about this wilderness area. It's only a level 1 wilderness area, the lowest level of wilderness area. The outermost circle is where no beasts of rank 1 or higher are active. Furthermore, the outermost beasts are generally not aggressive. This is also a major reason why he dared to hunt despite his low cultivation level. Because he had no intention of entering the core area and provoking those powerful alien beasts before he was strong enough. However, He Fengling's appearance has made Yi Chen change his mind. He plans to temporarily live off his wife, He Fengling, this wealthy young woman, and have her provide him with protection. Once I'm strong enough, I'll venture out on my own. Yi Chen took off the composite bow and slung the long sword over his back. Then draw the bow and knock the arrow. Call out. A red-eyed rabbit that was grazing 5 meters ahead did not run away after hearing the sound. Instead, it stopped grazing and began to crane its neck to look around curiously. This was thanks to the female adventurers, who were overflowing with love and often fed the red-eyed rabbits. This has resulted in a large number of rabbits here, and they are not afraid of people at all. This actually made it much easier for Yi Chen to kill the red-eyed rabbit. However, Yi Chen's archery skills were really terrible. The rabbit stood there motionless, and he still didn't hit it. Wang Gui looked displeased. Why did you even bother shooting at this low-level thing? And you didn't even hit it. It's utterly embarrassing. Yi Chen ignored Wang Gui's taunts. Since the first arrow missed, let's shoot a few more. All I heard was whooshing. 3 more arrows were shot out. It barely hit a rabbit's calf. Yi Chen immediately ran over. He killed the opponent with a single arrow. At this moment, the system voice sounded, killing a non-ranked red-eyed rabbit will reward you with 1 ability point. Just as Yi Chen had predicted. You can only gain ability points by defeating alien beasts. Yi Chen immediately focused his ability points on archery. His archery skills have finally progressed from beginner to elementary level. This is equivalent to going from an amateur player to a regular professional player. Yi Chen picked up the arrow from the ground. 5 more arrows were fired in quick succession. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. 5 red-eyed rabbits died on the spot. Although every arrow hit its mark. However, Yi Chen was still very dissatisfied with his archery skills. Because these are just rabbits with the lowest cultivation level and no defenses against humans. If the opponent is even slightly wary of me, I might not be able to hit them. So Yi Chen added the points he gained to his archery skills again. After consuming 5 points, Yi Chen's archery skills finally reached the intermediate level, professional level. He Fengling saw that Yi Chen, who used to be unable to even shoot a rabbit, was now hitting the target with every arrow. Her eyes immediately filled with curiosity. She didn't quite understand why Yi Chen's archery skills had improved so quickly. Wang Gui, however, was quite disdainful, thinking that this was the level of his skill. They couldn't even break through their own defenses. I'm not afraid at all. Look at those rabbits still lazily sunbathing and munching on the grass. Yi Chen gave a cold laugh. About 1 minute later, rabbits were lying all over the ground. Yi Chen also gained another 45 ability points. He spent 10 points on archery, bringing his archery skills to an advanced level. The remaining 35 points were all added to the Qi and blood value. As his Qi and blood levels increased, Yi Chen felt as if something had entered his body. His body suddenly became strong and powerful. The fatigue in my arms from repeatedly drawing the bow was completely gone. Yi Chen glanced at his health points. They had reached 87. A hint of doubt flashed in He Flingling's eyes. Because in that brief moment, she sensed that Yi Chen's aura seemed to have become stronger. But this feeling was fleeting. Now Yi Chen looks exactly the same as before. He Fengling thought to herself, could it be my imagination? Wang Gui shouted impatiently. You fatso! Stop collecting those arrows. What kind of trash are they? What's the use of them? You don't actually think these wooden arrow shafts can pierce the skin of a monster, do you? Wang Gui really wanted to abandon Yi Chen halfway through the journey. However, He Fengling was waiting for Yi Chen, and he couldn't just leave, so he had to suppress his anger and wait. Yi Chen frowned. He only had a little over 200 arrows in total. If we don't take them back now, once we enter a dangerous area, I dare not run any further before putting away the arrows. Then we'll really be using one less at a time. Yi Chen quickly retrieved the arrows that were closest to him into his mysterious space. Because Yi Chen was wearing a ring on his right hand, others who saw it only suspected that Yi Chen had a storage ring. He also took a rabbit into the space. His mosquitoes are almost starving, so he needs to feed them as soon as possible. Yi Chen manipulated the silly mosquito in the space and began to suck blood. Qi and blood value plus 0.01. Qi and blood value plus 0.01. Qi and blood value plus 0.01. In just a short while, this mosquito's health points actually reached 0.5. This rate of improvement is simply too fast. Yi Chen was extremely surprised. The abilities this system provides are amazing. I just wonder if there's a limit to how much these mosquitoes can improve their strength. If one could continuously absorb blood and increase their cultivation level, wouldn't that be defying the heavens? Just as Yi Chen was getting excited, the mosquitoes in the space announced that they had eaten their fill. Yi Chen had no choice but to stop controlling the mosquitoes to suck blood. The mosquito's cultivation level has now reached 0.5. Its body did not appear to have any obvious changes. However, its lifespan increased from 3 days to 10 days. After collecting the arrows, Yi Chen quickly caught up with He Fengling's group. He Fengling glanced at the rabbits that Yi Chen had shot and killed around her. Suddenly, she made a shocking discovery. Apart from the previous few, all the other rabbits were shot in the eyes. What terrifying archery skills! Yi Chen, where did you learn your archery skills? How come you're so good? He Fengling finally couldn't help but ask the question she had always wanted to ask. Because she knew Yi Chen's background very well. They knew that Yi Chen had never seriously cultivated. She was very curious about what kind of master could teach Yi Chen archery so well. Yi Chen scratched his head and said, I just practiced at home when I had nothing to do, and that's how I learned it. What? Just practicing for fun? He Fengling's eyes widened instantly. Because she had also practiced archery, and had practiced very seriously for many years. Even so, she still couldn't do what Yi Chen did, hitting the rabbit's eye with every arrow in such a short time. Chapter 6, Mountain Splitting Fist. Wang Gui smiled dismissively. His archery skills are only good for killing these rabbits. If it were a different kind of beast, this kid definitely wouldn't be able to hit it. No sooner had he finished speaking than Yi Chen shot another arrow that pierced through a fiery red fox. He immediately gained 5 points of special ability. The points gained seem to be related to the cultivation level of the beasts they hunt. The stronger the beast you hunt, the more points you get. Yi Chen was very satisfied. At this moment, Wang Gui's face was extremely grim. He never expected to be proven wrong so quickly. That bastard definitely did it on purpose to embarrass him. Neither He Fengling nor Yi Chen mocked him. But Wang Gui was completely immersed in the role, and he always felt that the two of them would laugh at him behind his back. You fatso! Let's have a competition to see who's better at archery. No way. It's pointless. Yi Chen was completely baffled by Wang Gui's anger. I really don't understand what he's angry about. And what's the point of this pointless squabble over pride? So what if we win? It doesn't do me any good at all. Yi Chen had absolutely no interest in anything that didn't bring him any benefit. You fatso, are you scared? Wang Gui used a provocation tactic. His lips curled into a deep sneer. Fine, I'll take it as a sign I'm scared of you. Yi Chen didn't take the bait at all. As he spoke, he shot and killed 3 more red-eyed rabbits and a fiery red fox. Yi Chen calmly and continuously added points to his qi and blood. My qi and blood levels have finally reached 100. As his qi and blood value increased, Yi Chen felt his strength increase significantly. When Wang Gui saw that Yi Chen wasn't falling for his tricks, he suddenly felt a sense of powerlessness, as if his all-out attack had hit cotton. Just as he was feeling distressed, the bodyguard in the suit whispered a few words in Wang Gui's ear. I don't know what to say. Wang Gui immediately smiled. He looked confident and assured. He then spoke. You fatso, I'll bet you my set of boxing techniques. If you win, I'll let you see my secret manual for 10 minutes. If you lose, you have to get out of this line. How about it? Do you dare to bet? As he spoke, he pulled out a secret manual. Yi Chen glanced at it, then curled his lip and said, I don't accept just any trash. Damn it. What trash are you talking about? This is the Wang family's ancestral fist technique, the mountain splitting fist. This is the most important boxing technique of my Wang family. Don't you have any knowledge at all? You bumpkin. Wang Gui was absolutely furious. This was like throwing a flirtatious glance at a blind man. This kid has never even heard of the famous mountain splitting fist. They really have no basic common sense. This boxing technique was created by Wang Linshan, the patriarch of the Wang family, when he broke through to the 8th level of cultivation. Its power is terrifying. To prevent it from spreading, the Wang family stipulated that it could only be passed down to sons, not daughters. Wang Gui, how dare you use it as a bet? Are you insane? He Fengling knew the ins and outs of this set of boxing techniques perfectly. Seeing Yi Chen's bewildered expression, she immediately offered to explain. With He Fengling's explanation, Yi Chen finally realized just how precious this secret manual was. He never expected that this boxing style, with its seemingly rustic name, would have such a prestigious origin. If you didn't know better, you'd think this was a free gift you got when you bought something at a street stall. Wang Gui completely disregarded He Fengling's words, putting aside his belief that he had no chance of losing at all. Even if he loses, so what? This kid can't possibly learn this set of boxing techniques in just 10 minutes. No matter how you look at it, you won't lose out. Yi Chen was thinking to himself, putting aside archery skills, he wouldn't lose at all. Even if I lose, I won't lose anything. Anyway, he never intended to team up with anyone in the first place. He wouldn't lose out at all. Both of them had their own ulterior motives and felt they wouldn't lose out. Yi Chen casually shot and killed another rabbit. Then the points were added to mental strength. As mental strength increases to 2 points, Yi Chen felt his mental fatigue vanish completely. My thinking is much clearer than before. The books and secret manuals I had read before suddenly became clearer in my mind. Yi Chen was overjoyed. So mental strength can also enhance memory. Doesn't that mean that if I really beat Wang Gui, I might actually be able to memorize the entire secret manual of the Wang family within 10 minutes? So, Fatty, what's your decision? Wang Gui's voice pulled Yi Chen back to reality from his fantasy. Yi Chen then shot and killed another rabbit. 1 more point of mental strength was added. This time, the system finally displayed the name of the secret manual that He Fengling had given him. Whirlwind Blade Technique Rank a Secret Manual, Beginner Level. Yi Chen was extremely excited. Alright. I'll take your bet. How about the contest? Let's have a contest, whoever kills more prey with a bow and arrow within an hour. Wang Gui smiled. As long as Yi Chen dared to accept the challenge, everything would be easy. I'm afraid this guy will keep hiding like a coward and refuse to leave the group. Yi Chen asked. These demonic beasts aren't judged by their cultivation level, only by their numbers, right? Right. Upon hearing this, Yi Chen smiled. Excellent. This time it's definitely a sure thing. This competition was practically tailor-made for him. In terms of cultivation, he is currently inferior to Wang Gui. But when it comes to archery, isn't that a piece of cake? He Fengling frowned. She had a feeling that something was amiss. But I can't quite put my finger on what's wrong. Since you're going to have a competition, then to be fair, I'll use my smart bracelet to record your results. After saying that, He Fengling took out 2 wristbands that looked like watches and adjusted them. They were handed to Yi Chen and Wang Gui respectively. After Yi Chen put it on his left hand, a countdown was displayed on it. Yi Chen dared not be negligent. He turned around and shot at a rabbit in the distance. But his arrow hadn't yet hit the rabbit. A golden energy wave blasted the rabbit into a bloody pulp. You! Yi Chen turned around angrily and looked at Wang Gui, who was currently unleashing his early-stage first-order cultivation. Ha ha ha! You fatso, your arrows are too slow. So, you plan to follow me, kill the beast before I do, and let me leave empty-handed? No, no, no. You overestimate yourself. Dealing with you doesn't require such trouble. Suddenly, his muscles swelled up. The clothes on his body were torn to shreds. His height suddenly increased from 1.8 meters to 2.4 meters. Sharp claws also grew on its hands and feet. His eyes also turned gold. Golden tiger stripes appeared on its body, resembling those of a tiger. A long tiger tail grew from its rear end. This is Wang Gui's A-level superpower, Beast Transformation. Chapter 7: 3 Arrows in Succession. The ability to transform into a beast grants the user a physique and speed comparable to a mythical beast. Each beast transformation ability user is born with the type of beast they can transform into. They cannot choose it themselves. People like Wang Gui, who can transform into powerful beasts like the Vajra tiger, are indeed extremely rare. There were no powerful beasts nearby. Why does this guy have to unleash his ultimate move for no reason? Was it just to show off? Suddenly, Yi Chen realized what this guy was trying to do, and he quickly spoke up to stop him. You bastard! Stop right now! You're harming others without benefiting yourself. What you're doing is so immoral. Yi Chen had just finished speaking. A deafening roar of a tiger echoed throughout the entire forest. Yi Chen was ultimately too late. Upon hearing the tiger's roar, all the low-level beasts were terrified and hid back in their caves. Yi Chen just wanted to curse. He glared fiercely at the bodyguard in the suit. With Wang Gui's intelligence, he absolutely couldn't have come up with this method. It must have been that bastard who suggested it. After being glared at by Yi Chen, the bodyguard gave a disdainful smile. They completely disregarded Yi Chen's anger. After all, he was a master with the cultivation level of the early stage of the 2nd rank. How could they possibly take a gigolo like Yi Chen seriously? He Fengling sighed. Her intuition had indeed come true. Yi Chen, why don't you let me see you out? Wang Gui has scared away the low-level beasts in the forest. Yi Chen will definitely not be able to win this competition. If the competition continues, Yi Chen's life may still be in danger. Rather than doing that, it's better to give up sooner rather than later. He Fengling truly didn't want to see Yi Chen die in the jaws of the strange beast. Fengling, why are you always siding with an outsider? If this fatso wants to continue the competition, just let him continue. Giving up halfway is the act of a coward. Don't you think so, you fatso? Wang Gui was determined not to let Yi Chen leave here alive. Therefore, he kept using reverse psychology, trying to get Yi Chen to stay and continue the competition. According to the rules of the Great Xia Kingdom, private fights between people with supernatural abilities are not allowed in the wilderness. However, if the superhuman dies in the jaws of a strange beast, then it has nothing to do with Wang Gui. I want to stay and continue the competition with him. Yi Chen spoke slowly and deliberately, his eyes filled with unwavering determination. He finally made it into the wilderness area, so why would he give up so easily? Even if there's danger, he's determined to take the plunge. Excellent. That's bold. I admire you very much. Wang Gui offered his praise against his will, his sarcasm undisguised. Yi Chen ignored Wang and instead grabbed his bow and arrow, running towards the depths of the forest. Time is ticking away, and he can't afford to waste any more time. Wang Gui, however, calmly took out his golden longbow and strolled inside. He Fengling frowned, then ran towards Yi Chen's direction. The bodyguard followed behind Wang Gui, but after taking only a couple of steps, Wang Gui stopped. You don't need to follow me. Just keep an eye on He Fengling. If you find her in contact with any man, remember to notify me immediately. Yes. Yi Chen ran wildly for a full 5 minutes, but he didn't see a single rabbit. Damn it! Just as he was feeling distressed, 100 meters away from him, there was a giant iron tower pig gnawing on tree bark. Its body is enormous. It is over 3 meters tall. His whole body was covered in knotted muscles. It has a pair of long fangs, like two curved swords. The iron tower pig's sharp teeth bit down hard on the tree trunk. Then, like gnawing on a tender bamboo shoot, you can easily bite off a large piece. I can't imagine what a horrific sight it would be if those teeth bit into a person. Although its cultivation level has not yet reached the advanced stage. But upon hearing the tiger's roar, it still didn't flee for its life. On the contrary, you can tell from the fact that they eat slowly here. This guy must be a tough character, not someone to mess with. Yi Chen dared not be careless in the slightest. He carefully knocked the metal arrow onto the composite bow. Then draw the bow and knock the arrow. Ready to fire. Suddenly, the iron tower pig stopped eating. Then they looked towards Yi Chen. The overwhelming sense of pressure made Yi Chen extremely nervous. Fortunately, it only glanced at it before continuing to eat. Yi Chen saw contempt in the eyes of this iron tower pig. That's right. It's blatant contempt. It looks down on me. I was actually looked down upon by a pig. Yi Chen couldn't take it anymore. So an arrow was shot. The arrow pierced through the bushes and struck the iron tower pig in the eye. The iron tower pig let out a shrill scream. The scenario that Yi Chen had envisioned falling to his death did not occur. It didn't die. Not only did it not die, but it went completely mad because of that arrow. The iron tower pig ignored the pain in its body. It knocked down several trees in succession. This terrifying figure charged towards Yi Chen like a tank. This speed was extremely fast. Yi Chen roughly estimated that he definitely couldn't dodge it. If it hits me, I'll surely die. So he hurriedly drew his bow and knocked an arrow again. 3 arrows were fired in succession. These 3 arrows. One arrow after another. When the first arrow pierced the nostril of the iron tower pig. The second arrow followed closely behind, striking the back of the first arrow. Then the third arrow struck the butt of the second arrow. The 3 metal arrows were linked together, resembling a long spear. It slowly pierced the nostrils of the iron tower pig. Iron tower pig grunted. He ran a few more steps forward, then collapsed to the ground with a thud. However, Yi Chen still dared not let his guard down. He took out another metal arrow and knocked it on the bow. Just about to finish him off. At this moment, the system voice sounded, "Kill the iron tower pig, reward 75 ability points." Yi Chen finally breathed a sigh of relief. Then he immediately added all his ability points to his health. As his chi and blood value increased, Yi Chen's appearance finally underwent some changes. He not only grew from 1.7 meters to 1.75 meters, but also lost weight. Although she is still quite chubby, she looks much better than before. At this moment, He Fengling was already stunned and stood there. She had seen Yi Chen from afar the moment he encountered the iron tower pig. Previously, she had done so out of consideration for Yi Chen's feelings, fearing that he might find out. So they didn't follow too closely. He simply followed from a distance, intending to step in and help at a crucial moment. He Fengling was there before Yi Chen discovered the iron tower pig. She had already spotted the iron tower pig, but she didn't pay much attention to it at the time. Because she knew that the iron tower pig was a proud creature, and as long as Yi Chen didn't provoke it, it would never attack a newbie like Yi Chen. However, she never expected that Yi Chen would be such a daring guy. How dare they provoke such a terrifying beast? When she realized that Yi Chen had already drawn his bow and knocked an arrow, it was too late to stop it. At that moment, all she could do was pray that Yi Chen's arrow would miss and not hit the terrifying beast. Chapter 8 Troll Ape. Then came that scream. He Fengling's heart skipped a beat. When she tried to rescue him again, she realized that she was too far away from Yi Chen. But the iron tower pig was too close to Yi Chen. She didn't have time to rescue them at all. Just when she thought Yi Chen was doomed, all that could be heard was the sound of 3 arrows slicing through the sky. And that iron tower pig, whose strength was almost at level 1, died just like that. What's going on? How did he do that? He Fengling had no idea how Yi Chen had killed the iron tower pig. To unravel the mystery in my heart, He Fengling planned to continue secretly following them. On the other side, Wang Guizhong calmly struck a low-ranking white jade rhinoceros with his claw, leaving it severely injured and on the verge of death. Then he walked up to the white jade rhinoceros, pointed the bow and arrow at its face, and shot an arrow. That was easy. We only killed one beast. By now, that fatso should have been devoured by the beast. Ha ha ha. You dare try to steal my woman? You're asking for trouble. So he quickly dialed the bodyguard's number. Hey, is that fatso dead yet? Hey. Why aren't you saying anything? Is that fatso still alive or dead? After a moment of silence on the other end of the phone, he finally came to his senses. No. This fatso was not only alive, he also used an extremely flashy triple shot to kill an iron tower board that was about to break through to the first tier. What triple shot? What are you talking about? Did he Fengling save him? Wan Guikai didn't believe that Yi Chen could kill a towering pig that was about to break through to the next level on his own. As everyone knows, to break through to the first rank, one's chi and blood value must reach 1000. Yi Chen's health points are only 52. That iron tower boar's cultivation level is about to break through to the first rank. Its health points should be over 900. The two are so different. How could he possibly kill the other party? Moreover, the iron tower pig is an extremely tough species. It is not only incredibly strong, but its skin is also extremely tough. Even if that iron tower pig lay motionless on the ground and Yi Chen shot at it, he would never be able to hurt a single hair on its head. As for killing the other party, that's completely impossible. It's true. That fatso shot an arrow into the eye of the iron tower pig, but when he realized he hadn't killed it, he then fired 3 arrows in quick succession, which flew together and pierced the iron tower pig's nostrils, eventually penetrating its brain. This archery skill is absolutely terrifying. Su Bo's voice was filled with amazement. He had never seen such superb archery skills in his entire life. This superb archery skill made him involuntarily think of Ling Rohan, an 8th-level grandmaster who was famous throughout the world for his archery skills. If we only consider skill and not cultivation level, Yi Chen's archery skills would absolutely crush Ling Rohan at the same age. Wang Gui hung up the phone with an extremely unpleasant expression. In his mind, Yi Chen was a good-for-nothing. He never even glanced at the other person. He never thought that this fatso had any right to be his opponent. But now, the bodyguard's words forced him to admit that this guy was indeed quite capable. But that's all. They're far from being worthy of being my rivals. After all, he was the pride of the royal family. He possessed the blood of the British royal family. And a level superpower talent. Yi Chen, an ordinary commoner who couldn't be more ordinary than anyone else, what right does he have to be my opponent? After putting the phone into his storage ring, Wang Gui continued walking deeper into the forest. This time, however, his pace was much faster than before. No more leisurely living. Although Wang Gui was unwilling to admit it, he had subconsciously begun to take Yi Chen seriously as an opponent. On the other side of the forest, He Fengling finally saw Yi Chen's moves clearly. At this moment, Yi Chen's archery skills had completely overturned her understanding. She never knew that a bow and arrow could be used like this. If one arrow doesn't pierce through, then 2, 3, or even 4 arrows will do. No matter how thick the armor is, as long as you concentrate your attacks on one point and keep attacking, you will eventually be able to penetrate it. This is absolutely incredible. That must be some serious archery skill to hit the same spot repeatedly. He Fengling was completely absorbed in the archery skills that Yi Chen had demonstrated. She discovered for the first time that archery could actually be so cool. He's absolutely stunning. Yi Chen picked up 4 arrows from the ground, and then pulled 2 more arrows from the carcass of an armored bull. This guy's armor is incredibly thick. Yi Chen actually shot 7 arrows. It had just pierced the other person's body. However, the amount of points you've given me is somewhat unfair to all my efforts. Only 35 points. Yi Chen had previously thought this guy was a first-level expert. I didn't realize it was just that its skin was thick. Yi Chen added his ability points to his health and mana. They then headed deeper into the forest. He also had 1 arrow knocked away. We have to retrieve it. Not long after, he saw his arrow in the hand of a giant ape. Yi Chen immediately drew his bow and knocked an arrow, ready to shoot. I don't know if the other party sensed danger or what. Without even looking back, it jumped onto a tree and fled. Yi Chen followed behind, chasing after them. Because the forest was too dense. The leaves and tree trunks blocked his view. This prevented him from finding an opportunity to fire his arrow. Before long, he was led into the territory of the giant ape by that giant ape. These giant apes are social beasts. They have an extremely strong sense of territory and are incredibly ferocious. Upon discovering Yi Chen, the other troll apes in the territory immediately screamed, summoning all their companions over. In the blink of an eye, the tree was filled with giant apes. There are a whopping 35 of them. Furthermore, the leading ape king also possesses the cultivation level of the early stage of the first rank. Upon seeing this situation, Yi Chen's first reaction was to slip away as quickly as possible. But how could his speed possibly match that of those giant apes that roam the forest year-round? In just a short while, Yi Chen was surrounded. At this point, he could no longer back down. He decided to strike first. He quickly drew out ordinary arrows, bent the bow, and knocked an arrow. Arrows were fired one after another. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Yi Chen used his fastest speed. It pierced through 5 female apes with the lowest cultivation levels, as well as the baby giant apes in their arms that were not yet weaned. I gained 230 ability points. Yi Chen quickly added those points to his health and mana. The troll ape king was devastated to see his 5 beloved concubines and 5 children die at Yi Chen's hands. It immediately flew into a rage. He let out an angry scream. The remaining troll apes immediately obeyed the order. They pounced on Yi Chen. Yi Chen swiftly drew his bow and knocked an arrow. While dodging, he fired the arrow and frantically increased his health points. They dared not relax their vigilance in the slightest. In the blink of an eye, Yi Chen shot and killed another 8 giant demon apes. Chapter 9 Archery Master Level. Looking at the corpses scattered on the ground, the Ape King immediately realized that his subordinates were no match for Yi Chen. If we continue to send our men to attack, it's practically suicide. Then it let out a shriek and charged towards Yi Chen. Upon hearing their leader's voice, the group of men immediately withdrew from the battlefield. They didn't give Yi Chen a chance to hunt them down at all. He watched as the Ape King pounced on him. Yi Chen remained calm and composed. He took out a long metal arrow and shot it. The Ape King sensed a dangerous aura emanating from the arrow. It immediately rolled on the ground. They dodged the incoming arrows. This is the first time Yi Chen has missed an arrow since his archery skills reached an advanced level. As expected of a first-tier beast. That's incredibly fast. It seems that archery skills need to be improved again. It's just a pity that he was in a hurry to increase his chi and blood value. I completely forgot to reserve some ability points. How awful. Yi Chen's current health and vitality value has reached 975 points. But they were facing the menacing Ape King. It was still very difficult. The troll ape has an absolute advantage in both agility and strength. Yi Chen dared not engage in close quarters combat with his opponent. He fired 3 arrows in succession, while the troll ape dodged left and right. They actually relied on their sense of danger. He dodged all of Yi Chen's arrows. However, the Ape King was also very wary of Yi Chen's arrows. As long as Yi Chen bends his bow, it immediately took the initiative to distance itself from Yi Chen. Then he watched from afar, his face full of vigilance as he looked at the bow and arrow in Yi Chen's hand. But as soon as Yi Chen finished firing the arrow, it will immediately pounce and attack. This Ape King was extremely intelligent, and after several attacks, it had actually calculated the time it would take Yi Chen to knock an arrow each time, and the optimal safe distance between it and Yi Chen. It let out another scream. One of the giant ape's minions immediately pounced on Yi Chen. Yi Chen now has 2 choices. Either let the troll ape's minions get close. While engaging in close combat with it, they also had to be wary of the Ape King's attacks. Either shoot down this giant ape's henchman. Then he engaged in close quarters combat with the troll ape king. Either way, it's a losing proposition for Yi Chen. Just as Yi Chen was in a dilemma. An arrow pierced the air. An arrow pierced the chest of one of the troll ape's henchmen. Seeing this, the Ape King had no choice but to give up on entangled with Yi Chen. It let out a series of screams, then led its minions to flee the area. Although these giant apes had given up, Yi Chen had no intention of giving up. He immediately gave chase. Then they fired arrows at the treetops. Yi Chen, don't chase after them. It's too dangerous inside. He Fingling's voice came from behind. Yi Chen sighed helplessly. He only had time to shoot one giant ape. The other troll apes ran too fast and disappeared completely. So many ability points slipped away right under his nose. What a pity. Yi Chen was heartbroken. He has just gained 67 ability points. I spent 50 points on archery, bringing my archery skills to the master level. He put all the remaining points into his mental strength. At this point, his mental strength had reached 20 points. That's 20 times the average person's. He Fengling looked Yi Chen up and down, and the more she looked at him, the more she felt that Yi Chen was a bit strange. Because she clearly remembered that Yi Chen was half a head shorter than her. How come he's suddenly taller than me? He also seems to have lost a lot of weight compared to before. What's going on? Is there something wrong with my memory? Then she looked at the giant apes on the ground. They were all killed with a single blow. What's going on here? She clearly remembered that Yi Chen had to shoot several arrows in succession to kill the Iron Tower pig. Now they are facing these strange beasts whose cultivation levels are comparable to those of the Iron Tower pig. It's incredible that they can kill someone with a single blow. Could it be that he was deliberately suppressing his cultivation level to hone his archery skills? The more He Fengling thought about it, the more she felt that this was the case. Otherwise, there's no way to explain Yi Chen's current strength. She didn't believe Yi Chen had just broken through. It's important to know that increasing your qi and blood levels is extremely difficult. In addition to needing to take various medicines or qi and blood pills every day, they also need to go through one difficult training session or battle after another. He pushed his physical limits time and time again. Only then can you improve your qi and blood levels. It's impossible for Yi Chen to have broken through so many qi and blood values in such a short period of time. Therefore, he must have been hiding his strength. Yes. That must be it. As expected of Yi Chen. They actually came up with this method of practicing archery. No wonder his archery skills are so amazing. He doesn't miss any opportunity to hone his skills. He Fengling suddenly understood. Her gaze toward Yi Chen grew increasingly filled with admiration. If Yi Chen knew what He Fengling was thinking at that moment, he will definitely find himself in a situation that is both laughable and frustrating. If he truly possesses such strength, how could we have tolerated it until now? Yi Chen, your archery skills are truly amazing. I've practiced for many years and I'm still nowhere near as good as you. He Fengling hesitated, as if there was something she was reluctant to say. Yi Chen could tell what the other party was thinking at a glance. Want to learn? I can teach you. Really? Yi Chen, you're so kind. He Fengling was overjoyed. Previously, she regarded bows and arrows as ordinary weapons, thinking that she only needed to learn a little and practice to the beginner level, which would be enough. There is absolutely no need to waste your time continuing to study. However, ever since she witnessed Yi Chen's series of magnificent archery skills, she has become completely fascinated by archery. I want to perfect it. Yi Chen opened He Fengling's attribute panel to take a look. Unexpectedly, this girl actually possesses the cultivation level of the first-order Great Perfection stage. Furthermore, it possesses an A-level wind type ability. His archery skills were only at the beginner level, but his swordsmanship had reached the intermediate level. This is a genius. A true genius. Although Yi Chen wasn't quite sure how this girl had concealed her cultivation level. But it doesn't matter anymore. No matter how powerful the disguise is, it's no different from being naked in front of your own system. Yi Chen hurriedly picked up the arrows from the ground and put them into his spatial storage. Incidentally, they also collected the corpse of a giant ape with the highest cultivation level, intending to feed it to the mosquitoes. My match with Wang Gui isn't over yet. I'll be going now. Oh well. He Fengling was a little disappointed. She had originally wanted to ask Yi Chen if he could go hunting in the forest with her. At this moment, Yi Chen's mind was filled with superpower points. Completely oblivious to the disappointment in He Fengling's eyes. As Yi Chen went deeper, he finally reached the central part of the forest. This wilderness area is the lowest level hunting area. Its level is only F. The highest ranking beasts inside are only at the first tier Great Perfection level. The central area of the forest is the habitat of some early stage and even mid-stage tier 1 beasts. Upon reaching the central region, Yi Chen stopped and dared not venture any further. Meanwhile, Wang Gui had already received a tip-off from his bodyguard. After he learned that Yi Chen had been saved by He Fengling. Enraged, it tore the corpse of a strange beast on the ground in two with a single claw. The beast's blood splattered all over him. He looked like a bloodthirsty demon. Where was that handsome young man from before? That bitch He Fengling. Am I not as attractive as a fat bastard? Chapter 10 Breakthrough in Sword Technique. When Wang Gui heard about Yi Chen's strength, that he could kill several giant demon apes simultaneously in the blink of an eye, his eyes were full of doubt. Could it be that fatso was hiding his true strength? I think that's the case. I suspect his purpose in hiding his cultivation level was to get close to Missy. Although Subo greatly admired Yi Chen's archery skills, he still disliked Yi Chen as a person. As for why he dislikes Yi Chen, perhaps it's out of jealousy. I'm jealous that he has a level superpowers, and I'm jealous that even though he's so ugly, he can still live off a woman. Therefore, he would seize any opportunity to sow discord between Wang Gui and Yi Chen. As expected. I knew this bastard was after Yi Fengling. That damn simp. He wasn't satisfied with sucking up to Liu, now he wants to suck up to Yi Fengling. He's practically courting death. After hanging up the phone, Wang Gui ran wildly into the depths of the forest. This time, he's going to give it his all. We can no longer afford to be careless. Only. Are there necessarily more strange beasts deeper in this forest? Yi Chen felt that there were more strange beasts on the outer perimeter. If it weren't for that idiot Wang Gui scaring away those strange beasts on the outskirts, he preferred to hunt exotic beasts outside. Yi Chen ran for several miles. I just saw a herd of strange beasts. These are a flock of hurricane birds, with bodies as tall as humans. Its feathers resembled countless black blades. It is not only sturdy but also sharp. They were all standing on the high branches of the tree. I don't know if they're resting or having a tribal meeting. As Yi Chen entered their territory, the hurricane bird on guard duty let out a piercing scream. Just as Yi Chen was about to draw his bow and shoot an arrow, a gust of wind swept through him and knocked him to the ground. This hurricane bird is wind type. Completely different from those guys who only use brute force. Yi Chen realized he had been careless. He thought that with his superb archery skills, he wouldn't be afraid even if he faced a mid-stage tier 1 beast. Who would have thought that they would encounter a group of oddballs who, despite their astonishing strength, preferred to stick together? Don't the books always say that strong people never stick together? Damn it! I was misled by that book on the blue star called The Crowd. This is Tianlan Star, not Blue Star. 57 wind-type hurricane birds. 8 Tier 1 mid-game units. 25 Tier 1 early-stage units. The rest are all below level 1. After the hurricane bird knocked Yi Chen to the ground. Then, it extended its sharp claws and swooped down towards Yi Chen. If he were to be caught by it, given the sharpness of its claws, it could easily pry open Yi Chen's skull. Yi Chen rolled on the ground. He quietly dodged the opponent's claws, then turned and shot an arrow. There was a whooshing sound. The metal arrow pierced through all 3 hurricane birds in one go. Yi Chen gained 238 points of superpower in one go. Immediately afterwards, he fired 5 more arrows. 10 more hurricane birds were hunted down. I gained another 862 points of special ability. As expected of the powerful hurricane bird. Even though it hasn't reached level 1, it can still provide such a high amount of ability points. Yi Chen immediately added his ability points to his health and mana. We need to improve our strength quickly. Strangely, he tapped the Qi and blood value column many times. However, once the Qi and blood value reaches 1000 points, it stops moving. How so? I haven't used up all my special ability points yet. Why can't I increase my Qi and blood levels? Before he could figure out what was going on, the remaining hurricane birds, realizing how troublesome Yi Chen was, they all flew into the air. They circled together. They flew faster and faster. A tornado was whipped up in the sky. Seeing this, Yi Chen dared not delay and immediately shot an arrow at a hurricane bird in the sky. The arrow stopped just 5 centimeters away from a hurricane bird, unable to go any further. The powerful wind pressure generated by the hurricane bird blocked Yi Chen's arrow. Unconvinced, he fired 5 more arrows in quick succession. But it was still blocked. Yi Chen immediately realized something was wrong. So, they immediately made their escape. But the tornado followed closely behind, chasing after him. Furthermore, the immense suction force behind him was constantly pulling him toward the tornado. As Yi Chen fled, he frantically clicked on the system. He was now facing a group of powerful and highly united hurricane birds, and he had no way to fight back. He could only place his hopes on the system. Since the Qi and blood value can no longer be increased. So he had no choice but to put all his ability points into the whirlwind blade technique. After consuming 1050 points, his swordsmanship reached the advanced level. An insight into swordsmanship suddenly appeared in his mind. He immediately put the longbow back into his spatial storage. Then he took the long sword off his back. He slowly closed his eyes. Follow the instructions in the manual to feel the rhythm of the wind. Yi Chen no longer resisted the power of the wind. Instead, it's about trying to go with the flow. Use the power of the wind to your advantage. Yi Chen wielded his long sword in the wind. The blade trembled violently. The tornado swirled more and more violently, gradually stirring up the clouds in the sky. From a distance, it looks like a dragon drawing water. The rocks, flowers, trees, and plants on the ground were uprooted and sucked into the hurricane vortex. All the superhumans in the wilderness area felt a strong gust of wind. Several lighter weight people were knocked to the ground. They all looked up at the sky and saw a terrifying tornado churning the clouds. Everyone turned pale with fright. What's going on? What a terrifying storm. Is a beast about to break through to the Beast King level? What do we do? What do we do? Are we going to die here? What are you waiting for? Run! In an office in the wilderness, Zheng Chanwei was sitting on a stool, looking rather bored. He sighed and said, "Sigh. I really don't know what the commander was thinking, actually sending a level 4 expert like me to stay in such a godforsaken place. Isn't this a waste of talent? What danger could there be in this small wilderness area? Even if a beast tide did occur, those beasts, with their meager strength, couldn't cause any real trouble." Just then, the phone rang, and he leisurely answered it. "Hey, what's going on?" "What? The Beast King?" Zheng Changwei's spirits lifted. He suddenly stood up from the stool, then rushed out of the office and ran to the military camp to sound the alarm. Summon the soldiers who are training or patrolling nearby. Everyone boarded military vehicles, donned protective suits, and took their weapons. They rushed to the wilderness area. Before long, squads of troops had all assembled at the entrance to the wilderness area. And they set up a series of supernatural cannons on the ground. Zheng Changwei looked at the tornado in the sky with a solemn expression. He took a deep breath. I am mentally prepared to die a heroic death. He never expected that he, who had just been complaining about being underutilized, would turn his talents into a burden. God suddenly gave him such a difficult task. Good heavens! Aren't you giving me way too much credit? How could a mere 4th-tier ant like me possibly handle a Beast King level expert like this? Chapter 11, Astounding Power. Those with superpowers who were closer to the exit rushed out of the wilderness. As for those who are far from the exit, then he looked utterly desperate. They now only regret not having 2 more legs. When danger strikes, it is also the time when humanity is most tested. Some chose to abandon their teammates and loved ones, escaping alone. Some people chose to stay by each other's side. Even if the wounded on their backs were told to escape alone, they still refused to abandon them. As for Wang Gui at this time, when I saw that tornado in the sky, he fled for his life immediately. He now deeply regrets having sent his bodyguard to monitor He Fengling. Now look what's happened, we're really in danger, and our bodyguards aren't around. Although he kept saying that he liked He Fengling. But when faced with such a crisis, his first reaction was to immediately have the bodyguards take him to safety, rather than have them protect He Fengling. That makes sense. With his family background and good looks, there are countless beautiful women in the world waiting for him to sleep with. Why would he risk his life for a woman? Unlike the fear of these people, He Fengling was stunned by the sight before her. This is the whirlwind blade technique. How can it have such terrifying power? Could he also be a wind attribute ability user? At this moment, He Fengling had too many questions in her mind. The power of the sword technique Yi Chen unleashed had completely exceeded her expectations. She had only ever seen such terrifying power when her grandfather used the whirlwind blade technique. But her grandfather is a level 4 superhuman. What makes Yi Chen so special? He's only 18. Has he already reached level 4? How is that possible? It should be noted that there has never been an 18-year-old level 4 powerhouse in the entire history of humankind. Oh. No. To be precise, there isn't even an 18-year-old tier 3 powerhouse. Immediately afterwards, He Fengling thought of that set of sword techniques. She only gave it to Yi Chen not long ago. Could he have really learned it in just 10 minutes? This learning ability is simply terrifying. You should know that she had practiced the swordsmanship as well. I've been practicing for a whole year and I'm only at the beginner level. Based on Yi Chen's current swordsmanship, it should have reached the advanced level. He reached the advanced level after watching for only 10 minutes. This learning ability. He Fengling found it increasingly terrifying the more she thought about it. Since meeting Yi Chen today, she has not only broadened her horizons, but her self-confidence has also suffered repeated blows. Her own people used to praise her for her talent. She actually believed it. Now it seems they were probably just being polite in their self-praise. He Fengling felt a little embarrassed just thinking about it. At this point, the hurricane birds had completely lost control of the tornado. Not only that, they were also pulled into the tornado and spiraled upwards with it. No matter how desperately these hurricane birds struggle, none of them could escape the terrifying tornado. Their terrified screams were completely swallowed up by the tornado, and not a single sound could be heard. The tornado was accompanied by terrifying blade-like energy. In a short while, they were covered in wounds from the blade's energy. Their feathers, as hard as iron, were no match for the powerful blade energy. It was so weak and powerless. The blood inside them was drawn in by the powerful suction of the hurricane. His body was forcibly pulled out. Crimson blood rain began to fall from the sky. A moment later, Yi Chen sheathed the sword. The tornado disappeared. One after another, the corpses of hurricane birds fell from the sky. He Fengling stared intently at Yi Chen's figure as he sheathed his sword, completely absorbed in the moment. At that moment, she felt that Yi Chen was really handsome. This kind of handsomeness isn't the superficial kind like Wang Gui's. It's a deeper level of charisma and a kind of handsomeness in terms of spirit and energy. Yi Chen gasped for breath and collapsed to the ground. That last strike drained all of his cultivation. Worn out. After resting for a while, Yi Chen put all the corpses on the ground into his spatial storage. Then, he came up to He Fengling and waved. "What's wrong? Why are you spacing out? This place is very dangerous, let's get out of here quickly." Oh. He Fengling then came to her senses. "I'd like to ask, is the whirlwind blade technique only usable when there's wind?" As the tornado disappeared, Yi Chen found that he could no longer find that feeling he had just experienced. It was as if he had no idea how to use a knife at all. This struck him as very strange. No, this sword technique can be used not only in windy conditions, but also by wind-type ability users. As they were talking, He Fengling suddenly realized something was wrong. Her eyes widened immediately. Then, like a child who has made a mistake, he lowered his head and said, I'm sorry, I forgot you're not a wind-type ability user, I'm sorry, It's alright, no need to apologize. I should be thanking you. If you hadn't given me this manual, I might be dead from that attack." Yi Chen interrupted He Fengling directly. Seeing that the girl was actually blaming herself, he couldn't help but laugh. This girl is so kind and adorable. She had clearly saved my life, yet she began to blame herself. Are you really not angry with me? Yes, of course it's not your fault. I'm so grateful to you, how could I blame you? He Fengling was immediately delighted upon hearing Yi Chen's words. That's great. Let's go, let's get out of here quickly. The service area in the wilderness just sounded the alarm. The message demanded that all those with supernatural abilities evacuate the forest immediately, implying that a terrifying beast had appeared there. Seeing that Yi Chen was somewhat weak, she immediately skipped and hopped over to Yi Chen's side. Then she wrapped her arms around Yi Chen's. The bulge in her chest pressed against Yi Chen's arm, making him feel a little embarrassed. He Fengling noticed that Yi Chen's expression was somewhat strange. She looked down. He immediately released Yi Chen's arm. I'm so sorry, I was a little too excited just now. I was worried you would fall, so I helped you up. It's okay. It's okay. Actually, it was fine just now. He Fengling blushed and lowered her head. She followed closely behind Yi Chen, seemingly lost in thought. People were still emerging from the wilderness area one after another. Zhang Changwei stared intently at the tornado in the sky. Suddenly, he frowned. What happened? How could the tornado have disappeared so quickly? Could it be that that beast broke through to a higher level so fast? If that's the case, then it's terrible. He had originally planned to take advantage of the brief moment the beast was breaking through to evacuate as many people as possible. It seems now that it's too late. With the strength of the Beast King, it can kill everyone here in an instant. Just then, the phone rang. Zheng Changwei's heart skipped a beat. His intuition told him that this was definitely not good news. Chapter 12, Trying to renege on the debt? Damn it, Zheng Changwei. Are you blind? Can't you even tell the difference between a tornado and a Beast King breakthrough? You're making me lose all face. What? That's a tornado? Zheng Changwei was dumbfounded when he heard what was said on the phone. If this is true, then he will be extremely embarrassed. In order to find out the truth, he ordered his men to activate the satellite's supernatural ability detector. The entire wilderness area was scanned. Final confirmation. Indeed, there was no trace of the Beast King. Zheng Changwei noticed that so many people were watching him. He was so embarrassed that he stomped his foot. Right now, all he wants to do is curse. Which bastard made that phone call? This made him so embarrassed. However, more than that, what he wants to know right now is, who on earth caused such a huge tornado? Is it a beast or a human? If it is a strange beast, this beast will likely be a very troublesome one. He has to deal with it himself. If he were a human, why would he sneak around and conceal his cultivation level to enter this place? Is there some unspeakable secret behind this? To clarify the questions in my mind, he ordered the soldiers to continue evacuating the superhumans, as he wanted to go inside and check it out himself. Zheng Changwei arrived at the scene of the crime alone. This place is now completely bare. Within a 50-meter radius, all the trees and grass were gone. Zheng Changwei was shocked by what he saw. Wow, the power of this tornado is terrifying. What kind of creature could have caused it? Zheng Changwei looked around. In the trees and grass not far away, I saw many black feathers. There was also blood. He quickly went over, picked up a feather, and examined it carefully. These look like hurricane bird feathers. If they are hurricane birds, then this makes sense, since they like to travel in flocks. Given enough numbers, creating such a commotion wouldn't be difficult for them. Zheng Changwei stroked his chin and nodded to himself. Wait a minute. If they were the ones who made the commotion, how come there are so many bloody feathers? Could it be that they lost the fight? Looking at the sheer number of black feathers, Zheng Changwei felt something was amiss. Then, he saw a deep mark on a giant mountain. The mark looks like a knife or sword cut. At this moment, Zheng Changwei suddenly thought of the Yi family's ultimate technique, Raging Wind Blade technique. This sword technique combines wind attribute power with the sword to unleash a powerful sword aura. Could it be that some family member has entered this place? He immediately took out his phone and called the receptionist. Could you check if any of the people in the secret realm are from the Yi family? The sound of typing came from the other end of the phone. A moment later, a reply came. Yes. A girl named He Fengling entered the secret realm today. Really? Then help me investigate her special abilities. Her special ability is a Class A wind attribute ability. Just as I expected. Zheng Changwei believed he knew the whole truth. But little did he know that he was a world away from the truth. Wang Gui, who was already resting at the wilderness service area, saw Yi Chen walking out of the wilderness area. His face immediately turned extremely ugly. He was just thinking that Yi Chen hadn't come out for so long, so he was probably eaten by a strange beast. But to his surprise, this guy not only came out alive, but he also had to be helped out by He Fengling. If looks could kill, he would love to poke several holes in Yi Chen with his eyes right now. How many beasts have you shot down? Tell me, our bet is still unresolved. Yi Chen was still thinking about the other party's secret manual. We can't let this guy get away. Humph. We're already out here, what's the point of the bet anymore? Wang Gui sneered. For him, the biggest purpose of proposing the bet was to make Yi Chen die alone in this wilderness. Now that Yi Chen has survived, this competition is naturally meaningless. The bet means nothing to you anymore, but it means a lot to me. Wang Gui, just tell me straight, are you trying to renege on it? I almost died at the hands of the monsters twice just now. It's all because of this bet. Otherwise, Yi Chen would never have ventured deep into the wilderness. Now this guy thinks he can just quit gambling whenever he wants? No way. Humph. Who said I wanted to deny it? You don't actually think you can beat me, do you? Wang Gui looked disdainful. He angrily removed the bracelet and said arrogantly, I killed 21 monsters. Humph, you fatso, what about you? Really? That's quite a lot, but it's a pity I only managed to kill 34 of them. What? How is this possible? Wang Gui immediately rushed forward and snatched the bracelet from Yi Chen's hand. Then he examined it carefully. It was found that the above indeed showed 34. Impossible. You must have cheated. You can't possibly beat me. What? The young master of the prestigious Wang family can't accept defeat and wants to cheat? Yi Chen immediately used a provocation tactic. Wang Gui glared at Su Bo behind him, his face turning ashen. If it weren't for this idiot's terrible idea, how could he possibly lose a secret manual? Su Bo broke out in a cold sweat. He knew the significance of this secret manual to the Wang family. If Yi Chen were to actually see this manual, it would lead to its leak. I reckon the Wang family will kill me. So he immediately spoke up. A bet? What bet? I don't know anything about it. Yi Chen. I think you're just making this up. The only option now is to stubbornly refuse to admit it. Yi Chen must absolutely not be allowed to see that manual. Although he didn't think anyone could learn such a complex set of boxing techniques in 10 minutes. However, given the Wang family's domineering habits, they don't care whether Yi Chen has learned it or not. Anyone who has seen this or is involved in it is within the Wang family's scope of purge. Not a single one will escape. Hey! I knew you guys would say that, but did you know I've already recorded a video? Go ahead and deny it. I'll post it online and let the whole world see the true colors of the Wang family and Wang Gui. For those who are vain, what I find most unacceptable is being cyberbullied. Yi Chen, well aware of human weaknesses, said with a smile while holding his phone. You dare! Wang Gui lunged forward, intending to snatch Yi Chen's phone. Upon seeing this, he foaming immediately stepped in front of Yi Chen. Wang Gui, stop! A man should honor his bet and accept the consequences. Chapter 13, What? The college entrance examination? Fine. I'm a man of my word, but you fatso, I dare to pay. Do you dare to watch? Wang Gui glared at Yi Chen with a fierce look in his eyes. Yi Chen smiled. If you dare to give it to me, why shouldn't I dare to look? Come on, let's find a quiet little hotel. It'll be over in 10 minutes. Humph. I'll go then, who's afraid of you? So the two agreed to go to a small hotel together. Just as I was about to leave, a staff member from the service area came over. Sir, we also offer room services here. It's 1,000 yuan per night. Wang Gui. What are you looking at? Pay up now. Yi Chen urged Wang Gui to pay, even though he was penniless. There's a very wealthy young master next to me, and he's my nemesis. How can I not take advantage of him? Wang Gui glared at Yi Chen fiercely, then obediently swiped his card. We booked a room. Then, the four people went up to the third floor under the guidance of the staff. The decoration style on the third floor is very simple. However, the rooms inside are very spacious and perfect for resting. As soon as Yi Chen entered, he plopped down on the bed. He is very tired now. I really want to get a good night's sleep. The staff member turned to Yi Fengling and Su Bo and asked, would you two like to share a room? Roll. Wang Gui was furious. From the very beginning, this guy had been looking at him with strange eyes. It made him extremely uncomfortable. Now he even wants the woman he likes to go to a hotel with another man. This is absolutely suicidal. The staff member wasn't angry after being reprimanded, he simply left the room silently and closed the door. After confirming that there was no one else around, Yi Chen urged, alright, hand over the manual right now. I want to see it. Wang Gui took out the crumpled manual he had been flipping through and tossed it into Yi Chen's hands. Yi Chen took it and immediately began to look through it. 10 minutes passed quickly. Faced with such powerful mental strength, Yi Chen quickly memorized the entire manual. And he even went through the scenario in his mind several times. The words S-Level Beginner's Guide to Mountain Splitting Fist appeared on his system template. Wang Gui immediately snatched the manual away. Humph. You really have some nerve. You actually dared to look at the secret manual of my Wang family. Aren't you afraid of retaliation from my Wang family? Wang Gui's lips curled into a mocking smile, and he looked at Yi Chen as if he were looking at a dead man. What, you dare to kill me? Yi Chen looked at Wang Gui with a cold gaze. Although he had never killed anyone, he would not hesitate to kill if he was pushed to the limit. When Wang Gui met Yi Chen's gaze, he felt as if he were being stared at by a bloodthirsty beast. He couldn't help but feel a tremor in his heart. What do you want to do? Sensing the killing intent in Yi Chen's eyes, Su Bo immediately stepped between the two. As a bodyguard, he couldn't allow anything to happen to the person he was protecting. Yi Chen smiled after withdrawing his gaze. Do you know what? I'm not afraid at all that you'll tell your clansmen about what happened today, because I know the rules of your royal family. Anyone who leaks the clan's secret manuals will be imprisoned for life. Are you willing to be imprisoned by your family until death just to kill me? Hearing Yi Chen's provocative words, Wang Gui gritted his teeth in anger. However, Yi Chen was right, their family did indeed have such a rule. Furthermore, according to the Wang family's rules, no one is allowed to take the secret manual out of the family without permission. He stole this secret manual. If my family finds out, I'm afraid my situation will be more than just confinement. Wang Gui couldn't help but shudder at the thought of the dungeon within his family, where prisoners were held. No way. He doesn't want to be locked up. But he was unwilling to let Yi Chen go. Yi Chen looked at Su Bo, who seemed lost in thought, then leaned closer, glared at him fiercely, and said, You grandson. You're the one who suggested Wang Gui make that bet, aren't you? If news of what happened today leaks out, I don't know if I'll end up dead, but I'm sure you'll be torn to pieces by the Wang family. How dare you threaten me? No, I'm just stating a fact. Of course, you can choose not to believe it and then spread the word about what happened today. Yi Chen was not afraid at all in the face of the killing intent of the second-tier expert. In fact, he found the guy quite ridiculous. A mere bodyguard should only be responsible for protecting Wang Gui's safety. But he insisted on showing off his intelligence by intervening in the conflict between himself and Wang Gui. Ultimately, they ended up shooting themselves in the foot. It's ridiculous. After Yi Fengling and Yi Chen left the room, they chatted as they walked. You've taught me your family's secret techniques. Won't that cause you trouble? After learning online about how those powerful families dealt with those who leaked their family secrets, Yi Chen was worried that Yi Fengling would be punished by her family. In particular, the manual the other party gave him was actually an A-level manual. He became even more worried. It's worth noting that a D-level manual can sell for millions of Dixia coins on the market. Grade A manuals are considered priceless treasures, and cannot be bought even if you have money. After learning how precious this secret manual was, he could hardly believe that someone would show such a precious thing to another person. It's all right. My family doesn't value these things much. As long as we don't teach these secrets to foreigners, traders, or bad people, it doesn't matter who sees them. Yi Fengling smiled, as if the manual was just a cheap bargain. Yi Chen didn't care at all that he had learned it. Your family is so generous. Other families would love to put multiple combination locks on their family's secret manuals. The Yi family doesn't seem to mind others watching at all. Their magnanimity is truly remarkable. Yi Chen was full of admiration. Yi Chen handed the manual and the knife on his back to Yi Fengling. Here you go. Yi Fengling put the manual back into her spatial ring. As for the knife, she didn't rush to put it away. Aren't you taking the college entrance exam the day after tomorrow? Huh? The college entrance exam? These words were so familiar, instantly reminding him of the fear he felt in his past life when he was dominated by the college entrance examination. I'm already 30 years old, and I still have to take the college entrance exam? This is terrifying. Yi Chen felt a wave of fear wash over him. Yi Chen, what's wrong? Oh, it's nothing. I just wanted to ask, should I take the written exam or the martial arts exam? Because Yi Chen had never taken any courses for people with superpowers. If there is also a test on theoretical knowledge, then he definitely won't get into university. Although he now has a system, he is confident that he can continue to grow stronger even if he doesn't go to university. However, the deep-seated fear from his past life compels him to strive for a better university. Otherwise, you won't be able to find a good job. Although my past life experience proves that the idea that getting into a good university guarantees a good job is pure nonsense. However, the discipline he received under the 9-year compulsory education system made him instinctively feel that he still had to go to university. Chapter 14: Selling Beast Corpses. Now that you're an awakened superpower user, you definitely have to take the martial arts exam. That's a rule of the Great Xia Kingdom. Oh, then I'm relieved. Yi Chen breathed a sigh of relief. Ha, what's wrong? Your humanities grades are really bad? Ha ha. Seeing Yi Chen's lingering fear, He Fengling found it very amusing and couldn't help but burst into laughter. Yi Chen couldn't help but roll his eyes. The previous owner of this body had nothing but women on his mind, no wonder his grades were terrible. I'll lend you this knife for now, and you can return it to me after you finish your college entrance exam. He Fengling pushed the knife back into Yi Chen's arms. Aren't you taking the college entrance exam too? What are you going to do if you don't have a knife? You don't think I only have this one knife, do you? He Fengling smiled slyly and casually pulled out 5 more knives. They come in all sorts of colors. They are all beautiful. Yi Chen opened his mouth, but couldn't utter a single word. He never expected that the precious sword he regarded as invaluable would be so valuable. In He Fengling's hands, it was as commonplace as an ordinary toy. It was as if, in his past life, he was still struggling to make ends meet, living like an animal, while wealthy people used gold wires for their electrical cords, which made him feel extremely sad. Yi Chen put the knife back into his spatial storage. Then he quietly went downstairs. The staff member who had been there earlier had a hint of doubt in his eyes when he saw Yi Chen come down while the other two had not yet come downstairs. He's increasingly confused about the relationship between these 4 people. Hey buddy, come here for a second. Yi Chen waved to the staff member. The staff member immediately ran over and asked, Sir, how may I help you? I'd like to ask where we can sell the exotic beasts we hunt. Oh, there's a place that buys exotic beasts on the 2nd floor. I'll take you there. The staff immediately ran ahead and began to lead the way. The flesh and blood of beasts of rank 1 or higher are excellent materials for refining potions. The higher the level of the mythical beast, the greater its medicinal value, and the more expensive it becomes. Those with supernatural abilities can earn money by hunting and selling exotic beasts. This is why so many people with superpowers gather in the wilderness area every day. To facilitate the acquisition of alien beast carcasses. In each wilderness service area, there are pharmaceutical company personnel stationed to collect the carcasses of exotic beasts. Alright, I'll take you this far. Just go inside, and there will be professional staff to assist you. Okay. Thank you. You're welcome. The staff escorted Yi Chen and his group to the 2nd floor, through the lobby, and to the door of an office before leaving alone. Yi Chen knocked on the office door. A woman's voice came from inside the house. Please come in. Yi Chen opened the door and sat down on the sofa. He Fengling also sat obediently beside him. On the office chair sat a beautiful young woman wearing a white tight-fitting shirt and a black pencil skirt. After seeing Yi Chen enter, she immediately stopped what she was doing. She walked up to Yi Chen in her high heels. Then he bent down and brewed tea for Yi Chen and the others. Yi Chen felt a strong aura of a mature young woman coming towards him. Zhang Qian's very tight-fitting shirt had a neckline that was far too low. When she bent over, it revealed most of her chest. I don't know if she did it intentionally or unintentionally. Yi Chen glanced at it with an appreciative look. While its scale wasn't as extravagant as He Fengling's, it was still impressive. But it's not small either. The staff member seemed oblivious to Yi Chen staring at her chest. She looked at him with a professional smile. Sir, are you here to sell any exotic beasts? Not bad. How much do you charge for a hurricane bird? What? It's a hurricane bird? Zhang Qian covered her mouth, looking at Yi Chen with some surprise. The hurricane bird is a type of mythical beast that is extremely powerful and possesses strong wind attribute power. It is a noble bloodline among exotic beasts. Furthermore, they are extremely intelligent and adept at teamwork in fighting enemies. Once they unite and use combined moves, they can even kill opponents who are 2 or 3 levels higher in cultivation. Hunting them is extremely difficult. A slight mistake can lead to death in an attack by the hurricane birds. Therefore, it is very difficult to find a hurricane bird carcass on the market. This is why Zhang Qian was so surprised. Could I take a look at the goods first? Yi Chen nodded. He placed the carcass of a hurricane bird that had not yet reached the next level on the ground. Zhang Qian walked over, bent over, sticking out her round, upturned buttocks, and circled the hurricane bird's corpse several times, carefully examining it. He nodded. This is indeed a hurricane bird. However, its cultivation level is too low, and it has lost too much blood. I can only offer you 5,000 great Xia coins. Is this price acceptable to you? Yi Chen nodded, quite satisfied. He had previously worried that the hurricane bird's cultivation level was not high enough to warrant its medicinal value, and that they wouldn't buy it. I never expected that the hurricane bird would be so sought after. Even those that haven't reached the next level are being bought. Looks like I can make a small fortune. Immediately afterwards, Yi Chen threw out the corpses of 23 hurricane birds. Zhang Qian's eyes widened instantly. How can there be so many? She bent down to check again. After a moment, she nodded in satisfaction. Yes. They are indeed all hurricane birds, but it's a pity that none of them have reached the next level. My price remains unchanged at 5,000 each. All right. I'll sell them all to you. But how much are the corpses of early or mid-tier 1 hurricane birds worth? A first-tier early-stage hurricane bird carcass can sell for 150,000 DCA coins, while a first-tier mid-stage hurricane bird carcass is worth 450,000 DCA coins. Although Zhang Qian didn't think that the two of them, with such low cultivation levels, could hunt down a hurricane bird with a level 1 cultivation. However, out of professional ethics, she still told Yi Chen the price of the hurricane bird. Yi Chen secretly searched on his phone. The price shown online was almost identical to what the woman had described. He then placed the corpses of 25 Tier 1 beginner level and 7 Tier 1 mid-level hurricane birds on the ground with peace of mind. Zhang Qian's eyes widened in disbelief. How did you do that? These hurricane birds are incredibly powerful beasts. And your cultivation hasn't even reached level 1 yet. This is simply unbelievable. Yi Chen scratched his head and smiled. Maybe it was just luck. Zhang Qian gave Yi Chen a reproachful look. Why am I not so lucky? She didn't believe a single word of what Yi Chen called luck. Yi Chen saw the notification on his phone that 7.02 million yuan had been deposited into his account. He was so excited that his hands were trembling. This was the first time he had ever seen so much money in his 2 lifetimes. Wow, so many zeros. The last time he saw so many zeros was in Chengdu. He fumbling looked at Yi Chen with a strange expression, unable to understand why Yi Chen was so excited. It's just 1.2 million. That's more than her monthly allowance. Chapter 15 Liu visits. The money has been transferred to your account. Are there any other questions? No problem. Yi Chen shook his head. Zhang Qian took out a business card and stuffed it into Yi Chen's hand. This is my business card. If you ever need to buy or sell anything in the future, feel free to contact me. My prices are absolutely fair. After she finished speaking, she didn't forget to give Yi Chen a flirtatious wink. Under normal circumstances, Zhang Qian would not give her business card to others. Because on her first day at work, someone asked for her contact information. At the time, she didn't understand what the other person meant, and then she foolishly gave it to them. That very evening, she received a lot of strange phone calls. These guys either buy her used stockings or used underwear. It annoyed her to no end. Finally, having no other choice, I changed my number. From then on, she developed a habit of only giving her boss's contact information whenever someone asked for it. This is the first time I've ever proactively given someone my contact information, like today. Because her intuition told her that Yi Chen was definitely not a simple guy in the future. Yi Chen, we can't enter the wilderness area for the time being. Where do you plan to go later? After leaving the office, He Fengling couldn't help but ask. Of course we go home, what else would we do? Let me take you. Huh? You're giving it to me? How are you going to do that? Yi Chen was somewhat puzzled. What's wrong? Do you want to squeeze onto a slow, green train with me? I have a car. I can drive you there. Oh, that's wonderful. Yi Chen naturally wouldn't refuse if a beautiful woman offered to take him home. The two left the service hall. He Fengling casually took out a car key and pressed the switch on it. Then, He Fengling stood still. Yi Chen looked puzzled. Huh? Didn't you say you were going to drive? Why are you stopping? Just as he was wondering, a crystal blue luxury sports car slowly drove towards the two of them from a distance. What are you waiting for? Get in the car. He Fengling walked to the front of the car, and the car door slowly opened. Yi Chen walked over and sat in the passenger seat of the car. He Fengling sat in the driver's seat. This car is self-driving. He Tanxue, didn't you say you were going to drive it yourself? Well, I can actually drive, but my skills aren't very good. If you insist on letting me drive, I'll turn off the autopilot right now and drive myself. No need. I think self-driving is perfect. Yi-Chen quickly stopped He-Fengling from turning off the autopilot function. Just kidding, why not use a safer self-driving car instead of letting a female driver with poor skills drive? Isn't that just asking if you're living too long? The car drove for half an hour and arrived at Yi-Chen's house. Hey, get off the bus. Come visit me at my house. Okay. Yi-Chen walked to He-Fengling's car door and, like a Western gentleman, took He-Fengling's delicate hand and got out of the car. Beautiful lady, let me show you the way. Ah, Yi-Chen, you're so funny. He-Fengling burst into laughter at Yi-Chen's strange behavior. The other world doesn't have as many strange customs as Earth. This was the first time she had ever been treated so gentlemanly. I found it very interesting. The two had just entered the courtyard. Then I saw a woman dressed in JK uniform and a man in school uniform standing in the courtyard. The two of them were looking around at everything, as if admiring their own possessions. Yi-Chen's expression turned extremely ugly upon seeing this woman. Those dead memories suddenly started haunting my mind again. Li Yu! Why are you here? And why do you have a key to my house? You mean this key? Didn't you give it to me? Also, didn't you say you were going to give this house to me? Why haven't you transferred the ownership to me yet? My boyfriend and I are moving in today. You'd better get ready and move out right away. Li Yu looked at Yi-Chen with an arrogant air, as if she were looking at a lowly servant. The bespectacled guy next to him had one arm around Li Yu's waist, looking at Yi-Chen with a mocking expression. Yi-Chen, what are you standing there for? Hurry up and move your things and get out of here, don't get in our way. Hey! Who's this beautiful lady next to you? Li Xian adjusted his glasses on the bridge of his nose. He kept looking He-Fengling up and down, a lewd look in his eyes. Snap! Where are you looking? You four-eyed bastard! Yi-Chen saw that this bespectacled guy dared to act as if he didn't exist and sized up He-Fengling at will. He couldn't take it anymore and slapped him across the face. With that slap, 4 bloody teeth flew out of Li Xian's mouth. He collapsed to the ground. All of this happened rather suddenly, and no one had time to react. Yi-Chen! How dare you? Have I been giving you the cold shoulder lately? How dare you hit my man? I'm ordering you to kneel down right now, kowtow to my boyfriend, and apologize. And transfer this house to me. Otherwise, don't even think about getting my forgiveness. You actually expect me to kowtow? You're asking for it. You bitch. You came to my house to steal things, and you still have the nerve to act so self-righteous. You're asking for it. Yi-Chen rushed forward and punched Li Yu in the face. Li Yu was sent flying more than 5 meters backward. That punch broke her nose. Fresh blood kept gushing from Li Yu's nose and mouth. It looks quite creepy. You bitch, and you four-eyed bastard, I'm telling you. Return the money you swindled from my house right now. Otherwise, I'll kill you. At this moment, Li Xian got up from the ground. He covered his swollen right cheek. She glared at Yi-Chen with a look of resentment. You fatso. How dare you ambush me? You're dead. I'm going to kill you. Li Xian's right palm rapidly enlarged, and he slapped it towards Yi-Chen. This is Li Xian's special ability, an enhancement ability. Unfortunately, this ability can only enhance his right hand. Li Yu looked at the giant hand with a smug expression. Li Xian is an E-level superhuman. His overall blood and energy level reached 150. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, Li Xian will definitely be able to get into the university with superpowers this year. Yi-Chen was just a good-for-nothing with no cultivation. What does he have to fight his man with? Li Yu seemed to see Yi-Chen kneeling down and begging for mercy. She couldn't help but burst into laughter. She had only laughed twice. She saw Li Xian being blasted away by Yi-Chen's punch. This is impossible? How can you be so powerful? Li Yu could hardly believe her eyes. She clearly remembered that Yi-Chen had never cultivated at all. And didn't he disable his own superpower by contracting a mosquito? Why was he able to defeat Li Xian? Li Yu panicked when she saw Yi-Chen walking towards her with murderous intent. Yi-Chen! Are you crazy? Look closely, it's me, Li Yu. Your beloved Li Yu. You said you'd do anything for me, have you forgotten? Chapter 16 He was crippled. Li Yu covered her nose and looked at the murderous intent in Yi Chen's eyes. She felt that Yi Chen in front of her was a complete stranger. In the past, Yi Chen would never hit her, and even if she was slightly unhappy, he would apologize to her like a lapdog. "What's wrong with me today?" Li Yu's words reminded Yi Chen of the shameful things his predecessor had done. His chubby face turned red, a rare occurrence for him. Shame. That's fucking shameful. How can a grown man crawl around on the ground like a dog just to make a woman laugh? How can a man be so humble for a woman? Seeing that Yi Chen remained silent, Li Yu sneered inwardly. Really? The simp is still the same simp as before. No matter how strong he becomes, he's still that sycophant. How could a man who loves himself to the point of obsession suddenly let go so easily? Li Yu raised her head high and said arrogantly, just like before. Yi Chen, you just hit me. If you want my forgiveness, transfer the house to me right now. And also, I don't like that woman. Go. Tear that woman's face to shreds for me. Li Yu pointed at He Fengling, her eyes filled with disgust. As the school beauty of No. 2 middle school, she could not tolerate the presence of a woman who was even more beautiful and had a better figure than her. Moreover, she suspected that Yi Chen had hit her just now, which was unusual for him. It's all because of this woman. This woman is flirting with her simp. Although she didn't like Yi Chen, she could even say she loathed him. But she still couldn't tolerate other women stealing her admirer. As long as she lives, she will never allow Yi Chen to be with another woman. Seeing that the situation had reversed, Li Xin, who was on the ground, stopped pretending to be dead. He clutched his still trembling right hand, leaned close to Li Yu, and said fiercely, "No. We can't let them get away with this. That Yi Chen guy has to pay the price. Isn't he a contractor? Make him hand over his mosquitoes. I'm going to kill them. Also, that woman next to him, I think we could sell her to the Black Corner region. If a contractor's contracted beast dies, the superhuman will also suffer severe damage. At best, they'll become crippled and unable to break through in their cultivation for the rest of their lives. At worst, they'll become mentally impaired. Black Corner, on the other hand, is a lawless land overseas. There is no morality or law to restrain them there. It's easy to guess what will happen to a pretty girl like He Fengling once she gets there." He Fengling stood quietly behind Yi Chen from beginning to end, without saying a word. Just because she was standing next to Yi Chen. These two were already planning to treat her like fish on a chopping board and bully her at will. They thought that as long as they controlled Yi Chen, the sycophant, they could succeed. He Fengling would obediently comply. What they didn't know was that the person they absolutely couldn't afford to offend here was He Fengling. If they provoke Yi Chen, they will at most just have one more enemy. But if you provoke He Fengling, you're provoking the entire He family. With the Yi family's power, killing two people without anyone noticing would be incredibly easy. Who exactly are you two to Yi Chen? Why are you always targeting Yi Chen? He Fengling finally spoke. She hadn't figured out what the two people were there for, so she hadn't said anything. Now she understands. These two not only wanted to seize Yi Chen's house, but also wanted to ruin Yi Chen's cultivation path. This is absolutely vicious. Who am I to Yi Chen? Didn't he tell you? He said I'm the woman he loves most in his life. He'd even give me his life if I needed it. Yi Chen. I need this woman's life. Kill her for me. I promise you, I'll visit you in prison often. If you don't do it, humph. You'll never see me again in your lifetime." He Fengling's beauty drove Li Yu to madness with jealousy, and Li Yu once again arrogantly ordered Yi Chen around. They wanted to get rid of He Fengling. Yi Chen and He Fengling looked at Li Yu and her husband like they were idiots. They're all so outrageous. Look at the outrageous demands they've made. Would anyone be foolish enough to do that? Yi Chen. What are you still looking at? Hurry up and make your move. Otherwise, I'll never speak to you again for the rest of my life. Seeing that Yi Chen was not making a move, Li Yu immediately urged him on. Killing this woman like this is such a waste. Let's sell her to the Black Corner region instead. Li Xian's gaze toward He Fengling was filled with lewdness. He really couldn't bear to see such a beautiful woman killed like that. Humph. You've taken a fancy to that bitch, haven't you? How could that be? I love you the most, Yuer. Two couples flirted and teased each other in front of Yi Chen and his companion. Yi Chen felt disgusted by it. I simply couldn't stand it anymore. So he leaned forward and kicked out. The kick landed squarely on Li Xian's crotch. Li Xian clutched his groin in pain. His entire face was contorted with pain. With Yi Chen's strength, this kick. Li Xian's testicles are definitely not going to survive. Seeing Yi Chen's fierce and menacing appearance, Li Yu was so frightened that she retreated repeatedly. What are you doing? Don't come any closer. Give me back the money you swindled from me, and I'll let you go. Otherwise, I'll kill you. No. This money is mine. Don't even think about it. To deceive Yi Chen, she endured her disgust and acted for over a month. It's better to get the money now than to lose it. How could she willingly return it? Although she was terrified of Yi Chen, she still wanted to take a gamble. Let's gamble that Yi Chen still has feelings for her and won't do anything to her. Yi Chen was only temporarily blinded by that woman. Once she regained her senses, Yi Chen would turn back into that sycophant. That will be her chance to turn things around. Yi Chen turned a corner and walked to Li Xian's side. He kicked the opponent's right hand. There was a click. The bones in the other person's right hand were completely broken. Li Xian's screams were even more intense than before. His right hand is essentially useless even if a healing-type ability user intervenes, his arm will never recover to its previous state. As for those two testicles, there's no point in even thinking about it, they're completely beyond saving. Yi Chen continued walking to Li Xian's left and slowly raised his right foot. If you don't hand over the money, I'll cripple him right now. Li Yu remained unmoved. Clearly, she didn't care whether Li Xian lived or died. Sure enough, the love this woman talks about is all a lie. What a selfish, cold-hearted woman. Yi Chen slowly walked towards Li Yu. Li Yu was so frightened that she fell to the ground with a thud. You're not allowed to come over here. You're not allowed to come over here. Go ahead and torture Li Xian. Let me go. A pale yellow liquid flowed out from under Li Yu's skirt. Chapter 17 Cooking. Give me my money back, or I'll make sure you and he end up the same way. Zhao Wuxie walked up to Li Yu and slowly raised his right foot. Li Yu glanced at Li Xian, who was writhing in pain on the ground. She bit her lower lip and said with resentment, I'll give it back to you. Don't hit me. Great. I'll transfer the money now. Yi Chen withdrew his right foot. This is all I have left. I've spent all the rest of my money. Li Yu obediently transferred all the money she had back. Yi Chen had previously given her 180 million. Now there are only 160 million left. Yi Chen was so angry he gritted his teeth. In just a few days, that bitch had spent more than 20 million yuan. I have no idea how this woman manages to spend her money. He suppressed his anger, pointed to the door, and roared. Roll. Li Yu hurriedly ran outside. Wait a minute. Your boyfriend fell on the ground. Get him and get out of here right now. Li Yu reluctantly helped Li Xian, whose crotch was still bleeding, out of the Yi family's house. He Fengling said with a smile. I never expected to witness such a spectacle as soon as I arrived. Is that woman the one who caused you to form a mosquito contract? Yes, that's her. How about it? Did she scare you just now? Do you think I'm a cowardly woman? He Fengling rolled her eyes at Yi Chen. Yi Chen smiled and scratched his head. That's right. How could such a small scene scare you? Come on. Let's go inside. After the two entered the house, Yi Chen checked the time. It was almost lunchtime, and then I gave an awkward laugh. How about we go to a restaurant for dinner? It's alright, you don't need to give me any special treatment, just cook something simple. He Fengling sat down on the sofa in a very casual manner. Yi Chen was a little dumbfounded. Am I being polite with you? I don't know anything about cooking. He touched his forehead and immediately felt a headache coming on. Okay. As long as you don't mind my poor cooking skills. It's okay. Even if it wasn't made by a 5-star chef, I could still eat it. I'm not picky about food. He Fengling's words made Yi Chen realize that this meal had to be taken seriously. Without 5-star culinary skills, I'm afraid I wouldn't be able to serve this lady well. Fortunately, Yi Chen's mother had bought many cooking books for the house. So he immediately ran to his mother's bedroom. I found a book called The Complete Cooking Manual of Master Chefs. That's a really cool name. This is it. Are you trying to learn this on the spot? Yi Chen turned his head and saw He Fengling's head resting on his shoulder. The fragrance of that young girl immediately filled Yi Chen's nostrils. The two immediately locked eyes. The atmosphere was slightly ambiguous. I'm going to the restroom now. In the end, He Fengling was defeated and fled in disarray. Yi Chen smiled. This girl is really interesting. Immediately afterwards, he quickly flipped through the complete cooking manual of master chefs. With powerful mental strength. Not long after, Yi Chen memorized it. Then he closed his eyes and pondered for a moment, mentally rehearsing the scenario. Until the system template showed the words Master Chef's Cooking Guide Beginner's Guide. Yi Chen currently has 4,021 ability points remaining. You can definitely splurge a little. So he clicked the plus sign. 1 point has been used up, and the cooking skill has reached the advanced level. Not bad, and quite cheap too. He tapped it again. It consumed 5 points and reached the master level. I think it's acceptable. I wonder how many points are needed to reach the grandmaster level. So he tapped it again. This time, 15 points were used up. He finally reached the grandmaster level. After his culinary skills reached the master level, he felt that there was nothing in the world he couldn't make. After returning to the kitchen, he took out the carcass of the armored bull. Then he took out a kitchen knife and performed an extremely beautiful knife trick. Take 2 pieces of beef from the armored bull. Before long, a delicious aroma filled the kitchen. 2 steaks were ready. Yi Chen originally didn't like eating Western food. However, there was no rice at home. There are no dishes. There were only pots, pans, and seasoning packets. We'll just have to make do with this. Yi Chen placed them on the dining table in the living room. At this moment, He Fengling was sitting on the sofa with her eyes closed, cultivating. She had changed her clothes sometime during the night. She was wearing a white t-shirt on top and light blue jeans on the bottom. She was wearing white socks. Like the pretty little girl next door. Her exquisite face made Yi Chen momentarily lose his composure. Yi Chen didn't want to disturb her cultivation. He planned to call her for dinner after she finished cultivating. He simply underestimated his own culinary skills. From the moment the steak was served, He Fengling was unable to calm down and continue her cultivation. Why does it smell so good? She slowly opened her eyes and jogged to the dining table. She lowered her head and sniffed. Wow, it smells so good. It's even better than the steak I've had before. Yi Chen, your cooking skills are just too amazing. You're praising us too soon. We haven't even eaten yet. Let's dig in. She immediately picked up a knife, cut off a small piece, and savored it carefully. Her eyes lit up the moment she tasted it. This tastes amazing. It's even better than what my 5-star chef makes. Delicious. So delicious. You have a 5-star chef at home? Yes, my family has 35 5-star chefs, and each of them has their own specialty cuisine. I usually cook different dishes, but your steak is better than everyone else's. He Feng spoke of having 35 5-star chefs in her family as if it were a trivial matter. Yi Chen was dumbfounded. The lives of the rich are truly different. Although their family is considered wealthy. But compared to He Fengling's family, they were practically poor. In no time, He Fengling finished the steak on her plate. She licked her lips, then looked at the steak on Yi Chen's plate and asked with a smile. What? Aren't you hungry? I'm alright, not too hungry. Oh, we can't waste that, I'll eat it for you. Before Yi Chen could answer, He Fengling stabbed the steak off Yi Chen's plate into her own with a fork. Then they began to feast. Yi Chen swallowed hard as he watched. That brat, I'll just be polite to her for now. You really have no manners at all. Not long after, He Fengling finished her steak, still looking like she wanted more. Yi Chen asked. I have armored bulls, hurricane birds, iron tower pigs, and red-eyed rabbits here. Which kind of meat do you want to eat? Can you do all of these? He Fengling looked at Yi Chen with excitement. Yi Chen hesitated for a moment, then nodded. Give me one of each. I want them all. Ah. Does this girl have such a big appetite? Chapter 18 Drunk. In the end, Yi Chen cooked a whole table of dishes. The roasted rabbit was the most eye-catching of them all. Golden and crispy, it looks incredibly delicious. Looking at the table full of Chinese food, He Fengling was very excited. Oh. Then I won't be polite. She tasted every dish. And the speed at which they used their chopsticks increased. He praised it while eating. Yi Chen's appetite was also whetted by her eating habits. So they started eating. It really tastes delicious. Yi Chen was instantly impressed by his own cooking skills. He had never eaten anything so delicious in his 2 lifetimes. A moment later, He Fengling, her mouth greasy and completely lacking any ladylike demeanor, suddenly asked, Yi Chen, do you have any food at home? No, we've run out of rice. Oh, that's all right. I have some wine here. After saying that, she took out a bottle of wine from her storage ring. Just by looking at the packaging, it looked like it was not cheap at all. As for why it's considered expensive, Yi Chen didn't recognize any of the words on the bottle. This wine looks really powerful. He Fengling took out 2 wine glasses the size of rice bowls. They poured it all in. Why is it still emitting cold air? Are you frozen? No, this is how the wine is. Cheers. Yi Chen took the wine glass and took a small sip. It tastes really good. It's not spicy or irritating at all, very refreshing, but it's a little, Why do I feel so dizzy? Yi Chen shook his head vigorously, but it was no use. I still feel incredibly dizzy. He Fengling, who was standing in front of him, gradually became a phantom in his eyes. Yi Chen! Yi Chen, what's wrong with you? Yi Chen! At this moment, Zhang Changwei, who was in the wilderness, was watching a video sent to him by his superior. In the video, a man is seen holding a blood-red knife, dancing with the tornado. In an instant, the tornado grew several times larger. Then, the hurricane birds fell from the sky like dumplings being dropped into a pot. How's it going, Xiao Zhang? Have you found any information about this kid? Who exactly is he? Commander, his name is Yi Chen, he is 18 years old this year. My information shows that he is an A-level contract ability user, but his blood energy is only 52 points. What's strange is that his superpower was only awakened a few days ago. Commander, should I recruit him into our unit? Not for now. You can keep an eye on him for me. If he shows any outstanding qualities in the future, remember to let me know immediately. Yes. The call ended on the other end. Zhang Changwei watched the video repeatedly, finding the swordsmanship increasingly astounding. Could this be the Yi family's new son-in-law? At only 18 years old, he has already mastered such terrifying swordsmanship. This talent is simply heaven-defying. But why does the Bureau of Supernatural Abilities record his health value as only 52? Judging from the video, it doesn't look like it at all. It should at least have reached level 1. The more Zhang Changwei thought about it, the more confused he felt. Forget it. I don't want to think about it anymore. Let the leaders think about it. Inside Yi Chen's room at the Yi family residence. Ouch, it hurts. It hurts so much. Yi Chen rubbed his head, feeling an unbearable headache. He stared blankly at the familiar ceiling. After staring blankly for a long time, he finally came to his senses. Wasn't I eating? How did I end up in bed now? Yi Chen, you're finally awake? I was so worried about you. You got drunk after just 1 sip of wine? Your alcohol tolerance is terrible. He Fengling got up from Yi Chen's arms. Then he rubbed his sleepy eyes, turned over, and went back to sleep. He reeks of alcohol. Clearly, she drank quite a bit by herself after Yi Chen passed out. Yi Chen checked the time on his phone. It's already 5 a.m. the next day. I never expected this body to have such a low alcohol tolerance. 1 sip of wine kept him drunk for over 10 hours. In my previous life, I was a real man who could drink half a glass of baijiu. This body of mine is utterly shameful. After washing up, Yi Chen went to a nearby supermarket to buy ingredients for making breakfast. I made breakfast when I got back. He Fengling was still lying in bed, drunk. Yi Chen didn't want to wake her up. I had no choice but to eat breakfast alone. After finishing eating, they released the mosquitoes from the space. How come this mosquito is so big? Look at this mosquito, it's as big as a praying mantis. Yi Chen was extremely surprised. To figure out what exactly happened last night, Yi-chan quickly clicked on the mosquito template. Race, 80s black-skinned mosquito. Level, none. Chi and blood, 50. Lifespan, 60 days remaining. Skill, absorb blood to increase cultivation level. Unexpectedly, this silly mosquito's blood energy level reached 50 points in just one night. It increased 100-fold. Even the species name has changed. This mosquito seemed to be covered with a layer of black armor, making it look extremely tough. Especially those thick mouthparts, I really can't imagine how painful it would be to suck on them. At this moment, the mosquitoes seemed to sense their hunger. Yi-chan opened the space again. Let it resolve itself. In no time at all. Yi-chan then saw the mosquito's health points skyrocketing. Chi and blood value +1. Chi and blood value +1. Chi and blood value +1. The hurricane bird at this mid-stage has such high HP. One bite can increase its HP by 1 point. It's practically a super tonic. 4 hours later. Yi-chan was getting bored watching TV. He-Fengling had just gotten up. She rubbed her messy hair and came out wearing Yi-chan's slippers. Yi-chan, you got up so early? Yi-chan was speechless. What time is it? It's still early. Are all girls like this nowadays? After washing up, He-Fengling came to Yi-chan's side and asked. Yi-chan, do you know how to braid hair? Yi-chan was dumbfounded. Wasn't this something that girls could do? Before Yi-chan could refuse. He-Fengling squatted down in front of Yi-chan and pointed to her hair. Yi-chan, quickly comb my hair and braid it. Yi-chan looked helpless and had no choice but to pick up the comb. He steeled himself and began to comb his hair. Her hair was jet black and glossy, extremely silky, and easy to comb without any difficulty. Not long after. He then combed He-Fengling's hair. Yi-chan, don't you know how to tie your hair? Why are you just combing it? I really don't know how. Why don't you give it a try? He-Fengling pointed to her head, completely unconcerned. I've never seen anyone else braid their hair before, how am I supposed to try it? Yi-chan was speechless. Aren't you a fast learner? Watch the video, and I can wait until you learn it before you experiment. Chapter 19 He-Fengchi. Yi-chan consumed another ability point to upgrade his hair tying and hair styling skills to the Grandmaster level. Finally, I finished braiding He-Fengling's hair. How is it? Are you satisfied? Yi-chan took out a mirror and put it into He-Fengling's hand. Absolutely gorgeous. Yi-chan. Your skills are amazing. Why don't you become my professional hairstylist and cook in the future? I'll give you 5 million xia coins every month. Are you in or not? He-Fengling looked at Yi-chan expectantly, hoping that Yi-chan would agree. Yi-chan shook his head. If you need to tie your hair up or want to eat, just come to me, no need to pay. Would you be willing to come and live with my Yi family? I don't want to. Yi-chan shook his head decisively. What difference would that make from marrying into another family? He wouldn't do it. Upon hearing this, He-Fengling immediately pouted, looking resentful. Yi-chan changed the subject. Student He, my chi and blood points have already reached 1000, why can't I break through to level 1? I knew it. You were hiding your strength. If you want to break through to the first rank, you need to complete a body tempering. How do I temper my body? Yi-chan genuinely didn't know this knowledge, even though it was all common knowledge about cultivation. However, Yi-chan had never attended a single cultivation class. Therefore, there is no way to learn this knowledge. He-Fengling wasn't surprised at all, and explained to Yi-chan. Tempering the body requires the power of chi and blood. There are 2 methods in this world, one is to temper it with one's own chi and blood, and the other is to temper it with the blood of exotic beasts. What's the difference between these 2? Of course they are different. Both methods have their advantages and disadvantages. For example, if you use the blood of exotic beasts to temper your body, it can give you a powerful physique. However, it will pollute a person's mental energy, making it difficult to improve mental energy in the future. However, using one's own vital energy to temper the body also has its drawbacks. As we all know, the human body is not as tough as that of a beast. A body tempered with one's own blood and chi is definitely far less powerful than one tempered with the blood of a beast. However, it has one advantage, it ensures the purity of one's spiritual energy. Furthermore, this spiritual energy can continue to strengthen as one's cultivation level increases. With He Fengling's explanation, Yi Chen finally understood what was going on. It turns out that my physical body wasn't strong enough. This is why a breakthrough is impossible. Yi Chen. Tempering your body is an extremely important matter. It concerns your future cultivation potential. Therefore, this matter cannot be taken lightly. Yi Chen nodded, taking He Fengling's concern to heart. Where can I buy a technique for tempering the body? You can buy this online. Just search for it. Yi Chen immediately took out his phone and started searching. Ha! It only costs 10 yuan? That's so cheap? The government deliberately set the price so low to encourage people with supernatural abilities to cultivate. However, the truly valuable items aren't the secret manuals, but rather the blood of those exotic beasts and the qi and blood pills. Upon hearing this, Yi Chen bought the manual and then searched for the blood of the exotic beasts. Holy crap! They sell it by the drop. A single drop of blood from a tier 3 beast costs 500 xia coins. A single drop of blood from a tier 4 beast costs 5,000 xia coins. A single drop of blood from a tier 5 beast costs 15,000 xia coins. A single drop of blood from a tier 6 alien beast costs 500,000 great xia coins. As for the blood of beasts of level 7 and above, it cannot be bought online. At first glance, these prices might not seem like much. However, if it's used to temper the body, then it's no small amount. Because you can't temper your body by consuming just one drop of blood. The higher the grade of the beast's blood, the better its tempering effect. Therefore, Yi Chen, I suggest that you do not temper your body before you obtain sufficiently powerful beast blood. He Fengling said to Yi Chen in a serious tone. Yi Chen was somewhat puzzled. Can't I temper my body a few more times? For example, I can temper my body now with a mid-stage tier 1 hurricane bird. Then, after hunting powerful beasts later, will it be tempered a second time? No, just like humans, the blood of beasts has a rejection reaction. Once your body has been tempered by this type of exotic beast, a special mechanism will develop within it, preventing you from being tempered by any other exotic beast in the future. Yi Chen stroked his chin and said. So, according to you, if one uses their own blood and qi to temper the body, wouldn't that mean one could temper it indefinitely? No. You absolutely mustn't do that. Cultivating qi and blood is already extremely difficult. Where would you find so much extra qi and blood to temper your body? Yi Chen nodded, but at that moment a bold idea came to his mind. Now that I have the system, why should I be so cautious? Why not be bolder? Refine it with your own vital energy. Anyway, my qi and blood value is constantly replenished. The effect of tempering once is not as good as tempering with exotic beasts. Then let's do it a few more times. Sooner or later, I will be able to temper my body to be even more ferocious than a mythical beast. Okay. I'm not chatting with you anymore, my grandpa wants me to go home. He Fengling saw hundreds of missed calls on her phone. I suddenly panicked. She could almost guess that her grandfather must have been unable to eat or sleep well yesterday. Just as she was about to get up and leave. Suddenly, the door to Yi Chen's house was kicked open. An old man with bloodshot eyes, dressed in a tang suit, rushed in. He went straight to Yi Fengling and grabbed her arm tightly. He looked her up and down repeatedly. After confirming that she was not injured, the old man asked excitedly. My dear granddaughter, what happened last night? Why didn't you come home after you came out of the wilderness? And you didn't even answer Grandpa's calls. You scared Grandpa to death. I'm sorry, Grandpa, I forgot to turn my phone on. He Fengling looked apologetic. She had a habit of turning off her phone as soon as she entered a wilderness area, which was also for safety reasons. After all, answering a phone call in the wilderness could be extremely dangerous if you get distracted and encounter a powerful beast. It's good that you're all right. Let's go home. He Fengchi took He Fengling's hand and was about to leave. Completely unaware that there was another person next to He Fengling. Oh. Grandpa, my friend is still here. Why didn't you say goodbye to him before leaving? He Fengling broke free from He Fengchi's grasp, then looked at Yi Chen apologetically. I'm sorry, but my grandfather has this problem. Once he gets excited, he doesn't notice the people around him. It's alright, I don't mind at all, hello old man. Yi Chen immediately greeted He Fengchi. Chapter 20 Food Lovers. You're the one who kidnapped my granddaughter and wouldn't let her come home. He Fengchi squinted, looking at Yi Chen with an unfriendly expression. He Fengling quickly stepped between the two and said righteously, "Grandpa, you mustn't do anything reckless. Yi Chen didn't do anything to me. He was just drunk last night, so I stayed to take care of him." "Oh? Drunk, are you? Not bad, kid. But this is a trick I used to know long ago." He Fengchi looked at Yi Chen as if he were looking at a lecherous thief. "I didn't do anything to your granddaughter. You can't falsely accuse me." Yi Chen felt extremely wronged. He was completely drunk last night, how could he possibly have any wicked thoughts? Besides, it wasn't him who asked He Fengling to stay overnight last night. He Fengling got drunk and crawled into his bed. However, Yi Chen definitely couldn't say these things, lest he make things worse. "Where did you sleep last night?" As an experienced driver, He Fengchi immediately grasped the crux of the problem. "Well, of course she'll sleep in the guest room, and I'll sleep in my own room." Wait a minute, didn't we sleep in the same bed last night?" "What? You little brat. You've got some nerve. Come with me." He Fengchi grabbed Yi Chen's shoulder immediately, as if arresting a criminal. Facing a level 7 expert, Yi Chen was completely unable to move. Yi Chen was speechless. This old man had really made himself out to be a lecher. At the same time, he was speechless at He Fengling's straightforwardness. "Is this something you can just casually talk about? Grandpa, what are you doing? He and I just slept in the same bed for one night, we didn't do anything." He Fengling felt that her grandfather's reaction was too strong, which made her feel somewhat embarrassed. "He really didn't do anything to you?" "No. Absolutely not." After hearing He Fengling's repeated assurances, He Fengchi released Yi Chen, then gave Yi Chen a disdainful look. What a useless man. He had a beautiful woman in his arms and did absolutely nothing. What a piece of trash. Holy crap. Yi Chen was speechless again. This old man must have schizophrenia. He got angry when I did it myself. He was angry even though he hadn't done it himself. So, should I do it or not? You should give me a definite answer. After the misunderstanding was cleared up, He Fengchi took He Fengling out of the Yi family. Dozens of men in suits and sunglasses stood on both sides of the street. A red carpet had been laid out on the ground sometime earlier. At the end of the red carpet was a stretched luxury car. As soon as He Fengling came out, they respectfully bowed 90 degrees to her. "Hello, miss." The enormous scale of the event truly shocked Yi Chen. This old man is far too high profile and flamboyant. Why don't you just tattoo the words tycoon on your face? Although he harbored resentment in his heart, he still dared not show the slightest dissatisfaction when facing a level 7 expert. Until he saw that his walls and gates had all been demolished. This was something he couldn't tolerate. "Old man. My house still has a wall and a gate." "Huh? What did you just call me?" He Fengchi stared at Yi Chen with a hostile expression. Yi Chen remained unfazed. "I'm calling you old man. Good lad. You've got guts. Quickly help him fix the gate and the wall. I was originally going to compensate you with 10 million, but it seems we don't need to pay that now. Let's go." He Fengchi waved his hand angrily. His two subordinates, dressed in suits and wearing sunglasses, were standing next to him. Upon hearing He Fengchi's words, she immediately closed the box and followed He Fengchi and He Fengling into the car. Before leaving, He Fengling gave Yi Chen an apologetic look. After the gate and the wall were repaired, Yi Chen closed the door, preparing to shut himself in and begin his cultivation. I read that book, Body Tempering Technique, from beginning to end. Not a single word was missed. I have gained a basic understanding of body tempering. The words Introduction to Body Tempering Technique finally appeared on the system. Yi Chen immediately added points. It took 10 points to reach the intermediate level of proficiency. Then he sat cross-legged on the ground and began to cultivate. An hour later, Yi Chen's health points were down to only 50. We've only just completed the first round of tempering. And it's already consumed so much of our vital energy. I wonder how much more will be consumed in the second, or even the third round. Yi Chen immediately replenished his health and mana. Ha! Chi and blood value, 1,500? Yi Chen was somewhat bewildered. Isn't 1,000 chi and blood points a bottleneck for those below tier 1? Could tempering the body increase the upper limit of one's chi and blood? If that's the case, that would be wonderful. Yi Chen excitedly sat cross-legged again and began to refine his skills. At this moment, He Fengqi, who was in the luxury car, asked in confusion. "You've never stayed overnight at a boy's house before, why did you do it this time? Do you like him?" He Fengqi knew his granddaughter very well. She was not the kind of girl who acted casually. He Fengling blushed, lowered her head, and felt a little embarrassed. "Could it be that you've really fallen for that fat guy?" "Huh? That shouldn't be the case. I just thought his cooking was really delicious, but he was out of rice, so I drank and ate the food, and then I got drunk without even realizing it." Hearing He Fengling's words, He Fengqi immediately breathed a sigh of relief. He knew that his granddaughter would never lie to him. However, he was also a little curious. With so many five-star chefs at home preparing a variety of dishes for you, why would you still want to be envious of other people's food? Try it and you'll see. It's really delicious. What's this? This is what he made for me last night. What? You can't eat what we had last night. My dear granddaughter, we haven't been mistreating you. He Fengling took out a packaged box from her storage ring. It was filled with the dishes Yi Chen had made yesterday. Originally, she planned to pack a portion of each dish and take it home for her family's chef to try. Then they were made to learn and imitate Yi Chen's cooking style. Now he sees his grandfather questioning Yi Chen's cooking skills. She couldn't resist taking it out, wanting the other person to try it. He Fengqi looked disgusted. But seeing his granddaughter's insistence, he couldn't very well refuse. So, he forced himself to swallow his nausea and took the chopsticks He Fengling offered. I picked up a small piece. He put it in his mouth and chewed it a couple of times. This taste. He Fengqi's eyes lit up immediately. As a food lover, whenever He Fengqi was tired from cultivation, he would drink wine while enjoying delicious food. This is also a major reason why they employ so many five-star chefs. With his discerning tongue facing the leftovers that had gone cold yesterday, he didn't find it disgusting at all. In fact, he thought it tasted delicious. What's going on? Isn't five-star culinary skill already the highest level of culinary skill? Why does it taste better than anything my family's chefs have ever made? Chapter 21: Addiction to Eating Leftovers. Immediately afterwards, He Fengqi picked up another large piece and put it in his mouth, chewing it heartily. Upon seeing this, He Fengling immediately took out a bottle of wine and handed it over. He Fengqi took the bottle and drank a large gulp of wine. Wow! This is awesome. This dish is so authentic. Perfect for pairing with drinks. Ha ha ha. I knew Grandpa would like his cooking. He Fengling was very happy to see that Yi Chen's cooking skills had been praised by his grandfather. He Fengqi looked at the empty food box and felt somewhat unsatisfied. He put down his chopsticks and slapped his forehead in frustration. Sigh. I should have brought that kid to our He family just now. How could we let such a good cook get away? Xiao Li. Turn around and go find that kid. Grandpa. Don't do this. He's my friend. My dear granddaughter, don't worry, I will never force him. I will definitely pay him a satisfactory salary so that he will be willing to work hard for our family. He Fengqi stroked his beard, brimming with confidence. He simply refused to believe that there was anyone in this world he couldn't bribe. He Fengling shook her head and said, "Forget about it. I've already talked to him about this before, but he refused." What? This kid actually rejected my granddaughter's invitation. He's obviously a bachelor, and the kind nobody wants, right? Huh? Grandpa, how did you know? He Fengling was extremely curious. Her grandfather had actually figured out Yi Chen's single status at a glance. It's nothing, just a gut feeling. Oh, right, Grandpa, I showed him our family's copy of the Gale Blade technique yesterday. So what if he got it? That kid can't learn it anyway. When he came before, he had already thoroughly investigated Yi Chen. They knew that Yi Chen was an A-level contractability user, and they also knew that he had contracted a mosquito. When he first found out, he felt a pang of regret, thinking that the kid was simply wasting his talent. But now it seems like this is really great. If the other party were a cultivation genius, he would be too embarrassed to bring him into his home to be his cook. Since this guy is already useless, making him a chef wouldn't be a waste of his talent. Just as He Feng was indulging in wild fantasies, He Fengling directly shattered his illusions. Grandpa. He's learned our family's swordsmanship. And not only that, he's mastered it to an advanced level. Ah. He could hardly believe his ears. You mean you showed him the manual yesterday, and he learned it? And even reached an advanced level? Yeah. At first I couldn't believe it either, but I just kept following him around, and he really learned it in only about 10 minutes. He nodded repeatedly, speaking with absolute certainty. He still found it hard to believe, and even harder to accept. You have to understand, he has been cultivating for decades and has only just reached the advanced level. How could anyone in this world reach this level in just 10 minutes? What about all his efforts over the years? That's not right. I checked his information, he doesn't have wind attribute abilities. How come he was able to learn our family's swordsmanship? He immediately grasped the crux of the problem. He scratched her head and said, well, he is indeed not a wind attribute user, but he borrowed the wind attribute power of the hurricane bird. A flock of hurricane birds was attacking him, so he used our family's swordsmanship and killed them all in one fell swoop. If that's really the case, it's possible. He nodded slowly, but his eyes were still filled with disbelief. After a long while, He sighed. What a pity. What's a pity? He scratched her head, not understanding what her grandfather was regretting. It's a pity he contracted with a mosquito, isn't that ruining his future? So what? At worst, Yi Chen can pursue a combat-based style and might not necessarily lose to those with supernatural abilities. The so-called combat skill style is a training path that involves developing one's own combat skills and cultivating one's physical body to the extreme. The special ability system, on the other hand, focuses on developing one's own special ability and combining it with combat skills. However, usually only those with beast-like abilities or enhanced superpowers would choose combat skills. I've never seen anyone like Yi Chen, who is clearly a contract ability user, but instead of developing his superpowers, he chooses to focus on combat skills. However, He felt that with Yi Chen's talent for cultivation, this was nothing. Hey! My dear granddaughter, you're oversimplifying the question. Let me ask you, how long does a mosquito live? Well. He was completely bewildered when he saw his granddaughter. He had no choice but to speak. It will take 7 to 10 days. And once the contracted beast dies, I think I don't need to tell you how devastating the consequences will be for the contracted master. Upon hearing He words, He immediately became worried. What should we do? Grandpa, you must have a way, right? Please think of something. He grabbed He arm and shook it coquettishly. He shook his head inside. Let him come work as our cook, at least he'll have food to eat from now on. He words shattered He illusions. She never imagined that such a prodigy could actually be crippled by a woman. He eyes were filled with murderous intent. He who was sitting opposite her, noticed it immediately. He immediately spoke up to advise. My dear granddaughter. You mustn't do anything reckless. It's a very serious crime for a superhuman to kill an ordinary person. In order to protect ordinary people from those with superpowers, the Great Xia Kingdom, harsh laws were enacted. Those with superpowers who wantonly kill ordinary people will be exiled to the front lines to serve as cannon fodder. After all, ordinary people are too weak. If they are not given special protection, they may be killed by people with superpowers and become protected animals. However, if a person with superpowers kills another person with superpowers, the punishment is relatively much lighter. All they need to do is go to the front lines to kill alien beasts and make enough contributions to be released without charge. This is also a way for the state to ensure the fighting spirit of those with superpowers. Grandpa. Is there really no way to deal with that bitch? Your granddaughter hates her. He stared intently at He for a long time. There were some things he wanted to ask, but in the end he didn't. Fine. Since she's someone my precious granddaughter hates, then let her die. Grandpa, is it really okay? Of course. I mean what I say. Since superhumans can't kill ordinary people, let ordinary people kill ordinary people. For ordinary people, all they want is money. If you pay enough, why worry about not finding customers? By the way, granddaughter, do you still have any leftovers here? Grandpa. I'm taking that food to the cooks at home to taste. No. Grandpa, just one bite. Just one bite. It's making Grandpa so hungry. Chapter 22, Level 1. Phew, I've finally completed 2 rounds of tempering. I'll add all the remaining points to my health and mana. After adding the points, Yi-Chen opened his template. Name, Yi-Chen. Gender, male. Age, 18. Qi in blood, 2050 plus. Mental strength, 35 plus. Cultivation level, first tier, first level plus. Superpower, contract ability S rank plus. Martial arts, archery master plus rank A whirlwind blade technique advanced plus rank S mountain splitting fist beginner plus body tempering technique elementary plus. The complete cooking guide master level. Master level fashionable updos. Ability points, 0. As the number of body tempering sessions increases, the amount of qi and blood energy consumed and the time required for each tempering session also continuously increase. According to the body tempering technique, theoretically, if one can cultivate it to its extreme, one can achieve rebirth from a drop of blood. However, this is only theoretically true, because the amount of qi and blood in a person's body is limited. Therefore, no one in this world has ever been able to cultivate it to its ultimate level. At this moment, Yi-Chen was steaming hot all over, as if he were in a steamer. Yi-Chen slowly opened his eyes, his nose twitching slightly. Ugh! It stinks! He is covered in a sticky liquid. His clothes were already soaked, and he looked as if he had just been pulled out of the water. Yi-Chen immediately got up and went into the bathroom to take a shower. Huh? What's this? Yi-Chen had just finished showering and was about to get dressed and leave when he saw that there were women's clothes in the bathroom. There were even pink underwear. Could this be He-Flinglings? Yi-Chen leaned in and took a sniff. This fragrance is indeed that girl's natural scent. I wonder if this girl still wants these clothes. Never mind, let's put it away for her first. After putting He-Fingling's clothes into his spatial storage, Yi-Chen took out a set of clothes from the storage and put them on himself. Suddenly, he realized that his clothes were several sizes too big. Wearing it makes you look like a large sack. What's going on? Then, he looked down. Holy crap! He has 8-pack abs. When did this happen? After strengthening your body, can you still lose weight? Yi-Chen walked to the mirror and looked at himself in it. Not bad. You have some of my charm from my past life. Yi-Chen looked at himself in the mirror repeatedly. He had sharp eyebrows and bright eyes, and a tall and strong physique. He's just a handsome man. Yi-Chen became more and more satisfied as he looked at it. He put on his own clothes first. Then I went out. We arrived at the shopping mall. A woman selling clothes in the mall immediately brightened up when she saw Yi-Chen enter. Wow! What a handsome guy! Although his clothes looked like those of a beggar and were extremely ill-fitting. But it still couldn't hide Yi-Chen's handsomeness. The saleswoman skipped over to Yi-Chen, staring intently at his face as she asked. Handsome, is there anything you need to buy? Oh, I need to buy several outfits, from top to bottom, inside and out. Let me help you pick out clothes. Let me help you pick out clothes. In another area of the mall, a girl selling clothes saw Yi-Chen and immediately ran over excitedly. Xiao Tao. You're not allowed to steal my business. Don't worry, Sister Jiang, I won't steal your business. I'll just help this handsome guy pick out clothes. Then you're not allowed to steal men. The woman surnamed Jiang said angrily, but as soon as she finished speaking, she felt that what she said was a bit inappropriate, so she couldn't help but secretly glance at Yi-Chen. After realizing that the other party didn't take it to heart, she breathed a sigh of relief, but also felt a little empty inside. As for the woman named Xiao Tao, she boldly stared at Yi-Chen's face and figure, scrutinizing him repeatedly. She looks like she's about to drool. He looks like a complete pervert. Handsome guy, will you be my boyfriend? Sorry, I have a girlfriend. It's okay. It's fine if you have a girlfriend. A handsome guy like you should have more girlfriends. I don't mind at all. Yi-Chen's lips twitched. He hadn't expected that this woman named Xiao Tao would be so open. After buying the clothes, Yi-Chen received a phone call. It was a call from the school. Ask him why he didn't go to school today. Yi-Chen was completely bewildered. Wasn't He-Fongling also not in school? At first, he thought it was a holiday. Jiancheng No. 2 Middle School is just an extremely ordinary school. The students here will all have to take written exams in the future. The content of those college entrance exams was similar to that of the college entrance exams on Earth in my previous life. At this time of day, schools are still in session. Only a small number of students were having physical education classes near the playground, the rest were all having academic classes in the classrooms. "Hey kid! Watch out!" A voice came from the stadium. Yi Chen turned his head and saw a soccer ball flying towards him. Yi Chen immediately performed an inverted hook. Then it went into the net perfectly. "Good shot! Anyone interested in playing soccer with us?" "Excuse me, I have class to attend." Yi Chen decisively declined his classmate's invitation. After all, he's a level 1 superhuman now. If he were to play soccer with them, wouldn't that be bullying a kid? Who is he? He's so good at basketball and so handsome too. I wish I could be his girlfriend. Stop swooning. A guy this handsome is way out of our league. Stop reading those domineering CEO novels. What if? What if he likes my type? You mean the other person has a fetish for ugly people, and likes someone like you who is short, fat, covered in freckles, and unhygienic? Little flower. Humph. If you keep doing this, I'm not going to talk to you anymore. Yi Chen leaped up to the 3rd floor. This height of about 10 meters is nothing to him now. But this caused screams from the people on the playground. Wow! Did you see that? My husband just jumped from the 1st floor to the 3rd floor. So cool. Shut up. That's my husband. That must be a superhuman. But why would a superhuman come to our school? A female teacher in the classroom frowned, feeling that it was very noisy outside. So she opened the window, stuck her head out, and shouted. "It's so noisy. Be quiet. Other students are still in class." Her voice was so loud that it immediately intimidated the group of students on the playground. Yi Chen thought to himself. That voice would be incredibly powerful if it were to awaken a sonic ability. It's just a pity that she was just an ordinary person. "Teacher, I'm here to teach," Yi Chen said respectfully. The female teacher pushed up her glasses and looked her up and down several times. "I just can't remember who he is. Who are you? Have we met before?" "I am Yi Chen." "What? You're saying you're Yi Chen?" The female teacher exclaimed in surprise, her face filled with disbelief. Chapter 23. Back to school. However, it's understandable that she reacted so strongly, given how drastic Yi Chen's changes had become. "What? That fatso Yi Chen came to class? Didn't he awaken his superpowers? Did he get expelled from the superpower school? How dare he come to school? He has an A-level superpower, and he actually made a contract with a mosquito. If it were me, I wouldn't even dare to go out." Yes. Back then, the school even went to great lengths to find him a blue spirit serpent egg with extremely powerful bloodline so he could form a contract with it. But then, he turned around and made a contract with a mosquito. The principal was almost driven mad by him. I heard he even hit Liu yesterday. I hate guys who are fat, ugly, and have terrible tempers. They're just scumbags. The classroom was buzzing with chatter, and everyone crowded around the window, craning their necks to stick their heads out. Where is he? Where is that fatso? Is he hiding? Don't let me find him. How dare he hit my goddess Liu? I'll teach him a lesson. The group searched the corridor for a long time but still couldn't recognize Yi Chen. Yi Chen, you've changed so much. What happened these past 2 days? Teacher Zhou voiced the question that had been bothering her. Her words reached the ears of the students, causing a huge stir. What? He's actually Yi Chen? How is that possible? Even with plastic surgery, it wouldn't be that fast. Yeah. If he's Yi Chen, then who was that fatso from before? My head is spinning. Everyone was stunned into silence. They would rather believe they are still dreaming than believe that the other person is Yi Chen. Yi Chen smiled and said, "Because I have now broken through to the 1st level, my body has been tempered by the power of qi and blood, so all the fat on my body has been refined." Teacher Zhou immediately had an icy expression on her face. When a person with superpowers tempers their body, they can indeed undergo secondary development. Although Yi Chen's changes were somewhat astonishing, they were still within the realm of understanding. As for the other students in the classroom, they were all filled with envy. This breakthrough in cultivation can actually make you handsome? This is simply outrageous. Yi Chen, that fatso, has transformed from an ugly duckling into a swan. A tier 1 ability user. That's an amazing powerhouse. There are many ability users in this world who never manage to break through to tier 1 in their entire lives. He actually managed to break through to level 1 in such a short time. His talent is truly terrifying. If he were given more time to cultivate, wouldn't he soar to great heights? Yi Chen has already soared to the sky. Look, there are no more than 100 people with superpowers above level 1 in Jiangchang. The vast majority of superpowers are stuck below level 1. I can't even imagine the principal's expression when he's bowing and scraping before him. Why wasn't I the one who awakened superpowers? I'm so envious and jealous. Yi Chen. You're practically my god. He's so handsome. Fat guys really are all diamonds in the rough. Why didn't I make the first move and win him over before? Ugh. I'm so mad. Is it too late to deploy now? The male students looked at Yi Chen with envy and jealousy in their eyes. The female students, on the other hand, were burning with desire, while some of them stomped their feet in regret. At this moment, Li Yu, who was in the crowd, was stunned when she saw Yi Chen. She was beaten up by Yi Chen just yesterday. Their impression of Yi Chen's appearance was still stuck in yesterday. She simply couldn't reconcile the handsome and dashing Yi Chen of today with the greasy, fleshy man of yesterday. If she had known Yi Chen would become so handsome, she wouldn't have broken up with him. It certainly wouldn't cause him to form a contract with a mosquito. It's too late to regret it now. No. No. There's still time. There's definitely still time. I must make Yi Chen change his mind. Li Yu rushed out of the classroom, looking at Yi Chen with excitement. Yi Chen. Did you come to see me? I've made up my mind, I want to get back together with you. Let's get back together. After saying that, she reached out to grab Yi Chen's hand. Ms. Zhou, who was standing to the side, also shook her head secretly. She had also heard about the relationship between Yi Chen and Li Yu. I heard that Li Yu swindled all of Yi Chen's belongings. Moreover, the reason Yi Chen made a contract with a mosquito was because of Li Yu. She truly felt that Yi Chen was being treated unfairly. This kind of despicable person doesn't deserve Yi Chen's love. She didn't want to say anything because there were so many people around. The female classmates in the classroom saw that Li Yu wanted to get back together with Yi Chen. They were furious. This is the woman who previously called Yi Chen a simp and a toad trying to eat swan meat. Now that she sees he's become handsome, she's eager to get back together with him. What a despicable person. As for the male classmates, they saw Li Yu and Yi Chen standing together. No matter how you look at it, the two seem like a terrible match. Yi Chen is tall and handsome. Li Yu is very beautiful. However, her beauty seemed so vulgar in comparison to Yi Chen's handsome face. Then I thought about how a lot of gossip about Li Yu's romantic affairs had been circulating at school recently. Those boys no longer have any romantic feelings for Li Yu. The male classmates who used to think Li Yu was very beautiful are no longer infatuated with her. I even started to find this woman disgusting. At this moment, Li Yu naturally did not notice the change in the way everyone looked at her. At this moment, all she could think about was Yi Chen's handsome face and muscular physique. A strange flush appeared on her face. Yi Chen dodged Li Yu's outstretched hand and frowned. Li Yu, we broke up a long time ago. It's over. No. No way. I don't agree. I want to get back together with you. Didn't you say you'd only love me for the rest of your life? Li Yu couldn't accept this outcome and planned to continue pursuing the matter. However, Yi Chen did not want to waste any more time on this woman. Where did your boyfriend Li Xian go? Weren't you going to live with him? Oh, you mean him. I've already broken up with him. How can he compare to you, Yi Chen? Don't worry, I promise I'll completely cut ties with him and will never have any further entanglement with him. When Li Yu heard Yi Chen mention Li Xian's name, she assumed that Yi Chen was jealous. She thought to herself, men really are all hypocrites. She still has feelings for me, but she insists on pretending that she wants to break up. Is this a case of playing hard to get? Snort. Watch how I handle you, and I'll make you turn back into a simp. Yi Chen naturally couldn't see what Li Yu was thinking. If he had known, he would have felt disgusted and wanted to vomit. The students in the classroom heard Li Yu take the initiative to admit her relationship with Li Xian. They all showed expressions of disgust and revulsion. There had been rumors circulating at school that Li Yu was living with Li Xian off campus while dating Yi Chen. They initially thought it was fake, but they never expected that this gossip was actually true. This woman is disgusting. That's absolutely despicable. Teacher Joe looked at the bandage on Liu's nose with disgust and thought to himself, she deserves to be beaten. Why didn't I beat you to death, you bastard? Ugh. Disgusting. They've completely disgraced us women. Seeing that Liu was about to go forward and bother Yi-Chen again, Teacher Joe immediately stood between the two. Yi-Chen, you're a level 1 ability user now, you don't need to continue with academic classes. Go find the principal and ask him to transfer you to another school. Chapter 24 Snake Egg. Okay. I'll go right now. Thank you, Teacher Joe. After saying that, he jumped down to the first floor. Wow. So cool. Is this what a superhuman is? Their physique is incredible. Why am I not a superhuman? I'm so envious. He jumped from that height and was fine. Now I believe he has broken through to level 1. Brother Yi. Don't forget me when you become rich and powerful. Brother Yi. You must come to our class reunions often. The students shouted all at once. As Yi-Chen's teacher, Teacher Joe looked very proud. Liu originally wanted to chase after him. Upon seeing this, Teacher Joe immediately snorted coldly. Humph. Go back to class. But teacher, Yi-Chen, he. Shut up. I'll say it again. Get back to class. Under Teacher Joe's yelling, Liu reluctantly returned to the classroom. Inside the principal's office, Zhang Chuanji looked at Yi-Chen with a puzzled expression. Who are you looking for, student? Oh, principal, I'm Yi-Chen. I'm here to complete my transfer procedures. What? You're Yi-Chen? I remember Yi-Chen being a fat guy. Zhang Chuanji had a very deep impression of Yi-Chen. After all, Yi-Chen was the first person he had encountered who had awakened superpowers since he became the principal here. Moreover, he is a genius who has awakened an A-level superpower. He was so excited back then that he couldn't sleep at night. In order to make Yi-Chen owe him a favor, Zhang Chuanji even paid out of his own pocket to buy Yi-Chen a blue spirit snake egg worth 10 million yuan as Yi-Chen's contracted beast. He never expected that Yi-Chen would actually contract a mosquito behind his back. All his hard work went down the drain. With such great talent, she actually went and made a contract with a mosquito. Are you out of your mind? It's okay if you give up on yourself, it's just a pity about my 10 million yuan. You've wasted it like this. Now that he has this snake egg, he doesn't know what to do with it. If I sell it, I'll definitely lose money. After all, the various handling fees and miscellaneous taxes alone amount to more than 1 million. But as for keeping it, I'm just an ordinary person, and there's no point in keeping it. I'm so worried. Yi-Chen took out his student ID and had his fingerprint verified in front of Zhang Chuanji. He finally believed that the person in front of him was indeed Yi-Chen. Humph. You still have the nerve to come looking for me. Tell me, you idiot, what have you done? With such a perfectly good a great superpower talent, why did you have to make a contract with a mosquito? You're utterly hopeless. Why did you even come here? If I were you, I'd just hang myself from a tree. What an idiot. As Yi-Chen listened to the middle-aged man's insults, any goodwill he had towards him vanished in an instant. He suppressed the urge to hit someone. He said in a cold voice. I'm here to transfer schools, not to listen to your nonsense. Get me the transfer done right now. If you keep nagging, you think I won't beat you up. After saying that, Yi-Chen slammed his hand on the principal's desk. In an instant, the entire table shattered into a pile of wooden planks. Zhang Chuanji, who had been a school principal for more than a decade, had never seen anything like this before. I was instantly terrified. Then he immediately lowered his head and quickly processed Yi-Chen's school transfer. After Yi-Chen received the transfer notice, they were just about to leave. Zhang Chuanji suddenly called out to him. Wait a moment. What? Is there anything else? Yi-Chen turned around in confusion. Zhang Chuanji took out an incubator from the corner. Then he walked towards Yi-Chen. This egg. I bought it for you. Transfer 20 million to me now, and you can take this egg. Get lost. I already have a contracted beast, I don't need this thing. Yi-Chen had initially thought that this guy had changed his ways and was going to give him the snake egg. But he didn't expect that this guy actually wanted him to spend money to buy the egg. I spent 20 million to buy this snake egg. Isn't this just a complete sucker? If I want a blue spirit serpent, do I still need to buy one? Can't I just go hunting for it? This thing's bloodline is still considered noble. But it's definitely not worth that much money. Only a fool would buy that. But this egg was bought because of you. The school spent a lot of money on it. Shouldn't you pay for it? Zhang Chuanji was eager to get rid of this egg, so he refused to let Yi Chen go no matter what. Yi Chen sneered. Do you really think I'm stupid? According to the rules of the Great Xia Kingdom, I have awakened an A-level contract ability, so I can apply to the country for a beast for free. You actually used state funds to do favors. You're utterly shameless. This egg was originally mine. Give it to me. Yi Chen snatched the incubator and strode away. Zhang Chuanji was so angry he trembled all over. Bandits! Bandits! This is blatant robbery. I'm calling the police. I'm calling the police. A moment later, the police car arrived with its siren blaring. Because this matter involved people with superpowers, the director personally made the trip. After Zhang Chuanji explained the whole story to the bureau chief, Director Liu asked, puzzled. The country could have given him a beast cub for free, so why did you spend money to buy it? Well. Zhang Chuanji was at a loss for words. Having investigated cases for many years, Lu Qingyun could tell at a glance that this guy wanted to curry favor with Yi Chen and do him a favor. Now that they've realized Yi Chen is no longer of any use, they want to cut their losses in time. That's absolutely rubbish. Forget it, you don't need to explain. I can help you apply for government reimbursement for the cost of this snake egg. Consider it a gift from the government to Yi Chen. However, since this wasn't purchased by the government, we can only reimburse you up to 50% of the cost. Here. Show me the invoice you received when you made the purchase. I won't sell. I won't sell. I want Yi Chen to go to jail. Upon hearing that Yi Chen would not be punished and that he would lose half of his money, he was shocked. Zhang Chuanji immediately refused to continue. He could have lost a little over $1 million if he had sold that egg. Now he's going to lose $5 million. How could he possibly accept this? Lu Qingyun gave Zhang Chuanji a cold glance. This is not up to you. People with superpowers are meant to protect their country in the future. How can we allow an ordinary person like you to slander and suppress them at will? Although the Great Xia Kingdom wanted to protect ordinary people from those with superpowers, strict laws were enacted to ensure their safety. However, people with superpowers also enjoy many privileges that ordinary people do not have in the country. For example, economic disputes like this. The government does its best to protect the rights of people with superpowers. It can be said that as long as the superhuman does not betray the country or kill people indiscriminately, they are safe. They can almost all live a comfortable life that is superior to others. Chapter 25 transferred to number 4 middle school. As a school principal, Zhang Chuanji should have been aware of these unspoken rules. However, he is now completely out of his mind with anger. They actually chose to call the police. Lu Qingyun advised. Your school finally produced such a superhuman, and instead of trying to befriend him, you went and offended him. I really don't know what you were thinking. He's just a useless piece of trash who made a contract with a mosquito. He's not worth my time to win him over. Zhang Chuanji's face was gloomy, and he looked down on Yi Chen. Lao Chengwan was finally provoked by Zhang Chuanji. That's not something you can insult at will. Do you know that insulting someone with superpowers is a serious crime? I could even arrest you and put you in jail right now. Zhang Chuanji finally realized the seriousness of the problem. In the Great Xia Kingdom, there is indeed a rule that prohibits insulting those with supernatural abilities. However, in reality, almost no one would be foolish enough to insult someone with superpowers. Moreover, even if someone insults a person with superpowers, I have never heard of anyone calling the police to arrest someone for such a trivial matter. So much so that Zhang Chuanji almost forgot that the country even had such a law. Zhang Chuanji quickly said, 5 million it is, I'll sell it. Humph. Now you want to compromise? No way. First, pay the fine for insulting someone with superpowers. Lu Qingyun gave a cold laugh. He utterly despised people like Zhang Chuanji. They have no intention of letting him off the hook. What fine? Chief, are you serious? Humph. Or do you think the clothes I'm wearing are fake? How much do I need to pay? 5 million. Upon hearing this, Zhang Chuanji felt as uncomfortable as if he had swallowed a fly. He called the police himself, but they didn't manage to get Yi Chen arrested. We also lost 10 million. Where can he go to seek justice? However, he dared not provoke this bureau chief. He could only vent his anger on Yi Chen. After the bureau chief left, he immediately made several phone calls. The story of Yi Chen making a contract with a mosquito was told to all the special ability middle schools in Jiangcheng. Snort! Then I'll see who dares to take you as a student. After making the call, Zhang Chuanji felt a little better. After class, teacher Zhou excitedly rushed into the principal's office. Principal! Where is my prized student, Yi Chen? Is he still at school? Your prized student? Well, so Yi Chen, that bastard, that good-for-nothing, was taught by you. Zhou Qingru was subjected to a barrage of angry scolding from the principal. I was completely dumbfounded. Yi Chen is a piece of trash? A prodigy who reached the first level of cultivation at the age of 18 after only a few days of training is actually called a piece of trash? Could this be any more absurd? He intended to continue his tirade even after seeing the principal. Zhou Qingru was immediately enraged. Zhang Chuanji. Are you crazy? How dare you insult Yi Chen like that? Who do you think you are? You've only been a principal for a few years, and you dare to insult people with superpowers so casually. I think you're just looking to go to jail. Zhou Qingru pointed at Zhang Chuanji and launched into a tirade of abuse. Upon hearing the charge of insulting people with superpowers, Zhang Chuanji was furious. Zhou Qingru. How dare you insult me? I'm firing you right now. Expel me if you want. Who's afraid of who? At this moment, in the principal's office of Jiangcheng City's Superpower Middle School. I heard you made a contract with a mosquito, is that true? That's right. My contracted beast is indeed a mosquito. I'm sorry, you don't meet our admission requirements. Please look elsewhere. Yi Chen nodded and stopped pressing the matter. Then I went to number 2 middle school. The same result was observed in the second round. Next up is the 3rd middle school. Yi Chen stared at the transfer notice in his hand and fell silent. What's going on? How did they all know they had a contract with a mosquito? Could it have been that bastard Zhang Chuanji who did it? The more Yi Chen thought about it, the more convinced he was that Yi Chen was the one who did it. There are only 4 high schools in Jiangcheng City with special abilities. Among them, number 1 middle school has the best teaching qualifications. Secondly, there's number 2 middle school. Then came the 3rd middle school. Number 4 middle school is the worst of these schools. Yi Chen has now been rejected by 3 middle schools, leaving only the 4th middle school. If I am rejected again, then he'll have to pay the 10 million yuan registration fee himself to take the college entrance exam. If it weren't for saving this money, Yi Chen wouldn't have had to run around like this. After entering the 4th middle school, this time, Yi Chen was miraculously not rejected. However, the principal did not directly agree to Yi Chen's admission. Wanting to enroll isn't impossible. As long as a senior high school homeroom teacher is willing to take you in, none of this will be a problem. Come on. I'll take you to them. The salaries of senior high school teachers are linked to the students' college entrance examination scores. The better the students' exam scores, the higher their salaries. Special individuals like Yi Chen, who only awakened their superpowers at the age of 18 and formed a contract with a mosquito. Lu Qingfeng naturally dared not easily agree to Yi Chen's request to enroll. Otherwise, it would be very awkward if no class was willing to take him in. Lu Qingfeng led Yi Chen to the door of a classroom where the teacher was giving a lesson. Lu Qingfeng knocked on the classroom door. A female teacher walked out of the classroom. Lu Qingfeng briefly explained Yi Chen's situation. Zhan Huan glanced at Yi Chen, then shook her head with a look of disgust. Principal. I teach the top class. How could you let him come to my class? Isn't he just dragging my class down? Even if you wanted to take me on as a student, I wouldn't want to. Yi Chen was furious after being repeatedly disliked by others. You dare to look down on a mere tier 1 level 3 guy. TCH. No skill whatsoever. And quite the temper. Principal, if there's nothing else, I'll head to class now. My student is about to take the college entrance exam, I can't let him delay the teaching progress. After speaking, she returned to her classroom with great arrogance without waiting for the principal's reply. Let's go. To the next class. Yi Chen then faced 3 more rejections. Yi Chen was already planning to turn around and leave. Xia Ping, the homeroom teacher of Class 5, agreed to admit Yi Chen. Yi Chen asked in confusion. No one else wants to hire me, why are you willing to? Aren't you afraid it will affect your salary? What? Just because you're not doing well in school, am I going to give up on you? Would I still be a teacher then? Xia Ping smiled slightly, as if it were something perfectly natural. However, the hint of naivety in her eyes was telling Yi Chen something. This must be a recent college graduate. Only a recent college graduate would be so naive. Yi Chen spoke directly. Teacher, did you just graduate from university? Huh? How did you know? Yi Chen thought to himself, just as I thought. Teacher. Since you've accepted me, I promise I won't let you down. I guarantee I'll become the top scorer in the province. What are you talking about? Get inside and start class. Oh. Chapter 26 Class. There are a total of 45 people with superpowers in the classroom. In class, Xia Ping taught a set of E-level boxing techniques. All the students in the classroom were listening attentively. Only Zhao Wuxie frowned to himself. This boxing technique is too simple. Learning this seems like a waste of time. Yi Chen. You've been frowning. Is there something you don't understand? If there is, just tell me and I'll teach you. Yi Chen shook his head. I've memorized everything you taught me, there's nothing I don't understand. Memorizing is not enough, you have to learn and understand. As a recent college graduate, Xia Ping is full of enthusiasm. They are extremely dedicated to each and every student. But the students in this class. They were all listless and looked dejected. Only Xia Ping was full of enthusiasm. Yi Chen glanced around and found that their abilities were all low level, such as E rank or F rank. His cultivation level was also very low. The qi and blood values are almost all around 100. The lowest admission scores for those universities with superpowers are around 130. These people clearly won't pass the exam. With the college entrance exam just around the corner, it's too late for them to try any harder now. Yi Chen sighed. Fine, since you look so pitiful, teacher, I'll play along. Yi Chen walked up to the podium and said, Teacher, I've really learned everything you taught me. If you don't believe me, I'll show you. Yi Chen then perfectly replicated Xia Ping's movements, 1-to-1. He threw a punch. In an instant, a muffled explosion rang in everyone's ears. Those students who were still dozing off were startled and stood up from their chairs. What's going on? Was there an earthquake? The other students, who had been listless, suddenly widened their eyes. Xia Ping looked at Yi Chen with disbelief and said, Have you practiced this style of boxing before? No. I just watched what you were doing and then imitated it. Yi Chen had been watching intently ever since Xia Ping began demonstrating the set of boxing techniques. He memorized every muscle twitch in her body. Because it is an E-level fist technique, there is naturally no need for the so-called complex mobilization of qi and blood, so it can be learned in no time. After listening to Yi Chen's explanation, Xia Ping's eyes widened immediately. You mean you'll understand after watching it just once? Yes, that's right. Genius. You're absolutely a genius. It took me 3 days to learn this style of boxing. I can't believe you reached the intermediate level of proficiency after just one glance. It's unbelievable. Xia Ping looked into Yi Chen's eyes as if she were looking at a rare treasure. She's so happy and excited she can't stop smiling. This is the first time she has achieved such a great result since becoming a teacher. This made her even happier than when she got into university. Yi Chen touched his nose and said, Teacher, I've learned your boxing technique. Can I leave? Get out of class now? Get out of class dismissed? Where are you going? The college entrance exam is just around the corner, don't you plan to learn a few more tricks? Xia Ping now values Yi Chen highly and wants to teach him as much as possible. She didn't want Yi Chen to waste his talent. Especially when she thought of Yi Chen, who had never systematically studied cultivation. Overwhelmed with a sense of responsibility, Xia Ping immediately felt that time was running out and the task was heavy. She needs to give Yi Chen a proper lesson. But teacher, my archery skills have already reached the master level. I don't want to waste my time and energy on these low-level martial arts. What? Master level? You've never cultivated before? Yi Chen's words left Xia Ping and the other students in the classroom speechless with shock. Especially when you think about the fact that the other party has never systematically cultivated. Xia Ping's body began to tremble. At that moment, only the word monster was on her mind. She couldn't think of any other words. Yi Chen saw that everyone was looking at him in shock. He touched his nose and said, "I'm telling the truth. No one doubts you, it's just that you're a bit too much of a prodigy." Xia Ping sighed, her heart filled with mixed emotions. Was Yi Chen sent by God specifically to torment her? The students in the classroom started to jeer. "Could you demonstrate your master-level archery skills and show us your skills?" "Yes. Yes. I've never seen one before." "All right. I'll demonstrate for you. Come on. Let's go outside, I'll show you." Yi Chen nodded. They walked out of the classroom. Then he took out a bow and an ordinary arrow from his spatial storage. Then, pointing to the jungle 300 meters away, he said, "There's a cicada in the woods ahead, can you see it?" "I didn't see it. But the sound is from quite far away." "Can your eyes really see that far? Isn't that obvious?" His archery skills have reached the master level, so his eyesight must be far superior to that of ordinary people. Yi Chen smiled. It's not just about eyesight. His hearing is now also exceptionally good. Especially after his archery skills reach the master level, he can now do it without opening his eyes. You can hit the target just by hearing the sound. After Yi Chen drew his bow and nocked an arrow, he gently released it. An arrow pierced the sky. It flew into the jungle, pierced through 3 trees in succession, and then shot a cicada through one of the trees. The cicada's chirping stopped abruptly. "Let's go take a look." A large group of students ran towards the thicket. Zhan Huan, who was giving a lecture, frowned. She felt annoyed that her lessons were constantly being interrupted. Not long after, a scream came from the jungle. "Hit! Hit! It really hit! What are you yelling about? Can't you see I'm still in class?" Zhan Huan roared angrily. Those students were shocked by that shout. Silence fell immediately. Xia Ping immediately apologized to Zhan Huan in embarrassment. I'm so sorry. Humph. What kind of teacher are you? You can't even control a few students. These students are running around during class time. They're really a bunch of good-for-nothings." After scolding Xia Ping, Zhan Huan slammed the door shut. Then I went back to class. At this moment, a classmate excitedly ran back, still holding Yi Chen's arrow in his hand. There was a cicada stuck in the arrow. "Yi Fan. Your arrow is simply divine. It actually pierced through 3 big trees and then hit the cicada behind them. How did you see it? Do you have X-ray vision?" "No. I just have good hearing, so I can pinpoint its location by sound." Yi Chen waved his hand and said modestly, "Yi Chen. Can I have your autographed photo? You're so handsome and amazing." Me too. I feel that with your talent, you're destined for great things. I absolutely need your autographed photo. Otherwise, how will I brag to my grandchildren when I'm old?" The crowd surrounded Yi Chen, their eyes filled with admiration. Chapter 27 Razor. After dealing with those classmates, Xia Ping pulled Yi Chen outside the classroom and looked at him seriously, saying, "Yi Chen, judging from the strength you just demonstrated, you are fully qualified for the martial arts exam. I'll register you for the exam. Do you have any objections? Aren't the assessments for people with special abilities all martial arts tests?" "Not entirely. Those with lower cultivation levels can switch to the civil service exam. You can also register for the martial arts exam." "All right. Let's have the martial arts exam then." After registering for the martial arts exam, Xia Ping agreed that Yi Chen wouldn't have to attend classes. However, she really couldn't find a reason not to. Given Yi Chen's archery skills, if she were to keep him around and teach him those low-level martial arts, she would only be humiliating herself. After leaving school, Yi Chen immediately went home. Upon returning to my residence, he then took out the incubator. Then turned on the switch. The white, oval-shaped incubator instantly bloomed, transforming into a white lotus flower. In the center of the lotus flower, there is a blue snake egg. The egg was covered with a texture that resembled snake scales. It looks quite special. What should we do with this egg? Sell it, or cook it and eat it? Yi Chen opened the system panel and checked the data of the snake egg. Species, Razor. Status, unhatched, ready to be contracted. Ability, lightning type superpower, rank A. Yi Chen was immediately stunned. This is actually a razor egg. It's not a blue spirit snake egg. My luck is just too good. You should know that the thunder serpent is an extremely terrifying species. They not only possess powerful A-level lightning type abilities, but also have an extremely terrifying growth rate. Once they hatch, they are already powerful beings at the first tier great perfection level. By the time they reach 1 year old, they can reach level 3. At the age of 3, they can even reach the terrifying level 5. As long as they can live to adulthood, they can even successfully break through to the 8th tier of Beast King. However, the razor snake is an extremely ferocious and cruel species, and is very difficult to tame. It is one of the most troublesome species for humans. Whenever the rat halos is encountered in the wild, an S-level alert must be activated immediately, and a large number of powerful hunters must be dispatched to hunt it down. Even a snake egg that hasn't hatched yet. The government will send them to laboratories and manage them with great care. They would never be given to contracted users as contracted beasts. Because, previously, an A-level contractability user had also tried to contract Razor. However, without exception, they all failed. Furthermore, he was completely influenced by Razor's violent aura, transforming into a madman who only knew how to kill. Some of them even died on the spot. From then on, no one dared to attempt to contract Razor again. The country has also included this type of snake in its list of species unsuitable for contracts. But why is the country sending me this egg now? Does the government have high hopes for itself? That can't be possible. Also, what does the word "can be contracted" on the system template mean? Aren't superhumans only allowed to contract with one beast? Oh, right, I'm an S-rank contractor. Yi Chen doesn't know much about this S-level contractability yet. According to the history of Tianlan Star, the highest level of a contractability user is only a level. There has never been an S-rank contractor. Therefore, no one knows what kind of amazing abilities S-class contract users possess. The system is now prompting me that I can enter into a contract. Should I give it a try? But isn't it dangerous? What if I fail? Will I go crazy too? Just as Yi Chen hesitated, a clattering sound came from inside the snake egg. This snake egg looks like it's about to hatch. This powerful species should be contracted out as soon as possible. Once it successfully hatches, it will develop its own independent consciousness. It will be extremely difficult to contract with it again at that time. Furthermore, Razor possessed the cultivation level of a first-order great perfection and a level lightning ability right from birth. If I don't form a contract with it, I might not be able to defeat it. Yi Chen thought for a moment. In the end, I decided to trust the system. He immediately stretched out a palm and placed it above the snake egg. Yi Chen's arm emitted a blue light. Blue light converged to form a peculiar array pattern. Blue patterns shone on the snake egg. A small, blue, snake-shaped ball of light flew out of the snake egg and then entered Yi Chen's brow. The contract between the two parties was then completed. Yi Chen touched his brow. It feels like nothing has changed. That's strange. Didn't you say you were going to be very violent? Yi Chen tapped the snake egg with his finger. Click. It's broken? Yi Chen's eyes widened instantly. Then he immediately looked into the crack in the snake egg. Inside the eggshell, a small blue snake was crunching and munching on it. Yi Chen immediately breathed a sigh of relief. He was even worried that he would smash the thing to death. Yi Chen opened the panel again to take a look. Species, Razor. Cultivation level, first tier great perfection plus. Chi and blood value, 1500 plus. Mental strength, 3 plus. Skill, a rank blue serpent beast heart thunder plus. Ha! Why is there a plus sign next to the name of this Razor control panel? Could it be that it can also consume my ability points to increase my strength? Why don't mosquitoes have a plus sign? Is it because the contract was made before the system's arrival that it's not recognized by the system? Yi Chen stroked his chin, his heart filled with doubt. A moment later, the little blue snake, about the thickness of a chopstick and with an adorable, blank expression, finished eating the eggshell. Then, with a tiger-like face, he stared intently at Yi Chen. Yi Chen smiled. That's it? And you call that brutal? It's just a little blue spicy snack. Yi Chen pinched the other person up with just 2 fingers. Suddenly, the moment Yi Chen touched the other person's body, it suddenly erupted with terrifying blue lightning. The power of thunder flowed from Yi Chen's right hand down his entire body. Damn it! You're asking for it. You even dared to shock your master. Just as Yi Chen was about to kill the little guy, he suddenly discovered that he was actually immune to electricity. What's going on? Yi Chen quickly opened his attribute panel. Name, Yi Chen. Gender, male. Age, 18. Qi in blood, 20+. Mental strength, +. Cultivation level, first tier, first level plus. Superpowers, S-rank contract superpower plus, a rank blue serpent beast heart thunder plus. Martial arts, archery master plus rank A, gale blade technique advanced plus rank S, mountain splitting fist beginner plus rank E, body tempering technique intermediate plus. The complete cooking guide master level. Master level fashionable updos. Ability points, 0. Yi Chen was so surprised that he couldn't speak. He had actually gained the power of thunder. Unexpectedly, this S-rank contract ability not only grants immunity to Razor's brutal influence, it can also acquire the opponent's attribute power. This is absolutely incredible. I just don't know how many beasts an S-rank contract ability can contract, and whether you gain the ability every time you contract a beast. If I could gain an ability every time, wouldn't I be able to gain all the abilities in the system? Thinking of this, Yi Chen burst into laughter. The little snake in front of me looked much more pleasing to the eye. After the small snake unleashed a series of thunderous attacks on Yi Chen. In the end, I don't know if it was because the power ran out or what. It no longer emanated thunderous power, and the snake itself looked much more docile. From now on, I am your master. You must obey me. Understand? If you disobey, I will kill you and make soup for you. Yi Chen used his special ability to communicate with the other party and convey his thoughts to them. The little snake did not show any resistance, which clearly indicated that it approved of the matter. Immediately afterwards, Razor signaled that it was hungry. Yi Chen immediately activated his spatial ability. They released the mosquitoes, and then put the razor snake inside. Chapter 28 Buying Blood. Ha! It's grown a little bigger. This silly mosquito is getting better. The mosquito, which was the size of a praying mantis this morning, has now grown to 1/3 of its original size. The Qi and blood value has also reached 150 points. The growth rate is indeed quite fast. But this speed is still not enough. We need to speed it up. Yi Chen took out his phone and spent 50,000 yuan to order 100 drops of Tier 3 alien beast blood. About half an hour later, Yi Chen then received a package delivered by a drone. This delivery speed is incredibly fast. After receiving the package, after returning to his room, Yi Chen sat down at his desk and quickly opened the package. A small vial of blood was removed from it. Holy crap! This little bit of blood is worth 50,000. This money is too easy to make. If I opened a beast breeding farm and collected blood every day, I'd be rich. Looking at the small bottle of blood, Yi Chen felt like he had been ripped off. But there's nothing I can do. I've signed a contract with mosquitoes. Even if I don't like them, I still have to buy them. Yi Chen unscrewed the bottle cap. I examined it carefully. This blood is thicker and has a greater sense of volume than ordinary blood. I just don't know if it's genuine. Just as he was pondering whether to have the goods inspected by a professional agency, that silly mosquito kept buzzing after smelling the blood. Then I lay down on the bottle opening. He plunged in headfirst. Qi and blood value plus 20. Qi and blood value plus 20. Qi and blood value plus 20. In no time at all, the bottle of blood was sucked dry by the mosquitoes. Its Qi and blood value actually increased by 200 points. This mosquito's health points have now reached 350. This blood treatment is very effective, but it's a bit expensive. It would be great if we could find a cheaper and more stable supplier. Yi Chen tapped his fingers on the table repeatedly. Suddenly, my fingers touched a small card. Ha! This is Zhang Qian's little card. Yi Chen picked up the card. Then I dialed the number as instructed. Hello, Zhang Qian, do you remember me? You are. Oh, you are Yi Chen? Yes. It's me. I wanted to ask if you sell blood from beasts of level 3 or higher? And how much do they cost? Yes. Yes. The blood of the exotic beasts here is all obtained from hunting wild animals. There is absolutely no artificially cultivated blood. It's absolutely fresh. Please wait a moment, let me check the price for you. The sound of typing came from the other end of the phone, and after a short while, Zhang Qian's voice came through again. The price of these beast blood is as follows. A single drop of blood from a tier 3 alien beast costs 350 great xia coins. A single drop of blood from a tier 4 beast costs 4,000 great xia coins. A single drop of blood from a tier 5 alien beast costs 13,000 great xia coins. A single drop of blood from a tier 6 alien beast costs 470,000 great xia coins. Which one do you need? Yi Chen thought about it and felt that the blood of a tier 3 alien beast was more worthwhile. After all, it was just a mosquito, so there was no need to eat such good food. Give me 2,000 drops of blood from a tier 3 alien beast. Mr. Yi, you're buying demonic beast blood now, presumably to break through to the first rank? Forgive my bluntness, but tempering your body is no small matter. I'm not here to temper my body, I have other uses. Yi Chen interrupted Zhang Qian directly. Oh, really? I'm sorry, I'll bring it to you right away. I waited for 2 hours. Zhang Qian finally delivered the blood to Yi Chen's house in person. Both of them were surprised when they opened the door. At this moment, Zhang Qian's long, black, wavy hair was draped over her shoulders. She was wearing a black lace bodycon dress. That curvaceous figure is still so alluring. Those long, slender, and sexy legs were encased in black stockings. This mature and beautiful young woman's attire is so alluring that it makes one's mouth water. Yi Chen was sizing up Zhang Qian's figure. Zhang Qian was also admiring Yi Chen's face. Why did you deliver it yourself? Couldn't you have just sent a package? Handsome guy, who are you? Zhang Qian adjusted her glasses and looked at Yi Chen with curiosity. Yi Chen was speechless. This woman clearly didn't need glasses, so why was she wearing them? I am Yi Chen. Come in. Yi Chen walked into the house. Zhang Qian hesitated for a moment, then immediately jogged after him. The high heels on her feet clicked on the ground. It was so crisp and melodious. Ah! Suddenly Zhang Qian screamed. Yi Chen immediately turned around to look. Zhang Qian then lunged at Yi Chen. I don't know if I twisted my ankle because I was walking too fast, or what happened. Upon seeing this, Yi Chen reacted with lightning speed. He immediately pounced and caught the bottle of beast blood that flew out. Thank goodness. Luckily I reacted quickly, otherwise the 700,000 yuan would have been gone for good. Zhang Qian, how are you now? Zhang Qian, who was lying on the ground, was seething with hatred. Does this guy think that a bottle of blood is more important than a beautiful woman like me? Zhang Qian lay on the ground and waited for a while, but Yi Chen did not come to help her up. She had no choice but to get up from the ground by herself. Ouch! Ouch! My feet hurt so much. As soon as Zhang Qian stood up from the ground, she felt a sharp pain in her right foot. How are you? Only then did Yi Chen realize what was happening. He immediately ran over and placed Zhang Qian's arm on his shoulder. His other hand was wrapped around Zhang Qian's waist. That waist is so tiny. Before Yi Chen could appreciate it, he saw Zhang Qian frowning, looking as if she was in great pain. Let me help you inside. Yi Chen helped Zhang Qian to the sofa and then took off her right high heel. How are you? Where does it hurt? Here. Zhang Qian pointed to her ankle joint. Yi Chen lifted Zhang Qian's right foot. Then I gently rubbed it. Ouch, be gentle, it hurts. Oh, I'll massage it more gently. Yi Chen had absolutely no experience and simply massaged her feet in the way he had seen on TV before. That long, black-stockinged leg was only about 15 centimeters away from Yi Chen's nose. Yi Chen could smell the aroma from it. Although the smell was very faint, Yi Chen could still smell it. I don't know if it's because my cultivation level has broken through. In short, his sense of smell seemed to be many times more sensitive than before. 15 minutes later. Oh, that feels so good, keep going, don't stop, oh. Zhang Qian let out a series of groans that made people blush. As time went on, Yi Chen's massage techniques became increasingly skilled. Zhang Qian became increasingly satisfied. After her foot stopped hurting so much, Zhang Qian asked. Handsome young man, Where is Yichen right now? For Zhang Qian, although she also likes handsome men, business is more important than handsome men. She wouldn't forget her purpose just because of a handsome guy. Chapter 29. I want to be your lover. I am Yichen. Didn't I tell you before? You're Yichen? How could that be? You weren't this tall or this handsome before. Zhang Qian looked on in disbelief. Yichen was too lazy to explain. Show me your QR code. I'll pay. Oh. With great difficulty, Zhang Qian pulled a rope from between her breasts. One end of the rope was tied to a QR code. Wow. I was wondering why she had a blue rope hanging around her neck. Does this woman really need to stuff a QR code into her bra? It's not some kind of treasure. Yichen stared wide-eyed. The total price is 700,000, plus 50 yuan for shipping. So, you made a special trip just to earn that 20 yuan delivery fee? Yeah, anyway, I'm not working today. I made 20 yuan just by taking a drive around. Why not? Yichen thought about it and realized it made sense. In his previous life on Earth, he had to work himself to the bone to earn just 20 yuan. Earning 20 yuan just for a quick drive is really good. What are you going to do with all this low-level beast blood? Feeding the mosquitoes. Yichen unscrewed the bottle and controlled the mosquitoes to fly over. Wow! How come this mosquito is so big? My contracted beast. Isn't it cool? He placed the mosquito in his palm and examined it closely. The mosquito has gotten bigger again. It's as big as a palm. Its long mouthparts were as thick as a straw. I don't even want to think about getting bitten. Yichen placed the bottle containing the blood under its mouthparts. The mosquito began to suck in large gulps. Qi and blood value plus 50. Qi and blood value plus 50. Then the mosquito stopped sucking blood. Are you full already? Yichen felt a little regretful. He had originally planned to help it break through to level 1 in one go. It seems we acted too hastily. Why did you make a contract with a mosquito? Although this mosquito is very special, it's a species I've never seen before. But a mosquito is just a mosquito. No matter how strong it becomes, there is always a limit. But the contract ability is a rank A ability. You could actually try to contract with those beasts with huge potential. Just as I was about to form a contract with a blue spirit serpent egg, a mosquito happened to fly by, resulting in me forming a contract with a mosquito instead. Now I can only make the best of a bad situation. Zhang Qian looked at him with a disappointed expression. Yichen explained what had happened. Oh, I see. You're really unlucky. What a pity. Zhang Qian looked regretful. Time flew by, and it was already evening. Zhang Qian still showed no intention of leaving. Yichen asked with a helpless expression. Aren't you planning to go back yet? I'm wounded. I'm wounded. How could you be so cruel? Looking at my foot, I can't go back today. I have to spend the night here. Ha! That's not a good idea. There's nothing wrong with it, I don't mind anyway. Yichen looked at the woman lying lazily on his sofa. He looked helpless. I had no choice but to go to the kitchen and cook. After eating the food prepared by Yichen, Zhang Qian was even more reluctant to leave. Sigh, if I go home, I'll never be able to eat such delicious food again. What am I going to do? Yichen, how about I become your lover? Zhang Qian rested her chin on her hand, staring intently at Yichen. Under the table, a toe was still teasing Yichen. Yichen was distracted by him. He took a deep breath. Then he rushed into the bathroom and rinsed his body with cold water. It brought me back to my senses. After taking a shower, Yichen returned to the living room and turned on the TV. Yesterday, a beastly roar was heard from the depths of the Pacific Ocean, suspected to be a breakthrough of a 9th-tier beast king. Residents of coastal cities are advised to take precautions and avoid going out as much as possible. Yichen couldn't help but roll his eyes. If a beast king really did break through, would it be alright just because you stay safe and don't go out? Sure enough, there are always experts who scam people, no matter the world. Yichen changed the channel again. Breaking news, in Liang City, Sichuan Province, a level 6 wilderness area, the protective netting has been found to have a malfunction. A continuous stream of strange beasts breached the protective netting and attacked the town. Currently, Zhang Yanjin, a level 7 expert with the Swift Thunder Spear, is leading a team to the rescue. Yi Chen looked at the news with a serious expression. This world is indeed too dangerous. I must improve my cultivation level as soon as possible. Otherwise, if a beast tide suddenly breaks out in my city one day, wouldn't I be doomed? After reading this news article, Yi Chen changed the channel again. Another news story. This time it's good news. In Fusan, an overseas country, another S-class awakened superpowered individual has emerged, and the whole country is currently celebrating. Yi Chen found it boring and switched to another channel. Wang's auction house, due to a staff error, auctioned off a razor snake egg as a blue spirit snake egg for a mere 10 million yuan 3 days ago. The head of Wang's auction house has already reported the incident to the police and is trying to retrieve the snake egg. Wow! Could it be one of my own eggs? What a coincidence! The Wang family and I are truly incompatible. How come I always end up getting entangled with the Wang family without even realizing it? Just as Yi Chen was having a headache, Zhang Qian, who was sitting at the dining table, suddenly shouted, "Little brother, I need to pee, please carry me to the toilet, my feet hurt." Hearing Zhang Qian's voice, Yi Chen suddenly remembered that there was another woman in the house. Yi Chen walked over helplessly. He picked Zhang Qian up from the stool. Then he put her on the toilet. "Call me after you're done. Little brother, don't go out. I'm scared, I'm all alone." Zhang Qian had a delicate and charming appearance. Her eyes looked at Yi Chen like a pool of autumn water. "So how did you go to the toilet before?" "Of course my husband is with me." "What? You have a husband?" Yi Chen was shocked this woman had a husband, yet she was still flirting with him. "They're spending the night outside." "Little brother, why are you looking at me like that? So what if you have a husband? Isn't that better? Don't you men all like married women? You seem to know men quite well. You don't think I'm that kind of woman who's easy to get, do you?" Yi Chen did not answer, but silence was the best answer. Zhang Qian's eyes immediately welled up with tears. "Humph, I knew you men weren't all heartless. I've never been with any other man besides my husband." As she spoke, she secretly glanced at Yi Chen again. Yi Chen remained expressionless. Zhang Qian continued, "Are you really not interested in me at all? My husband had an accident 6 months ago and lost his male function. Can you help him and take care of his wife?" Zhang Qian licked her bright red lips, looking at Yi Chen like a little glutton. Those watery eyes seemed to be able to steal one's soul. Chapter 30 has good technology. A man like Yi Chen, who is handsome, has high cultivation talent, and comes from a wealthy family. For a woman like Zhang Qian, who had been living a life of widowhood for half a year, it was a fatal temptation. She secretly made up her mind that she must win over Yi Chen. Zhang Qian would be willing to be his mistress behind his back. Yi Chen was an experienced driver in his previous life. "I've met quite a few women." He could tell what the woman was thinking at a glance. However, he still felt that it was somewhat immoral to have an affair with a married woman. So he took a deep breath. "I left the restroom." Then, he closed the door. "Yi Chen. I'm scared, come in and stay with me." Zhang Qian's voice came from inside. Yi Chen remained unmoved. "It's all right, I'm outside, just open the floodgates and let the water flow." "Ouch. It hurts. I fell down. Help me up." There was a sound of something heavy falling to the ground coming from inside the toilet. Yi Chen immediately opened the bathroom door and went inside. Zhang Qian was seen sitting on the ground, her white panties pulled down to her ankles. The view beneath her skirt was faintly visible. Yi Chen lifted her back onto the toilet. As soon as she put it on, Zhang Qian lifted up her bodycon skirt. Soon after, the sound of flowing water could be heard. This woman actually opened the floodgates and released water right in front of him. Even a seasoned driver like Yi Chen blushed. Zhang Qian covered her mouth and smiled. "Sorry, I can't hold it in anymore." "But, does your expression make you look embarrassed?" Yi Chen was speechless. In the end, Yi Chen was still unable to get rid of the woman. She stubbornly refused to leave. Yi Chen reluctantly settled her in a guest room. Then he went back to his room to sleep. The night was quiet, and Yi Chen fell asleep in no time. In a daze, he felt something moving between his legs. This feeling reminded him of his sister-in-law in his previous life, who also liked to sneak into his bed at night. Those days of sneaking around. How I miss them. A surge of warmth welled up in Yi Chen's heart. That feels good. Yi Chen looked completely captivated. About half an hour later, Zheng Chen crawled out of Yi Chen's bed and turned on the light. Then he took a tissue from the counter and wiped his mouth. Yi Chen smiled and said, "Good technique. Well done, deserves a reward. I'll give you 1,000 yuan, and we'll pretend nothing happened today." "Humph. Do you think I'm a prostitute? You just want money, don't you? If I don't give you money, what will I give you?" "What? You think it's not enough?" Yi Chen really didn't want to get involved with this woman. After all, he had a bright future ahead of him. "Even if I can't marry a girl like He Fengling, you can't go and seduce someone else's married woman." Zheng Qian moved closer to Yi Chen and stroked his face with one hand. She carefully admired Yi Chen's appearance. Yi Chen frowned. He immediately pinched his nose. "That woman's breath smells awful." "Humph. How dare you complain about your own taste?" Zheng Qian angrily poked Yi Chen's face with her finger. Then he stood up and said, "Don't worry, I won't tell anyone about what happened today, and you don't need to worry about my husband finding out either." He agreed to it. "Is your husband trying to cheat on you?" "He's useless now. I've already done more than enough by not divorcing him." "Does he still have a problem with that?" When Zhang Qian talked about her husband, the disgust in her eyes almost overflowed. "All right, I won't disturb your sleep anymore, my little husband, good night." Zhang Qian gently pinched Yi Chen's nose. Then he left Yi Chen's room very happily. Yi Chen didn't know why she was so happy, until he faintly heard Zhang Qian's voice coming from another room. "Handsome, rich, with high cultivation talent, and most importantly, he's incredibly persistent. Fantastic. I must win him over." The next morning, Yi Chen got up early as always. After finishing breakfast, Zhang Qian hurriedly left the house, saying she had to go to work. Yi Chen glanced at her swift, agile feet. He immediately realized that he had been tricked by this woman yesterday. Never mind. Let's not argue with her. After finding that there was no one else in the house, Yi Chen immediately released his 2 contracted beasts. By this time, the snake, which was about the thickness of a chopstick, had grown considerably. It's already as thick as Yi Chen's index finger. Although its cultivation level did not increase, its qi and blood value increased by 100, reaching 1600. The growth of this razor is truly terrifying. No wonder the Great Xia Kingdom classifies it as an S-level dangerous alien beast, and will spare no effort to eliminate it once it is discovered. As for that mosquito, my current qi and blood value has reached 1000. Now it has doubled in size. I estimate it will reach level 1 by nightfall. Just then, Yi Chen's phone suddenly rang. It turned out to be a call from an unknown number. Yi Chen answered the phone immediately, and a familiar voice came from the other end. "You fatso. Do you even know who I'm with right now? You're Wang Gue?" "That's right. It's me. Guess who I slept with last night?" Upon hearing this, Yi Chen's heart skipped a beat. Could it be that this bastard made a move on He Fengling? If that's really the case, he's determined to tear that bastard to pieces. Seeing that Yi Chen remained silent, Wang Gue on the other end of the phone burst into smug laughter. "It's Li Yu. You didn't expect that, did you? You have no idea how proactive that woman you can't forget can be in bed. Ha, she even told me that you've been dating her for so long and you've never even held her hand. You fatso. You're really useless." Upon hearing that it was Li Yu, Yi Chen immediately breathed a sigh of relief. "So, you called me so early in the morning just to brag about you and Li Yu?" No. It wasn't just a phone call, there was video too. We even filmed a lot of videos. Do you want to see them? Roll. Ha ha ha. I'll send it to your phone later. I'll show you how I conquered your sweetheart." After hanging up the phone, Yi Chen received a video text message on his phone. Yi Chen clicked on it and took a look. It really is that woman, Li Yu. However, the man's image was blurred, and his actions were extremely rough. It was less about making love and more about revenge. That force felt more ruthless than even when used against an enemy. But Li Yu, that woman, was clearly already exhausted, yet she still knelt obsequiously at the man's crotch. Immediately afterwards, Wang Gue called again. "How is it? Does it look good? Does it hurt your heart?" Don't worry, this is just the beginning. I'll play with her like this every day. Use her to ruin her. Are you crazy? I don't remember ever having a grudge against you. What's the meaning of you constantly targeting me like this? Chapter 31 Buying Weapons. Can't I just not like the look of you? Wang Gui naturally wouldn't tell him that the reason he disliked Yi Chen so much was because he was jealous of the relationship between Yi Chen and Yi Fengling. Fine. I've been wanting to get back at you too, so you seduce Li Yu just to get revenge on me, right? Ha ha ha. You really do care about her. Don't worry, I hate eating alone. Not only will I play with her every day from now on, I will also post the videos online so that everyone can enjoy them. Besides, once I'm tired of her, I'll sell her to the Black Corner region to be a prostitute. Let her be ridden by 1,000 men, 10,000 men. Wang Gui became more and more excited as he spoke. It was as if he was torturing Yi Chen, not Li Yu. Yi Chen was speechless for a moment. Is this guy insane? He actually thought he could anger me by hurting a scheming woman? Ridiculous. However, if we can use him to solve some problems, that would be great. Wang Gui. Do you know that this is illegal? And Li Yu has a boyfriend named Li Xian, who is a superhuman. He's very powerful. If he finds out about this, he will definitely not let you off the hook. Ha ha ha. Yi Chen, you're so naive. Do you think the law can punish me? And that Li Xian you mentioned. I'll send him straight to the Black Corner region to be a male concubine for those bigwigs in the Black Kingdom. Wang Gui felt incredibly exhilarated, as if everything was under his control. Li Xian, who was in the hospital at the time, had already undergone a testicle removal surgery. Now he lies in bed, his face ashen. As a man, he lost what was most important to him. As a superhuman, his superpowered right hand was broken off by someone stepping on it. Their future spiritual practice will be affected. Yi Chen. Yi Chen. I will make you pay. I want you dead. I want you dead. Li Xian roared with a face full of resentment and rage. He then picked up his phone. I made a phone call. Hey. Tiger, I have a business deal I want to do with you. What kind of business? I have a weak A-level ability user here. Do you dare to take him in? Is that really true? The tone on the other end of the phone was noticeably harsher. They are clearly very interested in A-level ability users. Of course it's true. And this A-level ability user is accompanied by a very beautiful young woman, absolutely gorgeous. Who's prettier, your current girlfriend or your current girlfriend? Prettier than my girlfriend. Fine, I'll come find you as soon as I'm done here. Behave yourself. If you cry again, I'll beat you up. There was a woman crying on the other end of the phone. Clearly, the so-called tiger brother that Li Xian mentioned was definitely up to no good. Tomorrow is the annual National College Entrance Examination Gaokao. The Gaokao will last for a total of 3 days. The National College Entrance Examination NCE has always tested the candidates' ability to hunt exotic beasts. Since we're going to hunt monsters, we need to prepare our weapons first. The school will provide weapons to the candidates at this time. The candidates can choose their own weapons. However, these weapons were not given away for free. He requires candidates to purchase it themselves with their own money. If you can't afford it, no problem, the school can provide interest-free loans for candidates. Yi Chen had over 100 million yuan in his pocket. He naturally doesn't need a loan. Looking at the rows of F-class weapons in the armory, Yi Chen asked, Principal, can I buy weapons without the school? No. According to the college entrance examination rules, the weapons used in the exam must be those provided by the state. Lu Qingfeng said sternly, clearly indicating that there was no room for negotiation on this matter. I know how to use a bow and arrow, and a long sword. Can't I even use my own bow and sword? Yi Chen still didn't want to give up. After all, the weapons provided by the school were really too rubbish. It's not as good as my own weapons. He didn't want to waste money buying a bunch of junk. You can use your own bow, but the knife and arrows must be provided by the school. Let me take out your bow first and see if it's compliant. Oh well. Yi Chen took the compound bow out of his spatial storage and handed it to the other party. Lu Qingfeng examined it carefully. Finally, he nodded. Okay. That's fine. Oh. By the way, Yi Chen, you need to hand in your spatial ring for inspection before entering the exam hall tomorrow, so you'd better not put anything else in it besides weapons. Upon hearing this, Yi Chen frowned. Although he knew that this was to prevent candidates from cheating by bringing in weapons that did not comply with the rules. However, he really didn't want to buy another spatial ring that he would never use. But if I don't buy it, am I supposed to reveal the fact that I have a secret space, or am I supposed to be running around in the wilderness carrying a bunch of weapons? Headmaster, how much does a spatial ring cost? Space rings are very expensive. Even the cheapest one costs 100 million yuan. Why are you asking about this? Don't you already have a space ring? How big is the space inside the lowest tier spatial ring? 1 cubic meter. Upon hearing this, Yi Chen gasped in shock. This thing was really expensive. But thinking about it, it makes sense these spatial rings require spatial ability users to enchant them themselves. Space-type ability users are extremely rare in the entire Tianlan realm. Things are valued for their rarity. This thing certainly won't be cheap. Yi Chen took out his phone and checked the price was about the same as the school's quote. I'll postpone the purchase until I've consulted Zhang Qian before making a decision. Yi Chen walked up to the basket of arrows. I glanced at the price on the basket. It said 10,000 yuan for one arrow. Headmaster, I need 500 arrows. Huh? So many? Can you even shoot them all? They should be able to finish shooting in 3 days. Okay. Pay up. After paying the money, Yi Chen came to a pile of knives. Yi Chen carefully selected them. It was discovered that all the knives were identical in both material and style. They are all in the style of Tang swords. It's obviously mass-produced in a factory. Even this kind of industrial waste costs 5 million? Yi Chen looked disgusted. But he has no other choice now. I had no choice but to suppress my dislike and buy it. Are you only buying one knife? Don't you plan to buy a few more as spares? Why buy a spare knife? Isn't one enough? I suggest you buy a few more. In case you lose one during a battle, you'll have a few spares so you don't lose the match immediately. Wow! The principal didn't tell me this outright. Is this knife of poor quality? Damn it! Knowing the quality was terrible, they still sold it to students. That's utterly heartless. Why are you looking at me like that? I didn't provide these weapons. I'm just following orders. Lu Qingfeng felt a little embarrassed by Yi Chen's gaze. She knew perfectly well what Yi Chen was thinking. But what could you do even if you knew? That's just how society is. I know perfectly well that this stuff is both expensive and junk. But we still can't afford to buy too little. Chapter 32 Blood God Cult. Yi Chen refused the principal's suggestion. He only bought one knife. Then they spent another 10 million to buy a very ordinary protective suit. After buying these items, Yi Chen left the school and made a phone call to Zhang Qian. Ha! My little husband, you miss me already? Zhang Qian on the other end of the phone was very happy. But Yi Chen had absolutely no interest in joking with her. He went straight to the point. Zhang Qian, do you sell spatial rings? Yes, but they're not cheap. How much does the lowest tier spatial ring cost? 55 million each, but the internal space is only 1 cubic meter. Okay. I'll buy one. Ha? You're serious? Zhang Qian was shocked. Although she knew that Yi Chen's family was very rich, they were far from being able to squander money at will. Yi Chen looked at the pile of weapons in his space and felt a bit of a headache. He really didn't want to carry so much stuff around the wilderness. After all, what if we encounter danger? Carrying so much stuff on your back will significantly slow down your escape speed. Yes. I'm sure I want to buy it. Yi Chen gritted his teeth and finally decided to buy it. At worst, he can hunt down a few hundred more monsters in the exam area tomorrow and earn the money back. After returning home, an armed escort vehicle was parked in front of his house, and two fully armed police officers stood at the door, ringing the doorbell. One of them was holding an exquisite wooden box. Who are you? What brings you to my house? Excuse me, are you Mr. Yi Chen? Right. Oh, we're here to deliver a spatial ring. Please sign for it. Yi Chen took the wooden box, opened it, and saw a beautiful sapphire ring inside. Yi Chen took it in his hand and examined it. There is indeed a space inside, but it is very small. Only 1 cubic meter. Yi Chen nodded and then transferred 55 million yuan. Happy shopping. If you need anything in the future, please feel free to contact Tianqi Group. Okay. I will. Tianqi Group is a state-owned enterprise of the Great Xia Kingdom, and it has cooperation with the military and schools. It is the largest gene pharmaceutical and weapons manufacturing company in the Great Xia Kingdom. While the products sold by Tianqi Group may not be the best, their prices are definitely the most affordable. After all, they have cheap channels to obtain the corpses of alien beasts, rare medicinal herbs, and various rare metal ores. It can save a lot of unnecessary expenses, so the price is much cheaper than in other places. After delivering the goods, the two armed escorts got into the vehicle and left. After Yi Chen put on the ring, he then headed home. Upon entering the courtyard, Yi Chen was pulled into the house by a man in black as soon as he opened the door. Who are you? What are you doing in my house? There are 4 people in the living room, including a man with a scar who was sitting on the sofa. The other 3 were standing in the living room. One of them was Li Xin, who had just come out of the hospital. At this time, his hands were still wrapped in bandages, and his legs were strangely spread out. Ha! Who are you? Where did that fat bastard Yi Chen go? Yi Chen glanced at the 4 people around him and sensed a dangerous aura in their eyes. These people seemed to have ill intentions. So he backed away, saying, Yi Chen, he's moved out now. He sold this house to me. Who are you to him? Where did he go? Li Xin was extremely agitated. His current wretched state was all Yi Chen's doing, and he vowed to kill Yi Chen. How would I know? I'll let you know when he gets back. The cultivation levels of these 3 individuals are respectively, level 1 Great Perfection, level 1 4th level, and level 1 5th level. Their chi and blood values are all around 2000. Once a superhuman reaches level 1 in cultivation, their health and vitality will almost stop increasing. From now on, my cultivation will focus on supernatural abilities. Of course, if you're lucky enough to consume some rare and precious herbs, your chi and blood levels can also be improved. However, such treasures are extremely rare. Although Yi Chen's blood and chi values were similar to these 3, his superpower level was quite different. Yi Chen didn't know if he could defeat them. So, I thought I'd trick them into leaving first. Sitting on the sofa, Zhang Hu glanced at Yi Chen, then fixed his eyes on the spatial ring on Yi Chen's hand. Even though Yi Chen isn't here, we can't have come all this way for nothing. This spatial ring you have is pretty good. Throw it over to me. Oh well. A mocking smile appeared on everyone's lips. They had originally thought it would take some effort. I never expected this kid to be such a coward. Just as they were laughing. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. 3 arrows pierced the air. 2 of them were still laughing, completely unprepared for Yi Chen's attack. He was shot dead on the spot. He was more wary of the first-level Grand Perfection expert named Zhang Hu. He sensed something the moment Yi Chen drew his bow and arrow. He immediately fell to the ground. However, Yi Chen's archery skills have now reached the master level. To a certain extent, he can predict the next move the local authorities will make. So the arrow still hit the opponent's abdomen. Although it did not hit any vital areas. But that's enough to render the opponent incapable of fighting. Yi Chen stood still, drew his bow again, aimed at the enemy's head, and asked, Who are you people? What do you want? If you don't tell me, I'll kill you right now. Zhang Hu clutched his stomach in pain while glaring angrily at Li Xin. Who is this guy? Li Xin. How dare you trick me? No. I didn't cheat you. At this point, Li Xin was completely terrified and at a loss for what to do. He's starting to ramble on. I'm asking you a question. Who are you people? What are you doing here? Yi Chen kept his eyes fixed on Zhang Hu on the ground. To him, that guy was the only dangerous person in the entire room. As for Li Xin, he's just a good-for-nothing. Not worth worrying about. Zhang Hu gritted his teeth and glared fiercely at Yi Chen, saying, Boy! Have you ever heard of the Blood God cult? You killed our people. You are doomed. Upon hearing that they were cult members, Yi Chen immediately shot an arrow. I don't plan to ask them for any more news. Ding! The system detected that the host has shot and killed 3 Tier 1 powerhouses. 450 ability points will be awarded. Yi Chen slowly walked towards Li Xin. At this moment, Li Xin was already trembling with fear. Who are you? Don't you know that murder is a serious crime? I know. But I also know that the homeowner can kill the intruder without taking any responsibility. Li Xin, what are these people doing here? What's your relationship with them? If you don't tell the truth, I'll kill you right now. Yi Chen stared at Li Xin with a cold gaze. Li Xin trembled with fear. I'll talk. I'll talk. Don't kill me. They're human traffickers. They specialize in trafficking people. As for their membership in the Blood God cult, I had absolutely no idea. I invited them here to kidnap Yi Chen. Why would they agree to come and kidnap Yi Chen? Why not kidnap someone else? Or did you offer them some benefits? No. I just told them that Yi Chen is a superhuman with low cultivation, and that's why they came. People with superpowers are more valuable than ordinary people, and the higher their ability level, the more valuable they are. Yi Chen has a high level of supernatural ability but low cultivation and talent. He also has no powerful family connections. He's the perfect target. Seeing Yi Chen staring at him with murderous intent, Li Xin quickly blurted out the truth. There is a way in this world to transfer the superpowers of an individual to another person. When this method was first developed, many poor people sold their supernatural abilities to rich people for money. However, as more and more people began to sell their superpowers, the Bureau of Supernatural Abilities discovered that people stripped of their supernatural abilities not only lose all their cultivation but also experience a significant reduction in their lifespan. Some people die suddenly about a year after losing their superpowers. Some don't even survive a year. As the number of people suddenly dying in the Great Xia Kingdom increases, the government has explicitly banned the sale of superpowers in any form. Not only the Great Xia Kingdom, but other countries also discovered this phenomenon and subsequently enacted laws prohibiting the sale of supernatural abilities. Chapter 33. Why hasn't this mosquito broken through yet? With the explicit bans imposed by various countries, the sale of supernatural abilities gradually ceased in the market. However, this is only apparent. Even in the black market or in lawless places like the Black Corner, the buying and selling of supernatural abilities still occurs. This has even spawned a massive human trafficking industry chain. Every year, thousands, even tens of thousands, of people with superpowers mysteriously disappear from the Great Xia Kingdom. The government even issued a bounty: 1 million Great Xia coins would be awarded for killing a human trafficker with a level 1 cultivation. Those 3 corpses on the ground, that's 3 million. As for Li Xin, his collusion with human traffickers is enough to put him in jail for the rest of his life. What a pity. That's too easy on him. Yi Chen felt extremely unsatisfied. So he kicked it. He kicked Li Xin to the ground. He then walked over. What do you want to do? Don't come any closer. Click. 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 Yi Chen twisted all 4 of his limbs off. After receiving the report, Police Chief Lu Qingyun rushed to Yi Chen's home immediately. When he saw the corpses all over the ground, even someone as experienced as him found it horrifying. You're Yi Chen? That's right. It's me. I remember you made a contract with a mosquito, right? Chief, how did you know? Yi Chen looked puzzled. He clearly remembered never having seen this person before. Why does he know me so well? Lao Qingwan smiled. Your former principal called the police and told me that you stole his snake eggs. That's why I specifically investigated you. So, you're here to arrest me? Yi Chen frowned. Even if Zhang Chuanji wanted him to return the snake egg, he couldn't do it now. Lu Qingyun simply looked Yi Chen up and down without saying a word. He was now puzzled. Yi Chen had clearly contracted with a mosquito, so why did he still have the ability to kill a level 1 expert? Even if Yi Chen attacked from behind, couldn't these human traffickers have dodged it using their superhuman sense of danger? Seeing that the policeman did not lay a hand on him, Yi Chen looked at Lu Qingyun with curiosity. Lu Qingyun was surprised to see that Yi Chen was so calm. He immediately thought to himself, he's calm under pressure. That's quite impressive. I didn't mean to arrest you. Consider that snake egg a gift from the country. Oh. Yi Chen nodded. We'll take all these corpses, and this guy on the ground who is screaming, with us. If we confirm they're human traffickers, I'll transfer 3 million to your account. Thank you very much. After the police left, Yi Chen immediately cleaned up the bloodstains on the ground several times. After doing all that, Yi Chen released the mosquitoes again. So much time has passed now. It should have broken through to level 1 by now, right? However, this matter was destined to disappoint him. This mosquito's health points had already reached 1000. However, his cultivation level did not break through. What happened? Yi Chen immediately manipulated the mosquito, making it suck 2 more mouthfuls of blood. Strangely, the mosquito's health points did not increase. That's really strange. Do mosquitoes also need to train their bodies? But how do mosquitoes toughen their bodies? Yi Chen was a little confused. So he dialed He Fengling's number. Hey! Yi Chen! You finally found me. I thought you'd forgotten about me. Ha ha ha, how could I forget you? I want to ask you, I am a mosquito, and my health points have reached 1000 points. But it just won't break through, what can you do? What? Your mosquito health has reached 1000? He Fingling's shocked voice came from the other end of the phone. It's no wonder she was shocked after all. Where in the world can you find a mosquito with a blood energy value of 1000? That's right. My mosquito's health points have indeed reached 1000. Do you have a way to make it break through? Wait here. I'm coming right away. After saying that, He Fengling hung up the phone. Yi Chen looked completely bewildered. What are you doing here? I didn't call you here. Is there anything that can't be said over the phone? Not long after. He Fengling skipped and hopped all the way to Yi Chen's house. Her already exaggerated breasts became even more voluptuous as she bounced around. Just as Yi Chen was about to take a good look at it, he suddenly noticed that there was a grumpy old man following behind He Fengling. Yi Chen was immediately speechless. Hey old man, your granddaughter's just here to meet her friend, do you really have to follow her around like that? I'm not going to eat her. Hey kid. Who are you? He Fengchi looked at Yi Chen with a puzzled expression. He Fengling curiously approached Yi Chen and sniffed him from inside his arms. Finally, he excitedly said. He is Yi Chen. Yes, he is Yi Chen. Seeing his granddaughter so close to a man, He Fengchi's face immediately darkened. My dear granddaughter. You are a girl, and boys and girls should not touch each other. And you brat. You are not allowed to make a move on my granddaughter. Come on, come on. Go inside. What are you doing standing outside all this time? Yi Chen walked over, took He Fengling's soft little hand, and led her into the inner room. When He Fengchi saw this guy actually holding his granddaughter's hand in front of him, he was filled with rage. Yi Chen completely ignored He Fengchi's anger. He also gently rubbed He Fengling's little hand. It's so soft and comfortable. After entering the house, Yi Chen and He Fengling sat close together on the sofa. Ahem. You two sit separately, I'm going to sit between you. He Fengchi stood in front of the two and repeatedly gestured with his eyes for them to sit separately. Left with no other choice, Yi Chen had to move to a different spot. He Fengchi immediately plopped down between the two of them. He Fengling peeked at Yi Chen and said. Yi Chen, why do you look so different now? I've broken through to tier 1. Really? That's great. By the way, Yi Chen, I'm so hungry right now, can you make me something to eat? He Fengling looked at Yi Chen with anticipation, her eyes filled with longing for the delicious food. Yes, yes, yes. Yi boy. Hurry up and make something delicious, my precious granddaughter is hungry. When He Fengchi heard that his granddaughter wanted to eat, he immediately beamed with joy. As he spoke, He Fengchi couldn't help but drool. She truly is his most beloved granddaughter. She hit the nail on the head right away. Ever since he ate Yi Chen's leftovers last time, He Fengchi had the family cook taste Yi Chen's leftovers one by one as soon as he got home. Then let them copy it. However, after all the 5-star chefs in the family tried, none of them could replicate Yi Chen's flavor. He's been craving food so badly these past 2 days. He finally found an excuse to come to Yi Chen's house for a free meal today. How could he not come? Yi Chen was immediately speechless. So this grandmother and grandson were here to freeload a meal. And it's not even lunchtime yet. However, since the guest was a guest, Yi Chen couldn't refuse. Okay, I'll do it right now. Hey, wait a minute, make these dishes. I have the ingredients here. Yi Chen, looking completely bewildered, accepted the menu and several bags of ingredients handed to him by He Fengchi. Then he quietly went into the kitchen. This tastes amazing. I'm telling you, Yi, why don't you just change careers? Why bother with martial arts? Being a chef would be so much better. It doesn't involve fighting or killing, it's stable, and the salary is high. I guarantee it. It's definitely more promising than your cultivation journey. He Fengchi ate Yi Chen's food while drinking a little wine, his mouth greasy and his face full of contentment. He Fengling was also engrossed in eating. Chapter 34. What is this black armored 80s mosquito? Never heard of it. Yi Chen was speechless for a moment. This grandmother and grandson look like they haven't eaten in ages. Anyone who didn't know better would think these two were refugees from somewhere. Yes. Yi Chen. If you become my family's cook, you can tie my hair every day. No. I don't want to be a cook. I want to become a strong person. I want to cultivate. Having worked for others his whole life and his past life, he finally managed to come to this other world, and he's not going to be someone's cook. He Fengling looked disappointed. He Fengchi, however, looked amused. Hey! He's already made a contract with a mosquito, and this kid still wants to cultivate. Wait until that mosquito dies. Let's see if you'll give up. Then I'll see you begging to come work as my cook. After a hearty meal and drinks, He Fengchi sat on the sofa with a satisfied expression. Hey you, didn't you say you wanted me to see your mosquitoes? Here, let me take a look. I want to see it too. I want to see it too. He Fengling excitedly ran to Yi Chen's side and hugged his shoulder. He Fengchi glanced at it but did not stop it. Fine, since you cook such delicious food, I won't hold this against you. Yi Chen immediately opened his spatial storage and released his mosquitoes. A mosquito, bigger than the palm of a hand, buzzed out. Wow! How come your mosquito is so big and so strange? He Fengling was startled by the mosquitoes released by Yi Chen. He Fengchi also looked surprised. Hey kid, what kind of mosquito is this? It's so big and weird. This is a black armored 80s mosquito. What 80s black armored mosquito? I've never even heard of it. As far as I know, the largest mosquito in the world is the red-blooded mosquito, but even that's not as big as yours. Besides studying swordsmanship, He Fengchi also studied mythical beasts. He knew exactly how big mosquitoes in the world were. Yi Chen's mosquito was a species he had never seen before. Immediately afterward, He Fengchi suddenly realized something, and he looked at Yi Chen in surprise again, saying, You mean, your mosquito didn't break through to level 1, but you did, right? Yes. Is there a problem? How is this possible? A contracted user's cultivation level is limited by their contracted beast. How could your cultivation level surpass that of your contracted beast? He Fengchi stared at Yi Chen in shock. As far as he knew, contract users could obtain feedback on their cultivation level through contracted beasts. The good news is that cultivation has become easier. Contractors can have their contracted beasts cultivate on their behalf. The bad news is that they are also bound by contracted beasts. The upper limit of a contracted beast is the same as the upper limit of a contractor's cultivation. Therefore, choosing a contracted beast with a powerful bloodline is very important for the contractor. Upon hearing this, Yi Chen thought for a moment and realized that it was probably because he possessed an S-rank ability. However, this A-level contracted beast ability is really rather weak. This isn't a case of a human making a contract with a beast. This is practically a beast contracting with a human. As the master, how could I be affected by my contracted beast? This superpower is absolutely ridiculous. Kid. Try punching me. Let me check your strength. He Fengchi still couldn't quite believe that Yi Chen was a level 1 ability user. He raised one palm, wanting Yi Chen to test his strength. Alright. Then I won't be polite. There was a loud bang. Yi Chen's fist slammed into He Fengchi's palm. Not bad. Your qi and blood value has actually reached 3,000. Your body has been well tempered. He Fengchi nodded, quite satisfied with Yi Chen's physique. He was now certain that Yi Chen's cultivation had indeed reached level 1. Yi Chen was a little confused. 3,000 qi and blood points? How come I didn't know that? This old man is no good. He just talks nonsense. His qi and blood value should be a little over 2,500. Yi Chen opened the system panel and took a look. What's going on? When did my qi and blood value reach 3,150? Yi Chen looked astonished. He glanced at the mosquito beside him. He immediately understood. This must be the power of blood in chi refined by that silly mosquito after it sucked blood, which then fed back to him. If that's the case, maybe I don't need this silly mosquito to break through to level 1 at all. It wouldn't be a bad idea to use it directly as a blood pack. Upon thinking of this, Yi Chen's face immediately lit up with a smile. He Fengchi was completely baffled. Hey kid, what are you grinning about? Are you just going to ignore this mosquito you're not going to bother with anymore? Huh? How did you know? Yi Chen immediately looked guilty, as if someone had seen through his thoughts. Humph, what you're thinking is practically written all over your face. But kid, let me tell you, although I don't know why your current cultivation level isn't affected by your contracted beast. However, if a contracted beast's cultivation level is too low, its lifespan will be very short. As you should know, a mosquito's lifespan is about a week. If you want your mosquito to live longer, you'd better find a way to get it to level 1 as soon as possible. Seeing Yi Fengchi talking to him about this so seriously, Yi Chen glanced at the mosquito's lifespan once more. 10 months. These mosquitoes have 10 months left. Yi Chen frowned. If this mosquito's lifespan cannot be increased, then my blood pack will only last for 10 months. This won't do. Grandpa, do you have any good ideas on how to help it break through its cultivation limit? Yi Chen's attitude was extremely sincere, and Yi Fengchi nodded in satisfaction. I have 4 methods. The first is to place it in a place with very strong radiation and force it to mutate genetically. If we're lucky, it might become a powerful species. This method is ridiculous. Grandpa, are you even capable of this? Yi Chen looked at him with disdain. He had actually come up with the idea of using nuclear radiation. In their past lives, the Japanese devils on Earth were blown up twice by mushroom eggs. I've never seen them evolve. On the contrary, quite a few Japanese soldiers died. Well, since you don't like the first one, let's talk about the second one. The second one is to use gene programming technology to change its gene sequence and help it forcibly break through. This method must have side effects, right? If gene programming is so amazing, why doesn't anyone perform gene programming on themselves or their offspring? Hey! How do you know there isn't one? Yi Fengchi looked at Yi Chen with a half smile. Yi Chen was immediately startled. If this technology truly matures, wouldn't it allow for the continuous mass production of powerful individuals? You're right, but the biggest problem is that the technology is not yet mature. If it fails, it will be a disaster. Another problem is that it's extremely expensive. Is Chapter 35 an S rank? Don't you have a safer solution? This gene editing technology looks like it's forcing growth. It's likely to have a lot of side effects. Yi Chen would absolutely not choose that. What's the rush? I haven't finished explaining yet. My third method has absolutely no side effects. Oh, that's amazing? Seeing Yi Fengchi's mysterious look, Yi Chen gave him a look of admiration. After satisfying Yi Fengchi's vanity, he finally began his introduction. There is a fruit in this world called the bloodline fruit, which can evolve the bloodline of exotic beasts. It has absolutely no side effects. Just say but. How did you know I was going to say but? If this fruit is really that good, why have I never heard of it? Don't tell me it can't be cultivated with current planting techniques? How do you know it can't be artificially cultivated? Yi Chen was shocked he had guessed correctly again. Yi Fengchi was shocked to see Yi Chen's expression. He immediately understood Yi Chen had been guessing all along. So he continued his introduction. These bloodline fruits are extremely rare and are not sold on the market because the time from fruiting to maturity is very short. By the time others discover them, they have already been eaten by strange beasts. Even if you're lucky enough to get it, it will only last for half an hour. If you don't eat it within that time, its medicinal effect will be completely gone. Does this bloodline fruit work on all kinds of strange beasts? No. It only works on beasts with low-level bloodlines. If the bloodline is too high level, it's a waste to eat it. Where can I find this kind of bloodline fruit tree? Where am I supposed to look for it? Have no idea. Upon hearing Yi Fengchi's words, Yi Chen couldn't help but roll his eyes. It was as if he hadn't said anything at all. If I can't find it, no matter how good this thing is, it's meaningless to me. Don't panic, there's a fourth way. Tell me about it. This time, Yi Chen didn't give Yi Fengchi a friendly look. Yi Fengling also stared wide-eyed, her eyes filled with curiosity. He Fingchi wasn't angry, but instead slowly began to introduce. The fourth method is to use the blood of a powerful beast king to make your mosquito drink it, and then force it to mutate, for example, by using the blood of a dragon. This method is good, but the risks must be very high. What in this world is without risk? He Fengchi couldn't help but roll his eyes. Yi Chen thought about it and felt that it made some sense. Now I want this silly mosquito to evolve. He really had no better solution. We can only choose option 3 or 4. However, both of these methods are a bit troublesome. After all, these things are really too difficult to obtain. Old man, do you know where I can buy the blood of the Beast King? Buy? What are you thinking? This stuff can't be bought with money. Every drop of Beast King's blood is extremely precious. Who would be willing to sell it? He Fingchi glanced at Yi Chen with disdain, feeling that this kid had no common sense at all. But Grandpa, don't we have the blood of the Beast King in our family? Didn't I use it when I tempered my body last time? Can we sell some to Yi Chen? He Fengling said innocently from the side. He Fengchi was immediately startled upon hearing this. My dear granddaughter, you can't side with outsiders. That blood is extremely precious, it's needed to nurture the family's geniuses. But Grandpa, Yi Chen's talent is many times better than that of the people in our family. That won't do. There's no room for negotiation. Yi Chen smiled. He appreciated He Fengling's kindness. As for the Beast King's blood, he would have to find another way. Yi Chen thought for a moment, and then he opened the space again and released the razor. The razor just appeared. He Fengchi was so startled that he stood up from the sofa. Razor? How do you possess such a powerful beast? Oh, I applied to the government for a blue spirit serpent egg, but after it hatched, I found out it was actually a thunder serpent egg. Your egg, could it be the one the Wang family sold by mistake? He Fengchi kept staring intently at the small snake in Yi Chen's hand, which was emitting blue lightning. Yi Chen touched his nose and chuckled dryly. I don't know about that, but I've already broken the contract. Even if they want me to give it back, I can't do it. What? You've contracted with Razor? He Fengchi and He Fengling's eyes widened immediately. He looked utterly shocked. Even the well-informed He Fengchi was shocked. Since the great changes in the world, he had never heard of anyone in this world who could contract two strange beasts. How did Yi Chen manage to do that? What shocked him even more was that the one he had contracted was Razor, which was internationally recognized as impossible to contract. How was he able to successfully sign the contract? Why didn't he suffer a backlash from Razor after successfully making the contract? He Fengchi was puzzled by many questions in his mind. Oh! Yi Chen, your little snake is so cute. Can I touch it? Be careful, it's electrified. Okay. Yi Chen controlled the thunder serpent, stopping it from discharging electricity, and then handed it to He Fengling. After taking the little snake, He Fengling carefully played with it. He Fengchi stared intently at Yi Chen for a long time. Yi Chen touched his nose and said, Hey old man, even if I'm handsome, you don't need to look at me like that. Pa! Shameless. Just say it. What do you want to ask by releasing this snake? Grandpa is really smart. I want to ask, if this snake really hatched from one of the Wang family's snake eggs, were the snake's parents killed by the Wang family? Of course it's not dead, and I can even tell you that this little snake's parents are both level 8 beast kings. They're still looking for this snake egg. How about it, are you scared, kid? He Fengchi looked at Yi Chen with a wicked grin. He found it very amusing to see this kid get his comeuppance. Yi Chen's calm demeanor, however, made He Fengchi find it quite boring. He Fengling looked at the small snake. I looked at the mosquito again. Finally, he looked at Yi Chen again. At that moment, a bold conjecture came to his mind. Could this kid not have a level superpowers? It's S rank? Or even higher than S rank? Thinking of this, He Fengchi's heart was filled with turmoil. If it really is S class, that would be far too shocking. It should be noted that the highest level of contract-based superpowers in the world so far is only a level. An S-class has never appeared before. A person's potential is determined by their ability level and the beast they contract with. In other words, the higher his ability level, the higher his potential. This can be seen from the top human combat power, the level 8 and level 9 powerhouses. Without exception, they were all superhumans of grade B or above. Chapter 36: The Secret to Becoming Stronger. Kid. Tell me the truth, are you really an A-level ability user? Who says I'm a rank? I'm S rank. Yi Chen frankly revealed his ability level, since he couldn't keep it a secret forever. Upon hearing this, He Fengqi and He Fengling were momentarily stunned. A moment later, He Fengqi burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. I'm dying of laughter, I'm absolutely dying of laughter. You little rascal, you almost fooled me. Everyone in the world knows that the highest level of contractability is only a level. You even created an S rank? Why don't you just say you're SSS rank? He Fengqi laughed until his face turned red and he was a little out of breath. He had indeed suspected it before, but now that Yi Chen had said it, he felt it was completely impossible. After all, Yi Chen didn't have the arrogance typical of S-class geniuses. He Fengling also thought Yi Chen was bragging. Although she had a very good impression of Yi Chen, one thing is one thing. Things that should be questioned should still be questioned. Just then, the doorbell rang outside. Yi Chen immediately opened the door and let the other person in. It's Lao Chengwan. What's he doing here? Even if you wanted to give me that 3 million yuan bonus, you wouldn't need to come all the way here in person. As soon as Lu Qingyun entered, he saw He Fengqi sitting on the sofa. Mr. He, what are you doing here? Who are you? He Fengqi looked at Lu Qingyun and had no recollection of him at all. Lu Qingyun jogged over and stood respectfully in front of He Fengqi. My name is Lu Qingyun, and I am the police chief. You can just call me Xiao Lu. You may not have met me, but I've seen news reports about you hunting strange beasts. I'm a fan, could I please get your autograph? Oh, an autograph? That's easy. He Fengqi casually signed his name on a piece of paper. Then it was handed over to Lao Qingwan. What brings you here, Xiao Lu? Did this kid get into some trouble? He Fengqi glanced at Yi Chen, his eyes full of mockery. He really enjoyed seeing Yi Chen make a fool of himself. Old man, can't you wish me well for once? I'm a law-abiding citizen. I've never broken the law, you can ask your granddaughter if you don't believe me. Yes. That's right. Yi Chen is a good person. I can vouch for that. He Fengling said with absolute certainty. Lu Qingyun gave Yi Chen a deep look, then turned and respectfully addressed He Fengqi. Old He, you're joking. How could I dare to arrest your people? I'm here for Yi Chen's blue spirit serpent egg. That egg? You're too late, the egg is gone. What? Gone? Why is it gone? That wasn't a blue spirit serpent egg, it was the Wang family's lost thunder serpent egg. The thunder serpent is an extremely dangerous beast. If it hatches and is not dealt with in time, it could cause a great disaster. Young friend Yi, this is no joke. Hand it over right now and let me deal with it. I'll compensate you with another young beast later. Upon hearing Yi Chen's words, Lu Qingyun's first reaction was that Yi Chen was lying. After all, the razor is an extremely powerful beast. Even if it is just an egg, it is definitely not something that someone with only 52 HP can kill. Yi Chen pointed to the lightning snake in He Fengling's palm. Look, it has already hatched, and it's very well behaved, not dangerous at all. That's right. I can vouch for it. It's incredibly well behaved and adorable. He Fengling nodded repeatedly. She really loves this razor guy. It looks so cute. When Lu Qingyun saw the very docile razor snake in He Fengling's hand, he was completely dumbfounded. What's going on? Is this really the legendary, extremely ferocious, short-tempered, and murderous razor? Why is it so well behaved now? Doesn't it bite you when that girl treats you like a toy? Lu Qingyun took a deep breath, then turned to look at He Fengqi, saying with admiration. As expected of Elder He, you managed to tame such a terrifying beast so well. I didn't tame it, this kid made a contract with it. He Fengqi pointed at Yi Chen and said calmly. Yi Chen gave Lu Qingyun a shy smile. Lu Qingyun was dumbfounded. What's going on? Am I still sleepy today? This kid. His health and mana are only 52. Etc. Didn't this kid just awaken his superpower a few days ago? When did you break through to level 1? When did you break through to level 1? Just yesterday. Lu Qingyun gave Yi Chen a deep look, then turned to He Fengqi and said with admiration. As expected of Elder He's disciple. Truly gifted. I admire you. Ha ha ha. Grandpa. He has such a bad eye. He always guesses wrong. Ha ha ha. He Fengling sat on the sofa and burst into laughter. He Fengqi was speechless. How could Lu Qingyun be so clueless? I always embarrass myself. If this kid were his own apprentice, he wouldn't be so frustrated. But unfortunately, the thought that his worthless disciples, who had practiced swordsmanship for over a decade, were still inferior to Yi Chen, a mere novice, made him furious. Although his talent for swordsmanship was not as high as Yi Chen's. But that didn't stop him from taking his anger out on his apprentice. Lao Qingwan was dumbfounded again. What was going on? Did I guess wrong again? He frowned, then turned to look at Yi Chen. Young brother Yi, how did you do that? How did you break through to the first rank so quickly? Because this doesn't make sense. Everyone cultivates themselves steadily, step by step. How did it get here so fast, like taking a rocket? It's nothing, maybe I was just lucky. This time, Yi Chen was right, he was indeed lucky. After all, if he hadn't been lucky enough to be bound to the system, he might still be being called a good for nothing. He Fengqi couldn't help but roll his eyes. Hey, this kid is actually being modest. I don't know which guy was bragging about being an S-class ability user just now. He Fengling's liking for Yi Chen increased even more. He's so talented, yet so humble. He truly is my best friend. As for Lu Qingyun, he felt that Yi Chen was intentionally hiding it, but he could understand it. After all, who would tell others the secret of their own becoming stronger? Suddenly, he caught a glimpse of the lightning snake out of the corner of his eye. He suddenly realized. I see. I was wondering why his cultivation level had increased so quickly. It was Razor. That's it. This is the secret to Yi Chen's growing strength. Chapter 37, A Dream. Young brother Yi, I wonder if you've experienced any discomfort since you formed a contract with the Razor? No. I feel perfectly fine. I don't feel uncomfortable at all. Upon hearing this, Lu Qingyun immediately fell into deep thought. In the past, those who contracted with Razor either went insane or died suddenly. Could it be that I arrived too early, and the other person's symptoms haven't appeared yet? Yes. That's how it should be. After all, how could the knowledge in books be wrong? This kid is definitely going to die soon. How pitiful. So young. Why would you be so foolish as to sign a contract with Razor? Lu Qingyun looked at Yi Chen with pity. Yi Chen looked completely bewildered by his gaze. He Fengqi asked. Xiao Lu, you didn't come here just to take this little snake back to the police station, did you? I did have that plan, but since Elder He is here, I'm sure Razor won't be able to cause any trouble. I'm not taking it back. Then, he turned to look at Yi Chen and said. This snake originally belonged to the Wang family. Their staff made a mistake and sold it for 10 million. The Wang family might cause you trouble later. Be careful. After saying goodbye to Yi Fengqi, he left Yi Chen's house. Just as Lu Qingyun stepped out of Yi Chen's house, he suddenly remembered something. That's not right. Didn't Yi Chen already have a contract with a mosquito? How could he possibly contract a second beast? Lu Qingyun felt his head buzzing. Doesn't the book say that a contractor can only contract one beast? Why doesn't the knowledge in this book work for Yi Chen? This is truly bizarre. At Yi Chen's home, He Fengqi looked at Yi Chen with a playful expression and said. Kid. The Wang family might be coming after you now, aren't you scared? Why should we be afraid? Doesn't the national law stipulate that once something is sold, it belongs to the buyer? Since they sold the snake egg, it no longer belongs to the Wang family. Yi Chen looked puzzled, having no idea what the bureau chief was afraid of. Even if the Wang family is powerful, can they be above the law? Hey! You have absolutely no idea about this society. While the government has indeed stated that everyone is equal before the law, these are just empty words. If you actually believe them, you're a complete idiot. He Fengqi looked at Yi Chen with a serious expression and said that there were some things he couldn't say too bluntly. Otherwise, it would be too awful to listen to. Whether Yi Chen can understand or not depends on himself. Yi Chen's expression immediately turned somewhat unpleasant. How come there are such disgusting privileged classes everywhere? He took a deep breath, then looked at He Fengqi and asked. Then, sir, in your opinion, how should this matter be resolved? You're not completely stupid, you still know to ask for help. I can indeed help you. But why should I help you? Grandpa. How could you do this? Yi Chen is my good friend. What's wrong with helping him out? He Fengling looked dissatisfied, feeling that her grandfather was too snobbish. Not friendly at all. Yi Chen frowned. He thought for a moment, wondering what he could offer in exchange. Want to cook? Am I really going to be a cook for the Ho family for the rest of my life? No. I don't want to. But if I were to become a chef, it seems like I don't have anything about me that could attract He Fengchi's attention. I wonder what you want me to do, sir. Or, what can I do for you? Yi Chen's attitude was extremely sincere. He admitted that he didn't know what he could offer. Why don't we let the other party make the offer? My granddaughter told me that you have an exceptional talent for swordsmanship. I happen to have a fragmented S-rank manual here, and I hope you can help me complete it. Grandpa, you really think highly of me. Let's not even talk about how different A-level and S-level are. Even if they were nearly identical, I might not be able to do it, because learning ability and creative ability are two different things. If it were a complete manual, He Fengchi would have instructed Yi Chen to learn it quickly. Yi Chen was naturally full of confidence. After all, it only requires adding a few points. However, if it is an incomplete manual, then it will be very troublesome. After all, the system doesn't have the ability to create or deduce secret manuals. What? You've already lost confidence? That's not like someone your age. You have absolutely no self-confidence. I didn't ask you to perfect the manual immediately. I can give you time. Give it to me whenever you've finished. What if I can't handle it? Then I'll just have to accept my bad luck. Otherwise, do you think I'm going to eat you up? Okay. Deal. This is a surefire way to make money, why not do it? Yi Chen readily agreed. He Fengchi took out a secret manual from his pocket and handed it to Yi Chen. Yi Chen sat on the sofa and quickly began to flip through the pages. This manual looks like it has over 100 pages, but it actually only has 2 pages of text. How could it be over already? Even the table of contents of a book isn't this short. Humph. Is your book catalog really that beautiful? He Fengchi snatched the manual back and put it back in his pocket. Yi Chen looked at He Fengchi with a strange expression, which eventually made the old man feel a little embarrassed. Hey kid. What do you mean by staring at me like that? Yi Chen thought for a moment, and finally spoke. This manual of yours is not incomplete at all. It's a concept. A concept of a sword technique that has not yet been created. He Fengchi was secretly surprised this kid's comprehension was really high. This was indeed his own idea. He had a dream about it 6 months ago. I dreamt that I swung my sword, and the world changed color, splitting mountains and cleaving seas. Then, after waking up, he immediately wrote down the scene from his dream. However, due to his limited talent, he has never been able to bring this swordsmanship into reality. The reason I showed it to Yi Chen was just on a whim. I was just giving it a try. But now it seems that this kid's talent is really ridiculously high. Maybe he can actually help me perfect this sword technique. At this moment, on a straight asphalt road, a beautiful girl was driving her newly purchased red sports car toward Yi Chen's house. Her best friend, Zhao Dongxia, was also in the car. Zhao Dongxia held her small mirror and said while putting on makeup, "Qingyi, do you think I look good like this?" "Xiaxia, I'm driving right now. How can I see? Besides, I'm just going to pick up my cousin, why are you wearing makeup? You know he's your cousin. It's my first time meeting him, so I have to make a good impression." Zhao Dongxia continued to apply her makeup meticulously, her resolve unwavering despite Yi Qingyi's words. Yi Qingyi couldn't help but roll her eyes. I really don't know what kind of good impression she's trying to leave on Yi Chen. If you didn't know better, you'd think she was going on a blind date with Yi Chen. Chapter 38 Cousin Yi Qingyi. Qingyi, what does your cousin look like? Is he handsome? I'm alright looking. Yi Qingyi said something against her will. In her mind, her impression of Yi Chen was still that he was fat and ugly. But because this is my cousin, she couldn't say he was ugly. Really? How's his talent for cultivation? A level contract ability user. Wow. Qingyi, your cousin is actually an A-level ability user. That's amazing. Well done, Qingyi. I've always considered you my best friend. You have such an outstanding cousin, and you've been keeping it a secret all this time. They didn't even introduce me to them. That's outrageous. She was unhappy with her best friend. Yi Qingyi sighed helplessly. Finally, he revealed that he had treated Yi Chen like a lapdog and had made a contract with a mosquito. Oh, I see. That's such a pity. Is Li Yu very pretty? Humph. My mom says she's not even as good looking as you. Speaking of this, Yi Qingyi was furious. She truly couldn't understand what Yi Chen saw in that green tea girl. He was so devoted to her that he even gave all his family's assets to that woman. If it weren't for her mother's concern that Yi Chen would starve to death, she wouldn't have bothered to visit him. Not long after, the two then arrived at Yi Chen's house. Ha! What's with this luxury car? And what are these men in suits doing here? Yi Qingyi looked puzzled. Did I take the wrong turn? Yi Qingyi quickly turned on the navigation on her phone. Yes. That's right. So what are all these people and these red carpets for? Qingyi, what's wrong with you? You don't even recognize your cousin's house? Zhao Dongxia found Yi Qingyi's embarrassed state amusing. But your cousin's family is really rich. Look at that extended luxury car, it's a limited edition. There are only 10 of these in the entire world. And these bodyguards, each and every one of them has reached the second level of cultivation. Zhao Dongxia was also quite surprised to see this impressive lineup. Yi Qingyi frowned. After looking around several times to confirm that this was indeed Yi Chen's home. Then, he carefully stepped onto the red carpet and entered Yi Chen's house. The two people walked in. They saw the three people inside the house. Yi Qingyi looked puzzled. Where did my cousin Yi Chen go? Here I am. Cousin, what brings you here? Yi Chen walked up to Yi Qingyi. Yi Qingyi looked shocked. You're Yi Chen? You've had plastic surgery? No. I just recently succeeded in losing weight. Yi Chen chuckled dryly. Then, he looked at the woman beside Yi Qingyi and asked curiously. Who is this person? My best friend, Zhao Dongxia. Oh, hello. At this moment, Zhao Dongxia was completely captivated by Yi Chen's handsome face and could not extricate herself. He was completely unaware that drool was dripping from the corners of his mouth. Yi Qingyi felt extremely embarrassed and helplessly covered her eyes. It's unbearable to look at. Bringing a best friend like that out in public is so embarrassing. Yi Chen just smiled and didn't take it to heart. Yi Qingyi turned to look at He Fengling sitting on the sofa and asked curiously. Cousin, is this your girlfriend, Li Yu? Yi Qingyi looked He Fengling up and down, a hint of amazement flashing in her eyes. No wonder her cousin was so infatuated with her. Yi Qingyi has been busy cultivating recently, and she only heard about Li Yu from her mother. This is the first time I've seen it today. I have to say, Yi Chen has a really good eye. Cousin, what are you thinking? Li Yu isn't that pretty. This is my friend, He Fengling. Hearing Yi Chen praise her beauty, He Fengling immediately beamed with joy. He Fengqi nodded. Not bad. You've got good taste, kid. Afterwards, Yi Chen introduced He Fengling and the other woman to Yi Qingyi and the other woman. The college entrance exam is tomorrow, are you ready? Yi Qingyi came to give Yi Chen money this time, because she heard that Yi Chen gave all his money to Li Yu. Her mother was worried that Yi Chen wouldn't have the money to buy weapons. Yi Chen released all the weapons from his storage ring. I've been prepared for this for a long time. You won't believe me, just look. So many arrows. Are you going to war? Yi Qingyi stared blankly at the basket of arrows on the ground. Yi Chen smiled faintly. It's always good to be prepared. It's never a bad thing to have a few extra. Yi Qingyi was speechless for a moment, because as far as she knew, Yi Chen's blood energy value was 52. With such strength, did he really have a chance to draw the bow? Forget it. Let's not discourage him. Since you've already prepared, wait a minute. Where did you get the money? Wasn't your money swindled away by Li Yu? Oh, I got it back. Not too stupid. Don't get involved with women like Li Yu again. Ha! I've never done this before. Yi Chen looked completely innocent. The four of them chatted in the living room until the afternoon. Kid! What are you doing? Go cook! Seeing that it was mealtime again, He Fengqi immediately urged Yi Chen to cook. Let me help. Zhao Dongxia finally found an opportunity to be alone with Yi Chen, and naturally she didn't want to miss it. Come back. Don't interfere with his cooking. All you have to do later is eat. When Yi Fengqi saw that Zhao Dongxia wanted to help, he immediately became unhappy. After all, he only recognizes Yi Chen's cooking skills now. As for the help from others, he was worried that this would ruin the taste of the food. No unauthorized personnel are allowed in the kitchen. Yi Qingyi opened her mouth. I wanted to say that Yi Chen's cooking is terrible. But in the end, I saw Yi Fengqi's resolute gaze. She didn't dare to say anything more. She could only pray that the food wouldn't be too bad. Only Zhao Dongxia looked disappointed. Seeing this, He Fengling comforted her. Don't worry, Yi Chen is a very good cook. Yi Fengqi was speechless. As someone who had been through it all, he could immediately see what Zhao Dongxia was thinking. It's just my silly granddaughter. I actually thought the other person was concerned about the food. Silly girl. But it's better to understand these things later. Not long after, Yi Chen came out carrying a plate of pork ribs. As soon as the food was placed on the table, Yi Fengqi sat down without any hesitation, picked up his chopsticks, and started eating. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and eat. It won't taste good if it gets cold. Yi Qingyi and Zhao Dongxia looked at each other in bewilderment. Are we going to start eating now? Aren't we going to eat together before Yi Chen finishes cooking? A moment later, they were finally unable to resist the aroma any longer. They sat down at the table and began to feast. This is delicious. I never expected my cousin to have such culinary skills. This dish seems to even increase one's qi and blood strength. Yi Qingyi was shocked. She is a beast-like ability user who is extremely sensitive to changes in her own blood and qi. Chapter 39. Don't let my husband know. Just from that bite of meat, she keenly sensed that her blood energy level had increased by 0.05, although it wasn't much. But it's still incredibly amazing. You should know that for cultivators, the most difficult thing to cultivate is the power of qi and blood. Yi Fengqi nodded to himself. He had been so focused on tasting the flavors that he hadn't noticed this at all. Although the meat he provided was all from second-tier beasts. It does indeed have the effect of enhancing qi and blood, but this is also thanks to Yi Chen's superb processing skills, which have preserved most of the nutrients in the meat. Otherwise, it wouldn't have had such a good effect. The more this happened, the more Yi Fengqi wanted Yi Chen to work as his cook. He couldn't imagine what it would be like if Yi Chen went to his Yi family, where the Yi family members would eat the food he provided every day. Wouldn't his cultivation level skyrocket? Upon hearing Yi Qingyi's words, Zhao Dongxia, who had originally intended to maintain her ladylike image, was shocked. I decisively chose to eat as much as I wanted. In no time, the plate of ribs was devoured by everyone. Hey Yi, can you hurry up? We've already finished all the food, and you still haven't brought any more. Coming right away. 2 hours later. The 4 people were finally full. People who cultivate themselves naturally have a larger appetite than ordinary people. In addition, Yi Chen's cooking was especially delicious. They lost control for a moment. It took 2 hours to eat. The pile of plates was quite high. After eating, Yi Fengqi, that old fellow, is like a ruthless old philanderer. Satisfied, he took Yi Fengling home. Before leaving, he was still trying to persuade Yi Chen. Kid, cultivation is a dead end. You should become a cook. Being a cook suits you. Yi Fengling looked at Yi Chen with some reluctance. Yi Chen, I have to go back. Sigh. I'll miss you. The thought of not being able to eat your cooking for another 3 days makes me sad. So you didn't get this from here. You made him happy for nothing. Yi Chen's lips twitched. We could actually take the college entrance exam together. No way. I didn't study in Jiangqing City, so the exam isn't held here. Oh, I see. That's such a shame. Oh, by the way, here's your knife back. After Yi Fengqi and his grandson left, Yi Qingyi and Zhao Dongxia stayed behind to help Yi Chen wash the dishes. I drove back too. Zhao Dongxia, who was in the car, suddenly frowned and said. I suddenly remember who he is. Who is it? Yi Qingyi asked curiously. Zhao Dongxia said with a serious expression. The former head of the Yi family. Yi Fengqi, a 7th-tier expert with the wind-breaking blade. What? How could my cousin know such an important person? The Yi family is a true elite family in Jiangcheng. It's almost impossible to see them on a normal day. I never expected that they would know Yi Chen. Moreover, judging from her appearance, that young lady from the He family seems to have some ambiguous relationship with Yi Chen. Upon thinking of this, Yi Qingyi was immediately thrilled. This cousin is awesome. No wonder he abandoned Li Yu now. So it turns out he's hooked up with the Yi family's daughter. Qingyi, what are you getting so excited about? Really? Where did I get excited? Humph. Your body is shaking, I can feel the car vibrating. Don't even think about denying it. And another thing. You have to help me win over your cousin. I've got my eye on him. Zhao Dongxia became more and more excited as she spoke. It seemed as if she would cause a scene in the car if Yi Qingyi dared not agree. Yi Qingyi was driving at the moment, so how could she dare to refuse? Okay. I promise you. Although she verbally agreed, she was secretly complaining in her heart. Don't even think about it. Even though you're my best friend. However, I will never allow you, a short, ugly, and poor man, to ruin my cousin's important marriage to a wealthy heiress. After Yi Fengqi and Yi Fengling left, Yi Chen received 3 million yuan transferred from Lu Qingyun. Yi Chen opened the system panel. They started checking it. The SSS level Heaven and Earth 1 Path/Sword technique in its rudimentary form. Beginner level. That swordsmanship is actually SSS level. This is absolutely terrifying. How could the Yi family possess such terrifying swordsmanship? The person who created this sword technique must have possessed an extraordinary talent. If this sword technique were truly perfected, I wonder what a terrifying sight it would be when used. Yi Chen was filled with longing. That evening, Zhang Xian returned to Yi Chen's house, wearing black stockings and high heels. Why are you here again? Aren't you welcoming me? Zhang Xian smiled alluringly, then sat down in Yi Chen's lap, her arms wrapped around his neck. What exactly do you want? What do I want to do? Don't you know? Zhang Xian slowly moved closer to Yi Chen's lips, her pearly teeth slightly parted, her breath sweet and fragrant. Yi Chen felt the warm breath on his lips, and his heart immediately burned with heat. Just then, the phone rang. Yi Chen immediately took out his phone and answered the call. Yi Chen. Tomorrow is the college entrance exam, so don't be late. Okay. And remember not to be late. The voice on the other end of the phone was He Fingling's. I didn't expect that this girl who likes to sleep in would actually worry about me oversleeping. But this girl is really kind. After hanging up the phone, Zhang Xian stared intently at Yi Chen. She's your girlfriend? Yi Chen wanted to say no, but then he thought that if he said no, she would definitely keep pestering him. So he nodded and said without batting an eye. That's right. She's my girlfriend. It's so late now, you should go home, otherwise you won't be able to explain it to your husband. I'm not afraid, so what are you afraid of? Besides, didn't I tell you? My husband doesn't mind us being together. But my girlfriend minds. This isn't a good idea. Yi Chen wanted to struggle a little longer. After all, it's really immoral to get involved with a married woman. If you're unwilling, then take your hands off my chest and inside my skirt. Upon hearing this, Yi Chen looked down. Holy crap, when did I touch myself there? Why won't my hand obey me? The passive skill that I was trained by my sister-in-law in my previous life has unexpectedly been brought to another world. And it activates reflexively at this moment. Awkward. That's really embarrassing. However, this woman has a really nice figure. It feels amazing. Looks like it's genuine. After Yi Chen withdrew his hand, he said in a serious tone. I really didn't mean it. You should go back now. It wouldn't be good if my girlfriend found out. Couldn't you have been a little more careful and kept it from your girlfriend? Zhang Xian bit her lower lip, staring intently at Yi Chen. The thought that this man had a girlfriend, and that she was cheating on him with another man behind his girlfriend's back, made her even more excited. Zhang Xian gently stroked Yi Chen's chest, then traced his abdominal muscles. His breathing became increasingly rapid. It was as if I had entered some indescribable state. A moment later, she convulsed. Chapter 40, Was I Taken Advantage of? Zhang Chen blushed, her eyes filled with seductive allure as she gazed at Yi Chen, then said gently. Since you're unwilling, I won't force you. How about I make you feel comfortable like last time? Upon hearing this, Yi Chen immediately thought of everything that had happened last night, and his heart surged with emotion. However, he still shook his head. Stop messing around. I have the college entrance exam tomorrow. I need to be well rested and energetic. I can't let it affect my performance. Okay, I'll give you a massage. That way you can get a good night's sleep. Is this a proper massage? Ugh. I'm not going to be indecent. Zhang Qian gently patted Yi Chen's chest, her face full of coquettish reproach. Yi Chen thought to himself, do you think I believe you? Just look at the skills you displayed last night. He's obviously a pro. Moreover, he is an exceptionally talented master. Yi Chen's sister-in-law studied for a long time in her previous life, but she still couldn't match the skill Zhang Qian had last night. After returning to his room, Yi Chen lay down on the bed, waiting for Zhang Qian to come and give him a massage. Zhang Qian looked at it and then asked, Hey! Why aren't you taking off your clothes? Why do I have to take off my clothes just for a massage? And you say your massage is very proper. How am I supposed to find your pressure points if you don't take your clothes off? Upon hearing this, Yi Chen obediently took off his shirt. Zhang Qian took Yi Chen's clothes and placed them on a stool next to her. Where are your pants? Do I have to take my pants off too? Take it off. Completely naked. Yi Chen strongly suspected that Zhang Qian simply wanted to see his body. However, he had no evidence. Fine, I'll just sleep naked then. Yi Chen stripped naked and lay face down on the bed. Zhang Qian watched from the side, her heart itching with envy. She swallowed hard, took off her high heels, and then straddled Yi Chen's back with her shapely buttocks. She gently massaged Yi Chen's temples with both hands. How is it? Are you comfortable? That feels good. I never knew you had this massage technique. Did you used to be a massage therapist? I've never done it before, but I've studied it seriously. My skills are absolutely professional. By the way, I have a massage technique using my tongue. Would you like to try it? No. I knew you weren't a proper masseur. I want to sleep now. Don't cause trouble. Yi Chen thought to himself, why is this woman's mind filled with such lewd thoughts? Zhang Qian chuckled. Fine. I'm not messing with you anymore. Then, she began to massage Yi Chen very carefully. Not long after, Yi Chen fell into a deep sleep. The next morning, while it was still barely light, Yi Chen slowly opened his eyes. I felt a soft mass in my arms. Yi Chen looked down. Holy crap! He saw Zhang Qian, a woman, completely naked, in his arms. She placed her fair, white hand on Yi Chen's chest. She kept snuggling into Yi Chen's arms. Two shapely, long legs were firmly clamped around Yi Chen's legs. Her black stockings, purple underwear, panties, white shirt, and black pencil skirt were scattered all over the bed. The whole scene looked like a major battle had taken place last night. Yi Chen looked down at his body guiltily. Lipstick marks were visible all over his body. That woman really did take advantage of him while he was asleep last night. Yi Chen pushed Zhang Qian away. Then I took a quick shower in the bathroom. After cleaning up the lip prints and changing into protective clothing, I went outside. Cousin, get in the car. I'll take you to school. Outside, Yi Qingyi was in her beautiful convertible, waving continuously at Yi Chen. Zhao Dongxiao was also in the car. After Yi Chen jumped into the car, he asked curiously, Are you also attending Jiangcheng City's Superpower 4 middle school? What? Cousin, you have an A-level superpower, and you're actually attending Superpower number 4 high school? Yi Qingyi was filled with rage. According to the unspoken rules of Jiangcheng, an A-level ability user like Yi Chen should be attending number 1 middle school. How did they end up attending the worst high school, number 4? I don't know, only number 4 middle school was willing to accept me, so I went to number 4 middle school. Cousin, have you offended someone? Yi Qingyi frowned, her face darkening. Yi Chen thought for a moment. I think it must have been Zhang Chuanji, the principal of Jiangcheng number 2 middle school, who said something to them. But it doesn't matter, it's the same for me wherever I go. Yi Qingyi nodded. 2. With your low cultivation level, it'll be the same no matter where you go. Anyway, you're not going to get into college. Of course, she didn't say these words aloud, because they were too hurtful. I'll take you to number 4 middle school first. See you at the exam hall then. Okay. The red sports car sped along the asphalt road. The car wasn't going very fast. A gentle breeze blew towards Yi Chen, bringing him a refreshing coolness. The vehicle soon arrived at Superpower 4. I'm going in first, see you in the exam room later. See you in a bit. Outside the number 4 middle school, 3 buses were already parked and waiting. On the playground, there were more than 100 students, each wearing their exam admission ticket. They carried large and small bags on their backs, and some had long knives at their waists. Some carried a long spear on their backs. But there are candidates like Yi Chun who have nothing but an admission ticket. However, it is extremely rare. Yi Chen, over here. Xia Ping was waving to Yi Chun from a distance. Upon seeing this, Yi Chen ran over and said somewhat awkwardly, I said, teacher, there are only 2 of us, you don't need to hold up a sign, do you? Everyone else is holding up signs, I can't just go empty-handed. Besides, these signs don't cost me any money. Xia Ping carried the sign on her shoulder. They are carefree and don't care at all about what others think. Today is the first time her students are taking the college entrance examination, and she is very excited. Naturally, I wanted to experience being a homeroom teacher. Hey, isn't this Xia Ping? What? Only 1 student from your class is taking the martial arts exam? Your teaching skills are absolutely terrible. Ha ha ha. Zhan Huan mocked Xia Ping with a sarcastic and bitter expression. Xia Ping smiled. I'm already very satisfied that 1 person is participating in the martial arts exam. The students he assigned to him were all those with very poor cultivation talent. They're not naturally gifted, so why force them to be? Why not switch to a different track? Maybe you can achieve something there. Xia Ping takes it all in stride. Zhan Huan felt like she was punching cotton when Xia Ping was being optimistic. She bit her lip and snorted coldly. You're stubborn as a mule. As a middle-aged woman nearing menopause and disliked by her husband at home, she was extremely jealous of Xia Ping's youth and her popularity with men. Since Xia Ping started teaching at this school, she has often seen a very young and handsome man picking her up and dropping her off at get-off-work every day. This drove her insanely jealous. So whether there's a reason or not, they always come to cause trouble for Xia Ping. Xia Ping didn't care about Zhan Huan's sarcasm. This doesn't mean Yi Chun doesn't care. So he stepped forward, looked coldly at Zhan Huan, and said, Are you a woman with irregular periods or an unsatisfactory sex life? Why do you bite everyone you see? Chapter 41 Liu reunited. What did you say? Zhan Huan bristled instantly, like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. If it weren't for so many people watching, she would have already taught Yi Chen a lesson. Upon seeing this, Xia Ping immediately bowed and apologized to Zhan Huan. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Humph. Keep your students in check. Zhan Huan snorted coldly and left. Yi Chen was somewhat dissatisfied with Xia Ping's apology. You don't have to always give in to that old woman. When it's time to scold her, don't hold back. We're all colleagues, why bother? Xia Ping was timid by nature. As long as a fight didn't break out, being mocked a few times was nothing to her, not even a little bit. Yi Chen shook his head helplessly. After all the candidates arrived, they boarded the bus one after another. The bus driver immediately started the vehicle. They drove towards a remote and desolate place. About an hour later, the car drove to an open area in a level 2 wilderness zone. The students got out of the car one after another. You can tell just by the name of this wilderness area. The strongest beast inside is a tier 2 beast. There are a large number of soldiers in the vicinity responsible for security. They had a patrol team every 3 meters. These soldiers were all fully armed and ready for battle. The wilderness area is also surrounded by high-voltage power grids. The only entrance was locked by a heavy door. In addition, traffic control measures were implemented in the vicinity, and all residents in the surrounding area were evacuated. Although this area is practically uninhabited. However, what needs to be regulated should still be regulated. After all, these students are the future of the country. We can't let anything happen to them. Their safety must be guaranteed. Zhang Changwei was fortunate enough to become the person in charge of safety this time. Since that huge blunder the day before yesterday, he has been receiving daily phone calls from a group of comrades mocking him. This time, he secretly vowed that he absolutely could not afford to make a mistake again. After getting off the bus, the candidates from different schools gathered outside the wilderness area. Yi Chen estimated that there were about 1,000 people. He quickly spotted Yi Qingyi and Zhao Dongxia in the crowd. At that moment, they were discussing forming a team with a group of classmates. Li Lei, can my cousin join the team too? Yi Qingyi, don't you know how important this assessment is to us? Your cousin may be an A-level superpowered contractor, but his contracted beast is a useless mosquito. Do you think someone with that kind of strength has any right to join us? Yi Qingyi was discussing with a male classmate whose cultivation had reached the first level of the first stage, hoping to get Yi Chen to join the team. It was quite obvious that the male classmate didn't think much of Yi Chen. Zhao Dongxia also expressed her dissatisfaction. Li Lei, how can you be so cold-blooded? We're classmates after all. Who said he's a classmate? He's from number 4 middle school, and we're from number 1 middle school. We're practically unrelated. How could we be classmates? And you, Zhao Dongxia, if it weren't for Yi Qingyi's sake, I wouldn't have let you join the team at all. If you dare say another word, I'll kick you out of the team. Li Lei looked furious, feeling that these two women were somewhat disloyal. Forget it, cousin. I won't team up with anyone else. You don't need to worry about me. Humph. You're smart to know what's good for you. Li Lei snorted coldly, then ignored Yi Qingyi and Zhao Dongxia. I'm so sorry, cousin. No need to apologize. Seeing Yi Qingyi's apologetic expression, Yi Chen found it quite amusing. What is there to apologize for? It's not its fault. At this moment, a female classmate walked towards Yi Chen. Excuse me, do you need to team up? The female student was from class 1 of number 4 middle school. When she saw that Yi Chen was so handsome, she immediately wanted to get closer to him. Zhan Ting. Are you trying to drive me crazy? How could you team up with the worst student in class 5? Aren't you just dragging your own team down? But mom, he's so handsome. Shut up. What's the use of being handsome? The most important thing for a man is to have ability. Zhan Huan took Zhan Ting's hand and moved away from Yi Chen. As for Zhan Ting, she kept turning back to look at herself, clearly reluctant to leave. Yi Fan, where are you, you fatso? A tremendous roar came from behind. Yi Chen turned his head and looked. It was actually Wang Gui. And Li Yu, that woman, was following behind him. At this moment, Li Yu's face was bruised and swollen. But his eyes held an even greater arrogance than before. Does this stupid woman think that just because she slept with Wang Gui, she's his woman? How pitiful. If she knew that Wang Gui only used her as a means to get revenge on him, I wonder what her expression would be. The surrounding classmates all looked over because of Wang Gui's shout. Because Yi Chen is now 1.9 meters tall, Li Yu spotted him immediately in the crowd. Master! He's there! Li Yu pointed at Yi Chen, and many people followed her finger and looked at Yi Chen. Wang Gui immediately looked displeased and slapped him across the face. Are you blind? How could that person possibly be that fat bastard Yi Chen? Li Yu covered her swollen cheek and said softly. It really is Yi Chen. Yi Chen has successfully lost weight. Oh, really? Wang Gui walked towards Yi Chen. You're Yi Chen? No. You've mistaken me for someone else. Yi Chen quickly shook his head. Snap. You bastard. I told you he wasn't Yi Chen. How dare you play me for a fool? Wang Gui slapped him again with his backhand. Yi Chen chuckled inwardly. However, he outwardly feigned extreme anger. Wang Gui. Why are you hitting me? I'm beating my bitch, it's none of your business. I am her ex-boyfriend, Yi Chen. Yi Chen stood in front of Wang Gui, pretending to protect Li Yu. You're Yi Chen? How come you look so different? What business is it of yours how I change my appearance? What's it to me? Fine. You bastard. You've got guts. Wang Gui was furious with Yi Chen. Immediately afterwards, he walked over and kicked Li Yu in the stomach. Wang Gui. Why are you hitting a woman again? Yi Chen pretended to rush forward to stop him. Seeing this, Wang Gui stomped hard on Li Yu's chest again, then looked at Yi Chen with a provocative expression. How are you? Are you heartbroken? Ha ha ha. It's okay. Don't worry, this is just the beginning. I promise I'll treat her well. I'll keep my word about what I said last time. Yi Chen glanced at Li Yu, who was in pain, and said, Li Yu. I advise you to leave Wang Gui as soon as possible, or you'll lose your life. Shut up. Yi Chen. You poor loser, you just can't stand to see me doing well. I'm not going to break up with Wang Gui. I'm doing great with Wang Gui right now. Eating delicacies every day, life couldn't be better. Liu blared angrily at Yi Chen, her eyes filled with disdain and disgust. After scolding Yi Chen, Liu turned to Wang Gui with a fawning expression. Wang Gui laughed heartily. Yi Chen, did you hear that? You poor loser, you're such a failure as a man. Ha ha ha. When Liu saw Wang Gui smiling, she smiled too. Yi Chen shook his head inwardly. That woman is really shameless. Her predecessor treated her so well, and she not only didn't fall for him, but she even tried to harm him. Now that Wang Gui beats her up every day, she's even starting to fawn over him. She even skipped the college entrance exam because of the man who beat her every day. Oh, women! I really don't understand. You're Yi Chen? Another unfamiliar male voice came from not far away. Chapter 42 Cooking? Yi Chen looked up and saw a man in military uniform staring straight at him. Yi Chen was completely dumbfounded. Who are you? Humph. Who am I? I am Zhang Changwei, Colonel Zhang, responsible for protecting the safety of the entire Jiangqing city. Seeing Yi Chen's bewildered expression, Zhang Changwei became even more furious. This guy caused a huge embarrassment by getting into trouble in the wilderness. What's even more infuriating is that this bastard didn't do it on purpose. He has nowhere to vent his anger. The students around Yi Chen all looked at him with pity. They angered a level 4 powerhouse, who was also the big boss in charge of the safety of the entire Jiangqing city. This kid's finished. As long as his performance in this exam isn't too amazing. With the power of a 4th-tier expert, he only needs to say one word to make those universities afraid to admit him. How pitiful. He hasn't even taken the exam yet. His future is already ruined. Just when everyone thought Zhang Changwei was about to reprimand Yi Chen, Zhang Changwei simply patted Yi Chen on the shoulder. Okay. Do your best on the exam. After graduation, you can come find me at the military region. I'll arrange a job for you. Oh well. Yi Chen nodded, looking completely bewildered. After Zhang Changwei finished speaking, he handed a business card to Yi Chen and then turned and left. He originally intended to reprimand Yi Chen to vent his frustration. But when I think of Yi Chen's superb swordsmanship talent, he was once again moved to cherish talent. She chose to forgive Yi Chen. Zhang Changwei's words sounded like an ordinary conversation to Yi Chen, and he didn't pay any attention to them. But to everyone else, it sounded like a raging storm. Who is this Yi Chen? Why does Colonel Zhang think so highly of him? I don't know him. I've never heard of him before. To be chosen by a level 4 expert, this kid's future is bound to be smooth sailing. Ugh. How come Colonel Zhang didn't even notice me? Damn it. That bastard's got such good luck. He's so handsome. I really want to be his girlfriend. The students were filled with envy and jealousy. Many people came over wanting to team up with Yi Chen, but Yi Chen rejected them all. Wang Gui gave a cold laugh. They have plenty of level 4 experts. It's nothing special. Only ordinary people would be so surprised. If his family hadn't forbade it, he would have brought out the level 4 expert from his family long ago to be his bodyguard. Checkpoints have already been set up outside the service area in the wilderness. To enter, you must first be checked by the staff. Yi Chen and his group lined up, and after their admission tickets and personal belongings were checked one by one, they prepared to enter the examination room. Oh no! I forgot my exam admission ticket. Then hurry up and call your family to bring it over. Yi Chen was speechless. How come there are people like this in every world? I can't believe I forgot my exam admission ticket. This clearly shows they don't take the college entrance exam seriously. An inspector, after examining Yi Chen's spatial ring, asked with a puzzled expression. Hey student, why didn't you bring energy bars? This exam lasts for 3 days. What are you going to eat if you don't have energy bars? It's okay, I brought oil, salt, and a seasoning packet. Upon hearing Yi Chen's words, the staff member was completely bewildered, not quite understanding what Yi Chen meant. One of his female colleagues reacted quickly. You don't actually want to cook in there, do you? That's right. There are so many ingredients to choose from in this wilderness. I'm not worried at all. But there are so many strange beasts in the wilderness. You simply don't have time to cook. This wilderness area has been closed to the public for a year in preparation for this college entrance examination. The purpose was to allow the strange beasts to reproduce as many offspring as possible, so that these college entrance exam takers could hunt them. It's no exaggeration to say that the wilderness area is now teeming with strange beasts. Yi Chen smiled faintly. That's perfect. I'm really looking forward to it. The staff member shook his head helplessly. Never mind. Never mind. Every year there are arrogant students like this, and without exception, they are all cannon fodder in this exam. If you go in, you'll be eliminated. What a waste of such a beautiful face. A platform had already been set up on the steps of the wilderness service area. After the students had their belongings checked, they were allowed to enter the venue. They all gathered below the podium. Because they knew that, as was customary, a leader would come here and say a few words before each college entrance examination. As expected, Zhang Chanwei, dressed in military uniform, arrived at the podium. The students, who were originally quite noisy. Under Zhang Changwei's gaze, they all shut their mouths. The gaze of a fourth-tier expert is terrifying, like that of a ferocious beast. Just one glance is enough to make one's heart tremble and dare not look directly into his eyes. Seeing that everyone had quieted down, Zhang Changwei began to speak. Greetings, everyone. I am Zhang Changwei, the chief coordinator for this year's college entrance examination. Here, I'd like to say a few words about some matters related to the college entrance examination. The exam starts at 9 a.m. today and ends at 4 p.m. the day after tomorrow, for a total duration of 67 hours. The exam location is the wilderness area to my right. Just like previous college entrance exams, the wilderness area is divided into the outer perimeter, the middle section, and the core area. The outer perimeter is filled with non-ranked beasts, while the central area is the activity area for first rank and non-ranked beasts. The core area is where level 1 and above beasts roam, and there are even level 2 beasts there. Zhang Changwei's voice echoed in the wilderness service area. Although he didn't use a microphone, his voice was clearly heard by all the students. The assessment content this time is the same as before. You get assessment points by killing alien beasts. The stronger the beast you kill, the higher your score will be. However, everyone should act according to their abilities and find a suitable group to hunt down the monsters. Alright. Everyone, please bring what you need for the exam. Zhang Changwei, standing on the platform, waved his hand, signaling the soldiers who had been waiting near the service area. One large box after another was unloaded from the truck. Some boxes were filled with smartwatches. One for each person. This thing is used to record data on hunting exotic beasts. Some boxes were filled with a silver white metal ball. This ball is for the safety of the test takers. If a candidate encounters danger, pressing the switch will immediately cause them to explode, forming an energy barrier that protects the candidate inside. Of course, the explosion of the silver ball also means that the candidate's exam is over. Despite these safety measures, it doesn't mean there's no chance of complete safety. Almost every year, some test takers die because they don't have time to activate the silver ball. This is also one of the reasons why these candidates want to form teams and stick together. Some boxes also contain signal guns, which are for dealing with emergencies. If any emergency occurs in the wilderness, students can use a flare gun to call for help. At that time, the soldiers will immediately enter the wilderness area to rescue people. After Yi Chen put on the watch, he put the silver ball and the signal gun into his spatial ring. Once everything was ready, we just waited for the exam to begin. A group of drones flew overhead. The drone is covered in cameras. Every year, the National College Entrance Examination Gaokao is broadcast live nationwide. This time was no exception. The assessment of hunting exotic beasts is the most important assessment. If you perform well enough in the exam, you can not only gain great fame as a result. They might even be directly admitted to a prestigious university. If the performance is poor, then the only way to improve it is by testing the qi and blood value. Based on the ranking of qi and blood values, you'll be admitted to those less prestigious universities. Chapter 43 Zhao Donglin. A roar echoed from the wilderness. This voice sounds like the dark bear. How come there's such a terrifying thing in the exam hall this time? Was this year's college entrance exam really that difficult? The dark violent bear is a ferocious beast, a tyrant. They like to tear people in half alive. What should I do? Who will team up with me? I'm a C-level ability user. My ability is enhancement. I can be a tank. That beastly roar terrified the students, who huddled together for warmth. Hunting exotic beasts in groups is allowed during the college entrance examination. However, if you are hunting in a group, the points you get from killing the monsters will be split equally. Anyone who is confident enough in their own abilities will not choose to form a team. Just as everyone was terrified and wanted to stick together. A disdainful snort came from the crowd. A bunch of cowards. So what if it really is a dark berserker bear? One roar and you're all scared? Even if you get into university, you'll still be a bunch of useless trash. Damn it! Who is it that dares to be so arrogant? Come on. Let me have a go at you. A candidate with a C-level petrification ability immediately petrified one of his arms, ready to fight that arrogant scoundrel. The other students were also furious and prepared to argue their point. Strangely enough, once the students around him saw his face clearly, they all fell silent and dared not speak. A young man dressed in light blue battle armor, with a long spear slung over his back, was seen. He was extremely tall, with a wild look in his eyes, and the scar on his face made it clear at a glance that he was a ruthless character. The C-level ability user who had just been shouting was so frightened by the pressure emanating from the young man that he immediately lowered his head. The young man gave a disdainful smile. Waste. Yi Chen thought to himself, this guy is even more flamboyant than Wang Gui. This person is Zhao Donglin, a prominent figure in number 1 high school. And a level ice-type ability user, he's incredibly powerful. Cousin, you'd better not mess with him. Yi Qingyi appeared behind Yi Chen without him noticing. She told Yi Chen some basic information about Zhao Donglin. Is Wang Gui also from your number 1 middle school? No. He's a student from another province, but his family used their connections to get him transferred to Jiangqing City for the college entrance exam. They're probably aiming for the provincial top scorer. You can do that? Yi Chen was dumbfounded. This guy was really going all out to become famous. Wang Gui was born in Kyoto and has a Kyoto household registration, so he went to school in Kyoto from a young age. As is widely known, Kyoto was the place with the most abundant educational resources in the Great Xia Kingdom. The students taking the college entrance exam there are generally much more capable than those in other places. With Wang Gui's strength, he might be considered a pretty good expert in other places. But even in a place like Kyoto, he couldn't make it into the top 500. Wang Gui, whose confidence was severely shaken, asked his family for help to transfer him to the impoverished Nanjiang province in order to regain his self-confidence. Looking around at this large group of weaklings who didn't even have a first-level cultivation, Wang Gui was full of confidence. Ha ha ha. This time, I'm going to be the top scholar in the province and show those old fogies in my family what I'm made of. So they won't keep looking down on me. Dear candidates, there are 3 items in total: a smartwatch, a small silver ball, and a signal gun. Have you all received them? If anyone is missing, you can contact me to get the rest. Zhang Changwei's voice came through again. The crowd fell silent again. Time quickly reached 9 o'clock. The gates to the wilderness area, which had been closed, were finally opened by the soldiers at this moment. Zhang Changwei stood up and shouted. The 2077th martial arts examination in Jiangcheng has officially begun. Candidates may enter the examination room. Remember to activate your smartwatch with your ID card after entering the examination room. 1002 candidates rushed into the wilderness area. I want to be number 1 and become the martial arts champion of Nanjiang province. I want to apply to Nanjiang University. Tremble, you beasts. Your grandpa is here. Oh no. I forgot my ID card. Yi Chen, however, remained completely calm. After all, we have 26 hours, so let's take it slow. What's the rush? However, he soon understood why these people were in such a hurry. All that could be seen was the outermost area. A group of people are unleashing a barrage of attacks on a group of rabbits. For those candidates with low cultivation levels, killing rabbits is the most worthwhile business. After all, this thing has a low cultivation level and can't cause me any harm. You can also earn points. Although these scores are not many. But it's still better than getting 0 points. Now that Yi Chen's cultivation has reached level 1, he naturally has no interest in these rabbits. After all, one's own arrows are very precious. If one were to accidentally lose one while hunting rabbits, it would be a real loss. Yi Chen's real target is those tier 1 alien beasts in the central region. The wilderness ahead hadn't been explored for a year. The jungle was extremely dense, and it seemed that danger lurked everywhere. Drones swarmed into the jungle, hovering overhead above the test takers. Almost everyone has a drone above their head. Those promising students who already had some fame before the college entrance examination had 4 or 5 drones hovering overhead. All the cameras on these drones were turned on. As for the top of Yi Chen's head, that's a little awkward. They don't even have a single drone. They must really have no faith in him. Never mind. Whatever. It's good that no one is watching, so it won't be inconvenient when I need to poop or pee. The drone transmitted the footage it captured back to the service area lobby. Now, in the service area lobby, people from the Education Bureau, as well as principals and teachers from various universities, are all seated in the audience. The wilderness area is vast, about the size of a small town. Nestled between mountains and water, it is a typical mountainous region. It is said that many years ago, this was a town inhabited by ordinary people. With a population of tens of thousands, it is a fairly densely populated town. Unfortunately, after the world changed drastically, a group of strange beasts rushed out of the forest and stormed into the town, turning it into a living hell overnight. The Great Xia Kingdom wanted more people to understand the cruelty of this period of history. They did not eliminate all the strange beasts here. Instead, they chose to contain them and turn this area into a wilderness zone. None of the buildings inside were cleared away. You can still vaguely see what this town looked like decades ago. The vehicles parked along the roadside were already rusty. With just a light press, it will shatter into pieces. The houses in the distance were already covered with vines. At that moment, Yi Chen's smartwatch rang. Please confirm your identity. Chapter 44 Shadow Cat. The technology of Tianlan Star is countless times more advanced than that of Earth in my previous life. Its holographic projection technology is now quite mature. Yi Chen simply scanned his ID card on it. The illusory image then projected Yi Chen's basic information. Name, Yi Chen. Class, Senior 3-5 class, Zhangcheng No. 4 Middle School. Score, 0. Current ranking, 1000th. Ha! Were those two people who forgot their ID cards and admission tickets eliminated? The column below shows the current status of the top 50 members. First place, Zhao Donglin, 55 points, Zhangcheng No. 1 Middle School. Second place, Wang Gui, 51 points, Zhangcheng No. 1 Middle School. Third place, Lu Tao, 49 points, Zhangcheng No. 1 Middle School. Fourth place, Chen Xueqing, 48 points, Zhangcheng No. 1 Middle School. Fifth place, Sun Jichao, 46 points, Zhangcheng No. 1 Middle School. As expected of the best high school in Jiangcheng, more than half of the top 50 students come from No. 1 high school. Yi Chen opened the map next to him. A holographic map of the entire wilderness area appeared in Yi Chen's field of vision. The red area is the core area. The yellow area represents the central region. The outer edge is colorless. Yi Chen's location was displayed as a white dot. There is also an arrow on the white dot, corresponding to the direction in front of Yi Chen. This technology is so convenient. I no longer have to run in the dark like last time because I didn't have a map. Now that we have a map, let's head to the central region according to it. They hadn't been running for long. Yi Chen saw an enormous, thick spicy strip of food, its tongue flicking out, crushing several trees as it charged toward him. That's incredibly fast. Yi Chen instinctively drew his bow, nocked an arrow, and released it in one smooth motion. Ding! Detected that the host has killed a low-ranking king cobra. Reward, 25 ability points. He glanced at his watch, which showed that he had earned 3 points. The ranking reached 925th. This snake is rather weak. The number of ability points obtained is too low. Yi Chen walked over and pulled the arrow out of the ground. Then they ran into the depths of the wilderness. They also ignored the 20-meter-long giant cobra carcass on the ground. This king cobra looks exactly like the king cobra on Earth. They are just longer and thicker. They also move much faster. Its scales also provide incredible defense. It's a pity that it has no value for sale. Even if you take it out, you won't make much money selling it. Yi Chen naturally had no interest. Along the way, Yi Chen saw quite a few examinees running ahead of him. Many candidates clearly possessed high levels of cultivation. But this might be their first encounter with a strange beast. Facing a beast whose strength is far inferior to their own. They were so frightened by a single glance or a roar from the other party that they panicked and became flustered. He had even forgotten how to attack and how to use weapons. The strength they displayed was less than 30% of their usual level. Some girls were even so frightened that they cried. Do they really think that by squatting on the ground crying and begging for mercy, the other party won't eat them? Yi Chen was speechless for a moment. This is the difference between ordinary families and wealthy people. Children from wealthy families are taken into the wilderness by bodyguards when they are very young, and they have already seen blood. They remained calm and composed even when facing strange beasts. For example, Wang Gui and He Fengling. They're all veterans. Unlike students from ordinary families, they rarely see strange beasts. If the exam hall hadn't provided them with those little silver balls, these people would probably all be doomed. Yi Chen kept drawing his bow and knocking arrows along the way, saving quite a few students. However, some classmates seemed a bit ungrateful, and actually blamed Yi Chen for stealing kills. Yi Chen was speechless for a moment. Forget it, I'm not going to bother with you guys anymore. He continued running deeper into the area. Before entering the examination room, Yi Chen's qi and blood value had already reached 3,500, and it could not be increased any further. Unless the body undergoes a third tempering. Although I have now accumulated 350 ability points. However, Yi Chen still dared not easily attempt a third tempering. Not only because it takes a lot of time, but also because this is a wilderness area with many powerful beasts. Excessive consumption of qi and blood is extremely dangerous. After running for about half an hour, Yi Chen finally arrived in the central region. Upon reaching the edge of the central region, he immediately slowed his pace. I dare not be reckless again. Since the last time I entered the wilderness, I almost died twice. He then realized that these strange beasts were not much less intelligent than humans. If you're not careful, you could fall into their trap. Yi Chen's archery skills have now reached the master level. His ability to locate sounds by ear has reached an extremely advanced level. It was just the slight sound of the leaves rubbing together. He can pinpoint the other person's location in his mind and even sketch out their size. And based on its current posture, you can guess what it will do in the next second. 800 meters away. A rustling sound came from behind. Although its body was hidden by leaves and dense bushes. However, Yi Chen could still tell from the sound that this strange beast was quite large. It's about the size of a tank. After confirming that the other party is not human, Yi Fan immediately fired an arrow. Ding! The host has killed a Tier 1, Level 3 White Jade Rhinoceros and gained 130 ability points. The score on the watch increased by 13 points. After collecting the arrows and the corpse of the White Jade Rhinoceros, Yi Chen continued on his way. Just then, Zhao Dongji passed by Yi Chen. He glanced at Yi Chen, gave a contemptuous smile, and then quickly left. Yi Chen was completely baffled. Why does this guy look down on me? Where does his sense of superiority come from? Forget it, I won't argue with him. I'll continue searching for the strange beast. Unbeknownst to him, Yi Chen emerged from the jungle. I saw residential buildings again. These houses are very dilapidated and desolate, and many have even collapsed. But Yi Chen still felt very close to her. A group of shadow cats in the distance seemed to agree with Yi Chen's point of view. Therefore, they also like to cluster together in human settlements. These shadow cats are the size of leopards, with glossy black fur that is as smooth as silk. There was also a small patch of white cat fur on its chest. She has eyes as beautiful as jewels. It is said that before the cataclysmic changes in the world, they were human pet cats. So even though it has mutated, it still has an extremely high appearance. However, it would be a big mistake to hastily assume that someone is gentle just because they are good looking. There have been many girls who found furry creatures very cute. Instead of staying away, it actually went up to the cat and fed it with its own snacks. As a result, the shadow cat bit off its head. These cats are not only very fast, but also have very sharp claws and teeth. It is a strange beast that is extremely skilled at assassination. When Yi Chen noticed the other party, the 11 cats also noticed him. They looked at each other. They confirmed that they were each other's prey. Yi Chen drew his bow and knocked an arrow, and the shadow cat charged towards him. Yi Chen fired 5 arrows in succession. 5 Tier 1 beginner shadow cats were shot and killed. But the remaining group of shadow cats had already rushed up to them. Wow, that's fast. Yi Chen had no time to feel sentimental. Danger is imminent. At such close range, there was no time to draw the bow and knock the arrow. We have no choice but to give it our all. Chapter 45 Dismissal. A sharp, tearing sound of lightning rang out. Blue lightning spread like tree roots, charring the 4 shadow cats that charged at him. The other 2 surviving cats stopped in their tracks, hesitated for a moment, and then turned and ran away. Although they were very fast, Yi-Chen could knock his arrow even faster. Of these 11 cats, 5 have reached Tier 1, while the rest of the shadow cats are still a hair's breadth away from Tier 1. Yi-Chen gained a total of 890 ability points this time. And 75 points. Yi-Chen checked the time, it was 11 o'clock. Almost lunchtime. Eating is an extremely sacred thing. We cannot be careless. But right now, all he has are shadow cat and white jade rhinoceros. He didn't like either of these kinds of meat. He likes to eat beef, pork, and fish. Speaking of fish, Yi-Chen immediately thought of his fishing rod. It's been so long since I've gone fishing. I feel my fishing urge about to kick in. There's a lake not far ahead. Go and swing your club a couple of times. Anyway, there's still a long way to go before the exams end. Yi-Chen took out his fishing rod. An attribute panel suddenly popped up in front of me. Item, regular fishing rod plus. Materials, carbon fiber, ordinary fishing line, ordinary fishhook. Length, 5.4 meters. When Yi-Chen saw the plus signs, he was completely dumbfounded. What's going on? Can this fishing rod be upgraded? Yi-Chen couldn't resist clicking the plus sign out of curiosity. After consuming 1 ability point. The fishing rods are now all made of F-grade metal. And the fishhooks have also become many times larger. The fishhook, which was originally only the size of a needle tip, suddenly became as thick as the hook on a carrying pole, and it was also very sharp. Strangely, the overall weight of the fishing rod did not change. Holy crap! Isn't this the pole of my dreams? This is absolutely fantastic. Yi-Chen couldn't help but click the plus sign 3 more times. After consuming 150 points of special ability, the fishing rod material reached grade B. The fishing rod instantly became much more high-end. Although we didn't understand why the fishing rod could be modified. But it doesn't matter anymore. Now that we've already time traveled, is there anything more absurd than that? Let's go enjoy fishing. Following the map, Yi-Chen arrived at the lakeside. This lake isn't very large, about 150 meters in diameter. It's likely an artificial lake. However, the lake was very deep, and the bottom could not be seen at a glance. A rusty sign was posted by the lake, and you could vaguely make out the words "no swimming, no fishing." Zhao Wuxie found a place to sit down. After looking around and confirming that there was no danger nearby, Yi-Chen hung the corpse of a shadow cat on the hook. The shadow cat's corpse was completely blackened by electricity. It obviously wouldn't fetch any money if taken outside. Instead of wasting it, use it for fishing. At that moment, a drone flew over Yi-Chen's head. They filmed Yi-Chen's every move. A teacher who was in the service area lobby happened to witness this scene. Holy crap! Who is this? Which school's examinee is this? How could they do something like this? They're showing absolutely no respect for the exam. Upon hearing the voice, everyone immediately looked in the direction the other person was looking. The director of the Education Bureau found the video shown through the teacher's eyes among hundreds of densely packed videos on the screen, and then pointed to the video and said, "Enlarge this video." Yes. That video was manipulated by the staff. It filled the entire large screen. In the video, a young man is seen with a blade of grass dangling from his mouth. Holding a fishing rod, he was intently fishing. Everyone was stunned. While others were busy killing the monsters, he was fishing. Where does this feeling of relaxation come from? Zhang Changwei also spat out a mouthful of tea. Although he had a premonition beforehand that the kid wouldn't behave himself once he went inside. But he never expected that he would go fishing. They're planning to stir up trouble again. Upon seeing this, the director of the Education Bureau looked extremely grim. Nonsense. Which school does he come from? Doesn't he know how important this exam is? And with so many strange beasts in the wilderness, aren't you afraid of being swallowed whole? Education Bureau Director Ma Jidong launched into a tirade against Yi-Chen in the video. At this moment, Lu Qingfeng, the principal of No. 4 Middle School, stood up with a look of shame. I'm sorry, this student only awakened their superpower a couple of days ago and hasn't had any systematic courses on alien beasts. They were unaware of the dangers of the wilderness. I promise this will never happen again. Humph. Guarantee. What guarantee do you have? If this student dies inside because of his own carelessness, it's because of your dereliction of duty in education. Zhang Jidong grew angrier the more he cursed. He decided that when he returned this time, he would definitely cut the education budget for number 4 middle school again. It's true, women just can't handle being in charge. At this moment, Lu Qingfeng was filled with regret. As expected, students that others don't want should not be admitted by me. Damn it! Originally, she gave Yichen a chance out of pity, but she never expected him to be so hopeless. Indeed, there's always a reason why someone is pitiful. As for the presidents of other universities, they were all secretly relieved that they hadn't accepted this exceptional student. It was only thanks to the principal of that ordinary school who warned them in advance that they would be the ones getting scolded now. After this year's college entrance exam, I must personally visit Zheng Chuanji to express my sincere gratitude. Ha ha ha. I know who this student is. He's Xieping's student in class 5. Moreover, I heard that this student is an A-level contract ability user, but this guy was stupid enough to make a contract with a mosquito. His current health and vitality level is only 52. Coming here to take the exam is practically suicide. Zhan Huan's voice echoed throughout the hall. Seeing Xieping's student do such a stupid thing, she was now laughing very happily. His qi and blood value is only 52, yet they let him participate in the martial arts exam? Isn't that tantamount to killing him? What kind of teacher is this? Exactly. This teacher is so negligent. What a waste of an A-level contract ability user. It was ruined because of the teacher's negligence. Didn't the homeroom teacher tell him that the stronger the bloodline of the contracted beast, the higher the potential of the contractor? They actually wanted him to contract with a single mosquito. That's utterly ridiculous. What right does someone like that have to be a teacher? Who is Xieping anyway? The teachers in the hall were pointing and whispering among themselves. Everyone is very curious about who Xieping is and how she managed to teach such an exceptional student. Who is Xieping? Come here for a second. Zhang Jidong's voice was extremely authoritative as he ordered Xieping to come over. Xieping walked over with her head down and her face flushed. I'm sorry. What's the use of saying sorry? You don't need to be a teacher anymore. This job isn't for you. You managed to teach an A-level ability user to this extent? What qualifications do you have to be a teacher? After glancing at Xieping, Zhang Jidong announced her dismissal. Chapter 46 Fishing. Xieping's eyes immediately filled with tears. Being a teacher is her dream. Over the years, she has worked tirelessly day and night to prepare for becoming a teacher. I finally became a teacher this year. Unexpectedly, she was fired after only 1 semester as a teacher. If the principal is the one who fires her, she can simply find another school to teach it later. But it was the director of the Education Bureau who dismissed her. This means that she will never be a teacher again in her life. Zhan Huan felt a surge of schadenfreude. As for the other teachers and the principal, they had no intention of saying anything good about Xieping. After all, only a fool would offend the director of the Education Bureau for someone who was not related to them. Zhang Changwei frowned, feeling that the director of the Education Bureau was being too strict. However, since this was an internal matter for their Education Bureau, he couldn't very well intervene. Forget about it, let's see what that kid Yi Chen is up to first. It couldn't possibly be just for fishing, could it? Yi Chen had just put down his fishing rod when a fish took the bait. Without even needing to perceive it carefully, Yi Chen was pulled along by a tremendous force. I almost fell headfirst into the water. Good heavens! Is this thing really that strong? Damn it! Watch me open the gates of heaven with one hook. Here I come. Yi Chen moved with perfect harmony between his waist and stance. He swung the horse around with a powerful thrust. A giant armored fish, 3.5 meters long, was thrown ashore. These armored fish are called armored fish because their scales are as thick as armor. Ordinary swords and knives can hardly penetrate their defenses. Furthermore, its scales are an excellent material for making armor. Even after the armored vehicle came ashore, it continued to bounce around on the ground, displaying tremendous strength. Yi Chen swiftly drew his bow and knocked an arrow, shooting it in the forehead. There was a ripping sound. The arrows sparked as they struck the armored fish. However, it did not penetrate the armor. This shocked Yi Chen. Is this thing really that hard? Keep in mind that he currently has 3,500 points of health and incredible strength, yet he still couldn't hurt his opponent? Since I can't pierce your scales, I'll shoot you in the throat. Let's see if you die. So he drew his bow again and nocked an arrow, which flew into its mouth and pierced its internal organs. Ding! The host has shot down a Tier 1, Level 6 armored fish, rewarding 160 ability points. Yi Chen took out a kitchen knife and gestured at the armored fish. In the end, I decided to give up. With scales like these, my kitchen knife is completely useless. I need to catch another fish that isn't as hard. Yi Chen removed the fishhook, arrows, and shadow cat from the ironclad fish's mouth. After retrieving the fish into his spatial storage, he started fishing again. At this moment, everyone in the hall was completely dumbfounded. From the moment Yi Chen fished up the armored fish, Zheng Changwei was so startled that he sat up from the stool. Has your education bureau inspected the fish in this lake? Are there any level 2 or higher exotic beasts among them? Ma Jidong suddenly stammered. There shouldn't be any higher than level 2. Humph. Director Ma. You can be so careless about something as important as the college entrance examination. If there are Tier 2 or even higher beasts hidden inside, let's see how you explain that. The venues for each year's college entrance examination are personally selected by the local Education Bureau director. After selecting the examination sites, the Education Bureau staff also need to upload the data on the wilderness areas to the government and inspect the wilderness areas once a month. Ensure that no strange beasts exceeding the assessment range appear in the wilderness area. This is not only to ensure the safety of the candidates, but also to ensure the fairness of the college entrance examination. Judging from the performance of this Education Bureau director, he has clearly overlooked this lake. The rank of the strange beasts in the lake has not been checked. The lake is currently located in the central area, so if there are still Tier 2 beasts in the lake, it's like there's a mistake in the questions on the college entrance exam. This is absolutely a very serious mistake. As for what will happen to Director Ma, that depends on how the judge decides the case. In short, he's definitely out of a job as bureau chief, and whether he'll go to jail is anyone's guess. Thinking of this, Director Ma, who had just been somewhat arrogant, was instantly terrified and panicked. Sweat dripped incessantly from his forehead. Zheng Changwei had no time to pay attention to him at that moment. He was now completely focused on watching Yi Chen fish. He would rush to the rescue as soon as he noticed anything amiss. Yi Chen, who was still fishing, was feeling rather frustrated. There are indeed many fish in this lake. Almost every time he casts his line, a fish bites the hook. Why are they all armored fish? 25 items have already been added. Yi Chen was completely numb. Damn it, this thing is just as awful as a street cleaner. These scales are so thick, I can't even cut them open. Why did you even take the bait? Please, give me something I can chew. It seemed to be in response to Yi Chen's prayer. Another fish took the bait. Yi Chen immediately pulled the hook, and this time a saw-toothed fish took the bait. Its teeth are as sharp as a saw, and its head and mouth are very large. His cultivation level is only first level, first rank. Yi Chen killed it with great ease. Yi Chen was very satisfied this time. Those watching the video swallowed hard. This student, why is he bringing a grill and seasoning packets to the college entrance exam? Isn't he afraid of attracting other strange beasts? Not only did he bring a grill, but he also brought coal, a kitchen knife, stools, and a dining table. With such complete equipment, he's clearly come prepared. Is that the main point? The most important thing is, how can he be so strong? He actually managed to catch all of these huge fish. It's unbelievable. I originally thought this kid was just cannon fodder to be sent to his death, but I didn't expect him to be so strong. He actually killed so many Tier 1 alien beasts in such a short time. However, compared to Zhao Donglin and his group, they are still far behind. He's already ranked 208th, which is quite good. After all, he's from number 4 middle school. His grilled fish looks so delicious. It makes me hungry. Isn't it lunchtime? Let's go eat together. With that much strength, there's no way he only has 52 points of health. Exactly. If he only had 52 points of health, I could have eaten the whole grilled fish. I wonder if it's true that he made a contract with a mosquito. Lu Qingfeng was also somewhat dumbfounded. Isn't this kid's health and mana value only 52? How was he able to catch such a huge creature? Lu Qingfeng wanted to ask Xie Ping, but Xie Ping had already left because she had been fired. Only Zhan Huan and the other 3 homeroom teachers stood there, stunned. Chapter 47 The Third Tempering. How is that possible? Wasn't he already crippled after contracting with a mosquito? Jean Huan and 3 other teachers found it difficult to accept. They were actually hoping to see Yi Chen make a fool of himself. After all, they had initially refused to become Yi Chen's teachers. Seeing Yi Chen succeed now is more painful than killing them. Humph. Only 208th place. Some of my students have even broken into the top 100. Although Jean Huan was somewhat surprised by Yi Chen's strength, he was far from regretting it. After all, what the Great Xia Kingdom values most is its top-tier combat strength. If even one of her students gets into a prestigious university, she can be promoted to senior teacher and receive an extra 5,000 yuan in salary each month. As for the scores of students who didn't get into prestigious universities, although they have some impact on teachers' salaries, they are not as important as one might imagine. Lu Qingfeng frowned as she looked at the current rankings. Although there are indeed students from number 4 middle school who have made it into the top 100. But it only ranked 95th. It didn't even make it into the top 10. Last year in the college entrance examination, at least number 4 high school produced a student who ranked 17th. Is there really a problem with my management? Why are the results of number 4 middle school getting worse year by year? So, how's it going? Has anyone from your school made it into the top 10 yet? The principal of number 3 middle school came over to try and get close to Lu Qingfeng. Lu Qingfeng snorted coldly. Humph. Can't you see for yourself? The principal of number 3 middle school immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Although none of his 3 schools made it into the top 10, he felt much better when he heard that none of his 4 schools made it into the top 10 either. It doesn't matter whether students from your own school make it into the top 10. As long as we don't get overshadowed by the top 4, that's fine. As for the top 5 spots, he wouldn't even dare to think about it. It's always the same thing every year. The top 5 spots are always taken by number 1 and number 2 schools. Forget it. Time to eat. Watching that kid grilling fish in the video is making me hungry. Yi Chen picked up a piece of grilled fish from the grill and ate it with his mouth full of oil. It tastes great. This kind of fish is definitely perfect for grilling. The only downside is that these strange beasts are really annoying. These canine and feline creatures often come here. Yi Chen needed to knock an arrow and draw his bow from time to time. It's like shooting an arrow every few bites. It really affects your mood while eating. Half an hour later, Yi Chen finally finished eating. The ground was already littered with the corpses of strange beasts. Yi Chen now has 7,037 ability points. The score has reached 703 points. Now it's time for the third body tempering. However, cultivating in the wilderness nowadays would be somewhat dangerous. Yi Chen thought for a moment. I first spent 10-20 points to upgrade the body tempering technique to the advanced level. After reaching an advanced level of proficiency in this technique, Yi Chen's body tempering speed increased dozens of times compared to before. However, this is still not enough. He needs to find a safe enough place. He didn't want to be eaten by wild beasts while cultivating. Yi Chen put away the oven and the corpse on the ground. We walked toward the old residential buildings. Although those houses are now dilapidated, they can at least serve as cover and block some of the monsters' line of sight. By this time, the teachers and education bureau staff had finished their lunch. However, they did not continue watching the video. Instead, they chose to take a nap in a room provided by the service area. After all, it's still a long way from the end of the college entrance examination. 2 hours later. The other examinees had gone berserk, but Yi Chen was still hiding in a corner cultivating. The education bureau chief immediately breathed a sigh of relief. As long as Yi Chen stops fishing, everything will be fine. Of course, some teachers also muttered to themselves. The college entrance exam is already here. Is it too late to start cultivating now? Isn't this a complete waste of time? I really don't understand this candidate. They keep doing things that are completely baffling. Humph. He's just trying to get attention. I think he's desperate for fame. Zhen Huan scoffed at Yi Chen's actions. Although Zhang Changwei's eyes showed doubt and confusion, there was no disdain. Because his intuition told him that Yi Chen wasn't stupid and wouldn't do anything foolish, he must have his own reasons for doing this. Because Yi Chen has been cultivating. At first, those teachers occasionally paid attention to Yi Chen. But later, seeing that Yi Chen hadn't moved, they realized that Yi Chen hadn't made a move. They gradually lost interest. Even the drones have been removed. They've gone to focus on the other students. It looks like this year's first place will be decided between Zhao Donglin and Wang Gui. As expected of a prodigy from a prominent family, he's far beyond the reach of us commoners from a small place. That's right. Nowadays, the top scorers in each province of the Great Xia Kingdom are almost monopolized by the geniuses of these powerful families. How could these commoner students possibly get a chance? Cultivation isn't just about talent, it's also about cultivation resources. These scions of powerful families, even before they're born, their mother fed them all sorts of precious natural ingredients, nourishing them and laying a solid foundation for their future. After birth, they consumed all sorts of qi and blood pills like candy. Their cultivation was further enhanced by having various experts as teachers and sparring partners. What could these commoner students possibly have to compare to them? Every year, the state awards 50 million yuan in prize money to these provincial top scorers, originally intended to encourage these students to work hard in their studies. But now, these children from wealthy families, whose families are clearly not short of money, still insist on transferring to these provinces with poor educational resources to compete for the top score in the provincial college entrance examination. This makes it even more difficult for these commoners to rise in society. Nowadays, all of the top 5 students in the college entrance examination are from wealthy families. The 5th-ranked player currently has 1621 points. But the 6th place score was only 921 points. There's a huge difference between the two. This strength is simply an overwhelming, crushing defeat. This time, Yi Chen cultivated for 3 hours before finishing. It seems that the difficulty of tempering increases with the number of tempering attempts. Yi Chen glanced around and, after confirming that there were no strange beasts nearby, Yi Chen opened his panel and began to check it. Name, Yi Chen. Gender, male. Age, 18. Qi and blood, 5,000. Mental strength, 35 plus. Cultivation level, first tier, first level plus. Superpower, contract ability S rank plus. Martial arts, archery master plus rank A, gale blade technique advanced plus rank S, mountain splitting fist beginner plus rank body tempering technique advanced plus rank F, basic fist technique intermediate plus. The complete cooking guide master level. Master level fashionable updos. Ability points, 2545. Chapter 48 Scanner. Yi Chen pushed aside the weeds, branches, and leaves covering him, then stood up, stretched, and glanced at his ranking, which had surprisingly dropped to 535th. It seems that while I was practicing, the other candidates were really putting in a lot of effort. Yi Chen had only taken 2 steps. Suddenly, I heard a noise coming from the next room. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Judging from the sound, it should be a strange beast like a rat. Yi Chen didn't even glance at it. He drew his bow, knocked an arrow, and shot it. The arrow pierced the wall. It hit the rat behind 2 layers of walls in one shot. I gained 25 ability points. This mouse is so weak. That's not right. It's not a mouse. It's a group. Yi Chen's expression changed drastically, and he took off running. They didn't even need the arrows anymore. Although these rat-like creatures are generally not very strong, what's terrifying is their astonishing reproductive rate. And they are very united. The thought of a swarm of rats possibly attacking me was unbearable. Yi Chen got goosebumps all over his body and increased his speed. After escaping this dilapidated building, Yi Chen plunged into the jungle once again. It's already past 3 o'clock. Time to prepare ingredients for the next meal. At this moment, Wang Gui was holding a detector and selecting suitable prey. This detector is the latest high-tech product of the Great Xia Kingdom, and it is priceless. It allows users to see all the strange beasts within a 50-mile radius. Wang Gui specially asked his family to send him a prize for winning the provincial top score. After entering the jungle, Yi Chen saw one after another corpse of strange beasts on the ground. As Yi Chen traveled, he collected the corpses on the ground. The corpses of beasts of level 1 and above can all be sold for money, we can't waste them. The vast majority of these test takers did not have any spatial rings on them. Therefore, there was no way to take these bodies away, so they had to be left on the ground. Some candidates, because their families are wealthy, completely disregarded the corpses. For example, people like Wang Gui and Zhao Donglin. For them, this is all small change, and they don't care about it at all. They felt that even bending over was a waste of time. This actually benefited Yi Chen. Oh? Picking up trash? What a poor wretch. A familiar voice came from not far ahead. Yi Chen looked up and saw that it was actually Wang Gui. What is that in your hand? They saw that Wang Gui was holding a strange-looking thing in his hand. Yi Chen was very curious. Ha! You bumpkin! You've never even seen this before? This is a biological detector. It can detect all living things within a 50-mile radius. Aren't you cheating? Who brings a detection device to the college entrance exam? Yi Chen frowned. These commoner candidates were already having a hard time, and these big family guys actually came up with a detector. How are they supposed to compete fairly? A mocking smile played on Wang Gui's lips. Foolish. Since I dare to use it openly, it must be in accordance with the rules. Wait a minute. Where did you get this knife? Why is it different from ours? Yi Chen looked at Wang Gui's gleaming, extremely flashy golden sword. He was very confused. He clearly remembered that the school didn't sell this type of knife. Wang Gui drew the sword from his waist and smugly showed off. You mean this knife? It's my family's sword, of course. It's made of grade A materials. It can cut through iron like mud. The scales of any strange beast can be easily sliced open with this blade. As he spoke, he casually sliced the corpse of a strange beast on the ground in two with a single stroke, as if cutting tofu. Yi Chen frowned, his eyes filled with anger. Damn it! Why do we have to buy knives provided by the government, but you can use the ones you have at home? Why? Wang Gui laughed loudly. Ha ha ha. Idiots. This is obviously Education Bureau Director Ma Jidong setting you up. Ha ha ha. At this moment, inside the service area lobby, Zhang Changwei glanced at the director of the Education Bureau. Director Ma, what's going on? How come I didn't know that our country forces students to buy weapons? The principal and teachers in the hall all remained silent. They had long complained about Ma Jidong forcing schools to make students buy the weapons he provided. They dared not speak out against it simply because Director Ma held a high position and wielded great power. Unexpectedly, these things that everyone had long taken for granted were brought to the forefront by a student. I'm so ashamed. Ma Jidong's face was extremely ugly. He always felt that Yi Chen was his nemesis. Otherwise, why would he always get into trouble every time he appears in a video? I'm doing this for the students' safety, Colonel Zhang. You don't know how many unscrupulous businesses there are in our country. Driven by greed, they betrayed their conscience. They sold inferior weapons to students. This has led to many students losing their lives in battles against the monsters. Now that I personally oversee the quality of the weapons, I can guarantee that the weapons in the students' hands will be of absolutely no quality issues. Director Ma, as far as I know, your family seems to be in the arms business, right? Yes, Colonel Zhang, you have such a good memory. You even know exactly what kind of business my family does. No. I was just guessing. Zhang Changwei's face was gloomy. He had absolutely no good feelings towards corrupt officials like Ma Jidong. Ma Jidong sensed the sarcasm in Zhang Changwei's words. They could feel the oppressive aura emanating from Zhang Changwei from time to time. Cold sweat broke out on Ma Jidong's forehead. He was only at the second level of cultivation. Zhang Changwei, however, was a level 4 expert, and he felt immense pressure under the other's gaze. At this moment, his gaze towards Yi Chen was filled with coldness. He now hates Yi Chen to the core. Yi Chen, who was still in the wilderness at this time, was naturally unaware of what was happening in the outside world. Hey kid. I have some good news for you. Do you want to know? What good news? Yi Chen looked at Wang Gui with suspicion. Why would this guy be so kind as to tell him good news? The good news is that we've hunted down almost all the strange beasts in the central region, so don't waste your time. Upon hearing this, Yi Chen walked over and took a closer look at the scanner next to Wang Gui. Looking at the central region, apart from the densely packed rats and the residential buildings, there were only a few scattered strange beasts. Yi Chen smiled, thinking, this broken machine. So they couldn't detect the fish in the water. Hey kid. What are you laughing at? Looks like I'll be able to get a good night's sleep tonight. Ha ha ha. Yi Chen naturally wouldn't tell Wang Gui that there were fish in the water. He still needs to use this lake to rack up points. Wang Gui was completely baffled, feeling that Yi Chen was a bit silly. Ha? What are those red, stationary dots? Yi Chen pointed to the small dot on the instrument, looking puzzled. Chapter 49, intimidating the entire audience. Humph. You bumpkin. The red dot is obviously a mythical beast. Then why aren't they moving? How would I know? Get your filthy hands off this equipment. How dare you touch it? Can you afford to pay for it if you get it dirty? Wang Gui slapped Yi Chen's hand away. Then he turned and left. Yi Chen had completely memorized the location he had just been in. He decided to find out for himself. The heart of the wilderness. In a certain part of the jungle, there were many strange beasts surrounding a blood-red vine. These strange beasts come from all sorts of species. There is a red tiger, 5 meters tall and completely red. There were also muscular, burly bulls. A golden eagle with golden feathers all over its body. A black gold python covered in black scales. They were all surrounding this blood-red vine. 6 small red fruits grow on the vine. The fruit was emitting a strange, blood-red glow. Yi Chen, relying on his eyesight, took a look from afar and confirmed that this was the bloodline fruit. He really didn't expect that he had just asked He Fengqi about the bloodline fruit a few days ago. I've encountered it so quickly. There are just too many strange beasts here. They're densely packed together by sight, there must be several thousand. They were all powerful beasts with first-tier cultivation. None of those level 2 or higher guys are here. It seems that these fruits are only attractive to these beasts with low bloodline levels. Although the highest level of the strange beasts here is only rank 1, level 3. But it's also quite troublesome. After all, there are just so many of them. Just as Yi Chen was about to rush forward, he saw that all the strange beasts around him were quietly staring at the fruit and drooling. Not a single beast rushed up to eat it. That's a bit strange. Is it not ripe yet? Forget it. Let's wait and see. After waiting for about 5 minutes, the crimson glow of the fruit grew brighter and brighter. And it began to emit a peculiar fragrance. Upon smelling it, the strange beasts immediately became restless. A black bull charged toward the blood-red vines. A blood-red tiger pounced on the bull and snapped its neck in one bite. Then it let out a tiger's roar. This blood-red tiger planned to use its immense strength to intimidate all the strange beasts, and then devour the fruit all by itself. However, under normal circumstances, its roar might have an effect. However, now, faced with the temptation of the bloodline fruit, those beasts will fight even if they can't win. The strange beasts charged towards the red tiger as if they had gone mad. Red Tiger, not to be outdone, engaged in battle with a group of strange beasts. Although Red Tiger is very powerful, but facing so many opponents, in no time at all, it was beaten to death. Yi Chen saw those strange beasts rushing madly toward the bloodline fruit. He immediately realized that the fruit was ripe and ready to be picked. So he fired 5 arrows in succession. 5 jet black arrows pierced the sky. Each arrow pierced through several strange beasts in succession. Some had pierced through 4 beasts, some had pierced through 5, and some even had pierced through 6 beasts. Before the strange beasts could even react, a bloody hole appeared on their foreheads. The corpse struggled on the ground for a couple of moments, then fell completely still. In an instant, Yi Chen's strength shocked the entire audience. Only then did the beasts notice that there was a human behind them. But they only paused for a moment. They were not intimidated by Yi Chen's arrow. They continued to rush towards the blood-red vines. Yi Chen was also constantly drawing his bow and knocking arrows. Arrows were fired one after another, and now these strange beasts were so densely packed. And his health and mana have reached over 5,000. Taking on 5 or even 6 opponents at once would be incredibly easy. The first-tier beast was completely powerless against Yi Chen's terrifying archery skills. Whenever a strange beast approached the blood-red vines, Yi Chen would fire his bow wildly. In no time, the ground was littered with corpses. It was like a battlefield. Inside the service area lobby, from the moment Yi Chen appeared beside the beast horde, everyone had already been paying attention to him. When I first saw so many strange beasts, Education Bureau Director Ma Jidong stated bluntly. Although this candidate is very talented and capable, it is a pity that he has intellectual problems. Knowing it was dangerous, they still went that way. Wasn't that just courting death? What a pity. The principal of number 1 high school nodded in agreement. Director, you're right, it's truly a pity. Having made a contract with a mosquito, he still possesses such high strength. His talent is undeniable. It's just that his intelligence isn't quite there yet. Lu Qingfeng felt extremely embarrassed after hearing this. Although these people weren't talking about her, Yi Chen was a student at their number 4 middle school. He was ridiculed, and by a big shot like the director of the Education Bureau. It made her feel ashamed. She increasingly regretted bringing Yi Chen into the company. Suddenly, a gasp of surprise rang out in the hall. Impressive archery skills. To be able to kill so many beasts at once. The crowd, who had given up hope on Yi Chen, looked up at the video again. Just then, Yi Chen fired his bow in quick succession. It was as if he had transformed into a cruel butcher, ruthlessly reaping one life after another. The speed at which the bow was drawn left everyone speechless. That speed is almost as fast as a machine gun. Gulp, I feel like I can't catch his arrows at all. The teachers and principal were horrified to discover that Yi Chen's current strength was enough to completely overwhelm everyone present. They were just criticizing Yi Chen and giving him advice. Meanwhile, Zhan Huan and the other 3 homeroom teachers who had rejected Yi Chen's admission were filled with regret. Brother! If you had this kind of ability, you should have said so earlier. How could we possibly refuse to let you enroll? Now look what's happened, all the benefits have gone to that woman Xie Ping. If Yi Chen really manages to break into the top 10, they'll be so angry they'll want to bang their heads against the wall. At this moment, Lu Qingfeng was a little dumbfounded. What's going on? Is this kid really that strong? Gradually, she suddenly began to feel fortunate that she had taken Yi Chen in. Based on the strength Yi Chen has shown so far, he is already comparable to those top 10 experts. That's incredible. Who knows, maybe this year their number 5 middle school will produce a top 10 genius. Thinking of this, Lu Qingfeng couldn't help but laugh. As Yi Chen shot down more and more of the strange beasts, the principals of number 1 middle school, number 2 middle school, and number 3 middle school finally began to regret refusing Yi Chen's admission. They all secretly prayed that these strange beasts would be more effective. It would be best to eliminate Yi Chen as soon as possible. Otherwise, they'll just drive themselves crazy with anger. Ma Jidong's face turned extremely ugly as he looked at Yi Chen, who resembled a god of death. Damn it! Why hasn't this bastard been eliminated yet? If we let this fishing-loving kid stay in the wilderness forever, isn't that like hanging a sword over our heads? Who knows what kind of trouble this kid will cause next? Zhang Changwei, standing to the side, was amazed by Yi Chen's archery skills. But when I think of Yi Chen's terrifying swordsmanship, he also felt that this was normal. After all, Yi Chen could learn such a complex sword technique, so what's a little archery skill compared to that? Chapter 50, Part 1? In the wilderness, Yi Chen used his bow and arrows to clear a path. Stepping over the corpses of strange beasts scattered on the ground, they finally approached the blood vine. Yi Chen quickly picked 5 fruits. Then they were all put into the space. The last fruit was left for the beasts, so they could continue their battle. Yi Chen saw more and more strange beasts approaching him from behind. He feared he would be overwhelmed by the horde of monsters. We need to get out of here as soon as possible. After receiving the fruit, Yi Chen didn't even have time to pick up the arrows and corpses on the ground before rushing out of the beast enclosure. Continue to clear the way with bows and arrows. However, Yi Chen still underestimated the beast's obsession with the fruit. Even as one strange beast after another lay on the ground, they continued to charge forward relentlessly. Yi Chen frowned deeply. Especially when you see a swarm of rats approaching from behind. Yi Chen could no longer remain calm. He had to break through as soon as possible. So he immediately took out a bloodline fruit and threw it at the group of rats not far away. Upon smelling the fruit, a group of strange beasts immediately rushed into the rat swarm. Many of those rats were immediately trampled into mincemeat. But the most terrifying thing about these rats is not their strength, but their sheer numbers and astonishing bite force. A bull charged into a swarm of rats and was immediately torn to shreds by the swarming mice. The other beasts instantly calmed down. They dared not provoke these rats easily. Even some shadow cats dared not approach them. While they were fighting over the food, Yi Chen chose a less crowded area and rushed out of the encirclement. Some of the strange beasts behind them were still relentlessly pursuing them. They were of various species. Everything that flies in the sky, crawls on the ground, or perches in the trees became Yi Chen's opponent. This kid is really brave. He dares to rush in with so many strange beasts. Although his archery skills were superb, if he were surrounded by strange beasts, he would surely die. This bloodline fruit is precious, but it's really useless. Even if we got it, it wouldn't be of much use. I really don't understand why he rushed in there. I heard his contracted beast is a mosquito. He probably took the risk to evolve his mosquito. So that's how it is. Ah! What a pity, if only he had known this earlier. Who told him to be so foolish as to make a contract with a mosquito? The teachers were filled with mixed emotions as they watched more and more strange beasts rush towards Yi Chen. Everyone watched with trepidation. They believed they couldn't possibly break through a horde of beasts of that size. As long as Yi Chen's arrow is gone, or once his stamina is exhausted, he was destined to lose. As more and more strange beasts surged in, the encirclement by the monsters is getting smaller and smaller. The strange beast was getting closer and closer to them. He was extremely anxious. While attacking, he frantically added points to himself. I spent 5,000 ability points to increase my ability to level 1, level 6. I also increased my mental strength to 100. At this moment, the mosquitoes in the space finally sucked the bloodline fruit dry. The body is evolving. Damn it! We can't kill them all. We just can't kill them all. These beasts have gone mad. Did I dig up your ancestral graves? Left with no other choice, Yi Chen threw out another bloodline fruit. As the fruit was thrown, the pressure on Yi Chen lessened a little. A large group of strange beasts chased after the fruit and engaged in a fierce battle. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Yi Chen dashed out another 1,000 meters. They were surrounded again. Lu Qingfeng, who was in the hall, was so excited that her throat was in her throat. They were terrified that Yi Chen would die on the spot at any moment. Yi Chen! You have to hold on. Whether I can drive a luxury car next year depends on you. Although Ma Jidong's expression remained normal, he was actually very excited inside, especially every time he saw the beast's claws brush past Yi Chen's neck. He secretly cursed these strange beasts for being so stupid. As for the principals and teachers of other schools, they were also drawn to Yi Chen's heart-wrenching scene and stopped paying attention to their own students, turning their attention to Yi Chen instead. If he managed to break through all that encirclement, I can only say he's absolutely amazing. What a pity. Such excellent archery skills could have earned them a much higher score. And yet they stumbled like this. However, if he could obtain a bloodline fruit and allow his mosquito to undergo a metamorphosis, that might be more important to him than getting points. After all, his contracted beast was such a ripoff. This is his own choice, there's no use in us getting excited. We can only leave it to fate. None of the people present had a good opinion of Yi Chen. Even Zhang Changwei, who had high hopes for him, frowned deeply, wondering when he would go to rescue the person. The leaf dust in the wilderness area is fraught with danger. If you're not careful, you could die on the spot. Now, Yi Chen has completely lost count of how many alien beasts he has killed. All he knew was that his current power points had reached 16,372. The exam score reached 2,632. And the score hasn't stopped, it's still skyrocketing at an astonishing rate. After going through countless hardships, Zhao Donglin finally pierced the black neck of the golden-bellied beast with a single shot. He was breathing heavily. Phew! I should still be number 1. Although Wang Gui is very strong, he can never be my match. Zhao Donglin confidently opened his smartwatch and checked the rankings. Ha! What's going on? How did I get ranked second? Who is this Yi Chen? Zhao Donglin was shocked. If he had lost to Wang Gui, he would have at most cursed the other party for getting lucky. It was his own carelessness. However, this Yi Chen was a name he had never heard of before. Where did he come from? Why is he ranked ahead of me? What? He actually scored over 2,800 points? How did this guy do that? Doesn't he need to rest at all? How can this score be skyrocketing at a rate of over 60, even over 80 points per second? Is the instrument broken? How could someone possibly kill several, or even a dozen, monstrous beasts in a single second? And without even taking a break? Is this guy even human? Meanwhile, the other students in the wilderness area also noticed the unusual situation. What's going on? How could it be that bastard Yi Chen? Wang Gui was so angry he was trembling. Am I going to lose to Yi Chen again this time? This is something he absolutely cannot accept. He's already lost once. He absolutely cannot lose a second time. Wang Gui looked up towards the core area of the wilderness. Then he gritted his teeth. I've decided to take the risk. Yi Qingyi, who was searching for prey with her teammates, also saw the rankings on her smartwatch. This is my cousin? How did he get first place? Who got first place? Upon hearing the first two words, Zhao Dongxia immediately came over. Chapter 51. Why is this knife so sharp? My cousin. He got first place. Yi Qingyi shouted excitedly. Really? Let me see. Zhao Dongxia immediately stuck her head over. Don't you have a smartwatch yourself? Wow. It really is. Qingyi, your cousin is amazing. Didn't you say his health was only 52? Zhao Dongxia was utterly shocked. The other 5 members of their team were immediately drawn to Zhao Dongxia's voice. Really? Let me see. Yi Qingyi, isn't your cousin named Yi Chen? Wow. It really is him. How did his score skyrocket? How did it rise so fast? Qingyi. Your cousin is so strong, why don't you let him team up with us? Exactly. You have absolutely no team spirit. And I even considered you a friend. Faced with her teammates' criticism, Yi Qingyi didn't hold back and immediately retorted. Was it me who wouldn't let him join? It was clearly Li Lei who wouldn't let him join. Is this my fault? It was clearly you who hid your cousin's abilities. This led to my misjudgment. It's all your fault. Although Li Lei was shocked by Yi Chen's strength, he also deeply regretted refusing Yi Chen's offer to join the team. But there's no way he'll admit his mistakes. He shifted all the blame onto Yi Qingyi. Fine. It's my fault. It's all my fault, okay? I'll leave the team right now. I won't hold you back anymore. Qingyi, calm down. Captain Li was just saying that in the heat of the moment. Let her go. Let her go. Even without her, we can still roam freely in the wilderness. Li Lei was so angry that his face turned pale. He hated Yi Qingyi for daring to contradict and question him in public, making him lose face. Zhao Dongxia watched Yi Qingyi walk away, then glanced at Li Lei and the other 4. After comparing the 2 options, they ultimately decided to follow Li Lei and the others. Although she was Yi Qingyi's best friend. But facing such a dangerous wilderness area, she chose to stick with the stronger team. At this moment, the other members of the major families in the wilderness area finally noticed Yi Chen's ranking and score. In order to catch up with Yi Chen's score, they had to consider, like Wang Gui, whether to enter the core area. Their original plan was to only farm small monsters in the central region. However, nowadays, there are fewer and fewer strange beasts in the central region. Yi Chen's score was significantly higher than theirs. They were faced with only 2 choices, either be crushed by Yi Chen, an ordinary student, or enter the core area. What a bastard. Don't let me find out who Yi Chen is. If I find out, I'll break your legs. How dare you let me risk entering the core area? A blond man sat under a tree, angrily cursing. A beautiful woman stood beside him, respectfully fanning him. Young master, are you really going to enter the core area? It's extremely dangerous there. Humph. What are you afraid of? With me, Sun Jichao, here, do you think I can't protect you? I wouldn't dare. The girl quickly lowered her head. She was Sun Jichao's maid. She was sold by her family to work as a servant in the Sun family when she was young. At the age of 6, she awakened her B-level talent ability. The head of the Sun family valued her and then sent her to Sun Jichao's side to work as a maid. On weekdays, she not only had to take care of Sun Jichao's daily life, but also protect his safety. At this moment, Yi Chen, who was in the horde of beasts, finally received the message that the mosquito had completed its evolution. However, Yi Chen now had no time to pay attention to the mosquitoes. All he knew was that he was in a very dangerous situation. If these strange beasts continue to get closer, and the battle turns into close quarters hand-to-hand combat, it will be difficult for me to win. Although his physical body is now quite powerful, it is still far less robust than that of a mythical beast. And his lightning powers might not be enough to deal with so many strange beasts. Yi Chen wanted to increase his cultivation level, but the beast was too close to him, and he didn't have time to do so. If only I had 3 hands. Damn it! Just then, a huge, black, hairy hand reached out to grab Yi Chen's back. Sensing the danger, Yi Chen immediately rolled on the ground. Upon seeing this, the other beasts all pounced on Yi Chen. Yi Chen quickly put away his bow and arrows, then took out his long sword. He activated the whirlwind blade technique. He slashed it down with his sword. A blood-red tiger head rolled down. Ha! How can this knife be so sharp? Yi Chen looked surprised. This knife is made of inferior F-grade metal. Before Yi Chen could think further, A giant bear with a golden belly reached out a claw towards Yi Chen. Yi Chen swung his sword again. In an instant, Yi Chen's head was covered in blood. The golden bear felt a sharp pain on its paw. It looked down and saw that one of its bare paws had been chopped off at some point. Blood was spurting out. The golden-bellied bear let out a painful roar. Taking advantage of the giant bear's momentary daze, Yi Chen rolled over again and slashed horizontally with his sword. A flash of white light appeared. This first-tier, fully developed golden bear was gutted and disemboweled. His internal organs spilled out onto the floor. What terrifying swordsmanship! What kind of swordsmanship is this examinee using? One of the teachers in the hall was stunned and couldn't help but ask the question that many people in the hall had. He's using the He family's whirlwind blade technique. Knowing the inside story, Zhang Changwei said calmly. I see. If it's this kind of swordsmanship, then I can understand why it's so powerful. Everyone had an expression of sudden realization. Only Zhang Changwei muttered to himself, isn't this sword technique only usable by wind-type ability users? What's wrong with Yi Chen? Isn't he an A-level contracted ability user? Why can this sword technique be used even when there is no wind? Before he could think further, another gasp rang out from the hall. Holy crap! Is this guy a reincarnation of a god of death? How come he kills alien beasts like it's nothing? The teachers watched Yi Chen weave through the horde of strange beasts as if they had never seen anything like it before. Then one by one, the strange beasts bled and fell to the ground. This one lost its head, that one lost its leg. The ground was littered with severed limbs and remains. At this moment, Lu Qingfeng was already stunned. Because she saw that Yi Chen had now firmly secured the number 1 spot. His score had already far surpassed that of the other candidates. Furthermore, Yi Chen's score is currently skyrocketing. Even if he were eliminated now, with Yi Chen's current score, even if he couldn't get first place, he could definitely secure a spot in the top 5. With scores like that, you're definitely good enough to get into a top university. Thinking of this, Lu Qingfeng was extremely excited. One of these 4 schools is going to be a student admitted to a prestigious university. This is simply unbelievable. Since the establishment of number 4 middle school, not a single student from their school has ever been admitted to a prestigious university. Under her leadership, the 4th middle school will produce its first student to be admitted to a prestigious university. In other words, Lu Qingfeng will make history at number 4 middle school today. Chapter 52. Don't come any closer. In the wilderness, Yi Chen was now on a killing spree. Now he finally understood what was going on. It turns out that the silly mosquito evolved and gained an F-level wind-type ability. Although the level of superpower is a bit low. However, with the enhancement of A-level swordsmanship, it actually achieved the effect of turning the rotten into the miraculous. While killing the alien beasts, Yi Chen used one hand to add points to his superpower. After spending 15,000 ability points, I upgraded the whirlwind blade technique to the master level. I spent another 55,000 points to finally upgrade my wind-type ability to B-level. With his B-level wind-type ability, Yi Chen became increasingly adept at combat. The B-level wind-type ability not only made Yi Chen's knife even sharper when cutting through alien beasts. It also allows his sword energy to attack from a distance. Furthermore, their movement speed has increased many times over. Yi Chen used his agile movements to weave among the enormous beasts, his blade flashing with lightning speed. Many of the strange beasts didn't even realize what was happening before their heads were chopped off. Yi Chen fought with increasing ferocity, and his skill in wielding the knife became more and more adept. Finally, the beasts were so terrified that they dared not approach easily again. Yi Chen looked at the hesitant beasts. He took out another bloodline fruit, and its fragrance once again aroused the strange beasts. But you rat in the distance, what the hell are you doing getting involved in this mess? They were so excited to see those rats. Yi Chen quickly put the fruit into his spatial storage. Then it fled into the distance again. After hesitating for a moment, the beasts continued their pursuit. The swarm of rats followed closely behind. Yi Chen started to panic again. I was so caught up in the killing spree that I completely forgot about this disgusting thing. We need to get out of here quickly. The teachers in the hall saw that Yi Chen had finally escaped for his life. They immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Finally escaped. If you keep killing, I'll start to doubt whether you're even human. What human has such stamina? To be able to fight for so long is simply unbelievable. It's really strange. How come an A-level contract ability user's physical combat ability is no worse than those enhancement type ability users? Hearing these teachers' words, Zhang Changwei inwardly scoffed, thinking that it wasn't just their physical strength that was strange. His special ability is also very strange. That white, swirling blade of energy was a wind blade. Aren't you all curious about his superpowers? Forget it, a bunch of tier 1 trash. I don't expect you to understand something this complicated. Zhang Changwei had serious doubts about the teaching abilities of these teachers. Suddenly, Zhang Changwei thought of Yi Chen's teacher. He spoke directly. Who is Yi Chen's teacher? Hearing that this important figure actually took the initiative to inquire about Yi Chen's teacher. The surrounding teachers and principal were all filled with envy. Lu Qingfeng quickly ran over, bowed respectfully, and said, "His teacher is Ms. Xieping from our number 4 middle school." "Oh, really? Then call her over and let's watch the college entrance exam videos together." "But Colonel Zhang, teacher Xieping has already been dismissed, this." Lu Qingfeng spoke cautiously, afraid of offending the education bureau next to Zhang Changwei. "Director Ma, I'd like to reinstate Xieping to her teaching position." "Do you agree?" Zhang Changwei stared coldly at Director Ma, who was driven by self-interest. Under the immense pressure of a level 4 expert, Ma Jidong dared not utter a single word of dissent. So he quickly nodded and said, "Of course. Of course. She taught such an excellent student, how could we not reinstate her to her original position?" Seeing that Zhang Changwei was still looking at him, Ma Jidong quickly continued. "Give her a raise. She absolutely must get a raise. Give her a 10,000 yuan raise." "Thank you, Director. I'm conveying Xieping's gratitude to you." Lu Qingfeng was very satisfied with this result. She knew that if she didn't stop now, who knew if this petty bureau chief would retaliate later? After all, Zhang Changwei couldn't stay by their side to protect them forever. Lu Qingfeng went out to make a phone call to bring Xieping back. Unexpectedly, as soon as she went out, she saw Xieping lingering outside the service hall. "Xieping! You're still here. Principal, I want to see my students come out of there safe and sound before I go back. Please don't send me away." Xieping's eyes were filled with tears. Lu Qingfeng felt a pang of heartache upon seeing this. She felt extremely guilty when she thought about how she, as the principal, not only didn't speak up for Xieping when she was being harassed, but even harbored resentment towards her. "Xieping, you've been reinstated. Your student, Yi Chen, is currently wreaking havoc in the wilderness. His college entrance exam score is now ranked first. Even Colonel Zhang is very impressed with him, saying, 'Your student is amazing.'" "Ah?" Lu Qingfeng's words left Xieping somewhat stunned. What was going on? Am I dreaming? Is Yi Chen really that powerful? In the wilderness, Yi Chen led a large, dark horde of strange beasts in a swift escape. Because his hands still smelled of the bloodline fruit, more and more strange beasts joined the pursuit as he ran around the wilderness. "Hey student! Over here! Come quick and kill this monster!" Zhao Donglin, who was searching for the strange beast, heard the commotion. Turning his head, he saw a guy with a face covered in blood, smiling at him. His teeth were so white in the setting sun. His smile was so radiant. "Only. Damn it! You bastard! Don't come near me! Get the hell out of here!" Upon seeing the swarm of strange beasts behind Yi Chen, Zhao Donglin was startled and turned to run away. "Wait! Classmate! Weren't you looking for a strange beast? This is a strange beast that's delivered right to your doorstep. You'd better hunt it down." "Hunting my ass. There are so many strange beasts, how am I supposed to fight them all? Don't follow me anymore." Yi Chen followed closely behind Zhao Donglin with a mischievous grin on his face. "Hey! Kid! Serves you right for looking down on me. Even if I'm eliminated, I'll take you down with me." Zhao Donglin exerted all his strength and ran like the wind, but unfortunately, not only did he fail to shake off Yi Chen, the distance between them actually got closer and closer. His speed is nowhere near Yi Chen's. "Bastard! Since you're so heartless, don't blame me for being ruthless too." A sudden burst of cold energy erupted from Zhao Donglin's body and swept towards Yi Chen. Seeing this, Yi Chen gathered wind attribute power in his hand. He inhaled the chill into his palm and slapped it out at the beast horde behind him. In an instant, hundreds of rock-eating rats were frozen into ice sculptures. But it's still not enough. Compared to this huge, dark mass of strange beasts, that's just a drop in the ocean. Zhao Donglin looked surprised. Who are you? How were you able to withstand my attack? My name is Wang Gui. The Wang from old Wang next door. The Gui from Wang Fugui. Pa! I know Wang Gui. He's not as smart as you. Zhao Donglin was so angry he wanted to punch Yi Chen in the face. Chapter 53. I want to be a little daring. Kid. Do you have a grudge against Wang Gui? I'll tell you where Wang Gui is. How about you let me go? Seeing that he couldn't shake off Yi Chen, Zhao Donglin devised a plan to divert trouble to Yi Chen's side. In any case, it's better for my fellow Taoists to die than for me to die. Hey! You call me despicable. But what about you? Just lead the way. I can tell you where he is. You lure these beasts away first. No. You lead the way first. You distract them first. You lead the way. You distract them first. You lead the way. The two were locked in a stalemate. The teachers and principals in the hall were all stunned. Anyone who didn't know better would think the two of them were parrots. The principal and teachers of number 1 middle school were the most surprised. They never expected that Zhao Donglin, who was so arrogant, would actually back down when facing Yi Chen. Principal Lu. Some of the students from number 4 middle school are acting rather unethically. The principal of number 1 middle school was somewhat dissatisfied with Yi Chen's actions in harming their students. Lu Qingfeng almost laughed out loud while watching the video. Luckily, I managed to hold back at the time. Although she wanted to give Yi Chen a thumbs up. However, so many people are watching here. She didn't want to make it too obvious. So she coughed lightly and said, Principal Su, I don't like hearing that. What do you mean we students from number 4 middle school are dishonest? In the wilderness assessment, isn't it all about using your own methods? Besides, your students from number 1 high school attacked Yi Chen from number 4 high school. Does your family think you're so special? The principal of the number 1 middle school was immediately rendered speechless by the rebuttal. Yi Chen and Zhao Donglin, after running around the wilderness for a long time, finally spotted their two classmates. Zhao Donglin rushed over as if he had seen a relative. Sun Jichao. Sun Jichao. Come quickly and hunt down the strange beasts. A strange beast? Where is it? Where is it? Upon hearing the familiar voice, Sun Jichao immediately looked in the direction of the sound. Just then, he saw Zhao Donglin excitedly rushing towards him. Behind him followed a large, dark mass of unknown creatures. And they were making quite a commotion. Young master! That's a stone-eating rat. We have to run. The girl beside them saw the strange beast behind Yi Chen and the others. He hurriedly urged Sun Jichao to escape. After Sun Jichao clearly saw the rat behind Zhao Donglin, he jumped up in fright. Damn it! Zhao Donghua, you bastard! You actually tried to scam me! Hoo! It's not that I wanted to trick you. It's this bastard next to me with blood on his face who wanted to trick you. Zhao Donglin was already panting heavily from exhaustion. But he dared not stop, because the army of strange beasts behind him was too terrifying. Sun Jichao cursed as he fled for his life with his pretty maid. Zhao Donghua! You're not allowed to follow me. It's not that I want to follow you. It's... Shut up, Zhao Donglin. I've put up with you for too long. Stop trying to smear me. I clearly asked you to take me to Wang Gui. But you insisted on bringing me here. Seeing that Zhao Donglin was constantly framing him, Yi Chen could no longer tolerate it. Upon hearing that the visit was to Wang Gui, Sun Jichao immediately said, I know where Wang Gui is. I just saw him. I can give you directions. Great. Lead the way for me right now. Can't you just not lead the way? I just want to point you in the right direction. No. Zhao Donglin immediately and firmly refused. Having been run over by a horde of monsters himself, Sun Jichao was in for a treat, and he too had to experience being chased by one. Yi Chen was also quite surprised. Even the main character himself didn't say anything. Why is Zhao Donglin, a supporting actor, so agitated? A moment later, they went from being chased by a horde of monsters to being chased by a horde of monsters in groups of 5. Sun Jichao. Didn't you say you were going to take me to find Wang Gui? Who is this guy? Anyway, having one more person means less pressure. Isn't that great? As Sun Jichao ran, he led Yi Chen toward Lu Tao. Damn it! So it was you, Sun Jichao, who tricked me. I'll curse your mother. Lu Tao was absolutely furious. She was just relaxing here, and out of the blue, she was being chased. Who the hell could she complain to? Ha ha ha. Don't be angry, don't be angry. I got tricked too. Sun Jichao laughed heartily. Although he was in a sorry state, he was still very happy to see his old nemesis being tricked by him. Lu Tao ran while cursing. Finally, they got tired of yelling and running around. He suddenly asked. Speaking of which, why don't we split up and run? These beasts are chasing this kid with blood on his face anyway. After Sun Jichao's explanation, Lu Tao finally understood. So those strange beasts weren't chasing them after all. If that's the case, then things are much easier. As long as we split into 3 groups, we'll see which one this kid follows. Oh right. How come I didn't think of that? Upon hearing this, Sun Jichao's eyes lit up. He then prepared to run in another direction. I have the bloodline fruit, and the beasts behind me are after it. If any of you dare to split up and run away, I'll throw the fruit at them. Yi Chen said coldly as he ran. Upon hearing this, Sun Jichao's brow twitched immediately. Damn it! Bro, let's talk this out. This is no joke. Yes. Calm down, student. Let's talk this out. Don't be impulsive. Lu Tao quickly tried to comfort Yi Chen, while Zhao Donglin, panting heavily, said. Even if you run with us, what good will it do? We can't save you. But I'm scared to be alone. With so many of you with me, I feel braver. Yi Chen spoke shameless words without batting an eye. The others' mouths twitched. Sun Jichao could no longer hold back and finally burst into a tirade of profanities. Damn it! You're scared, but don't you think I'm scared too? Besides, what good will it do you to be a little braver? Will the beast behind you stop biting you? Your problem is still unsolved. Sun Jichao. I really dislike the way you talk to me. Do you believe I'll smear the bloodline fruit on your face? Isn't my apology enough? I'm sorry. Yes, that's more like it. Take me to Wang Gue right away. A moment later, another student suffered the same fate. This student is also from Class 1. She is a capable-looking woman with short hair, holding a large broadsword. Beautiful lady, you can leave now. I'm not looking for you. Yi Chen was speechless. He knew at a glance that it must have been Sun Jichao who did it again. Upon hearing this, Sun Jichao immediately became agitated. Damn it! How could you do this? How could you change your mind just because you see a girl? When did I change my mind? I've been looking for Wang Gue from the very beginning. You're the one causing trouble. Oh. So it's you, Sun Jichao, you bastard. After the college entrance exam, I'll chop you to pieces with this axe. Chen Xingxue glared fiercely at Sun Jichao. Sun Jichao was so frightened that his body trembled. Chen Xingxue is a notoriously crazy woman. He was extremely wary of this woman. Chapter 54. Is the mosquito going to die? Do you have a grudge against Wang Gue? Chen Xingxue was very curious about this mysterious man. What kind of hatred could drive him to provoke so many strange beasts just to take revenge on Wang Gue? Nothing, I just wanted to mess with him. Okay. I'll show you the way. Ah. That sounded so familiar. It immediately reminded Yi Chen of Sun Jichao and his bunch of scoundrels. That's what they said before. Don't worry. I won't follow Sun Jichao's example. I really know where Wang Gue is. Chen Xingxue immediately guessed Yi Chen's thoughts. So he immediately expressed his attitude. Hurry up. You guys need to hurry. I'm exhausted. Snoring. Zhao Donglin's face was flushed from exhaustion, and he looked like he was about to collapse. Zhao Donglin, you're really weak. Huff, huff, huff. Sun Jichao, panting heavily, mocked Li Lei. Damn it. Don't you even know how long I've been running? Huff huff huff. Why is this guy with his face covered in blood alright? Everyone was surprised to find that Yi Chen not only looked completely unharmed, but also ran with a calm and composed demeanor. That's really strange. Chen Xingxue asked curiously. Are you an enhancement type? Yi Chen shook his head. No, I'm a contract-based ability user. Damn it. You think we're so easy to fool? Even if you beat Sun Jichao to death, he would never believe that Yi Chen has a contracted superpower. Because he had seen contract-based superpowers before. Aren't those guys all physically weak? This guy doesn't seem like a contract ability user at all. I really am a contractor, you don't believe me. Oh crap. My mosquito is going to die. What? Mosquitoes? Everyone looked puzzled, wondering why Yi Chen had brought up mosquitoes. At this moment, Yi Chen felt an unusual sensation coming from the mosquito. Because Yi Chen evolved his wind-type ability, his mosquito ability also evolved along with it. But its body couldn't withstand such a powerful superpower. He looks completely half-dead now. Yi Chen quickly opened the mosquito's panel. Race, black-winged mosquito. Cultivation level, first tier. Chi and blood value, 1000. Abilities, increases cultivation level by absorbing blood. Wind-type ability is evolving and fusing. Lifespan, 15 minutes. The mosquito's current superpower level far exceeds its physical capacity. Should we spend 20 million ability points to help it evolve and fuse? Holy crap! 20 million? I wasn't even worth 20 million even if you sold me. What a heartless system. Yi Chen frowned. He currently has 1021 ability points left. The goal is to reach 20 million ability points within 15 minutes. This is harder than climbing to heaven. But he didn't want to give up on that silly mosquito. He glanced one last time at the horde of strange beasts behind him. If we can kill them all, that number should barely be enough for 20 million. Yi Chen gritted his teeth fiercely. Let's give it our all. So he put all the remaining ability points into mental power. His ability level has now reached 2000 points. He's maxed it out. After mental strength is enhanced, my mental energy can finally be projected outwards. Yi Chen had a complete view of the surrounding wilderness area, within a radius of 1 kilometer. Farewell, everyone. Yi Chen turned and ran in another direction. Sun Jichao and the others were completely dumbfounded. Aren't you going to look for Wang Gui anymore? Forget it. Let's not look for him anymore. Let him go. Without looking back, Yi Chen ran towards the heart of the wilderness. Seeing that the group of strange beasts had stopped chasing him, he realized that they were no longer pursuing him. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Finally gone. I thought I was going to die here today. This guy's a real buddy. I'm suddenly starting to admire him. Don't you think I'm being a bit of a jerk? Sun Jichao, you're inherently despicable. Lu Tao thought about how she had almost been tricked by this guy. He was furious. Sun Jichao wasn't angry. Instead, he put his hands on his thighs and gasped for breath. Chen Xingxue frowned deeply. Did you guys sense anything unusual just now? Whoosh. You felt it too? I thought it was just my imagination. I never imagined he had such powerful mental strength. Whoosh. Zhao Donglin gasped for breath, his face grave. At this moment, Sun Jichao also changed his usual carefree attitude. He also said with a solemn expression, I've only ever felt that kind of sensation with my grandfather. His spiritual power is incredibly strong. Unbelievably powerful. I even suspect his mental strength has reached over 500. It seems we've encountered a truly formidable opponent. Could he be Yi Chen? Lu Tao realized it too late. They gradually deduced Yi Chen's identity. If we want to know if he is Yi Chen, we can ask Wang Gui. We'll find out who his enemies are in this wilderness area. Chen Xingxue said with a smile. Girls are naturally gossipy. Chen Xingxue sensed gossip from Yi Chen's behavior just now. She is very excited now. Their eyes were shining. Let's go. Let's find that bastard Wang Gui. It's that scoundrel who almost got me killed. Sun Jichao gets angry whenever he talks about this. He decided to go and find out for himself. I also want to ask and find out. Lu Tao followed closely behind Sun Jichao and his maid. Zhao Donglin hesitated for a moment, but finally followed. At this moment, Wang Gui, who was holding the censer, was running away as fast as he could. Holy crap! What's wrong with these monsters? Why are they chasing me? He ran for more than 10 miles before finally stopping when he could no longer run. One last look at the instrument. Ha! What's going on? Why aren't you chasing me anymore? The principal of number 1 middle school, who was in the lobby of the wilderness area, immediately breathed a sigh of relief. If these 5 members of prominent families are eliminated midway through the process, the enrollment of students at number 1 middle school will not only be affected next year, but even the teaching resources may be reduced. The consequences would be unimaginable. Lu Qingfeng looked genuinely regretful. She felt that her student was far too honest. Why give up halfway through? By eliminating all 5 of them at once, even if I get eliminated myself, wouldn't I still be guaranteed first place? What a pity! Such a great opportunity. The principals of the number 2 and number 3 middle schools were now filled with deep regret. Now, anyone with eyes can see that Yi Chen has the strength and talent to absolutely compete with the scions of those powerful families. Making it into the top 10 is absolutely a certainty. If only we had admitted him to the school back then. My school's college entrance exam results this year will definitely be outstanding. What a pity. Why did I refuse to let him enroll? It's all Zhang Chuanji's fault. I'll have to find a few thugs to teach him a lesson and vent my anger. Meanwhile, Zhen Huan, who was standing to the side, had already shut his mouth. She has lost all her former swagger. Looking at Xie Ping sitting next to Zhang Changwei, all she felt was envy and regret. The same applies to the other teachers at number 4 middle school. It's too late to say anything now. Yi Chen is already Xie Ping's student. Yi Chen looked at the time displayed on the system. There were 10 minutes left. Holy crap! We're going to miss it. Chapter 55. The weapon is problematic. Yi Chen ran wildly, pushing his legs and wind-type abilities to their limits. However, the group of strange beasts behind him were truly persistent. They've been chasing me for so long and they still don't plan to give up. Come on, come on. Keep chasing me. Yi Chen then took out the bloodline fruit and kept provoking and attracting them. As soon as the fruit was taken out, those beasts that were about to give up suddenly became incredibly energetic. Her eyes welled up with tears again. Yi Chen gritted his teeth fiercely. He crushed a bloodline fruit and smeared it on his body. Holy crap! Has this kid gone mad? Zhang Changwei was so startled that he stood up from the ground. The other teachers and principals in the hall were also dumbfounded. This is insane. No matter how powerful he is, he can't possibly fight against all the monsters in the entire wilderness. Is he planning to go on one last rampage before admitting defeat and show the teachers and principals of those prestigious schools how brave he is? But doing so might backfire. After all, who likes a reckless person? The principals and teachers all shook their heads, thinking that Yi Chen was just putting on a show. But it's incredibly foolish. It's the behavior of a reckless brute. No one in this world likes a reckless brute who is brave but lacks strategy. In the wilderness, more and more strange beasts were chasing Yi Chen and his large, dark group, making a rumbling sound. The ground was covered in dust from the shockwave. A hurricane bird was dozing in a tree in the distance. They all opened their eyes after hearing the noise. Then everyone looked towards the strange beast behind Yi Chen. Immediately afterwards, the lead hurricane bird let out a cry. Hundreds of hurricane birds immediately took to the air. It screamed a warning at Yi Chen and the strange beast behind him. But Yi Chen was determined to intrude into their territory. There are hundreds of hurricane birds in total. There are also 4 Tier 2 monsters among them. Yi Chen picked up a stone from the ground and threw it at the face of the most powerful hurricane bird. After the hurricane bird was hit, he immediately let out an angry scream. Then it swung its claw at Yi Chen. What is he trying to do? Why is he provoking a Tier 2 hurricane bird? The teachers and principal inside the room were all completely bewildered. Only Zhang Changwei, who knew the inside story, sighed inwardly. This kid is really bold. Seeing so many powerful hurricane birds, he was secretly worried for Yi Chen. As the hurricane bird attacked, Yi Chen rolled away, dodging its sharp claws. Then, with a backhand stab, he aimed for the hurricane bird's abdomen. There was a click. The knife in Yi Chen's hand instantly broke into 2 pieces. Fuck you. Don't let me find out which bastard provided this piece of junk. I'll curse your ancestors. Yi Chen's roar was extremely loud. Everyone in the service hall must be fully aware of this. The teachers and the principal all had strange expressions. They never expected this kid to be so audacious, daring to even insult the director of the education bureau. At this moment, Education Bureau Director Ma Jidong's face was extremely grim. It wasn't just because Yi Chen had insulted him, but also because he had just assured Zhang Changwei that his knife would have absolutely no quality issues. Unexpectedly, the knife broke shortly after I made the promise. Isn't this a slap in his face? Lu Qingfeng sighed. She had warned Yi Chen before that the knife was of poor quality and advised him to buy several more just in case. He just doesn't believe it. Now it's all right. The knife really broke. What should we do? Zhang Changwei suppressed his anger and stared coldly at Ma Jidong. This is the high-quality weapon you were talking about? Ma Jidong quickly defended himself. This is just an accident. With so many weapons sold, isn't it normal for one or two to have quality problems? You'd better pray that the weapons that appear later won't have any more problems. Otherwise, I'll report this directly to the education department. Upon hearing this, Ma Jidong broke out in a cold sweat. Wiping the sweat from his brow with his sleeve, he cautiously said, "It will definitely not happen again, it will definitely not happen again." He had barely finished speaking. Yi Chen started cursing again. What the hell? You dare sell such shoddy protective suits? Have you no shame? It was clear that Yi Chen had only engaged in slightly more strenuous exercise. The clothes on his body were torn open with a ripping sound. Yi Chen's face was extremely grim. This protective suit is not made of special materials, it is fireproof and waterproof. And it's incredibly resilient, and even possesses a certain level of defensive capability? How could it rot so easily? Before Yi Chen could even consider the issue of clothes, the second-order hurricane in the sky howled and clawed at his back again. Yi Chen felt the terrifying cold light emanating from the opponent's sharp claws. He immediately rolled over. He turned around and shot an arrow. The arrow struck the opponent's eye. After a string of sparks, the arrow that Yi Chen shot shattered into pieces on the ground. Damn it! Those sons of bitches! Even their arrows are garbage. Don't let me find out who tricked me. Otherwise, I'll kill them. Inside the wilderness area hall, everyone was initially captivated by Yi Chen's magnificent turn and his impressive archery skills. They actually managed to defeat a stronger opponent and shoot down a second-tier hurricane bird. The principals and teachers even wanted to offer some praise. Unexpectedly, this accident happened so quickly. The arrow failed too. The principals and teachers all lowered their heads, not daring to look at Ma Jidong. They were afraid of offending the other party. Anyone with eyes can see that this is definitely Ma Jidong's problem again. But no one dared to say it. Only Zhang Changwei said bluntly, "Director Ma, the knife was faulty, and you said it was an accident. Now the protective suits and arrows are all faulty, what do you say now?" "Ha! These things, he might not have bought them from me." Ma Jidong was now sweating profusely. The weapons he sold were going to malfunction one after another. This was something he had expected. Originally, he had planned to get these weapons after they finished their college entrance exams and went to university. That's when quality problems occur. But if the weapons malfunction again when they're in college, he can simply deny everything. But what he never expected was that this kid would use them to shoot down second-tier alien beasts during the college entrance examination. In all his years as the director of the Education Bureau, this was the first time he had ever seen such a formidable candidate. In the past, even if someone went to kill a second-tier alien beast, it was just a group of scions from large families who would team up together. But this was the first time he had ever seen someone like Yi Chen, who was just an ordinary student, dare to provoke a level 2 beast. That bastard. First he was fishing in the river. Then it hunted down a tier 2 alien beast. It really can't stay still for a moment. Is this kid really my nemesis? Chapter 56 is finally here. No. Yi Chen's weapons were all bought from you. I saw it with my own eyes. You can't deny it. Xia Ping stood up angrily and stared at Ma Jidong. Now that Yi Chen is in such danger inside, she, as his teacher, is extremely anxious. They were completely oblivious to the fact that the person sitting there was the director of the Education Bureau. All the principals and teachers in the hall lowered their heads even further. They were terrified of being caught in the crossfire. Ma Jidong, however, felt a surge of mockery in his heart. If you can't handle Zhang Changwei, surely you can handle a mere teacher like you? Zhang Changwei glanced around. Finally, his eyes locked onto Lu Qingfeng, principal of number 4 middle school. Is what Xie Ping just said true? This. Lu Qingfeng glanced at Xie Ping, who was filled with anger, and then turned to look at Ma Jidong. At this moment, Ma Jidong's eyes were full of threat. Lu Qingfeng's heart skipped a beat. Looking around, I saw that all the teachers and the principal had their heads bowed lower than the last. Finally, she took a deep breath and said, Yi Chen's weapon was indeed provided by the bureau chief. That protective suit costs 10 million. That arrow costs 10,000. And that knife costs 5 million. At this point, Lu Qingfeng had completely given up. As she trembled, she recited the prices of the weapons to Zhang Changwei as if she knew them by heart. Upon hearing this, Zhang Changwei's face immediately turned extremely angry. Well, Ma Jidong. Is this how you treat these students? What's the difference between this and sucking their marrow out of them? You dare sell such a subpar protective suit for 10 million? How dare you sell it for 100 million? Enraged, Zhang Changwei slammed his hand on the table, shattering it to pieces. Then he grabbed Ma Jidong by the neck with one hand and threw him out. Guards! Take him to the education department. I want to see if the people there are just like you. No, Colonel Zhang. I was just confused for a moment. Why are you taking it so seriously? Shut up. If we don't arrest you, how can we face the students taking the exams and the people of Jiangcheng? The guards responsible for protecting the house heard the commotion. He immediately rushed in. Then he took the ashen-faced Ma Jidong out. Because Zhang Changwei still needs to be here to oversee the overall situation. The only option was to send the guards to escort them. He then made a phone call to the director of the education department. After explaining the whole story, the head of the education department was shocked. I decided to visit the examination site in Zhongcheng City in person. In the wilderness, Yi Chen shot and hit the hurricane bird. The hurricane bird was not fatally injured, but her eyes were also bleeding continuously. It let out a painful and angry scream. Upon hearing the commotion, the remaining hurricane birds all surrounded Yi Chen. Each time they swooped down, they stirred up a gust of wind. Although Yi Chen is now also a wind attribute user, those small tornadoes couldn't hurt him at all. However, being besieged like this all the time is an extremely troublesome situation. Yi Chen secretly groaned. Hey, why aren't you using your combined attack? Aren't you all tired of ganging up on me like this? Yi Chen dodged left and right. Left with no other choice, he had to pull out He Fingling's knife. I don't know if doing this will invalidate my assessment results, but I can't worry about that now. Yi Chen swung his sword. The head of a level 1 Great Perfection hurricane bird was chopped off on the spot. The headless corpse had just crashed down. Upon seeing this, a hurricane bird immediately let out a mournful cry to its companion. The remaining hurricane birds were thoroughly enraged. They charged towards Yi Chen one after another. Yi Chen swung his red longsword repeatedly. They killed 4 Tier 1 hurricane birds in a row. And it severely injured a Tier 2, Level 1 hurricane bird. However, Yi Chen's chest was also scratched by a hurricane bird. The pain drove Yi Chen even more insane. Come on. You scum. Let's see who dies first, you or me? It's unclear whether the hurricane bird understood Yi Chen's words. The hurricane bird leader looked up at the sky and let out a scream. All the hurricane birds responded with a scream. Then they all circled around Yi Chen, hovering above his head. This tornado was larger and more violent than the last one. Yi Chen smiled. They're finally here. If you don't make a move soon, those monsters will escape. Yi Chen slowly closed his eyes. The knife danced with the tornado. This time, with the added benefit of his own wind attribute, and the fact that Yi Chen has now upgraded the whirlwind blade technique to the master level, he is now able to improve. Yi Chen wielded the knife with even greater ease than before. One slash after another danced with the tornado. The sword energy unleashed by Yi Chen merged perfectly with the hurricane. As Yi Chen's swordsmanship danced, the tornado grew larger and larger, eventually covering an area of 50 meters in radius. The clouds in the sky poured in like seawater. A strong wind swept across the entire wilderness area. The examinees in the wilderness were instantly drawn to this terrifying phenomenon. Holy crap! What's going on? Has a beast king attacked? Sun Jiqiao was completely unaware that the popsicle in his hand had fallen to the ground. He stared intently at the tornado, dumbfounded. Zhao Donglin and Shen Xingshue's pupils suddenly contracted. His eyes held fear. After a moment of stunned silence, Lu Tao muttered to herself. Should we withdraw from the competition? If that's a monster, we're doomed. Zhao Donlin hesitated for a moment, then gritted his teeth. I will persevere. I must become the top scorer in the province. Seeing this, the others exchanged glances and then nodded. I'm going to keep going. I still want to compete with that guy Yichen. I can't quit either. I'm not going to admit defeat either. With the appearance of this sword-wielding tornado, an increasing number of candidates have chosen to withdraw from the assessment. Wang Gui looked at the scanner in his hand, his brows furrowed. There are no high-level beasts? What's going on? However, for safety reasons, he chose to leave the wilderness area. More and more people across the wilderness area fired flare guns. The whole sky looked like it was filled with fireworks. Li Lei and Zhao Dongxia's group also noticed the tornado. After some consideration, I finally decided to give up. After all, you only have one life. The hurricane bird in the sky finally realized that something was wrong. They flapped their wings frantically, trying to escape the hurricane. But how could Yichen possibly give them a chance to escape? These silly birds are priceless. The hurricane, infused with Yichen Fun's wind attribute power and sword energy, instantly dismembered the hurricane bird's corpse into chunks of flesh. When all the power of the hurricane was concentrated on the tip of Yichen's blade, Yichen swung his sword towards the horde of beasts outside the hurricane bird's territory, who were peering out but dared not enter. The mosquito has 1 minute left. Chapter 57. What terrifying swordsmanship! Outside the wilderness, a helicopter suddenly flew in. A man in a suit stepped off the plane. Upon hearing the commotion, Zhang Changwei immediately went out into the lobby. Director Jia, how come you arrived so quickly? I happen to have some business to attend to and need to fly to Kyoto. The helicopter will be passing over Jiangqing City. The problem you mentioned is so serious, how could I dare not hurry? Zhao Guobin and Zhang Changwei entered the service hall. The teachers and the principal all stood up and waited for Zhao Guobin and Zhang Changwei to take their seats before they sat down. Zhao Guobin looked at the group of teachers and the principal and asked, just how many test takers bought Ma Jidong's weapons? The teachers and principal were all surprised to see that the director had come in person. So he quickly explained everything about the weapons. So, almost all the examinees here bought his weapon? This isn't just the case this time, the same thing happened with the candidates in previous years. Lu Qingfeng went all out and recounted her experiences with the college entrance examinations in previous years. Furthermore, they placed a batch of unsold weapons in front of Zhao Gua. After inspecting the weapons, Zhao Guobin was so angry that he trembled all over. That Ma Jidong has some nerve. He dares to mess around with something as important as the college entrance exam. Then tell me how to handle this, Director Jia. Zhang Changwei didn't want any of that formality, he just wanted a result. He crossed his arms and looked quietly at Zhao Guobin. Don't worry, I will definitely give these candidates a satisfactory answer to this matter. All the money of those candidates will be returned in full. As for Ma Jidong, I will hand him over to the Supervisory Commission, and everything will be handled in accordance with national laws. I'm relieved to hear that. Zhang Changwei nodded in satisfaction. Seeing that the matter had been resolved, Zhao Guobin was about to get up and leave. His eyes happened to catch a glimpse of Yichen being surrounded by a flock of hurricane birds. Which school does this student belong to? Why are so many strange beasts attacking him? Lu Qingfeng quickly said. He's a student from our number 4 middle school. His name is Yichen. These strange beasts have been chasing him relentlessly because he stole a bloodline fruit. I see, this student is really thrifty and good at managing a household. Zhao Guobin nodded. Although he thought such behavior was foolish, as someone in officialdom, he had long since mastered the skill of only saying half of what he meant. Whether the people below can guess it or not is their business. Because of Yichen, Zhao Guobin, who was originally about to leave, sat back down. He was now very curious about how long this high school student named Yichen could hold on. This knife is nice. Did you also buy this knife from Ma Jidong? Lu Qingfeng shook her head. No, I've never seen this knife before. He must have brought it with him secretly. The knife he bought from Director Ma was already broken. Oh? Interesting. Zhao Guobin suddenly found it amusing. It turned out that it was this student who discovered the problem with the knife. But that's incredibly audacious. They even dared to steal the bloodline fruit from the beast horde. That swordsmanship is impressive, no wonder he dared to venture into the beast horde alone. It's just a pity that it's not enough. Upon hearing this, the teachers and the principal were immediately surprised that someone could be praised by the director of education. It's easy to imagine how talented Yi Chen is. The education director had just finished praising Yi Chen. Yi Chen's chest was scratched by the hurricane bird. His entire chest was covered in blood, a truly gruesome sight. Zhang Guobin immediately turned to Zhang Changwei and said, "Colonel Zhang, why aren't you going to rescue him? We can't let anything happen to this promising young man. Don't rush. Wait a little longer." Zhang Changwei frowned deeply. He had been waiting for Yi Chen's strike. Although he didn't understand why Yi Chen was hesitant to strike when he was already in such a dangerous situation. But his intuition told him that Yi Chen's strike was about to come. Upon hearing this, Director Jia frowned deeply. He knew Zhang Changwei well. He would never joke about his students' lives. Since he said he would wait, he must have his reasons. However, that examinee, although his swordsmanship was excellent, was able to kill so many alien beasts when surrounded by them, and even severely injure a second-tier alien beast. But now that he's seriously injured, can he really turn the tide? Just as he was wondering, the hurricane birds in the sky have formed a huge tornado and are besieging Yi Chen. The video briefly went black, but this time Zhang Changwei had already activated satellite monitoring beforehand, capturing the entire scene clearly. "Colonel Zhang, aren't you going to save them? It'll be too late, huh?" Zhang Guobin urged Zhang Changwei anxiously. But when he turned his head, he saw that Zhang Changwei had actually stood up and was staring intently at the screen. He followed Zhang Changwei's gaze and saw Yi Chen slowly closing his eyes in the video. The long sword in his hand danced like a phantom. The tornado in the sky not only failed to harm him in the slightest, but also grew larger and faster with the swinging of his long sword. Even the hurricane bird was eventually sucked into the tornado. Everyone gasped in astonishment. The entire room was completely silent. Yi Chen unleashed his final strike. Millions of strange beasts in the surrounding area were sucked into the tornado. The strange beasts didn't even have time to let out a scream. The sharp, razor-sharp energy within the tornado had already sliced them into countless pieces of flesh. Those thin slices of meat are comparable only to the beef in Lanji ramen. After the hurricane passed, Yi Chen sheathed his sword. Blood rain then began to fall from the sky. Blood dripped from the air. Those candidates who hadn't yet left were terrified, their faces turning deathly pale. Blood. So much blood. How terrifying. Could this beast really be the Beast King? No. I need to get out. Help me. I don't want to die here. More and more people fired flares, preparing to flee the area. Seeing this, the soldiers outside the wilderness thought something serious had happened inside, and one group after another rushed into the wilderness. At this moment, everyone in the hall was staring in disbelief at Yi Chen's closing of the Dao. The entire room fell silent. Everyone could hardly believe what they were seeing. After a moment, Zhang Guobin swallowed hard, looking at Lu Qingfeng with a shocked expression. "What kind of swordsmanship does this student from your school use? How can it be so terrifying?" Lu Qingfeng shook her head blankly. "I don't know, we never taught it." After a brief moment of distraction, Zhang Changwei let out a long sigh. What terrifying talent! His swordsmanship has improved again. "Colonel Zhang, do you know something? Tell me quickly. What exactly happened?" Seeing that Zhang Changwei seemed to know a lot of inside information, Zhang Guobin couldn't help but ask. Chapter 58 Hurricane Black Gold Mosquito. So Zhang Changwei told Zhang Guobin about the funny incident that had happened in the wilderness area. Upon hearing this, Zhang Guobin burst into laughter. "I almost laughed until I cried. It's hilarious that a test taker could completely outmaneuver a level 4 expert." Zhang Changwei's face immediately darkened. He had promised not to laugh at him, but he had broken his promise so quickly. When Zhang Guobin saw that Zhang Changwei's face was completely black, he immediately stopped smiling. "No. I just couldn't hold it in any longer. Ha ha ha." After Zhang Guobin finished laughing, he was exhausted. Finally becoming serious, he looked at Zhang Changwei earnestly and asked. "You mean, this is the Yi family's sword technique? But why is it in the hands of someone surnamed Yi?" "I don't know, you can ask him when he comes out." Zhang Changwei said irritably, adding that he didn't know much about Yi Chen either. Zhang Guobin nodded. "All right. Let's wait for him to come out. He's already firmly in first place. And he was injured, he should be out soon. I want to meet this top scholar from Nanjiang province in person. Within the wilderness, Yi Chen killed millions of alien beasts. Although most of these strange beasts are rats. However, he still gained more than 20.05 million ability points. The college entrance examination score was even higher, reaching over 2.12 million. Yi Chen remembered that the top scorer in Nanjiang province's college entrance examination last year was only 13,000 points. With over 2.12 million points, he's definitely going to be this year's top scorer in the college entrance exam. Yi Chen finally managed to kill the mosquito before it did. He donated 20 million ability points to save the life of the silly mosquito. Yi Chen was panting heavily. After resolving his own crisis, he finally felt a burning pain in his chest. Damn it! I forgot to bring healing medicine. I need to borrow some. Yi Chen opened the space and released the mosquitoes. By this time, mosquitoes had completed their evolution. Its body was actually half the height of Yi Chen. The mosquito looked extremely terrifying, with its body appearing black and gold. It even had a long tail thorn growing from its rear end. The 6 wings on its back resembled 6 long swords. Extremely sharp and tough. Furthermore, it carries the power of wind. Holy crap! Did you take hormones? That's way too much. Yi Chen opened the mosquito template to take a look. Race, Hurricane Black Mosquito. Cultivation level, first tier great perfection. Chi and blood, 5500. Abilities, rank B wind attribute ability can increase cultivation level by absorbing blood, can reproduce indefinitely tornado technique. Lifespan, 50 years. Although the system's pricing is a bit outrageous, at least it knows to give back to its loyal users. I boosted this silly mosquito's cultivation level and also gifted it 2 new abilities. The fact that the silly mosquito possessed these 2 abilities meant that I also had. Let's forget about this ability to reproduce indefinitely. He doesn't want to have children. Yi Chen quickly opened his own panel to check. Thank goodness. I only gained the ability to create tornadoes. Yi Chen touched the mosquito's body, then jumped onto it. Let's go. Let's go find my cousin. The mosquito flapped its wings, carrying Yi Chen into the air, transforming into a streak of rainbow light, and flew away into the distance at an extremely fast speed. That speed. It's even faster than the hurricane bird. Not bad, not bad. I won't even need to buy a car anymore. Yi Chen looked excited. In a jungle. Lu Tao looked at the blood on the ground, took a little bit, and smelled it. Thank goodness, this blood is from a strange beast. I just don't know what kind of species it is, that it's bleeding so much blood. After Lu Tao finished his analysis, he turned around and saw that Chen Xingxue and Sun Jiqiao were all looking up at the sky. He curiously followed their gaze and looked up at the sky. Huh? What is that thing flying in the sky? It looks like a mosquito. Holy crap! It really is a mosquito. Is this mosquito some kind of supernatural being? How can it be so big? After recognizing him, Sun Jiqiao couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Then, after he clearly saw Zhao Wuxia riding on the mosquito, he couldn't help but scream again. Holy crap! It's that kid with the blood all over his face. He's riding on a giant mosquito. He said before that he was a contracted ability user. Could he be telling the truth, and that mosquito is his contracted beast? Sun Jiqiao was almost speechless with astonishment. He had seen contracted beasts before, but this was the first time he had ever seen a mosquito used as a contracted beast. This is simply... That's absolutely awesome. Sun Jiqiao's eyes were filled with starlight, and he was extremely envious. No way. I'm going to ask my grandpa to get me a couple of mosquitoes to ride. Zhao Donglin said with a solemn expression. It looks like he flew out from where the tornado appeared. And he was injured. You have a good eye. But I'm more curious about how he fought his way out of the horde of monsters. A man like that really excites me. Chen Xingxue licked her lips. His eyes were burning with desire, like a cat that had caught a mouse. What's wrong? Tomboy, are your hormones overflowing? Have you fallen for a man? Seeing the burning gaze in Chen Xingxue's eyes, Sun Jiqiao immediately found it very amusing. He had always thought that this woman liked women. Do you want to die? Chen Xingxue glanced coldly at Sun Jiqiao, then gripped the axe on her back with both hands. No, no, no. I was wrong, okay? What man would want you looking like that? Um, don't hit me. Don't hit me. I really know I was wrong. Seeing that Chen Xingxue was about to beat him up again, Sun Jichao quickly hid behind Zhao Donglin. Humph. Coward. Chen Xingxue gave Sun Jichao a look of disdain. She had the utmost contempt for this kind of man. Chen Xingxue, don't be so smug. I just don't want to hit women. Come on. Don't treat me like a woman, come and hit me. I'm not available today, let's talk about it in a few days. Sun Jichao cautiously hid behind Zhao Donglin, peeking out and shouting. Zhao Donglin shook his head inwardly. Sun Jichao is such a trash talker. He's clearly terrified, yet he still goes and provokes others. I really don't understand why this guy is so despicable. What do we do now? Should we go out? Let's wait a little longer. If there were powerful beasts in the wilderness, the soldiers there would have already notified us to escape. That makes sense. But what exactly happened with that tornado? I don't know. We'll find out after the college entrance exam. Near a residential building. After confirming that no one was around, Yi Qingyi took off her pants and quietly urinated. Chapter 59 Healing. The sound of flowing water made Yi Chen blush. He hadn't expected to arrive so at such a convenient time. It just so happened that Yi Qingyi was in the restroom. Thankfully, she didn't notice me. Let her finish urinating before you go find her, to avoid embarrassment. Ha! A drone. You're asking for it. Yi Chen immediately swung his sword, cleaving one of the drones into pieces. Thank goodness. It didn't capture it. Everyone in the wilderness area lobby looked completely bewildered. I don't understand why Yi Chen wanted to shoot down the drone. Yi Chen overlooked the fact that such a commotion would alert Yi Qingyi. As expected. The sound of flowing water suddenly stopped. Yi Qingyi stared intently at Yi Chen in the sky. Yi Chen awkwardly scratched the back of his head. Cousin. I'm injured, do you have any medicine? As soon as he finished shouting, Yi Chen awkwardly realized that the other person hadn't put on his pants yet. Wow. Are you taking that long to put on your pants? The two looked at each other, both with awkward expressions. Yi Chen quickly manipulated the mosquito to turn around. I didn't see anything. You can continue. At this moment, Yi Qingyi was so embarrassed that she wanted to find a crack in the ground to crawl into. She hurriedly put on her pants, then said, blushing. All right, you can turn around now. Oh. Yi Chen manipulated the mosquito to turn around, then pointed to his chest and said. Cousin, do you have any medicine on you? I'm injured. Yi Qingyi saw the shocking wound on Yi Chen's chest and the blood all over his face. I was quite startled. Come down quickly, I have some medicine here, I'll bandage you up. The two found a clean spot and sat down. Then, Yi Qingyi took out the first aid kit, took out medical alcohol and cotton, and gently cleaned Yi Chen's wound. How are you? Does it hurt? It's alright, the itchiness is quite comfortable. You're just being sarcastic. Yi Qingyi said irritably, having completely forgotten the embarrassment from before. Yi Chen looked around and, finding no one else nearby, asked curiously. Where are your teammates? Why are you all alone nearby? Don't even mention them. Those bastards. They actually blamed me for hiding your strength and not bringing you into the team. So in a fit of anger, I left them behind. Oh. Is that so? Those guys are really snobs. But they're dreaming. I'm not going to join them. By the way. Cousin, do you want to team up with me now? Really? That's great. But won't this hold you back? No way. Because I'm definitely going to be the top scorer in the province this year. Yi Chen was full of confidence. Half an hour ago, Yi Qingyi would have chosen not to believe it, but now, she thinks Yi Chen might actually be able to become the provincial champion. However, the more this was the case, the less she could afford to hold Yi Chen back. I think we should just forget it. I won't hold you back. Cousin, guess what my score is now? I guess it's 3,000 points. The last time I looked at Yi Chen's score, it was over 2,700. At this time, Yi Qingyi estimates that the score should be around 3,000. Yi Chen smiled and shook his index finger. No, I have over 1,000,000 points now. What? How much? Over a million? Yi Qingyi exclaimed in surprise, hardly believing her ears. If you don't believe me, take a look at a smartwatch. Upon hearing this, Yi Qingyi immediately opened her smartwatch to check. It really is. How did you do that? Yi Qingyi covered her mouth in shock, feeling that it all seemed so unreal. She had just seen Yi Chen score an hour ago. How did I suddenly gain over a million more points? Is this really not a dream? Yi Qingyi turned her head and glanced at the pea she had taken not far away. It was wet, and the marks on it were clearly visible. This absolutely cannot be a dream. If this is a dream, I'd probably be wetting the bed by now. Yi Chen smiled shyly. I'm just lucky. Fine. If you don't want to talk about it, then pretend I didn't ask. Yi Qingyi rolled her eyes. What luck? Why doesn't she have such good luck? This is clearly nonsense. Since you've already secured your place in the college entrance exam, you have to help me out. I only have 51 points right now. Yi Qingyi looked at Yi Chen with a miserable expression. Yi Chen was also shocked by her score, it was far too low. You're taking the college entrance exam with scores like that? Never mind. I'll try my best to help you. Come on, let's team up. Oh well. Yi Chen pressed a few buttons on his smartwatch. Then I scanned the QR code on Yi Qingyi's watch. The two formed a teammate relationship. From this moment on, the points they earned from hunting will be split 50-50. Yi Chen saw that his body had been bandaged by Yi Qingyi. He looked down at his body, then nodded. Not bad. Cousin, your skills are really good. The bandage is very beautiful. This wasn't flattery towards Yi Qingyi, it was the truth. The bandages were tied very neatly, you could tell it was done by a professional. Yi Qingyi looked at the bandage on Yi Chen's chest and said with some worry. If this wound were any deeper, your internal organs would be exposed. Are you sure you can still hunt beasts? If all else fails, just leave now. With your scores, you're already guaranteed a spot in the college entrance exam. It's nothing, this little injury is nothing. Yi Chen smiled faintly, he wasn't lying about those words. Because his body has now undergone 3 temperings, both his physical strength and regenerative abilities far surpass those of ordinary people. Yi Chen couldn't be sure how strong his healing ability was. But the itching in his abdomen told him that his wound was beginning to heal. It's so itchy. I really want to scratch it. Yi Chen frowned deeply. Yi Qingyi leaned closer with a concerned look on her face. What's wrong, cousin? Where does it itch? Let me scratch it for you. It's nothing. I just feel a bit itchy in my wound. Did you pour too much alcohol? I'm sorry, just bear with it a little longer, it'll be fine once the alcohol level drops. Yi Qingyi looked guilty. She suspected it was her own problem. Yi Chen didn't explain, after all, no one would believe that his body's regenerative ability was so exaggerated. Yi Chen looked up at the sky, the sun was almost setting. It's time for lunch again. Cousin, are you hungry now? Cousin, are you hungry? I have some energy bars here. Here you go. After saying that, Yi Qingyi took out a gray energy bar from her storage ring. This thing looks absolutely unappetizing. Now that we're already in the wilderness, who's going to eat this stuff? Let's go catch a fresh fish and make fish soup. Inside the service hall, a group of teachers and principals looked speechless. That brat is at it again. I'm trying to tempt them again. But what delicious food will this kid make this time? I'm actually quite looking forward to it. Chapter 60 might be S rank. A man and a woman are having dinner by a lake. There were also 3 monster corpses next to them. One is a stone-skinned pig, whose skin is as hard as stone, but whose meat is extremely delicious. Perfect for grilling. The other strange beast is a bull. Its meat is very firm, making it perfect for grilling steaks. The other one is a giant clawed shrimp. It's also suitable for barbecuing. As Yi Chen flipped the grilled meat with his chopsticks, he said, We were planning to make some fish soup, but we ended up catching a shrimp. Let's just make do with this for now. Yi Qingyi watched as Yi Chen first pulled out a huge barbecue grill, and then pulled out various seasoning packets. There are even tables and chairs for dining. Yi Qingyi was extremely surprised. Cousin, you're here for a picnic? How come you're so well prepared? Yi Chen smiled. With so many strange beasts and so much food in this wilderness, it would be such a waste not to bring some seasonings. Here. This piece of pork is ready. You can start eating first. But is it really a good idea for us to be so conspicuous right now? What if we attract some strange beasts? We'll be in big trouble. Isn't this perfect? Fresh ingredients delivered right to our door. We can add another dish. Yi Chen didn't care at all. He picked up a piece of grilled meat, placed it on his prepared dipping sauce, dipped it, and tasted it. It tastes really good. Fatty but not greasy. This stone-skin pork is simply born for the barbecue grill. It's a shame no one breeds these things. Otherwise, they'd be incredibly popular. Yi Qingyi also picked up a piece and tasted it. It really is delicious. But only you could make it this delicious. As far as I know, the blood vessels of stone-skin pigs have a very strong fishy smell. If it's not cleaned properly, it will make people want to vomit. Ordinary cooks simply can't clean it properly, which is why no one raises them. Yi Chen nodded. These blood vessels really test a knife skill. By the way, what would you like to drink? Ha? A drink? Yi Qingyi was shocked. Could Yi Chen really be here for a picnic? Before Yi Qingyi could speak, Yi Chen directly released a refrigerator from his spatial storage. The refrigerator was large and heavy, and it crashed to the ground with a loud thud. Yi Qingyi was dumbfounded. Yi Qingyi jogged over, opened the refrigerator, and found that there were more than 50 kinds of drinks inside. It even contains various kinds of ice cream. Yi Chen. How come your spatial ring has such a large space? How much did you pay for it? Yi Qingyi picked out her favorite drink, closed the refrigerator door, and then looked at Yi Chen curiously. Oh, this? I picked it up by accident. Yi Chen couldn't think of a way to continue the story for a moment, so he just made up a reason on the spot. Yi Qingyi didn't take it to heart. She took a sip of her chilled drink, exhaled, and smiled. Your rechargeable refrigerator is truly an essential gadget for home and travel. Once I buy a larger storage ring, I'll definitely buy one too. The people in the service hall were already drooling with envy. Zhang Changwei said, cursing. That bastard looks like he's not planning on coming out. He's so well prepared, even has tables and chairs. He's probably treating this place like a resort. He really knows how to enjoy life. Barbecue, drinks, and beautiful women with him. The other teachers and the principal simply smiled slightly. In the past, they would definitely have stood up and condemned it. Now, no matter what outrageous things Yi Chen does, they will think it's perfectly reasonable. After all, he was a provincial champion who just scored over 1 million points. That's an incredibly powerful and monstrous talent. Who doesn't have their own quirks? However, the smiles on the faces of the principals of number 1, number 2, and number 3 middle schools were more like cries. The top scorer in the province. A score of over 1 million. This person was supposed to be their student. How could I have believed that bastard Zhang Chuanji's nonsense? They even complained that the other party had made a contract with a mosquito. Now that the other party has snatched the bloodline fruit, the mosquito not only didn't die, but also underwent a magnificent transformation. The only weakness I had completely disappeared. Apart from Xie Peng, the other deans of students at number 4 middle school were also extremely distressed. Seeing Yi Chen's success was more painful than killing them. How could they have been so stupid back then? They probably just want to kill themselves now. Zhug Wabin looked at the mosquito and asked curiously. What kind of mosquito is this? I've never seen one like it before. And why does it obey his commands? That's the examinee's contracted beast. He stole the bloodline fruit earlier so that his mosquito could evolve. Zhang Changwei rested his chin on his hands and said calmly. What did you say? This person with such powerful close combat abilities is actually a contract ability user? Yeah. I also find it a bit unbelievable. This is no longer just unbelievable. This is absolutely outrageous. A contracted ability user's close combat ability is comparable to that of an enhancement type ability user. This is simply monstrous. He was so shocked to see Zhug Wabin. Zhang Changwei smiled faintly. This is shocking? What if I told you that this candidate also possesses a B-level wind attribute ability? What? Zhang Changwei's words shocked everyone present. Zhug Wabin was so shocked that his mouth almost fell to the ground. He looked at Zhang Changwei in disbelief and asked again to confirm. Is everything you're saying true? Do you think I'm in the mood to joke with you? Zhang Guobin stared at Zhang Changwei for a long time before finally confirming from the other man's eyes that it was true. But he still found it hard to believe. Isn't it true that a person can only awaken one superpower at most? Why can he have two? Zhang Changwei stroked his chin, pondered for a moment, and then said, "Is it possible that the contract ability he awakened is actually S rank?" These words caused another moment of silence in the service hall. Everyone stared at Zhang Changwei in shock. If it's an S-class superpower, that would be terrible. You should know that in the Great Xia Kingdom, it might not be possible to produce an S-class superhuman every 5 or 6 years. If this candidate is truly an S-level superhuman, then he will absolutely be snapped up by all the top universities. Seeing that Zhang Changwei didn't seem to be joking, Zhang Guobin took a deep breath and said, "It looks like we need to contact the Supernatural Abilities Bureau again and have them check this candidate's supernatural abilities once more." Immediately afterwards, he stood up and said, "Since this examinee doesn't intend to leave the wilderness, I'll head to Kyoto first. Aren't you going to stay for dinner before you leave?" "No. I have things to do." Director Jia had just stepped out of the hall. There was a large group of test takers there, cursing and complaining. This year's college entrance exam was a complete disaster. Such a terrifying monster actually appeared. "No. I'm going to report this to the Education Bureau. We need to apply for a reassessment." "Yes. We have to retake the test. Even high-level alien beasts have appeared in the examination hall. How are we supposed to take the test now?" "Exactly. This is absolutely disgusting." Chapter 61 picked it up? After Zhang Guobin came out, he coughed lightly and said, "Dear candidates, you don't need to go to the Education Bureau anymore. I am the director of the Education Department. I am aware of the issues you have raised, but there are absolutely no problems with this year's college entrance examination. No high-level beasts were found inside." "How is that possible? That tornado was so terrifying. After it passed, it rained blood. And this isn't a problem? If you can't give me a satisfactory explanation, I'm going to report this to my dad." Wang Gui was exceptionally bold, staring directly at Zhang Guobin without giving him any face. Upon hearing this, Zhang Guobin's face immediately turned gloomy. No one in this world wants to be threatened. His eyes emanated an extremely terrifying aura. In an instant, all the candidates in the room fell silent. They all lowered their heads, not daring to look Zhang Guobin in the eye any longer. Wang Gui, in particular, felt as if his heart had been struck by a heavy blow, which made him feel extremely uncomfortable. Zhang Guobin stared straight at Wang Gui and said, "Your Wang family is indeed very powerful, but if you think you can scare me like this, then you're underestimating me, Zhang Guobin." Then Zhang Guobin glanced at the dejected examinee. A hint of disappointment flashed in his eyes. These candidates are worlds apart from Yi Chen in the wilderness. Faced with a tornado of unknown origin, he lost his composure and easily gave up on the college entrance examination. Not only do they lack any intelligence, but they are also extremely cowardly. Even if this group of people goes to university and becomes powerful, can we really count on them to protect our country when alien beasts attack? Faced with the doubts of the candidates, Zhang Guobin had someone send them the video of Yi Chen wielding the knife. After watching the video, everyone was filled with disbelief. How is this possible? How could he possess such terrifying strength? What kind of swordsmanship is this? How can it control tornadoes? This guy looks about our age. How does he have such great strength? Exclamations of surprise rose and fell among the crowd. Wang Gui roared even more furiously. "It's fake. It's all fake. I know that bastard Yi Chen. He's a complete waste. How could he possibly cause such a commotion?" The other candidates were about to agree. Then came Zhang Guobin's angry voice. "So, you're questioning my impartiality?" Upon hearing this, everyone lowered their heads again. At this moment, Wang Gui was glared at fiercely by Zhang Guobin, and the curses he was about to utter were swallowed back down in fear. But he secretly vowed to make this education minister pay the price. Zhang Guobin glanced at the mob that was too scared to look up or utter a sound. He snorted coldly. They boarded the helicopter and left. Only a group of candidates who had dropped out of the exam were left, looking at each other in bewilderment. Wang Gui's face flushed red. He felt that he had been slighted by the director of the education department. This is a complete disregard for him. Seeing so many people staring at him, Wang Gui, feeling utterly humiliated, roared angrily. It's all that bastard Yi Chen's fault. Wait till he gets out, I'll teach him a lesson. I'll teach him a lesson he won't forget. This bastard is the reason I couldn't get into college. We can't let this go. We have to teach him a lesson. The crowd was outraged. The principal and teachers in the hall felt extremely uncomfortable seeing Zhang Changwei's grim expression. The principal of number 1 middle school stood up and said, I'll go and chase them away right now. No need. Let them curse. I want to see how long these guys can keep cursing. Zhang Changwei shook his head, stopping the principal of number 1 middle school from going to drive them away. After leaving the education department, Zhang Changwei contacted the Supernatural Abilities Bureau. He shared his conjecture with the people at the Special Abilities Bureau. When the staff of the Supernatural Abilities Bureau heard that a candidate might have an S-level contract ability, he immediately rushed to the director's office. The director of the Supernatural Abilities Bureau was on the phone with his wife when he saw his subordinates barging in so recklessly. He immediately looked displeased. Didn't I tell you to knock before coming in? Chief, something terrible has happened. Our country may have a new S-class contract ability user. What? An S rank? And an S rank contract ability user? Niu Ziyuan was so startled that he stood up from the stool. And he almost dropped the phone in his hand. It's absolutely true. The exam center in Jiangqing called to say they found a person with contract abilities who had contracted a mosquito. They actually possess a B rank wind attribute ability. I suspect they might be an S rank ability user. Damn it! What are you still standing here for? Hurry up and come with me to Jiangqing City. Okay. As night fell, the entire wilderness area was unusually quiet. Yi Qingyi sat opposite Yi Chen, pointed her flashlight at the mosquitoes in midair, and asked, What exactly is that thing you're riding? My contracted beast, mosquito. With a thought, Yi Chen flew to his side. Yi Qingyi was astonished as she stared at the enormous mosquito. A mosquito? When did it get so big? Just now, I snatched a bloodline fruit. I helped it complete its evolution. I see. Yi Qingyi nodded repeatedly. Yi Chen asked, Are you sleepy? I have a tent and blankets here. Why did you bring everything? Isn't it a bit inappropriate to just sleep in this wilderness? Don't be afraid. I'll protect you. Upon hearing this, Yi Qingyi stared intently at Yi Chen, a strange feeling welling up inside her. Then, she suddenly spoke. The night before last, my mom got drunk and said that I was actually picked up by her. I'm not her daughter at all. Many parents say that. My parents even said I was picked up from a trash can. Don't take it to heart. What if it's true? I'm going to ask you face to face this time when I get back. After saying that, she ran away. Yi Chen was somewhat puzzled. Cousin, what's wrong? I need to pee. You're not allowed to peek. Oh. Although Yi Chen nodded in agreement, this was a wilderness area with so many strange beasts. What if his cousin was attacked by a beast while urinating? So, Yi Chen quietly released his spiritual power. A short while later, Yi Qingyi finally finished urinating and returned. She sat down opposite Yi Chen again. Ha? Yi Chen, why is your face so red? It's nothing, it's just a bit hot at night. It's true, if it weren't for the protective suit insulating the heat and keeping the temperature constant, I would have fainted from the heat in this sweltering summer heat. Chapter 62 Is there something wrong with the system? Yi Chen found a sufficiently flat spot. After setting up the tent, Yi Qingyi was put to sleep inside. Yi Qingyi poked her head out and said, Cousin, want to sleep together? You can just let the mosquitoes keep watch for you all night. You go to sleep first, I can't sleep right now. I'll come in when I'm sleepy. Oh. Then I'll leave the door open for you. Yi Qingyi pulled her head back in and went to sleep. Seeing that Yi Qingyi had gone to sleep, Yi Chen took advantage of the fact that no one was around and opened the template to take a look. He still has 56,123 points of special ability. It's time to complete the 4th tempering. The next morning, Yi Qingyi slowly opened her eyes. She looked around at the empty space beside her and felt a strange sense of loss. Cousin, didn't you sleep at all last night? When she came out, she saw. At this moment, Yi Chen's body was surging with the power of blood and qi. The morning sun shone on Yi Chen, and it actually shimmered with a purple light. From a distance, it looks like purple mist. Yi Qingyi froze on the spot. Wow, cousin, are you trying to become an immortal? She immediately covered her mouth, afraid of disturbing the other person. Cousin, you're awake? Yi Chen slowly opened his eyes. Cousin, I understand you less and less. Yi Qingyi cautiously walked to Yi Chen's side, then glanced at Yi Chen's chest. My goodness! How did your wound heal so quickly? Yi Qingyi covered her mouth in shock. She slowly reached out and gently touched Yi Chen's chest, finally confirming that Yi Chen's injuries had healed. And not only did it heal, but it didn't even leave a single scar. She couldn't help but stroke it. The feel of it. Yi Qingyi suddenly found herself quite fond of it. Yi Chen did not stop him. He simply opened his own panel and began to examine it. Name, Yi Chen. Gender, male. Age, 18. Qi in blood, 10,000. Mental strength, 5,000 plus. Cultivation level, first tier great perfection plus. Superpowers, contract ability S rank plus, wind attribute ability B rank plus. Martial arts, archery master plus rank A, gale blade technique advanced plus rank S, mountain splitting fist beginner plus rank F, body tempering technique grandmaster plus rank F, basic fist technique intermediate plus. The complete cooking guide master level. Master level fashionable updos. Ability points, 7450. Yi Chen tempered his body twice this time. Furthermore, the body tempering technique was developed to the grandmaster level. However, these ability points are being consumed far too quickly. We need to hunt down another batch of strange beasts. Just as he was about to get up, Yi Qingyi was unaware that she had already begun to stroke Yi Chen's abs. Yi Chen coughed lightly and said, Cough. Haven't you touched me enough yet? Yi Qingyi then came to her senses, and her hand recoiled as if she had been electrocuted. However, her eyes still kept sneaking glances at Yi Chen's abs and pectoral muscles. Yi Chen pretended not to see it. Cousin, where are we going now? Of course we're going fishing. It's cool in the morning, perfect for fishing. After a busy night, Zhao Donglin and his friends are now sitting together, questioning their existence. Chen Xingxue frowned as she looked at everyone. Everyone, tell me. What's going on? We've been searching all night, and we haven't found a single strange beast. Zhao Donglin's face was also extremely ugly. Not only were there no strange beasts, I didn't even hear a single roar from one last night. Something's wrong. Something's very wrong. Sun Jichao stroked his chin and analyzed. Could it be that these beasts knew I was coming to kill them, and that's why they've all gone into hiding? Humph. You? Don't make me laugh. Chen Xingxue directly mocked him, showing absolutely no mercy towards Sun Jichao. Lu Tao sighed and said, Let's check the rankings first. I think we're not the only ones facing this situation. The rest of us are probably in the same boat. Lu Tao opened his smartwatch to check it out, and suddenly, he exclaimed in surprise. Holy crap! Everyone immediately looked over with curiosity. What's the matter? Look at Yi Chen's score. Ones, tens, hundreds, thousands, tens of thousands, millions. Holy crap! Over 1 million points. How did this bastard do that? Am I dreaming? Is this guy even human? Sun Jichao immediately started cursing. The others were completely dumbfounded. Their eyes were filled with shock and disbelief. If they hadn't received a good education from a young age, they too would want to swear and curse like Sun Jichao. After a moment of silence, everyone fell silent. Lu Tao asked curiously, Is it possible that there is a problem with our college entrance examination system? Zhao Donglin shook his head solemnly and said, Impossible. If the system is malfunctioning, why are our scores all correct? Does the system favor Yi Chen? Also, didn't we search all night and not find the strange beast? Is it possible that these strange beasts have already perished at Yi Chen's hands? Upon hearing this, everyone suddenly realized what was going on. So that's it. The culprit is Yi Chen. He must have caused that tornado yesterday. He must have killed millions of innocent animals, making the sky rain blood. Yes. It was him. It must be him. That bastard is utterly wicked. Sun Jichao gritted his teeth and said fiercely. Chen Xingxue gave Sun Jichao a cold glance. You talk as if you're in cahoots with those monsters. I'm starting to suspect you're a traitor, Sun Jichao. Zhao Donglin stood up and said. I just saw that his score is still rising, which means there should still be strange beasts in this wilderness area. Let's keep searching. Oh dear. What a tragedy. If the old man knew that he went to so much trouble to bring me to Jiangqing City. In the end, I only got such a low score. I'm so embarrassed. Yi Chen, you bastard. You were hiding your true colors. You've got me killed. Sun Jichao sighed, shook his head, and got up from the ground, preparing to continue searching for the strange beast. Yi Chen arrived at the spot where he had been fishing yesterday and set up a bench. I started making breakfast. Cousin, how about we just grab something simple for breakfast and not make things so complicated? I want congee and tea eggs. Yi Chen is a very particular person. To compromise? It doesn't exist. Yi Chen then took out 2 stoves. While cooking porridge, I also boiled tea eggs. While fishing, the fish at the bottom of the lake seemed to have learned from yesterday's lesson. It stopped biting the hook. Yi Qingyi sat next to Yi Chen, resting her chin on her hand, and said, Cousin, did you used to frequently skip the flight? Air Force? Yi Qingyi's words immediately ignited Yi Chen's stubbornness. These fish actually dared to make me lose face. Since you're unwilling to be dignified, then I'll help you be dignified. Chapter 63 Blood Lion. Lightning flashed in Yi Chen's hand. The blue lightning power flowed into the lake along the black and gold fishing rod. The calm lake water was disrupted by Yi Chen's thunderous attack. One by one, the fish floated to the surface of the water. These fish, they were all rolling around with their white bellies on. Yi Chen laughed and pointed at the fish in the lake that had been electrocuted, then laughed loudly. Look! Aren't there fish here? Yi Qingyi was already dumbfounded. What's going on? Was there lightning just now? Isn't my cousin a contract-granting ability user? When did they gain the power of thunder? Yi Qingyi found herself increasingly unable to understand her cousin. Never mind. If I don't understand it, I won't think about it anymore. Yi Qingyi couldn't be bothered with this anymore. Anyway, my cousin wouldn't hurt me. Yi Chen looked at the fish floating on the surface. One fishing rod after another, they hooked the fish up one by one. There are 8 Tier 1 fish and 15 fish that haven't reached Tier yet. After storing the level 1 fish into the space, Yi Chen swung his sword, slicing a fish that hadn't yet reached the next level into minced meat, and then poured the minced meat into the lake. Cousin! What are you doing? I'm baiting the area. To catch fish, I have to attract them with food. The minced meat was then poured into the lake. Yi Chen's mental power clearly sensed that the fish in the lake were frantically surging towards him. This time, attracted by the fish, Yi Chen finally stopped being a blank star someone who didn't sell anything. In just one morning, I caught more than 200 fish. Moreover, almost all of them are Tier 1 beasts. Yi Qingyi was overjoyed as she watched her college entrance exam scores soar. Ha ha ha. Looks like I can get into university even if I don't do anything. Ha ha ha. Go for it, cousin. Yi Chen frowned, clearly dissatisfied with the current fishing speed. I only earned a little over 20,000 points in the whole morning. If only he could kill a horde of beasts. He still prefers the previous kind, the thrill of charging into a horde of monsters. Sigh. There are so few exotic beasts in this wilderness. Cousin. Why do you look unhappy? I feel there aren't enough monsters. It's not exciting enough. Ah. Yi Qingyi was completely dumbfounded by Yi Chen's words. So, you didn't come here to take the college entrance exam? You came here looking for thrills? Yi Chen slowly stood up. He said, I want to go to the core area to hunt second-tier beasts. Cousin, will you wait for me here? No, no. I want to go too. Yi Qingyi quickly stood up and shook her head repeatedly. Cousin, it's very dangerous to go inside. I know. But if you're too far away from me, our team will fail. I don't want that. I want to go to university. Yi Qingyi had finally seen hope of getting into university, so how could she be willing to give up? Yi Chen frowned slightly. Cousin, don't worry, I'll be back soon. I guarantee you'll get into university. Yi Qingyi shook her head again. No way. I have to go. I don't just want to go to university. I want to go to a prestigious university. All right. Come with me. But you need to put the silver ball in your hand first. If anything goes wrong, press the switch immediately to save your life. Good. In the most central location of the core area, Zhao Donglin and his group lay prone on the roof, quietly watching a group of blood lions feeding 500 meters away downstairs. There are a total of 62 lions. Its entire body was as red as fresh blood. It was robust and looked even taller than a water buffalo. Even the lowest cultivation level has reached level 1. The Lion King, whose cultivation level was the highest, had even reached the great perfection of the second order. Sun Jichao said cautiously. Are we going to take them down? Take them down? Are you going to do it? Hearing Sun Jichao say such childish things, Chen Qingxue couldn't help but roll her eyes. With so many lions below, if we all rushed at them, we'd be covered in lions. Just thinking about that scene is terrifying. In that case, let's hurry up and leave, lest we accidentally disturb their feeding. Just as they were about to retreat, something whistled past overhead. Everyone looked up. A man and a woman were seen riding on the back of a giant mosquito, flying towards the pride of lions. Holy crap! It's that man. Hearing Sun Jichao's exclamation, Chen Qingxue gave him a strange look. Something's not right with this thing. Shouldn't normal guys look at pretty girls first? Why is this guy only interested in that boy? What exactly are they going to do? The 5 people looked on with curiosity. Zhao Wuxie, perched on a mosquito, slowly pulled out his bow and arrow. Damn it! He's planning to shoot the blood lions. That bastard will enrage them. Let's go. We have to get out of here. After seeing Yi Chen's actions, Sun Jichao could no longer sit still. Zhao Donglin remained calm, still lying there watching. The others hesitated. Hey! What are you all hesitating for? We won't be able to escape soon. Let's wait and see. I'm very curious whether he can successfully hunt it down. Zhao Donglin remained lying on the ground, showing no intention of getting up. Seeing that Zhao Donglin had said this, Sun Jichao lay down on the ground again. At this moment, Yi Chen had already drawn his bow and nocked an arrow. An arrow was shot down. The arrow pierced the sky and struck the eye of a lioness at the second level of cultivation. The arrow broke apart again. A red lioness let out a scream. The remaining blood lions, who were devouring the bull, all looked up at the sky. Yi Chen frowned. No. This bow is too weak. And these arrows are no good either. Damn it. If you can't handle it, don't mess with them. Now look what's happened. You've angered them all. You're fine in the sky, but what are we going to do? Sun Jichao was so angry he jumped up and down. Chen Qingxue punched him hard on the forehead. Shut up. Do you want to attract those lions? Zhao Donglin said calmly. Let's retreat. Everyone nodded. Just as they were preparing to quietly evacuate, a piercing whistling sound came from the sky. This is? Everyone looked over again. A lioness at level 1 of the second tier was hit in the head by an arrow, and her head exploded open with a bang. Blood was splattered everywhere. Holy crap! That's amazing. What kind of move is that? It can actually kill a second-tier blood frenzy lion in an instant. Sun Jichao stared in astonishment at the headless corpse on the ground. The other lions bared their teeth at Yi Chen in the sky. The Lion King then pounced directly into the sky. This leap was a staggering 15 meters high. She almost reached Yi Chen's leg. Yi Chen hurriedly tried to make the mosquito fly a little higher. Then came the drawing of the bow and the shooting of the arrow. The tornado was wrapped around the arrow. The arrow shot towards the Lion King below. But this time, the Lion King had already set its sights on the bow and arrow in Yi Chen's hand, and it leaped away to dodge it. Ha! It missed. I definitely need more practice. He has only recently mastered the ability to create tornadoes. Right now, we can barely combine it with arrows. The power of the wind can enhance the power of Yi Chen's arrows. But it will change the trajectory of the arrow. Yi Chen fired 3 more arrows in quick succession. Without exception, they all missed. Chapter 64:1/ Sun Jichao, watching from a distance, immediately burst into laughter. I thought this guy was something special, but that's all? I could probably shoot more accurately with my eyes closed. Keep bragging. Didn't you notice? His archery accuracy was exceptional before. But his arrows were terrible. He couldn't pierce the body of a second-tier beast, so he added his supernatural power to the arrow. His method has the advantage of increased power, but the disadvantage is that it reduces accuracy. Chen Xingxue watched quietly as Yi Chen fired arrow after arrow, calmly analyzing the situation. Zhao Donglin nodded as well. This person is an extremely formidable opponent. Not just anyone in this world can easily imbue their arrows with their special abilities. After shooting 20 arrows in succession, Yi Chen saw that there was still no effect and gradually lost patience. Missed? Then add some. Raise your archery skill to the Grandmaster level. I refuse to believe I can't handle you guys. Yi Chen opened the panel and, after consuming 25,000 ability points, finally raised his archery skills to the Grandmaster level. As archery skills reached the master level, Yi Chen felt a connection between the bow in his hand and his own flesh and blood. It was as if it were part of the body. He then drew his bow and knocked an arrow once more. A tornado condensed once more on the arrow from the arm. A whooshing sound was heard. The arrowhead was accompanied by a small tornado. An arrow pierced the head of a level 2 lioness. The lioness's head exploded again. Ha! This time, he finally got lucky. Sun Jichao curled his lip, showing utter contempt for Yi Chen. After all, he had just witnessed the other party fail dozens of times. She had already considered Yi Chen a good-for-nothing in her heart. Just as he was feeling contempt. 1 sound. 2 sounds. 3 times. 4th tone. 4 whooshing sounds came from the air. Yi Chen fired 4 arrows in succession. 4 more headless corpses appeared on the ground. And they are all tier 2 beasts. Sun Jichao was immediately dumbfounded. What's going on? How did his archery skills suddenly become so good? None of the others answered Yi Chen's question. Everyone was watching intently as Yi Chen drew his bow and knocked an arrow, afraid of missing any detail. Because in just this short moment, Yi Chen fired more than a dozen arrows in succession. He shot arrows faster and faster. They are becoming more and more skilled. My archery skills are getting better and better. I used to be so clumsy, but now I don't know what happened. His arrows can not only curve. It can even pierce the heads of 2, 3, or even 4 lions in a single arrow. The people on the rooftop were stunned. Even Sun Jichao became unusually quiet. He opened his mouth, but in the end, he said nothing. Because Yi Chen's archery skills are just too gorgeous and cool. He couldn't bear to make a sound and ruin the atmosphere. Before long, only the Lion King remained out of the original 62 lions. The Lion King glanced at the lioness's corpse on the ground and let out an angry roar at Yi Chen. The sound was extremely shrill. The shock caused Yi Qingyi to experience a ringing in her ears. Yi Chen leaped off the mosquito. Hey! Cousin! What are you doing? When Yi Qingyi saw Yi Chen jump down, she immediately became very anxious. The people on the rooftop were also completely baffled. What is he trying to do? Why doesn't he just shoot the lion dead with 1 arrow? Is he out of arrows? Sun Jichao scratched his head, looking very confused. Even if there are no more arrows, you can't jump down. This is a blood lion, a second-tier, fully fledged beast. Its strength is terrifying. Even if I encountered such a strange beast, I could only run for my life. Zhao Donglin shook his head inwardly as he watched Yi Chen's actions, thinking that this person was too arrogant. As soon as Yi Chen jumped down, the lion pounced on him. It looked like it was about to bite its own neck. Yi Chen dodged the lion's attack with a quick movement of his feet. After missing its target, the lion quickly turned around and charged again. This time, Yi Chen drew his red longsword. It charged toward the lion. Just before colliding with the lion, suddenly, he held the knife horizontally. Then it made a sharp turn and brushed past the lion. After Yi Chen and the lion charged dozens of meters away, they stood still. Yi Chen gave his longsword a slight tremor, causing the blood on the blade to fall to the ground. Then, she finished the attack perfectly. The people on the distant rooftops were once again stunned. What's going on? Why did he put his sword away? Isn't he afraid the Lion King will turn around and bite his head again? Sun Jichao didn't understand, so he turned to look at his companions. Everyone around him was staring ahead, dumbfounded. He felt a sense of bewilderment. It's one thing for my own maid to be so easily startled, but why is my tomboy also so easily startled? Immediately afterwards, Sun Jichao turned his head to look in Yi Chen's direction. Holy crap! Why is the Lion King urinating blood? Sun Jichao was taken aback. Beneath the Lion King, a pool of blood had appeared at some unknown time. And the Lion King's body was still dripping blood. Suddenly, the Lion King's body trembled. Then the entire body was split in two. The upper half of the lion's body slid to the ground like a sliding plate. Holy crap! How did he do that? Sun Jichao's finger trembled as he pointed at Yi Chen, his emotions running high. His face was filled with disbelief. But no one around him responded. When he turned to look at his companions, I don't know when they went downstairs. His maid said anxiously. Young master, they must have gone to see that mysterious master. Let's hurry over. Oh. Right. We need to get someone up there quickly. Damn it. That tomboy is not only disloyal, but how could Zhao Donglin and Lu Tao be so disloyal? They didn't even say goodbye before going downstairs. Inside the service area lobby. Upon learning that there might be an S-level contracted superhuman, Niu Ziyuan, the director of the Supernatural Abilities Bureau, rushed to the wilderness service area without stopping. I arrived last night. However, because he was still taking the college entrance exam, he couldn't enter and had to stay overnight in the service area. The next morning, he and his men stared intently at Yi Chen on the screen. When he saw Yi Chen use lightning to electrocute the fish, he was completely dumbfounded. What's going on? Colonel Zhang, didn't you say he made a contract with a mosquito? He acquired a rank B wind attribute ability? Why is he using a rank A lightning attribute ability? Not only was Niu Ziyuan stunned, but all the teachers and the principal present were also dumbfounded. Many people simply believe they are hallucinating. Zhang Changwei opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but in the end he found that he had no idea what to say at all. Because he didn't know either. Chapter 65, How long are you planning to fish? Immediately afterwards, Niu Ziyuan saw Yi Chen swing his sword, unleashing several wind attribute sword energies that sliced an armored fish into minced meat. He immediately became excited. Fantastic! This is indeed a B-grade wind attribute ability. And his ability is consistent with his contracted beast's ability. Could an S-rank contract user possibly copy the abilities of their contracted beast? Niu Ziyuan's words shocked everyone present. Everyone held their breath, listening intently to Director Niu's analysis. If what you're saying is true, then Yi Chen should also have a lightning attribute contracted beast. Holy crap! Is this S-rank ability really that overpowered? Zhang Changwei was immediately shocked by his own guess. The other teachers and the principal were also almost speechless with shock. The thought that the other party might be an S-rank. Moreover, it's an S-level contract ability that has never appeared before on the entire Tianlan star. Niu Ziyuan was so excited that his breathing became rapid. He turned to look at Zhang Changwei and said, when will he be able to get out of there? Let's see what he thinks. Maybe he'll come out immediately, or maybe he'll wait until after the exam tomorrow. Can I go in? I promise I won't interfere with the students taking the college entrance exam inside. I won't damage a single plant or tree. Niu Ziyuan felt like he was being tormented by 100 claws scratching at his heart. He desperately wanted to unravel all the mysteries. He felt terribly uncomfortable waiting even for a second longer. Zhang Changwei could understand his feelings perfectly. After all, he was also very excited and eager to know Yi Chen's secret. However, rules are rules. He must not break the rules of the college entrance examination because of momentary curiosity. He took a sip of tea and said calmly, let's wait. Let him come out on his own. You really are heartless. Niu Ziyuan gritted his teeth in anger and sat back down on the stool. And then I sat there for the whole morning. He was so tired from sitting there that he almost fell asleep. Does he plan to keep fishing like this forever? Otherwise what? Are we supposed to go to the core area to hunt second-tier alien beasts? His college entrance exam score is already over 1 million, why would he take the risk? If you're bored, we can look at the other test takers. Just as Zhang Changwei was about to switch to other candidates, Yi Chen suddenly pulled Yi Qingyi onto a mosquito. It flew towards the core area. Damn! I was just kidding, don't actually go. There are really tier 2 beasts in the core area. It's very dangerous. Zhang Changwei was so anxious that he sat up from the stool. Niu Ziyuan remained calm. Colonel Zhang, why are you so agitated? Doesn't he have a silver ball to protect himself? What are you afraid of? And aren't you curious about what species his other lightning attribute contracted beast is? Zhang Changwei couldn't help but roll his eyes. Of course you're not afraid of him getting into trouble. But I'm the person in charge of the entire examination room. If an S-class ability user dies in your own exam room, then one's sins would be enormous. Later, they saw Yi Chen charge into the lion pride. Zhang Changwei's heart was in his throat. Fortunately, Yi Chen was only shooting arrows in the sky at the time and did not go down to hunt the blood lion. When they saw Yi Chen infuse wind attribute power into the bow and arrow, Niu Ziyuan was immediately shocked. Have you high school students taking the college entrance exam already learned such complicated courses? You even know how to enchant bows and arrows? Zhang Changwei shook his head. No, I haven't seen anyone else among the candidates here do that except for him. Upon hearing this, Niu Ziyuan turned to look at Xia Ping, who was sitting to the side. I heard he was your student. You actually taught him such complicated moves? Xia Ping stared blankly at Yi Chen on the screen. No, I didn't. I didn't teach him. She herself didn't know this move, so how could she possibly teach Yi Chen? Upon hearing this, Niu Ziyuan frowned. He couldn't have figured it out on his own, could he? If that's the case, then his talent is terrifying. Zhang Changwei, however, thought it was quite reasonable. After all, Yi Chen was able to learn such a complex sword technique. It's not impossible for someone to come up with their own method of archery. But I still need to practice my archery skills. Holy crap! That archery is incredible. Just as Zhang Changwei was feeling sentimental, Niu Ziyuan, who was standing next to him, suddenly exclaimed. Zhang Changwei immediately looked up. At this moment, Yi Chen was drawing his bow and arrow, slaughtering enemies on all sides. Holy crap! He figured out the technique so quickly? Is he even human? Zhang Changwei was completely stunned. You have to understand, Yi Chen didn't even get close to the alien beast. Now they can actually kill several strange beasts with every arrow. If he was able to kill several beasts with a single arrow when facing hordes of animals before, it was because they were too densely packed. Now it's all about real technology. Because the arrow is turning a corner. S-shaped curve, crescent-shaped curve. With all sorts of routes available, the strange beasts didn't even know which direction to flee in. The bow and arrows seem to be able to predict the opponent's escape route. Every single time, it hits their heads with perfect accuracy. This is simply divine skill. I never expected that such archery skills would be possessed by a student. It's unbelievable. Niu Ziyuan exclaimed in amazement. The others present had long been impressed by Yi Chen's archers. Their hearts were also in turmoil, and they felt that all of this was so unreal. It felt like a dream. One candidate is so much better than all of them, including the teachers and the principal. This is truly shameful. This battle was absolutely foregone conclusion. It was a one-sided massacre. Ha! Why did he jump down? There's a level 2 Great Perfection Lion King right below. Is he crazy? Niu Ziyuan was so startled that he stood up from the stool. Zhang Changwei was also sweating bullets. I knew it, he wouldn't be that honest. But the other party is Blood Lion. This is a beast with a high-level bloodline, possessing the ability to go berserk. Moreover, its cultivation level far surpasses yours. Aren't you just asking for death by jumping down like that? Zhang Changwei quickly stood up. We're getting ready to rescue them. Suddenly, Niu Ziyuan grabbed him. Don't worry, he's alright. Look, the lion is dead. Dead? When did that happen? Although Zhang Changwei knew that Zhao Wuxia's swordsmanship was amazing. However, such a vast difference in skill level cannot be bridged by technique alone. He had already decided in his heart that Yi Chen had no chance of winning. But now, Niu Ziyuan is actually saying that Yi Chen won? This is unreasonable. So he immediately went to watch the video. Holy crap! Is this Lion King so fragile? It was cut in half with just one slice? Chapter 66: How to obtain a large number of ability points. Zhang Changwei was shocked. After all, these bloodlions were extremely powerful. Even he might not be a match for a bloodlion of the same cultivation level, let alone fight a higher level opponent. As expected, S-class geniuses are beyond the comprehension of ordinary people like him. Zhang Changwei was filled with emotion. Within the wilderness area, Yi Chen quickly retrieved the arrows and the corpses on the ground. And in one corner, 35 blood lion cubs were discovered. Yi Chen put them all into his spatial storage. These cubs, whether sold to gladiatorial arenas or to individuals as pets, they still sell to pharmaceutical companies, like the blood lion, a species with a high bloodline. They're all worth a lot of money. After cleaning up the battlefield, just as Yi Chen was about to leave, Zhao Donglin and his group caught up. "Excuse me, what's your name?" Zhao Donglin asked the question that everyone wanted to ask most. Although they already had a vague answer in their hearts, they still wanted to confirm it again. "My name is Yi Chen." "You really are Yi Chen. You were so cool when you hunted the blood lion just now." Chen Xingshue's eyes lit up with excitement. If there weren't so many people around, she would have rushed over right now. Zhao Donglin also stared intently at Yi Chen, his fighting spirit blazing. "Is there something you need from me? I want to fight you." Zhao Donglin spoke his mind in front of everyone. Chen Xingxue looked at Zhao Donglin with a surprised expression. He thought to himself, wasn't he always the one who was more warlike? Why is he challenging me right in front of him? Yi Chen shook his head. "I don't like fighting. There is another important reason. That means the opponent is too weak. He has absolutely no interest." Immediately afterwards, Yi Chen turned around and prepared to leave. "Hey! Don't go yet. Yi Chen. Are you selling that mosquito?" Sun Jichao ran up to Yi Chen from behind and pointed to the mosquitoes in the sky. Yi Chen immediately shook his head and said, "It's my contracted beast, and it's not for sale." "Oh, that's such a pity. Are you selling your little lion?" "Yes, we sell them." "How many would you like to buy? How many can you sell?" "I'll sell them all to you as long as the price is right." "Okay. Shall we sell them for 10 million each?" Yi Chen nodded. "Sell." Then, Yi Chen placed the 35 lion cubs on the ground. Sun Jichao picked out a male lion cub from among them. Yi Chen asked in confusion, "Are you only buying one?" "Of course. Why would I buy so many? One is enough." Upon hearing this, Yi Chen felt an urge to punch him. He got all excited for nothing. After Yi Chen received a message from the bank confirming that 10 million had been deposited into his account. After storing the remaining 34 lion cubs in his spatial storage, he rode off again on the mosquito's back. Only the 5 people were left looking up at the sky. "Oh! I wish I had a mosquito like that. It would be so cool." Sun Jichao looked regretful. Zhao Donglin said with a bewildered expression, "Did you just hear that? He said he's a contract ability user." "I heard you right. I never expected that a contract ability user would be so strong. Besides, aren't contract users supposed to control their contracted beasts in battle? Why is he personally going into battle?" Lu Tao stroked his chin, looking puzzled. Zhao Donglin turned to look at everyone and realized that they hadn't yet grasped the crux of the problem, so he reminded them. "That's not the point. The point is, he's a contract ability user, yet he possesses wind attribute superpowers." "Holy crap! You know what? I didn't even notice." Sun Jichao finally realized the crux of the matter, and the little lion in his hand almost fell from his grasp. After glancing at the little lion in Sun Jichao's hand, Chen Xingxue picked up her axe and said eagerly, "Sun Jichao, why don't you offer up your little lion and give me 2 points?" "What the hell? You tomboy. Do you have any humanity? This little lion is so cute, and you actually want to kill it? If you're so desperate for points, why don't you just buy them from Yi Chen? I'm not as stupid as you, spending 10 million to buy such a strange beast. Outside, this kind of beast can only sell for a maximum of 1 million. Chen Xingxue despised Sun Jichao's wasteful behavior. "Humph. I like it. I'm happy. It's none of your business. Cousin. Don't do such dangerous things again next time. How about we just shoot arrows from the sky?" "No. I need to practice my fighting skills. Although my archery skills are indeed excellent, I also need to master close combat techniques, otherwise it will be very dangerous if a powerful opponent gets close to me." "Alright then, but you'd better be careful." After the two found a secluded spot and finished their lunch. Then, they wiped out several more groups of alien beasts. Yi Chen checked his ability value, 83,125 points. Although the beasts in the core area are very strong, their numbers are far too few. Hunting a second-tier alien beast only provides a little over 400 points of alien ability. The monsters in the core area have been almost all killed. Looks like I'll have to go fishing for the rest of the time. Sensing Yi Chen's low spirits, Yi Chengyi couldn't help but ask. Cousin, why do you look so disappointed? The beasts in the core area have been almost all killed. There are too few of them, not even enough to fill a tooth gap. Ha ha ha. So that's what you meant. My score is already 4,325. I'm very satisfied. Yi Chengyi thought Yi Chen was concerned about her grades, and she looked touched. Little did she know, Yi Chen didn't care about this at all. He only cares about his own superpower value now. Now, he wants to upgrade his lightning attribute ability to S rank. However, the system prompted him that he must first upgrade his contract ability to SS level before he could upgrade his thunder ability. Otherwise, his razor would get out of control. To upgrade a contract ability to SS level, 500 million ability points are required. To upgrade lightning type abilities to S rank, 50 million ability points are required. Yi Chen suddenly felt a headache coming on. How many alien beasts would he have to kill to improve his superpowers? As for wind attribute abilities, it takes 1 million ability points to upgrade them to a level. Looks like I'll have to keep trying. The two returned to the same fishing spot they had visited before. Yi Chen used his divine sense to observe the fish at the bottom of the lake. The density of fish in this lake is extremely high. There are quite a few of them if we could wipe them all out. Perhaps the ability points can reach 1 million. But how do you do that? Yi Chen glanced at the lightning in his hand. It's not powerful enough. Yi Chen released the lightning snake from the space again. Immediately, everyone in the service hall was in an uproar. Razor! It's Razor! He really does have a second contracted beast. He can even subdue a tyrannical species like Razor? That's unbelievable. Chapter 67 Expulsion. Niu Ziyuan suddenly stood up, his breathing quickening as he looked at the small blue snake in Yi Chen's hand. An S-rank ability. This is definitely an S-rank contract ability. Director Niu, can we confirm it now? Zhang Changwei asked curiously. Niu Ziyuan glanced at Zhang Changwei, then forced himself to calm down. To be on the safe side, I need to scan it again with the machine. Zhang Changwei nodded, indicating his understanding. As for the teachers and principal in the hall, some of them were filled with regret. Some were so excited that they trembled all over. Lu Qingfeng was so excited that her face turned red. She never expected that her small act of kindness would lead her to recruit a genius with S-level superpowers. This is as incredible as a novel. She slowly turned her head and glanced at Xie Ping, who was still staring blankly at the video. My heart is filled with gratitude. If it weren't for Xie Ping being such a sucker, she really wouldn't have recruited Yi Chen. Then she turned her head and glanced at Zhan Huan, who was standing there in a daze. His eyes were filled with disgust. This is the woman who has repeatedly spoken ill of Xie Ping in front of me. This almost led her to fire Xie Ping. That was close. If I had actually believed that woman's nonsense. Lu Qingfeng was determined to give Xie Ping a satisfactory explanation and to get rid of Zhan Huan, that woman who loved to stir up trouble. Zhan Huan felt Lu Qingfeng's gaze. She turned her head and saw the coldness in Zhan Huan's eyes. Her heart skipped a beat, and her face turned pale. She could tell from Lu Qingfeng's eyes what predicament she was about to face. The thought of being fired at this crucial moment, when she was only a little over a decade away from retirement, was unacceptable to her. So she immediately ran to Xie Ping and, in front of everyone, knelt down on the ground with a thud. Xie Ping, I'm sorry, I'm so sorry. I was out of my mind back then, which is why I kept going against you. It was my fault. I was wrong, I deserve to die. Please don't let the principal expel me. I really know I was wrong. Zhan Huan grabbed Xie Ping's ankles with both hands, her words filled with extreme sorrow. Anyone who didn't know better would think she had suffered some great injustice. The other homeroom teachers in Class 4 sneered inwardly. They had previously thought they were already unlucky enough to miss out on an S-class superhuman. Seeing Zhan Huan like this, they suddenly felt that they weren't so unlucky after all. They felt much better. The principals and teachers from other schools in the hall looked on with curiosity, wondering what had happened. Xie Ping was also somewhat at a loss. Teacher Zhan, what are you doing? I know I was wrong. Please, for the sake of our years as colleagues, don't let the principal fire me. Seeing Zhang Huan's miserable state, Xie Ping felt a pang of pity and then turned to look at Lu Qingfeng. She was about to put in a good word for them. Seeing this, Lu Qingfeng immediately understood what Xie Ping was trying to do. However, firing Zhang Huan wasn't just to vent Xie Ping's anger. She has humiliated Yi Chen more than once. Xie Ping, you can choose to forgive her, but I cannot fail to give Yi Chen an explanation. Lu Qingfeng's words were tantamount to a death sentence for Zhang Huan's professional career. Because no school would risk offending an S-level genius for the sake of a middle-aged woman. Zhang Huan, still unwilling to give up, begged for mercy. Xie Ping, please, could you please plead with Yi Chen on my behalf? Xie Ping looked troubled. Because they could tell that Yi Chen genuinely disliked Zhang Huan. It's highly unlikely they'll plead for her. Lu Qingfeng glanced apologetically at Zhang Changwei and Niu Ziyuan. Zhang Changwei said, "This is your school's private matter, and we won't interfere. However, you'd better think carefully, is the favor of an S-class genius more important, or a gossipy woman?" Although Zhang Changwei said he wouldn't interfere, the meaning behind his words was clear enough. This woman cannot be allowed to live. Lu Qingfeng understood Zhang Changwei's meaning and then said, "Zhang Huan, given your repeated stirring up trouble during your time at school, I have decided to expel you. You are no longer a teacher at our number 4 middle school. Don't get in my way. Get out of here." Upon hearing this, Zhang Huan's face turned ashen. But she still refused to let go, looking at Xie Ping with a pleading expression. Seeing this, Zhang Changwei quietly released the aura of a 4th-tier expert and pressed it down on Zhang Huan. In an instant, Zhang Huan felt as if a mountain was pressing down on him. It made her feel a little breathless. She released Xie Ping's foot, clutching her throat tightly with both hands, her face filled with terror. Zhang Changwei said coldly, "Go out." Zhang Changwei's words struck her like a thunderbolt. Zhang Huan was terrified and scrambled away. I'm leaving right now. The other homeroom teachers from number 4 middle school sneered inwardly. That woman who loved to stir up trouble is finally gone. Just as they were secretly rejoicing. Little did they know, Lu Qingfeng was already planning to fire them as well. These teachers are also a bunch of snobs. They almost caused number 4 middle school to miss out on an S-level genius. Make a mental note of this, and when the opportunity arises, replace them all. Lu Qingfeng thought to herself. Within the wilderness area. Yi Chen sighed. It still doesn't work. Having already combined the razor and consumed 10,000 energy points, he broke through to the second level, second stage of cultivation. The lethality is still insufficient. The lake is really too big. If only we could gather all these fish together. Yi Chen looked at the 35 large fish that had been electrocuted on the lake surface, as well as hundreds of small fish with shockingly low cultivation levels. His brows were furrowed. Cousin, what's troubling you? Hunting down so many beasts in one go is already quite remarkable. Cousin, do you think there's any way to gather the fish in the lake together? Yi Qingyi thought for a moment, and finally said. I think the fish you just threw in might not be fishy enough. If we replaced it with a batch of fish that had a stronger, fishier smell, maybe they would rush at us like madmen. Not fishy enough? So much blood and so much flesh have been poured in. Logically speaking, it's already fishy enough. The fishy smell made me lose my mind? Oh, right. Oh, I almost forgot, I also have this. Yi Chen suddenly thought of the bloodline fruit. I have one last one left. I wonder if the fruit still has any effect after all this time. Yi Chen immediately took out the blood-red fruit from his spatial storage. That red fruit still radiates a red glow. Suddenly, a commotion arose in the lake. This made Yi Chen's heart leap with joy. Is this thing really that awesome? Even the mythical beasts in the water can't resist it? Chapter 68 Black Catfish. Not good. Yi Chen picked up Yi Qingyi and fled into the distance. Yi Qingyi was completely bewildered, not understanding why Yi Chen suddenly wanted to hug her. All that could be seen were black tentacles reaching out to grab Yi Chen. Mosquito! Yi Chen roared angrily. A mosquito flew over immediately from a short distance away, and Yi Chen tossed it into the air. The mosquito caught Yi Qingyi's body and then flew away into the distance. Presumptuous! Yi Chen saw a tentacle reaching out towards Yi Qingyi in the sky. Yi Chen then swung his sword, and a white blade of energy flew out. It cut a thick tentacle in half. The severed tentacle bounced on the ground. This looks perfect for barbecuing. Yi Chen then unleashed several more slashes, severing the black tentacles one by one. In no time, all the tentacles were cut off. The strange beast in the lake let out an angry roar. Immediately afterwards, a gaping maw burst forth from the bottom of the lake and lunged at Yi Chen. The lake water was splashed more than 3 zhang, approximately 10 meters high. Its mouth was enormous, taller than Yi Chen himself. Those sharp teeth, like long knives, gleamed with a chilling light, sending shivers down one's spine. Yi Chen retreated rapidly. The giant mouth bit into nothing. Zhao Wuxie seized the opportunity and swung his sword. The blade struck the beast's head, causing it to bleed profusely. But such an injury is nothing compared to its enormous size. At this moment, Yi Chen finally saw what it was. It turns out it's a Tier 3, Level 1 black swallow catfish. It is a product of catfish mutation. This thing probably wasn't attracted by its own bloodline fruit. It must have been my illegal electrofishing that angered it. That's why it attacked itself. The black catfish is entirely black and enormous. Its fins resemble a pair of huge wings, while its tail looks like a phoenix's tail, long and flowing. Their bodies are covered in a slippery slime that allows them to slide quickly on land. Furthermore, this mucus also has a certain ability to resist attacks. Smack! The large black catfish spat out a mouthful of mucus. Yi Chen gripped the sword with both hands, gathered his strength, and then swung it out. A tornado carrying the aura of blades flew towards the mouth of the black catfish. The tornado, carrying slime, flew towards the black catfish. The black catfish lashed its tail at the tornado. The moment the tornado touched the black catfish's tail, it was like a cutting machine. The black catfish's tail was cut into strips that looked like shredded cloth. But the tornado did not disappear, it continued to cut along the body from its tail. The black catfish's body is covered in a sticky substance that curls up like honey. The black catfish still wanted to escape. But the tornado had already firmly gripped its body. And it is pulling its body closer and closer to the tornado. The sharp, icy energy in the wind is cutting into its body. In a mere instant, half of the black catfish's body was torn apart by the tornado. After the tornado dissipated, blood stained half of the lake's surface. The black catfish is now only half alive. Yi Chen took out his bow and arrow and shot her in the forehead. It dealt the opponent a fatal blow. Ding! Detected that the host has killed a Tier 3 Level 1 black catfish. Reward, 600 ability points. Yi Chen approached the black catfish, activated his spatial ability, and sucked it into his spatial storage. Just then, a figure rushed over from a distance. Yi Chen looked closely. It turned out to be Zhang Changwei. He was extremely anxious at this moment. After all, Yi Chen was an S-level ability user. What if he was swallowed by a monster on his territory? That would be terrible. Colonel Zhang. You're too late. I've already killed that beast. What? How did you do that? I just cleaved it in two with one blow. It was so stupid, it actually caught my blade with its tail. Yi Chen simply smiled faintly, his tone perfectly calm, as if he were talking about something very ordinary. Zhang Changwei frowned as he looked at the blood-red lake surface. Could it really be true? Zhang Changwei gave Yi Chen a deep look and finally sighed. Sure enough, he couldn't understand the world of geniuses. What normal test taker could possibly kill a Tier 3 alien beast? Even many people who have graduated from university for many years may not be able to do it. Yi Chen, with your current college entrance exam score, you're definitely going to be the top scorer in the province. Why don't you leave now? Yi Chen shook his head. No. I want to keep hunting beasts. By the way, do the level 3 beasts I hunt count towards my score? Of course it counts. Killing a Tier 3 beast earns you 100 points. Yi Chen nodded upon hearing this. That's good. I want to send my cousin to a prestigious university. We almost broke up. I'll go abroad once my score is high enough. Alright then. Be careful. After saying that, Zhang Changwei left quickly. Yi Chen glanced at the lake. The entrails and blood of a black catfish floated on the lake's surface. It attracted a lot of fish all at once. These fish are all of rank 1 or below. Fortunately, the number is astonishing. Yi Chen took out his fishing rod and cast the hook into the lake. Razor. Time to get to work. Yi Chen released the thunder serpent from the space. The lightning bolt quickly coiled around Yi Chen's right arm. Then it unleashed blue lightning. Sizzle! Blue lightning flowed down the fishing rod into the lake, where it gathered into a blue lightning net that instantly covered all the nearby fish. Lightning struck the water, producing a bright, intense flash. White steam even began to rise from the water's surface. One by one, the fish were electrocuted by lightning and then floated to the surface. Not enough. Far from enough. Yi Chen roared, shouting loudly. The lightning on his body grew stronger and stronger, spreading throughout his entire body, making Yi Chen look like a blue human-shaped light bulb. The light was extremely dazzling. Mosquito. After receiving the summons, the mosquito dropped Yi Chingy and flew to the center of the lake. Then it flaps its wings. A tornado formed in the center of Yi Chen's lightning. Thunder and tornadoes became entangled. The white water vapor was drawn into the tornado. Yi Chen leaped onto the mosquito. Then let the mosquito fly away into the distance. Yi Chen kept pulling the fishing line longer, and the lightning in his hand continued to surge towards the fishing rod. The people in the hall were completely bewildered. What is he trying to do? Why is the fishing line so long? Niu Ziyuan couldn't help but ask. Zhang Changwei shook his head. I don't know. In the video, Yi Chen is seen carrying Yi Chingy, flying to a distance of over a kilometer from the lake. Then he stood on one foot on the mosquito's back and quickly took out his bow and arrow. Smear one end of the arrow with oil, light it, and knock the arrow onto the bow. Holding the fishing hook in one hand, he continued to discharge electricity. He held the bowstring with one hand. With his other foot braced against the longbow, he aimed at the tornado. Then an arrow was shot. The arrow, trailing flames, flew into the tornado. Chapter 69 is indeed S rank. After the arrow entered the tornado, it suddenly burst into a towering, eerie blue flame. Boom! A deafening explosion erupted from the lake. The entire wilderness area was shaken. The blinding white light made the students who were still searching for strange beasts in the wilderness feel as if the end of the world was coming. What's going on? What happened again? Did a nuclear weapon explode? What's going on with this year's college entrance exam? Why are there so many unexpected problems? Many examinees in the examination room panicked upon seeing the terrifying white light. Immediately afterwards, a massive torrent of water rushed towards them. Many test takers were thoroughly disappointed. Even those candidates who were still protesting in the wilderness area did not escape this calamity. Within the wilderness service area, after a flash of white light, the screen went completely black. Then came a deafening roar. The entire earth shook. Everyone stared in disbelief. Although they couldn't figure out what had happened in the wilderness. But their intuition told them that this explosion must be related to Yi Chen. Zhang Changwei's heart skipped a beat. They quickly rushed out of the service area and ran into the wilderness. Only the teachers and the principal remained, looking at each other in bewilderment within the service area. Should we go in and take a look? Go in? How do we get in? According to the rules of the college entrance examination, besides Colonel Zhang, there are only the soldiers and medical personnel outside here. No one else is allowed in. Just stay where you are and wait. Upon hearing the commotion, other soldiers rushed into the wilderness area in waves. Even medical staff rushed in, ready to do everything they could to save lives. In the wilderness, Yi Chen looked at the large crater in the lake and smiled with satisfaction. When water is electrocuted, it produces oxygen and hydrogen. A certain concentration of hydrogen can explode. Ha ha ha. My chemistry teacher wasn't lying to me after all. Behind him, Yi Chingy looked at the dried-up lake bed, swallowed hard, and said, Cousin, let's hurry up and leave, or we'll be in big trouble if others see us. Yi Chingy never expected that Yi Chen would cause such a commotion. She feels very uneasy right now. I have a feeling that I've made a huge mistake. It really was you. A familiar voice came from behind her, and Yi Chingy trembled in fright. Yi Chen turned around and saw that it was Zhang Changwei. At this moment, he slowly walked over and looked at the deep pit in the lake. His face was solemn. Yi Chingy blushed and lowered her head, looking like a child who had done something wrong. She thought to herself, oh no! This is really the end. Making such a big commotion must have cost them a lot of money. Most importantly, my college entrance exam scores might be invalidated. Oh no! My cousin's position as the top scorer in the province is in jeopardy. After looking at the pit, Zhang Changwei turned his head and glanced at the wet ground and the surrounding forest. He immediately burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. Good lad. Well done. This is the most amazing college entrance exam method I've ever seen. You're the most interesting candidate I've ever seen. Upon hearing Zhang Changwei's loud laughter, Yi Qingyi immediately knew she was doomed. She thought Zhang Changwei was laughing in extreme anger. She could hardly believe her ears when she heard the other party say satisfied. Satisfy? How can something this big be satisfactory? Has Colonel Zhang lost his mind from anger? Yi Chen glanced at the empty lakebed inside with regret. What a pity, so many exotic beasts, all gone. If we could have taken them with us, we would have really struck it rich. Upon hearing this, Zhang Changwei's lips twitched. The secret passage reads, "You've wiped out all the strange beasts in the entire wilderness." You're telling me it's a pity? This level 2 wilderness area is basically useless unless a new batch of exotic beasts is captured and released in. Otherwise, it can only be developed as a residential area. Never mind. This is not something I should worry about. Let those mayors and governors worry about it. You've killed all the monsters in the wilderness. Do you want to go out? Yi Chen nodded. That's only natural. I don't want to live a life of hardship here. I'm going home. Don't rush back yet, come with me to the service hall first. Oh. Yi Chen nodded. Although he didn't know what the other party wanted to do, the other party was a colonel and his cultivation level was higher than his, so he couldn't disobey. Inside the service hall, all the teachers and the principal stood up and applauded when they saw Yi Chen enter. Drone filming has just fully resumed. They have already seen through everything that happened inside. After realizing that it was Yi Chen who had caused the commotion again. At first, they were very surprised, but then they remembered the commotion Yi Chen had caused before. They all felt relieved. All that remained in my eyes was admiration for him. Seeing so many people staring at him, Yi Chen scratched the back of his head somewhat embarrassedly. Niu Ziyuan couldn't wait any longer. He rushed over and grabbed Yi Chen's hand. He said excitedly, "Hey there! You're finally out. I was so worried. Who are you?" "I am the director of the Supernatural Abilities Bureau. I watched your college entrance exam video and am very curious about your supernatural abilities, so I came here specifically to confirm them." "Oh, is that so?" Yi Chen nodded. Come, sit down here. We'll scan you again with the machine. Because I suspect your ability might be S-class." Niu Ziyuan pulled Yi Chen to a chair, then had his subordinate take out the instrument. "Young man, please reveal your special ability." Upon hearing this, Yi Chen did as instructed. A strange array pattern appeared in his hand. Niu Ziyuan's assistant took out an instrument that looked like an ostrich egg. There are 2 scanning windows in the center of the instrument that look like eyeballs. After the assistant turned on the switch, a burst of white light emanated from the instrument's scanning window. A moment later, the robot's voice rang out. "Contract ability S rank. Contract ability S rank. You really are an S rank contract ability user." Niu Ziyuan was overjoyed and immediately ordered his men to modify Yi Chen's basic information. Everyone in the room had their eyes on Yi Chen. Everyone is very curious about what an S rank contract ability looks like. Although they had seen it many times before in the video. However, opportunities to observe an S-class prodigy at such close range are rare. The principals of number 1, number 2, and number 3 middle schools who had previously refused Yi Chen's admission looked extremely complicated. There was both admiration and regret. At that moment, they really wanted to slap themselves hard in the face a few times. How could I have been so foolish and reckless back then? They'll regret missing out on this S-class superhuman for the rest of their lives. The thought that this S-rank was the first S-rank contract ability user in human history made their hearts bleed. Chapter 70 Encirclement. After exchanging pleasantries with everyone, Yi Chen prepared to go home. Before parting, Zhang Changwei pulled Yi Chen aside and said, "Yi Chen, with your current college entrance exam score and your S-level supernatural talent, you'll definitely receive invitations from many prestigious universities. Remember, don't rush to agree to their offers. First, ask them what conditions they can offer, then compare them side by side. Whichever school offers the best conditions, that's the one you should apply to. Got it?" "Yes. I understand. Thank you for the reminder, Colonel Zhang. From now on, Don't call me Colonel Zhang, just call me Brother Zhang. Okay, Brother Zhang. Even after leaving the service area, Yi Qingyi's head was still spinning. She felt like she was dreaming. Those important figures who were usually hard to meet even once in a day were now treating Yi Chen with such courtesy. My cousin has really made something of himself. Yi Qingyi felt a surge of pride. At this moment, the examinees in the wilderness area are gradually emerging from there. The candidates were cursing and swearing. Humph. If I ever find out who caused this explosion, I'll beat them to a pulp. Why are we being forced to come out? I don't want to come out. The college entrance exam isn't over yet, so why are we being forced to come out? Oh my god. I'm really doomed in the college entrance exam. My score is so low. Where have all those strange beasts in the wilderness gone? I've turned it upside down and haven't seen a single one. There's definitely something fishy about this year's college entrance exam. First, that strange tornado appeared in the wilderness area, and then there was that strange explosion. We can't just let this go. Yes. We can't let this go. We must find out what's going on. We must get justice. This year, the college entrance examination in Jiangqing City ended more than 20 hours earlier than usual. These test takers couldn't accept that they had failed the exam. Outside the warning zone in the wilderness area, a group of test takers were also protesting. They were the group of test takers who were scared away by the tornado yesterday. Although the head of the education department had made it clear to them that the tornado was not an accident. But they still couldn't believe that a candidate could be so capable as to drive such a large tornado. Hearing the complaints from the crowd, Yi Qingyi lowered her head, her face flushed, feeling somewhat embarrassed and deeply ashamed. She followed behind Yi Chen and whispered, Yi Chen, let's get out of here quickly, or they'll beat us up. Don't panic. They can't beat me. Yi Chen, who has now reached the second stage of perfection, is completely unfazed in the face of this group of examinees. Even if there were another 1,000 people, let alone just a mere 1,000, he was confident he could lead Yi Qingyi out of the encirclement. In the crowd, Sun Jichao glanced at Yi Chen, then whispered to Zhao Donlin and the others. My gut feeling tells me that this incident is very likely orchestrated by Yi Chen again. What do you guys think? Chen Xingxue glanced at Sun Jichao, looking at him as if he were an idiot. Hey! Tomboy! What's with that weird look you're giving me? Sun Jichao felt a little embarrassed by Chen Xingxue's gaze. He glared angrily at Chen Xingxue. Chen Xingxue mocked. You idiot! If you want to know who did the explosion, just look at their score. Oh right. How come I didn't think of that? So you're an idiot. You tomboy. Sun Jichao got angry after being scolded by Chen Xingxue. Zhao Donglin sighed helplessly. You guys don't need to argue anymore. I just checked, and his score suddenly jumped by hundreds of thousands of points. There's no mistake. It's him. Holy crap. This guy is defying the heavens. Scoring over 1,000,000 points wasn't enough, he even preyed on the fish in the lake. How did he do that? Have no idea. Zhao Donglin looked bitter. He had originally thought that he would definitely make a name for himself in this college entrance examination and become the top scorer in the province. However, to his utter surprise, he failed to score even 3,000 points and slunk out of the wilderness. This was an incredibly heavy blow for someone as self-important as him. Zhao Donglin gritted his teeth and vowed to surpass Yi Chen in the future. We must remember this day well, for one day we will surely avenge this humiliation. After feeling Zhao Donglin's gaze, Yi Chen glanced back at him and then ignored him. As soon as we stepped out of the gate of the wilderness area, Wang Gu rushed forward impatiently and grabbed Yi Chen's arm. You bastard! You're the one who ruined my college entrance exam. You deserve to die. You really deserve to die. Wang Gui's eyes were bloodshot. Anger had made him lose his mind. The other candidates, seeing this, also gathered around. You're the one who made our college entrance exam so disastrous? Tell me. How are you going to compensate us? Don't let him get away. We must get an explanation from him. We demand an explanation. All our years of hard work and cultivation have been wasted because of you. Everyone gritted their teeth, wishing they could rush up and tear Yi Chen apart alive. Sensing the anger of the crowd, Yi Qingyi hid behind Yi Chen, her face pale. The students who had just come out of the wilderness were also attracted by the commotion. Looking at the angry crowd, Yi Chen remained calm and said, You guys failed the exam, what does that have to do with me? I took the exam with you, how come I didn't fail? Shut up. Stop spouting nonsense. Yi Chen. If it weren't for you, would we have gotten out of the wilderness ahead of time? And would we have gotten such low college entrance exam scores? Wang Gui roared at Yi Chen through gritted teeth. So that's Yi Chen. The Yi Chen who scored over 2 million points on the college entrance exam. He's so handsome. But why are all these people staring at him so angrily? Over 2 million points on the college entrance exam. Holy crap. I was wondering why all the strange beasts in the wilderness had disappeared. Turns out he killed them. It was that bastard. Those who had just emerged from the wilderness suddenly realized what was going on. After finding the culprit, they also surrounded him. Although they couldn't figure out how Yi Chen did it. But none of that matters. The important thing is that Yi Chen is the bastard who ruined their college entrance exams. Inside the service hall, a soldier reported the situation outside to Zhang Changwei. The principal of the number 1 middle school hurriedly said, Colonel Zhang, why don't you personally step in and stop this? Zhang Changwei smiled. Ignore these guys, they're no match for Yi Chen. Zhang Changwei had complete faith in Yi Chen's abilities. He didn't think this rabble could cause Yi Chen any harm. Chapter 71 Seeking Help. The principal of number 1 middle school's lips twitched, thinking to himself, do you think I'm worried about Yi Chen? I'm worried about my students. With Yi Chen's fighting prowess, what if he accidentally kills one of my students? The principal of number 2 middle school said with great concern. Colonel Zhang, is this how our college entrance examination is going to end? With so many candidates, their results are really embarrassing. The other principals chimed in. Yes, Colonel Zhang, these scores are really hard for us to explain to those parents. Our school has never done this badly since it was founded. Sigh. The thought of these children training day and night, only to have it end with such an assessment result, fills me with shame. Zhang Changwei frowned. He could certainly understand the feelings of the principals and the students. If he had encountered a monster like Yi Chen when he took the college entrance exam back then, he would have been desperate too. But what could he do? Rules are rules. You can't expect the government to start all over again just because you didn't do well on your college entrance exam, can you? This isn't a game. Zhang Changwei sighed and said, I will report the current situation to the Minister of Education. As for the final outcome, that depends on his abilities. Thank you very much. The teachers and the principal all bowed to Zhang Changwei to express their gratitude. The examinees outside had cornered Yi Chen. Li Lei and Zhao Dongxiao were also in the crowd. Yi Qingyi was surprised to see that her best friend had also gotten involved. She was immediately extremely disappointed. What's the point of having a best friend like that? Yi Chen looked at these people and sighed. If you keep pushing me, I really won't be polite. You're welcome? I'd like to see how you're going to be unreserved. Wang Gui sneered. His body had completely transformed into a beast, and he swung his claw straight at Yi Chen's chest. Yi Chen watched as Wang Gui's claws attacked. That movement and attack speed are so slow. Suddenly, a thought popped into Yi Chen's mind. His body had now completed 5 rounds of tempering. However, it's unclear how robust the physical body is. Can they withstand Wang Gui's claw attacks? In order to find the answer in my heart. Yi Chen stood there blankly, letting Wang Gui attack. Yi Qingyi was startled when she saw Wang Gui's attack. Cousin! Watch out! She pounced on him. He stood in front of Yi Chen, using his body to firmly protect Yi Qingyi behind him. Yi Chen was taken aback upon seeing this. Holy crap! This is no joke. Thunderous power swirled around his hands. With a ripping sound, a bolt of blue lightning struck, and Wang Gui was electrocuted, his body billowing black smoke. Immediately afterwards, her eyes rolled back and she fainted. The surrounding examinees were startled by this sudden scene. They all stopped in their tracks, not daring to go any further. Yi Chen glanced at Yi Qingyi in front of him and asked, How are you? Are you all right? I'm fine. Yi Chen looked Yi Qingyi up and down, and breathed a sigh of relief when he found that she was not injured. Yi Chen glanced at Wang Gui, and after confirming that the other man was still breathing, he felt relieved. He shielded Yi Qingyi behind him, then coldly surveyed the crowd around him. Are you still going to cause trouble? I might not be so polite later. The candidates looked at each other, and they could see the fear in each other's eyes. Only Sun Jichao and his few companions, who were still at the exit of the wilderness area, were stunned into silence. Sun Jichao looked at Yi Chen in the distance in disbelief and said, He's a contract ability user, isn't he? Why can he use lightning? He waited for a long time, but no one answered his question. When he turned around, he saw that Zhao Donglin and the others were also dumbfounded. I'm getting more and more curious about his abilities. How can they be so strange? First, he had the power of a hurricane, and now he can use lightning. Is he still a contracted ability user? Zhao Donglin stroked his chin, recalling the scenes from the wilderness area. Holy crap! I almost overlooked this detail if you hadn't mentioned it. This guy is a complete freak. No matter how skilled someone is, how can they be this good? Sun Jichao was completely numb. He never dared to call himself a genius again. I'll have my dad investigate what Yi Chen's special ability is. Chen Qingxue was much more pragmatic. After calming down, instead of reflecting on her feelings, she immediately thought of seeking help from her family. So what are we going to do about the college entrance exam now? Sun Jichao was extremely unwilling. After all, he had come here solely to show off. He's not willing to go back so slinking away after failing to put on a show. Zhao Donglin sighed and said, Make a call, this is the only way we can ask our family for help. Otherwise, it's really over. I'll also call my family. Let's fight together. Why don't several of us join forces and see if we can get the government to give us another chance? Yi Chen took Yi Qingyi's hand and walked into the crowd. Upon seeing this, the other candidates quickly stepped back to make way for them. Don't be a coward. There are so many of us, are we afraid of Yi Chen alone? Although his superpower is strong, it will eventually run out. Li Lei shouted from the crowd. He wanted to incite everyone to target Yi Chen, deplete Yi Chen's supernatural abilities, and then he would rush in to finish him off. Yi Chen pointed his right hand to the sky. A blue lightning bolt shot into the sky and struck Li Lei precisely on the head. My abilities are indeed limited, but they're more than enough to deal with you. Anyone who wants to be struck by lightning, feel free to try. The candidates glanced at Li Lei and Wang Gui on the ground and immediately swallowed hard. Then keep backing away. Until a wide road was cleared. Yi Chen continued to hold Yi Qingyi's hand and walked outside. Zhao Dongxia opened her mouth, but in the end, she closed it helplessly. She knew that from the moment she stood on the opposite side of Yi Qingyi, their friendship was completely over. Yi Chen also spotted Li Yu in the crowd. Her face looked even more miserable than before. Her eyes were swollen so high that only a small slit remained. The same goes for his mouth. Several of his teeth have been knocked out. There are also several very obvious whip marks on his arms. Wang Gui was extremely ruthless, even drawing blood from his wounds. I wonder if she regrets following Wang Gui now. What are you looking at? What are you so smug about? Wang Gui said that as long as I behave, he will marry me. I'm going to marry into a wealthy family. Are you regretting breaking up with me? Ha ha ha. Too late. I've already agreed to marry him. Yi Chen. Kneel down and beg me. Maybe I'll take pity on you and forgive you. Chapter 72 Yi Chen. Seeing this, Yi Chen sighed helplessly. Some people are just incorrigible. Perhaps only in the moment before she dies will she realize this. Wang Gui is a complete villain. Knowing Yi Chen as he does, he might actually beat Li Yu to death in a fit of rage. After leaving the crowd, Yi Chen asked, Cousin, where's your car? Okay, I'll take you to the parking lot right away. Yi Qingyi was so comfortable being held by Yi Chen's hand that she completely forgot why she was there. After finding her car, Yi Qingyi called her family to let them know she was safe. After hanging up the phone, Yi Qingyi said, My mom said I should bring you home for dinner. Okay. You can drive now. Yi Chen took off the damaged protective suit in the car and changed into his own clothes. During the process of changing clothes, Yi Qingyi kept stealing glances, her mind completely elsewhere than on driving. Inside a villa in Jiangcheng City, Yi Qingyi quickly sat up from the sofa. She had originally planned to just grab a quick bite today. I never expected that my precious daughter would finish the college entrance examination so soon. I need to go buy some groceries. Yi Qingyi is a career woman who has been busy with work all these years. They are not married. Recently, because Yi Qingyi is going to take the college entrance examination, she is so worried that she can't sleep all night. I had no choice but to take leave and rest at home. She had just finally fallen asleep on the sofa when Yiqingyi called to tell her that the college entrance exam was over. Although she was very confused, she felt relieved when she thought of her daughter's D-level superpower talent. They were probably eliminated midway through the competition. It's good that we're out. I no longer have to worry about her all the time. Anyway, the family has plenty of money, and they don't expect their daughter to amount to anything. As long as we can stay safe and sound, that's all that matters. About an hour later, Yiqingyi and Yichen finally arrived at their destination. As soon as the door opened, Yiqingyi excitedly rushed into Yichen's arms. Mom! I missed you so much. Aunt! Hey! Yichen, you've lost so much weight. Have you been skipping meals? Yichen scratched his head and said with a smile. No, I've always eaten on time. I just recently succeeded in losing weight. Yichen looked incredulous upon hearing this. After all, she had tried to lose weight seriously before, and she knew all too well how difficult it was. However, in order not to hurt Yichen's pride, she continued to play along, pretending to agree with his words. Yichen, are you hungry? I'll go cook for you right now. Mom! Let my cousin do it. You can rest for a while. Xingyi. What are you saying? How can you let your cousin cook? Yichen was a little angry, feeling that Yiqingyi was being somewhat immature. But Mom, my cousin's cooking is really delicious. These past few days, ever since she tasted Yichen's cooking, she has been completely won over. Ordinary delicacies simply don't catch her eye. Although her mother's cooking was quite good, it was worlds apart from Yichen's cooking. Yichen said with a smile. Auntie, let me cook. My cooking skills have improved a lot lately, so you can give it a try. That won't do. You're a guest, after all. Mom! My cousin's cooking skills are really amazing now. You can take a break. Yiqingyi was very anxious, fearing that her mother would ruin her plan to freeload a meal. Yichen looked at Yiqingyi's serious face and sighed helplessly. All right. The kitchen is yours, Yichen. Remember to call me if you can't handle it. Yichen nodded and then went into the kitchen. Seeing this, Yiqingyi immediately felt relieved. Then he pushed his mother back to sit on the sofa. Mom, just sit here and don't move. All you have to do is eat. My cousin's cooking skills are really amazing now. Seeing her daughter's unwavering conviction, Yichen was also skeptical. Haven't we already eaten the food your cousin used to cook? Xingyi, when did you develop pica? Mom, I really don't have pica. My cousin is a really good cook, I promise you. All right. I'll trust you this time. By the way, did you take care of your cousin while you were in the wilderness? Before Yiqingyi took the college entrance examination, Yichen repeatedly instructed her to take care of Yichen after entering the examination room. After all, Yichen's cultivation level was really too low. Upon hearing this, Yiqingyi burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. Mom, you're killing me. You actually want me to take care of him? You have no idea how terrifying my cousin's strength is now. Ha ha ha. Xingyi, what do you mean by that? Yiqingyi's words immediately confused Yichen. Mom! Guess what my cousin's college entrance exam score is now? 300 points? After pondering for a moment, Yichen said, because 300 points is the minimum score for college admission. It wasn't that she looked down on Yichen, but rather that Yichen's situation was too special. He only awakened his superpowers at the age of 18, and even made a contract with a mosquito. This looks like it's all doomed. If you can get 300 points, you should be burning incense in gratitude. Yiqingyi shook her head. Mom, you guessed wrong. It's too low. You've really underestimated my cousin. Could it be 400 points? When Yichen said 400, she was already visibly excited and breathing rapidly. A score of 400 is enough to get into a mid-tier university. It's no wonder she was so agitated. But after she finished speaking, she felt it was somewhat unlikely. Yiqingyi thought that if her mother kept guessing like this, she probably wouldn't be able to guess even by next year. She had no choice but to speak. That's over 2.41 million points. Yichen is this year's top scorer in the province. What? Yichen thought she was just hallucinating. Didn't the top provincial scorers usually score over 10,000 points? Could I have remembered it wrong? Or is it that the college entrance examination was reformed this year, and all the scores have increased hundreds of times? Seeing her mother's shock, Yi Qingyi burst into laughter again. Ha ha ha. Mom! Your shocked expression is hilarious. Is it really that shocking? When you find out what your cousin did in the exam hall, I think you'll be speechless with surprise. Don't just say half of what you want to say. Just say it already. Oh my god. I'm so anxious. Okay. I'll talk. Seeing her mother so anxious she was about to jump up and down, Yi Qingyi stopped keeping her in suspense. She recounted everything that happened in the examination room in detail. Yi Qin listened intently for a long time. When they heard that Yi Chen had killed all the strange beasts in the examination hall. When those candidates were forced to withdraw from the competition midway. Yi Qin also burst into laughter. The way the mother and daughter laughed was so identical. Chapter 73, Is he really not his biological son? After laughing, Yi Qin sighed and said. Seeing how successful Yi Chen is, I think my brother would be very gratified if he knew this in the afterlife. Seeing her mother's sadness, Yi Qingyi gently hugged her and carefully comforted her. Mom, you still have me by your side. I will always be with you. You're staying with me? What? You're not planning on getting married in the future? Fine, I won't marry you. Yi Qingyi snuggled closer to her mother. Yi Qin smiled and stroked her daughter's back. Yi Qingyi suddenly asked. Mom, I want to ask you a question, please don't be angry. Go ahead and ask. Mom, am I really your biological child? Upon hearing Yi Qingyi's words, Yi Qin's heart skipped a beat. Who told you that? The night before my college entrance exam, you got drunk and accidentally let it slip. Is that so? I was drunk that day, who's talking nonsense? My dear daughter, don't overthink it. Yi Qin laughed awkwardly, looking guilty. Yi Qingyi looked suspicious. She seemed to see the truth in her mother's face, but she still wanted to confirm it one last time. I knew it. I'm not your daughter after all. But in my heart, you'll always be my mom. A mom even closer than my own mother. After saying that, Yi Qingyi kissed Yi Qin on the cheek. Yi Qin smiled slightly, feeling very gratified. We didn't spoil this girl for nothing. Okay. I'll tell you the truth. I did find you, but as for who your biological parents are, I don't know. I knew it. After receiving the answer, Yi Qingyi was not sad. Instead, she remained calm. Seeing her daughter so calm, Yi Qin finally breathed a sigh of relief. As long as she isn't heartbroken, she'll accept it even if she really runs away with her biological parents in the future. Yi Chen, who was busy in the kitchen at the time, heard everything clearly. He thought to himself, no wonder I've never met my uncle before. He had previously thought that his aunt had gotten pregnant out of wedlock, that the scumbag had run away, and that was why Yi Qingyi had taken the surname Yi. Yi Chen cut off a lot of meat from the black catfish he had hunted and stewed it into soup. At the dinner table, Yi Qingyi only took one bite, but she could clearly feel that her blood energy level had increased significantly. Yi Chen noticed it too. I never expected that the flesh and blood of this tier 3 beast could increase a person's health by 0.5 points with just one bite. If this were replaced by a level 4 or 5 beast. This is outrageous. Yi Qingyi's current chi and blood value is only 523, which is indeed quite low. Cousin. Eat more. This fish is very nutritious. As Yi Chen spoke, he put fish pieces into Yi Qingyi's bowl. Yi Qin looked at it with a meaningful expression. Yi Chen felt Yi Qin's gaze. He immediately thought to himself, oh no. It's a misunderstanding. I really didn't have any designs on my cousin. Yi Chen, I heard you and Li Yu have broken up, is that true? Yes, that's right. They really broke up. Oh, so do you have a girlfriend now? Not yet. Oh, that's good. I'll encourage Qingyi to visit you more often in the future. As she spoke, Yi Qin's smile grew even brighter. The two people at the table could easily understand the deeper meaning behind Yi Qin's words. Yi Qingyi kept her head down, shoveling rice into her mouth. But her eyes kept glancing at Yi Chen. Yi Chen looked embarrassed and pretended not to have heard anything. Yi Chen, your cooking skills are pretty good. Where did you learn this? It's so delicious. No wonder Qingyi wouldn't let me cook, she insisted on eating your cooking. I taught myself. What? Self-taught? My god. Yi-Chen, it's one thing that your cultivation talent is so good. Even his cooking talent is amazing. I just wonder which girl will be lucky enough to marry him. What a pity. If we weren't related by blood, your aunt, would have gone after you. Ha ha ha. Yi-Chen's words were extremely forceful, and for a moment Yi-Chen didn't know how to respond. He could only sit there awkwardly, smiling. Yi-Chen's feet were under the table, constantly stepping on Yi-Chen's feet. What she didn't know was that Yi-Chen's mental power had already taken in everything. After finishing the meal, Yi-Chen was already preparing to go back, but Yi-Chen kept trying to persuade him to stay. They didn't succeed immediately. I had no choice but to stay overnight. The night sky is beautiful, and the moon is bright. Yi-Chen poured a drink into a wine glass and drank it alone under the moonlight. It's reddish brown and really does look like wine. Yi-Chen sighed, feeling a pang of longing for his sister-in-law and wife on Blue Star. I wonder if, at this moment, my incredibly handsome body has already been burned to ashes. I wonder if that woman from Earth will cry her heart out. I hope she won't do anything rash. Yi-Chen opened his template to take a look. He currently has 1,258,380 ability points. This amount of superpower points is still far from 500 million. However, I'll save it for now and not improve my cultivation level for the time being, since it's in accordance with the rules of the Great Xia Kingdom. Once you break through to the third tier of cultivation, you can no longer enter the second and first tier wilderness areas. Those with cultivation level 1 or below can enter the wilderness areas of level 1 and above. Those with cultivation level 2 or below can enter the wilderness areas of level 2 and above. And so on. With a cultivation level of 3, one can only enter wilderness areas of level 3 and above. Aside from bodyguards and other professionals who are allowed to enter low-level wilderness areas to protect others, everyone else must follow these rules. This is probably also to protect the exotic animals in the wilderness. After all, these wilderness areas can bring huge amounts of fiscal revenue to the country every day. If these high-level superhumans were allowed to come and go as they pleased, that would be terrible. These low-level wilderness areas will be wiped out, won't they? Yi-Chen felt that hunting second-tier and first-tier alien beasts was more cost-effective than hunting third-tier alien beasts. He plans to take advantage of this summer vacation to make a final push. To raise one's superpower to SS level. Cousin, you're still awake? Yi-Chen, wearing a loose white bathrobe, rubbed her eyes as she came out. Yi-Chen turned his head and glanced at it, then took another sip of his drink. You weren't asleep either, were you? I have some trouble sleeping. Yi-Chen sat in a chair next to Yi-Chen, her brows furrowed, her face full of worry. Sensing Yi-Chen's low spirits, Yi-Chen turned to look at her and asked. What are you worried about? My special ability is a D-level beast-type white fox. Do you think I'll be expelled from a prestigious university with this kind of talent? Upon hearing this, Yi-Chen wanted to offer some words of comfort. But he found himself unable to speak. After all, students at prestigious universities are all exceptionally talented geniuses, and the competition is extremely fierce. If Yi-Chen, with a mere 531 points of chi and blood, were to enter the school, she would be instantly reduced to dust. Chapter 74 Three-Tailed Fox. Why do you want to go to a university for superpowers? Actually, with your family's wealth, even if you do nothing for the rest of your life, your aunt can support you for life. Do you also think I shouldn't cultivate? Yi-Chen became even more depressed. Her mother had brought up this issue many times before. I hope she takes over the family business. A young woman shouldn't be involved in all this fighting and violence. It's just too dangerous. Sensing Yi-Chen's low spirits, Yi-Chen panicked and quickly said. No. That's not what I meant. I'm just curious, what's your reason for cultivating? Who doesn't dream of being a martial arts hero? I want to become a great female knight-errant like Ling Ruhan and save the world. Yi-Chen's eyes shone brightly when she talked about her dreams. This caused Yi-Chen to lose his composure for a moment. Yi-Chen asked curiously. Cousin, what about you? What is your purpose in cultivating? Yi-Chen did not answer the question upon hearing it. Instead, he continued drinking his beverage. My mood also became depressed. He became stronger so that he could return to Earth. He also has a wife who loves him very much, and his sister-in-law is waiting for him. However, he had also searched for information during this period. Many countries on Tianlan Star have never stopped exploring outer space. However, no country like Blue Star has ever been discovered. The thought that he might never be able to return to Earth in his lifetime made him realize that he was being led astray. Yi Chen felt a wave of distress. He couldn't help but sigh. I took another sip of my drink. Don't drink too much tonight, or you'll get drunk. Yi Qingyi noticed Yi Chen's annoyance, but she had no idea where it came from. Seeing that Yi Chen was unwilling to talk about it, she didn't press the matter. Yi Chen gave Yi Qingyi a deep look. The thought of how the other person had risked their life to shield him from Wang Gui's attack with their body warmed his heart. Fine. I'll help you out. System, can I help Yi Qingyi enhance her superpowers? Yi Chen silently tried to communicate with the system in his mind. Although he had never communicated with the system before, his intuition told him that it must be something like artificial intelligence. Ding! For a mere 10% handling fee, the host can help anyone enhance their superpowers. The system's voice rang in Yi Chen's mind. Yi Chen felt a wave of frustration. This system is really shady. It's even more corrupt than the banks on Earth. The handling fee is ridiculously high. What a bastard. Looking at the dejected Yi Qingyi, Yi Chen said sincerely. Cousin, I have a way to upgrade your superpower to B level. Do you want to give it a try? Cousin, are you serious? Although she felt it was somewhat impossible, Yi Qingyi still looked expectant. Of course. When have I ever lied to you? All right. Get on with it. If it really works, I can grant you one request, anything is fine. Yi Qingyi closed her eyes. Then wait quietly. Yi Chen glanced at it, then opened Yi Qingyi's panel and started frantically tapping the plus sign. After a flash of blue light, a white phantom burst forth from Yi Qingyi's body. It is a white fox. It actually has 3 tails. The sight of the white, 3-tailed fox left Yi Chen speechless. It's related to the mental health department. This kind of strange beast is very rare. But why would a mere B-level superpower belong to such a high-level species? Yi Chen felt a sense of doubt. So I looked down at the panel. Holy crap! Grade A. What happened? Did I accidentally tap it an extra time? Holy crap! System! Get out here! I want a refund. All I wanted was a B grade ability. Yi Chen was silently screaming in his heart, extremely anxious, because he had finally managed to accumulate more than 1 million ability points. That's his savings for getting married. He still needs it. Ding! System issued, no returns or exchanges. Yi Chen was so angry he wanted to grind his teeth. He looked at his remaining ability points, which were only 103,380 points. There was over 1 million before. Now it's all good. It's become 100,000. This damn system. Yi Chen sighed, resigning himself to his fate. He turned to look at Yi Qingyi, only to see that the white fox on her head had already burrowed into her body. At this moment, Yi Qingyi's mental power was surging wildly. In a short while, Yi Qingyi's mental strength increased dramatically from 1 to 500. Qi and blood levels also surged to 900. Yi Chen nodded silently. She thought to herself, this damn system is actually somewhat conscientious. It even knows to improve Yi Qingyi's cultivation level. Although Yi Qingyi's current cultivation level is not very high, it is barely enough to qualify her for a prestigious university. With diligent practice during the summer vacation, it's not impossible to reach a Qi and blood value of 1000 before the start of the new semester. Cousin, are you done? Okay, all done. Yi Chen nodded. Yi Qingyi slowly opened her eyes. As Yi Qingyi's superpowers improved, Yi Chen actually felt that her appearance was even more stunning than before. Just one glance is enough to make you unable to look away. No. No. It's not that my appearance has changed. She was still as beautiful as before, but she had a subtle, alluring charm about her. Yi Chen opened Yi Qingyi's panel again. Just as expected. This 3-tailed fox even has the ability to bewitch. Furthermore, this ability can be enhanced as one's cultivation level and mental strength increase. Yi Chen swallowed hard. Holy crap! That's an amazing ability. If my cultivation level weren't higher than hers, I might actually have found her way. Cousin? What's wrong? Why are you staring at me like that? Yi Qingyi blushed, feeling a little shy under Yi Chen's gaze. Yi Chen then came to his senses. I feel like I was being a bit rude. Your superpower has been fully upgraded. Now, take a good look at the changes in your body. Okay. Yi Qingyi nodded. Then he adjusted his cultivation level. Yi Qingyi's ears had transformed into a pair of white, furry animal ears. It also has 3 white tails growing from its rear end. Out of curiosity, Yi Chen couldn't resist touching Yi Qingyi's tail. Ha! It's fluffy, just like real fur. It feels so nice to touch. Yi Chen started touching it and became somewhat addicted. Then the other hand reached out and began to stroke it. That feels so good. It's really great. It would be perfect if I could cuddle it to sleep in winter. Just as Yi Chen was getting into it, he didn't notice that. Yi Qingyi's face grew increasingly red. She bit her alluring red lips, as if suppressing something. It felt both sad and comfortable. Upon noticing this, Yi Chen immediately put down the tail he was holding. Cousin, what's wrong? Chapter 75 Matchmaking. And nothing, don't touch my tail again. Oh. Although he didn't understand why, Yi Chen still nodded. Yi Qingyi looked at the tail behind her and was immediately excited. A 3-tailed fox. It's actually a 3-tailed fox. That's an A-level ability. Cousin, didn't you say you'd help me upgrade to B-level? Yi Chen looked bitter. He didn't want to either. But alas. My hand slipped and... Forget it, let's not talk about it anymore. Seeing Yi Chen's silent expression, Yi Qingyi suddenly threw herself into his arms and kissed him on the cheek. Thank you, cousin. You must have paid a considerable price to improve my abilities, right? Yi Chen gently embraced Yi Qingyi's soft waist. He felt the delicate fragrance emanating from the girl in his arms. I feel sad without you. Never mind. If you run out of ability points, just kill monsters to earn them back. What's with that long face? Yi Chen smiled and said. It's alright, but cousin, you absolutely mustn't tell anyone about this. Understand? Okay. Don't worry, I know the seriousness of this matter and I won't talk nonsense. Yi Qingqing nestled in Yi Chen's arms and nodded. After a long time, Yi Qingyi in his arms had actually fallen asleep. Yi Chen smiled helplessly. Then he picked up Yi Qingyi, preparing to carry her back to his room. After arriving at Yi Qingyi's door, Yi Chen tried several times, but couldn't open the door. Is it locked? When did this happen? Yi Chen immediately spread his mental energy outwards. Everything inside the villa was clearly visible to Yi Chen. Yi Chen was lying on her bed in her own room, holding the key to Yi Qingyi's room, smiling extremely smugly. Yi Chen immediately understood what had happened. This had really resorted to some underhanded methods to try and matchmake herself with her cousin. Oh well, it's just sleeping in the same room and the same bed, nothing's going to happen. What's there to be afraid of? Didn't I sleep with Yi Fengling before? After figuring it out, Yi Chen felt a sense of clarity. Then he carried Yi Qingyi back to his room. After placing her on the bed, I lay down on the bed myself. After several days of exhaustion, Yi Chen finally relaxed as he lay down on the bed. She fell asleep in no time. When he woke up again, he only felt something soft in his arms, a woman with a wonderful figure. She was hugging herself tightly, her arms wrapped around her shoulders. Her head kept nuzzling into Yi Chen's arms. Yi Chen smelled the girl's fragrance, looked at her beautiful face, and admired the charm she exuded at all times. I just felt a sudden heat. Yi Chen took several deep breaths, forcing himself to calm down. Then, with great reluctance, she broke free from Yi Qingyi's embrace. After arriving on the balcony, the sky was still somewhat dimly lit at this time. Yi Chen stretched, sat cross-legged, and prepared to cultivate. His body has now been tempered 5 times. It's time for the 6th tempering. At this moment, Wang Gui, who was in the hospital, finally woke up. Sitting beside Wang Gui's hospital bed, Lu Mei finally breathed a sigh of relief. Honey, you're finally awake. I was so worried about you. She reached out to touch Wang Gui's forehead, wanting to check on his physical condition. Wang Gui slapped his mother's hand away. He sat up in bed and asked coldly. Where did that bastard Yi Chen go? I want him dead. I want him dead. Don't worry about this. Just leave him to Mom. You should focus on getting better. Lu Mei carefully comforted her son, gently wiping Wang Gui's hands with a handkerchief. However, when she mentioned Yi Chen, The murderous intent in her eyes sent chills down one's spine. Mom, when are you going to send someone to do it? Wang Gui is now completely impatient. Yi Chen not only ruined his plan to become the top scholar in Nanjiang province, but also made him lose face in front of so many people. This is intolerable. He must make Yi Chen pay with his life. Right away. I'll arrange it right away, darling. When Lu Mei saw that her son's hair and eyebrows had been electrocuted, she was heartbroken. So she turned to look at Su Bo beside her and said coldly, "This time, you failed to protect my son. I'm giving you a chance to redeem yourself. You can't go now, so kill that kid. If I succeed, I will forgive your crimes. Otherwise, I will kill you too." Su Bo trembled with fright. He's just a bodyguard. When I signed the contract to become a bodyguard, there was no clause about helping my employer kill someone. Besides, he wasn't there when Wang Gui was beaten up by Yi Chen. Wasn't it your son who told me not to come alone? Now that something's happened, you're blaming me? Su Bo felt he was more wrong than Doi. But seeing Lu Mei's cold gaze, he immediately fell silent. After all, a crazy woman, once she goes crazy, is really capable of anything. He had personally witnessed this woman gouge out the eyeballs of an ordinary person. The reason was that the other person glanced at her. When Lu Mei said she wanted to kill him, Su Bo had no doubt that she was lying. So he nodded repeatedly and said, I will definitely handle this matter well." After saying that, Su Bo scrambled out of the hospital. At this moment, Yi Chen finally completed his 6th tempering. This time, 50,000 ability points were consumed. However, the gains were also enormous. This time, his physical energy and blood value reached 15,000. It should be noted that the vast majority of A-level superpowered geniuses have a blood energy value of around 5,000. Only a very small number of beast-like or enhanced ability users can break through the 5,000 bottleneck. For a contract-based ability user like Yi Chen to have a blood and chi value of 15,000 points is simply a fantasy. Yi Chen added more points to his mental power. This time, he increased his mental strength to 2,000 points. Yi Qingyi sat to the side, propping her chin up, staring blankly at Yi Chen, completely absorbed. Yi Chen glanced at Yi Qingyi, then waved his hand and said, "Time for breakfast." Oh. After finishing breakfast, Yi Chen looked at Yi Qin and said, "Auntie, I plan to spend the rest of the summer vacation training in the wilderness." "Great. Perfect timing. You can bring Qingyi along. Let her gain some experience with you." Yi Qin shoved Yi Qingyi hard, and Yi Qingyi almost fell over. Yi Qingyi looked completely innocent. "I feel like I've been a bit too bad a mother lately. She's just like a stepmother." Chapter 76. Why is this woman still here? After Yi Chen's repeated rejections, Yi Qin had no choice but to give up. "Cousin, let me take you home." "No need. I'm planning to ride my mosquito back." Yi Chen dared not let Yi Qingyi take him home. Who knew if Zhang Qian was even at his house right now? To avoid causing further trouble, Yi Chen released his mosquitoes. Then he leaped onto the mosquito's back, and the mosquito flapped its wings, creating a gust of wind. In the blink of an eye, it flew hundreds of meters away. Yi Qingyi couldn't catch up at all. Yi Qin watched Yi Chen's disappearing figure inside. I never expected Yi Chen to be so successful. I wonder how many girls will be chasing after him in the future. "My dear daughter, you two shared a bed last night, didn't you really do anything? What are you doing?" "I was so sleepy last night, I just fell asleep." I created such a great opportunity for you. And you didn't seize it. If you miss out on Yi Chen, I'm afraid you'll regret it for the rest of your life." Yi Qin felt a sense of disappointment and frustration upon hearing her daughter's words. Yi Qingyi looked shocked. "Was it you who made me sleep in the same bed with my cousin last night? Otherwise what?" Yi Qin glanced at her daughter, feeling quite worried about her intelligence and emotional intelligence. After receiving her mother's affirmative answer, Yi Qingyi felt lost and disappointed. At first, she thought that Yi Chen had some feelings for her. Then he took her to the room and did something to her. This made her nervous for a long time after waking up in the morning, and she checked her body many times. Yi Chen's mosquitoes flew very fast, and it wasn't long before he arrived home. As soon as I entered, then I saw Zhang Qian, the woman, wearing a white t-shirt and navy blue jeans. She was wearing a yellow patterned apron and white socks, and was kneeling on the floor wiping it. Her round, perky buttocks were on full display at this moment. Yi Chen was speechless. How could this woman make wiping the floor look so erotic? What's wrong with you? Why are you still in my house? Hey! You're back so soon? Didn't the college entrance exam just end this afternoon? Upon hearing the familiar voice, Zhang Qian turned around and saw Yi Chen, her face immediately lighting up with surprise. She didn't notice the frustration in Yi Chen's tone at all. Yi Chen didn't answer, but simply walked around it, sat on the sofa, opened a bottle of soda, took a sip, and continued to ask. Shouldn't you be going back now? Why are you still in my house? What's wrong, my little husband? Are you going to turn your back on me after you've put your pants back on? What do you mean I don't recognize myself? The night before last, we were. As she spoke, Zhang Qian bit her lower lip, her captivating eyes constantly flashing at Yi Chen. Yi Chen was immediately speechless. That damn woman, talking like that, anyone who didn't know better would think he and this woman had done something last night. Luckily, he was an experienced driver and had a deep understanding of matters between men and women. Otherwise, she really would have fooled us. You should go. Many friends are coming to visit me in the coming days, and I don't want to cause any unnecessary misunderstandings. Let's go get a room. Zhang Qian got up from the ground and wiped the water off her hands. She walked towards Yi Chen and then sat in his lap. She wrapped her arms around Yi Chen's neck and looked at him with deep affection. My business card has my home address. If you don't want to go to a hotel, you can come to my house. You can even come in front of my husband. Upon hearing this, Yi Chen swallowed hard. Isn't this a scene from the movie Little Things? I didn't expect this woman to be so professional. It's such a shame this woman doesn't make movies. Only. Why are you taking off my pants? Don't speak, close your eyes, feel it with your heart, MMO so good, it's been so long since I felt that way, so good. Oh. Yi Chen was speechless. Had he been raped? How can this woman take off her pants so fast? So skilled? Should I scream for help now? Should we push her away? Forget it. It feels so good, I don't want to resist anymore. 1 hour later. Zhang Qian, her face flushed, lay in Yi Chen's arms, panting heavily. Yi Chen smiled. What? Is that not enough? You, huff, you can't do it either, can you? You underestimate me, or rather, you underestimate cultivators. Beg for mercy now, and I might spare your life. No. I don't need you to put it in. Zhang Qian felt challenged, and she gritted her teeth and stubbornly refused Yi Chen's offer. After all, she's a married woman, a seasoned veteran. How could she not handle a young boy? All right. Since you're so capable, then I won't hold back. Bring it on, oh bring it on. Zhang Qian was convinced in body but not in words. Yi Chen was most confident in dealing with these stubborn and obstinate individuals. Didn't I manage to seduce my sister-in-law in my past life? As for the woman in my arms now, what does she amount to? He picked Zhang Qian up and carried her towards the room. Another hour passed. Yi Chen looked at Zhang Qian, who was drenched in sweat, with vacant eyes and convulsing all over, and asked with a smile. Are you convinced yet? Want to try again? No. No, I don't want to do it again. He. It's still early. We can continue. Yi Chen grabbed Zhang Qian's two long, beautiful legs and dragged her back as she tried to escape. No. Help. Oh. Be gentle. An hour later, Yi Chen glanced at Zhang Qian lying on the bed and said, I'll be training in a level 2 wilderness area during my summer vacation, so please don't come to my house during that time. Phew, wherever you go to train, I'll go with you. All over the country. I'm going to harvest all the level 2 wilderness areas across the country. You don't need to come with me. By the way, I need a longbow now, the stronger the better. I'm too strong now, my bow isn't suitable for me anymore. Do you sell any? Yes, we do. Do you want it now? The sooner the better. Zhang Qian immediately perked up when she heard the topic was related to business. Then he quickly got out of bed. Wait for me to take a shower first, then we'll set off. Let's shower together, I need to shower too. After taking a shower, the two changed into clean clothes. Then he went out the door. Wait for me a moment, I'll go get my car. Good. Yi Chen nodded, even though his mosquitoes flew faster than a car. But we can't let it fly forever. Chapter 77 Elite Squad. Not long after, the two arrived at the Apocalypse weapons shop. Zhang Qian led Yi Chen up to the second floor with practiced ease. Oh, isn't this Zhang Qian? What? Got another man? I really envy you. A woman like you can get any kind of business just by spreading her legs in bed. An extremely lewd male staff member approached Zhang Qian after seeing her. His eyes scanned Zhang Qian up and down, a lewd glint hidden in them. A faint, mocking smile lingered at the corners of his mouth. Yi Chen looked displeased. No matter what, Zhang Qian is now his woman, and this guy's unbridled behavior is really disgusting. Yi Chen's cultivation as a second-tier expert suddenly erupted, and he said coldly, "If you dare to look around again, I won't be so lenient with you." Yi Chen's cultivation level was like a mountain, pressing down on the man. The man immediately knelt down on the ground. His forehead veins were bulging, and his face was flushed. I'll never do it again, please spare my life." The coldness in Yi Chen's eyes sent a chill down the man's spine. He didn't expect that he would just mock Zhang Qian, that slut, as he always did. We actually managed to provoke such a terrifying opponent. Yi Chen looked at him coldly. Just this once. Next time, I'll kill you. You're a superhuman, aren't you? As far as I know, killing a superhuman might at most earn you the task of slaying beasts on the border. This suits me perfectly. The man swallowed hard. He sensed a terrifying killing intent in Yi Chen's eyes. His intuition told him that this person had killed someone. Don't mess with him. You absolutely must not provoke him. Just as he was about to kowtow and beg for mercy, a magnetic male voice came from ahead. Sir, I don't know what my employee did to offend you. I'll apologize on his behalf. Yi Chen looked up and saw a middle-aged man in a suit with a beard on his chin. His suit had a tag with Manager Huang's name on it. Are you the manager here? Do your employees just spread rumors and make up dirty jokes about people as soon as they see them? I'm sorry, I'm aware of the issue you raised. Don't worry, I will handle this matter. Although Manager Huang's attitude was sincere, his sales pitch was just like Yi Chen's when he was a customer service representative in his previous life. Talking a bunch of nonsense to fool customers. Yi Chen looked displeased, but Zhang Qian spoke up. Never mind, Yi Chen, your business is more important. All right. I'll let you go for now. Yi Chen after Zhang Qian and the other person left. The man who had been kneeling on the ground finally got up. He coldly looked in the direction Yi Chen had left and said in a cold voice. Brother-in-law. I can't swallow this. Could you send your elite squad to settle this score for me? I'm willing to pay 4 million. Manager Huang glanced at the man, then nodded. I'll lend it to you for a bit, out of respect for your sister. But remember, make sure you do it cleanly and efficiently so no one finds out. Thank you, brother-in-law. Yi Chen, who was in the distance, had already heard their conversation clearly. A cold smile appeared on his lips. You guys? A mere level 1 leader, how high can the cultivation level of your subordinates be, no matter how high? As for those below the 3rd rank, I am invincible. No matter how many people you send, it will be useless against me. What intrigued Yi Chen was. Do these people really dare to lay a hand on me? Are they really not afraid of legal sanctions? Is the law of this great Xia kingdom merely a matter of protection for those with supernatural abilities, existing only on paper, and never intended to be enforced? What would happen if you accidentally killed someone? Yi Chen, don't mess with these guys. They have connections in both the legitimate and underworld. They're really capable of killing people. Seeing Yi Chen's furrowed brows, Zhang Qian was very worried that he might act impulsively and do something irrational. Yi Chen smiled. Don't be afraid, I know what I'm doing. On the other side. In a secluded rented room, 4 people are playing cards, 3 men and 1 woman. Just then, there was a knock on the door. The 4 men immediately slammed their cards on the ground. Then he took out his weapon and looked warily toward the door. Who is it? A food delivery person. I didn't order takeout. It's scrambled eggs with tomatoes. The 4 people looked at each other and then nodded. Password correct, come in. Manager Huang led the sleazy-looking man in. The sleazy-looking man bluntly stated. I need your help to deal with someone. The 4 men neither nodded nor refused, but stared intently at Manager Huang. Manager Huang said with a stern face. This is my brother-in-law. I hope you can give me some face. Humph. You don't have that much influence. Although we do work for the Tianqi group, it doesn't mean you can order us around as you please. The burly man who was the leader of the four snorted coldly, looking displeased. Manager Huang knew these guys only cared about money, so he went straight to the point. I'll give each of you 1 million as a reward. Don't worry, I won't let you kill anyone. You just need to catch him and let my brother-in-law vent his anger. I'm going to break all 4 of his limbs. The lewd man looked furious, his face contorted with rage. One of the women in the elite team looked at Manager Huang and asked, "What is the opponent's strength?" Tier 2, he must have just broken through not long ago. Should? Do you know that if the intelligence is wrong, it can kill people? The woman wore a mocking expression. She hated these guys who issued orders arbitrarily without even gathering any intelligence. This is a complete disregard for their lives. Of course I know, but that person is around 20 years old. So, his cultivation level is at most second level 1. Oh? So he's a genius? Is he from a powerful family? No way. That person's surname is Yi. How come there aren't any prominent families with the surname Yi in the Great Xia Kingdom? The members of these elite teams were shocked when they learned that the other party was not from a prominent family but was a genius. He immediately revealed a cruel smile. They hate geniuses the most. Why should those geniuses enjoy a better quality of life and achieve a higher social status than them? And all they do is risk their lives doing dirty work for others, hiding in dark corners? They disagree. So, even if they don't get paid, they'll still take this order. We'll take this order. Pay up front. Good. The sleazy man quickly transferred the money. A cruel smile played on his lips. 4 experts at the peak of the second tier personally took action. Yi Chen. You're dead. Chapter 78 The Black Longbow. At this moment, on the top floor of the Tianqi group building, there was a man with a slicked back hairstyle. I'm on the phone right now. The voice on the other end says. You should keep an eye on Mr. Yi Chen, the one who bought the spatial ring from you before. He's an S-class ability user. Next time we meet, I must find a way to befriend him. And remember, I absolutely mustn't offend him. Yes. I will definitely pay attention. After hanging up the phone, the general manager of Tianqi Group immediately checked Yi Chen's previous purchase records. Secretary Su. Come in here for a moment. Manager Chai, is there anything I can help you with? Go and call Zhang Qian to my office. Wait a minute. After the secretary hurriedly left, she took her laptop and checked Zhang Qian's information. Then I dialed Zhang Qian's number. Zhang Qian, are you free right now? Could you please come to the general manager's office? I'm sorry, Sister Su, I'm not feeling well right now, so I'm taking the day off. Oh, is that so? I understand. After hanging up the phone, Secretary Su immediately returned to the manager's office. The old man selling weapons looked at Zhang Qian speechlessly. Hey Zhang, you're already at the company, and you're still saying you're not feeling well. If the manager sees you like this, let's see how you explain yourself. So what if he saw it? Is he going to eat me? Old Li. Hurry up and bring out your best bow and arrows, my friend wants to choose. Zhang Qian said bluntly that she didn't care at all whether she would be fired by the manager, since she now had a powerful backer. Yi Chen isn't the kind of guy who would turn his back on someone after he's done something. Alright. Come on. Let me introduce you to them one by one. No need for that. I want a longbow with a strength of over 10,000 gene. Of course, the heavier the better. Over 10,000 gene? The old man thought he must have misheard. Could there really be someone with such strength in the world? Is there a problem? Hey! No, you're just young and arrogant. Since you're so good, I'll show you my longbow, which I've treasured for decades. What do you mean by treased for decades? I bet you just can't sell it. Xiao Zhang. You can't do this. We're colleagues. Then I won't allow you to betray my friend. Zhang Qian glared angrily at the old man, showing him no respect whatsoever. The old man sighed helplessly. It looked like he was definitely not going to make any money on this deal today. Never mind. Let's just consider this as making good friends. Old Li walked ahead, introducing the longbow in the glass case as he went. The longbows here are all handcrafted by master craftsmen. They embody countless hours of their hard work and are far superior to the industrial waste found outside. Yi Chen looked at the colorful longbows. Not only the colors but also the patterns are exquisite. It's clear that a lot of care was put into them. Yi Chen nodded to himself, quite pleased. Very satisfied. I don't know if it's because of the ghosts that died inside his body. In short, Yi Chen was extremely excited as he looked at these longbows. It made him want to go up and touch it a couple of times. Yi Chen suppressed his excitement and leaned closer to take a look at the price. Never mind. I don't like it that much either. So? Did you find a bow you like? Let me tell you, all of these bows are enchanted. Some possess wind attribute power, some lightning attribute power, and others ice attribute power. They can greatly enhance the power of bows and arrows. Yi Chen shook his head. All that fancy stuff. I think a longbow is fine as long as it can shoot far enough. Ha, you don't actually have enough money, do you? When Old Man Li saw that it was Zhang Qian's friend, he completely relaxed. He says whatever comes to mind, without any of the restraint he displays when facing customers. Yi Chen felt deeply hurt, so he said with a stern face. Hurry up! Where's that bow you mentioned? When Old Man Li saw how unpleasant his face was, he burst into laughter. Finally, they walked to the center of the hall. In the center was a huge glass case, inside which was a jet-black longbow. It's actually made of C-grade metal. Old Li took out his key, opened the counter, and gestured for him to enter. Yi Chen looked at him with disdain. Could this old man really not even be able to lift a bow? Yi Chen walked over, gripping the black longbow in one hand. Ha! It's so heavy? You can't lift it either, can you? To be honest, this longbow is the masterpiece of a level 4 blacksmith. It's just a pity that, although the longbow is good. However, no one could draw it, and many cultivators couldn't even pick it up. So, this longbow has remained here ever since. Ha! You actually picked it up? This bow weighs 800 jin. Old Man Li was somewhat surprised. He hadn't expected Zhang Qian to know such a master. Interesting. But just being able to pick it up isn't enough. It also needs to be able to be pulled apart. Yi Chen held the longbow in one hand and pulled the bowstring with the other. Yi Chen easily pulled the longbow to its full moon state. Yi Chen sighed and said, about 14,000 jin. That should be enough to last for a while longer. What? You can actually pull it apart? Old Li stared in disbelief, feeling as if everything before him was an illusion. With the strength of over 10,000 jin, approximately 5,000 kilograms, is that even human? And did he hear that right? This kid actually complained it was too light? Yi Chen asked curiously. Why don't you have compound bows here? Aren't compound bows more energy efficient? Old Li smiled dismissively upon hearing this. Composite bows are just toys for kids playing house. Real masters use longbows directly. The longbow has the following advantages. 1. Fast arrow reload speed. 2. Sturdy and durable. 3. No maintenance required. I imagine you wouldn't want your bow to suddenly jam or break while you're hunting monsters, would you? Yi Chen nodded, then asked. This bow is the one. How much? Well, since you're Xiao Zhang's friend, I won't take advantage of you. I'll just sell you the materials for the price of the materials. After all, no one would buy this thing if it were just sitting there. It only sold for 8 million. Yi Chen nodded upon hearing this. The price was very fair. At least it's cheaper than the weapons the school sells to me. Besides this, I also need to buy a protective suit and a knife. Yi Chen's protective suit is now tattered and completely unwearable. He needs to buy a new one. And I should return He Funling's knife. Chapter 79 Mo Dao. Yi Chen glanced at the arrows beside him. A grade F arrow only costs 500 yuan. Damn it, how corrupt must this school be to sell a single cigarette for 10,000 yuan? Yi Chen arrived at the E-grade arrow. He took out an arrow, examined it, and nodded. These arrows will barely last for a while. Give me 2,000 yuan per bottle. Is that acceptable? Okay. That works. Immediately afterwards, Old Man Li led Yi Chen to the place where protective suits were sold. Yi Chen looked at the rows of protective suits in various colors, including black, white, and red. He walked up to the cheapest black F-level protective suit and said, That's it. Fine. 800,000. No bargaining. Seeing that Zhang Qian was about to speak, Old Man Li preemptively cut her off. Actually, this price is already quite cheap. He really didn't make any money. Yi Chen smiled and nodded. Great. That's the one. Yi Chen's requirements for protective clothing were simple, as long as it could keep him warm in winter and cool in summer. Just make sure your body is clean. As for whether it can provide protection, I don't really care. After all, his body has already undergone 6 rounds of tempering. His physical body had reached an extremely tough level. Ordinary protective suits were no match for his. As for the unusual protective suits, that would be beyond his means to buy. Having thoroughly understood Yi Chen's temperament, Old Man Li led Yi Chen to a location with an F-grade longsword and said, "These knives are all unenchanted, selling them cheap, 100,000 each." Yi Chen picked up a knife, then pulled it out and examined it carefully. He shook his head and said, "Not firm enough. Too brittle. If you want a harder knife, I have some here, but they're a bit heavy." "Weight doesn't matter, just lead the way." Old Man Li nodded and then led Yi Chen to the entrance of an abandoned warehouse. Then he took out his key and opened the warehouse door. As soon as the warehouse door was opened, dust fell from the doorframe like snowflakes. This caused Yi Chen to cough repeatedly. Seeing that everything was immediately pitch black, Yi Chen asked curiously, "Why does this place look like a junkyard?" You have a good eye. This is indeed a place to dispose of scrapped weapons. At Tianqi Group, every day, there are times when weapon forging masters encounter problems while enchanting weapons, leading to forging failures. These damaged weapons will either be melted down and reforged, or they will be abandoned here. As Old Man Li spoke, he turned on the light. After the lights were turned on, all the light bulbs in the warehouse lit up one by one. Inside the warehouse, there were baskets filled with swords and knives. There were even rows of rusty spears standing upright on some of the walls. Yi Chen noticed that some of the swords and blades had spiderwebs on them. He asked with some doubt, "Isn't anyone taking care of these things? What's the point of maintaining them? Who would buy these useless weapons these days? If I weren't so reluctant to part with them, I would have thrown them away long ago." Nowadays, almost all weapons are imbued with supernatural abilities during the forging process. Only special individuals like Yi Chen or He Fengling, who possess special abilities and enjoy honing their skills, would buy weapons without enchantments. Yi Chen walked over. He casually took out a sword, then drew it and examined it. Aside from some rust on the blade, it's not bad overall. Yi Chen checked several of them in succession. Although they were all crafted quite well by master blacksmiths, unfortunately, they were all made from only F-grade materials. It's not hard enough at all. Yi Chen needed a sturdy and durable knife. "Didn't you say you had a sturdy enough knife? Where is it now? Follow me." Old Man Li waved his hand and led Yi Chen to a long sword leaning against the wall. "Holy crap! This sword is actually a mo dao. And it's so long. The blade and handle together must be about 3 meters long. I think I'm practicing with a short sword. I just don't know if I'm even capable of using it. This mo dao is absolutely stunning. The blade is entirely black, and under the light, it shines like a starry sky." Yi Chen looked at the data of the mo dao displayed by the system, and it actually showed. This knife is a weapon made of various metal materials. It is an alloy. The grade of the knife cannot be determined based on this alloy. The blade also contains a large amount of S-grade meteorite iron. This metallic material is said to be particularly strange. It is extremely hard and has a very strong ability to conduct supernatural energy. However, it has a fatal flaw: it cannot be enchanted. Therefore, few master blacksmiths would use this type of metal, which is both expensive and cannot be imbued with supernatural powers, to forge weapons. It's likely that the master forger who created this knife was conducting some kind of experiment. I tried to force an enchantment on this sword, but I failed. However, the metal inside cannot be purified. I had no choice but to abandon it. Yi Chen became more and more satisfied as he looked at it. This is the dream knife of a real man. How is it? Are you satisfied? Old Li asked with a smile. He could tell from Yi Chen's shocked expression that Yi Chen was satisfied, but he still asked the question knowing the answer already. This is a habit I've developed over many years of doing business. It makes it easier to raise prices. However, he completely overlooked one thing: Zhang Qian. She wouldn't allow Old Man Li to swindle money from her young lover. She coughed lightly and said, "Old Li, nobody wants this knife anymore. Are you still planning to sell it for a high price? What you're saying is ridiculous. If any of these knives were to fall into the wrong hands, they would be scrambled for. The fact that they're considered useless only means they're useless compared to the knives on the outside shelves. Actually, overall they're not bad. Yi Chen didn't waste any words with him, but went straight to the point and asked. Just tell me how much it costs. 100 million. Upon hearing this, Yi Chen immediately grabbed Zhang Qian and turned to leave. The knife is good, but 100 million? Do you really think money grows on trees? Hey! Don't go. This price is really cheap. If you don't believe me, I'll show you the materials list. Faced with old man Li's attempt to persuade them to stay, Yi Chen had no intention of staying any longer. Let's not even mention that he's good with short swords. He might not be able to get used to using this long sword. Even if I could use it myself, I wouldn't spend so much money to pay for someone else's failed work. After leaving the warehouse, Zhang Qian frowned and asked. What should I do if I can't find a suitable knife? It's alright, I still have a knife on me. I can borrow it for a few more days. Knowing her generous nature, I think she'll lend it to me. Is she referring to your girlfriend? Zhang Qian was very perceptive and caught the her in Yi Chen's words. Yi Chen smiled and patted Zhang Qian's shapely buttocks. Ha ha! Didn't you say you weren't jealous? Chapter 80 Lessons. Ugh, how annoying. Zhang Qian swayed her shapely hips and gave Yi Chen a seductive look. That look in her eyes, she's trying to seduce men. I really don't know if this woman grew up watching porn. Every move she makes, every look in her eyes, is so alluring. Even the teachers from those days weren't that good at flirting. Yi Chen forced himself to calm down, and then said calmly. Stop messing around. I'm not free or in the mood right now. Yi Chen and Zhang Qian walked out of the weapon pavilion and had just reached the corner. Yi Chen then felt several gazes fixed on him. Yi Chen followed the gaze and looked over there. Just then, I saw a corner. The lewd-looking man, along with 4 level 2 experts, poked their heads out and stared at him. Yi Chen immediately sensed deep malice in the eyes of these people. Yi Chen's eyes immediately turned cold. He turned and glanced at Zhang Qian, saying, Wait here for a moment, I'm going to see some old friends. I'll be right back. Oh. Zhang Qian sensed the killing intent in Yi Chen's eyes, and being intelligent, she naturally knew that she couldn't be of any help at this moment. All I can do now is stand here silently and not cause Yi Chen any trouble. Be careful. Yi Chen walked towards the direction of the lewd man. Seeing this, the lewd man became even more excited. He's walked right into our trap. Excellent. That saves us the trouble of tracking him. What he didn't notice was that the 4 people behind him had solemn expressions. What's going on? Did he discover us so quickly? That can't be right, can it? We haven't shown any obvious hostility. I'm a little uneasy. Should we cancel this order? The woman frowned, looking very worried. The other 3 people also looked serious upon hearing this. This woman's sixth sense was renowned for its accuracy within their team. In the past, during missions, there were many crises that I was able to avert by relying on the other party's intuition. When the sleazy-looking man saw that they were about to back down, he suddenly became furious. You were paid. How can you back out halfway through? Don't you have any sense of contractual obligation? Shut up. At worst, I'll just give you the money. Just as the 4 were about to leave, Yi Chen suddenly appeared behind them. Then he placed his hands on their shoulders and sneered. Now that we're here, how can we leave? As if by reflex, the 4 members of the elite squad turned around and retreated rapidly, then drew their weapons. He looked at Yi Chen with a wary expression. The 4 people looked serious. When did this person appear behind them? How come there wasn't a sound? Yi Chen stared coldly at the 4 people and asked. Why are you showing me hostility? I don't remember ever meeting you before. Ha ha ha. Yi Chen. You're dead. I'll tell you the truth. Those 4 are thugs I bribed. They'll break all your limbs for me. I'll make you wish you were dead. Upon hearing the lewd man's words, a flash of anger crossed the eyes of the 4 members of the elite squad. They were originally planning how to get away unscathed, but this bastard revealed their secret dealings. This completely cut off their escape route. Even if you don't want to, you have no choice but to bite the bullet and go for it. Yi Chen glanced at the four men, then at the smug, lewd-looking man, and pointed at him, saying, "If you break his limbs, I'll pretend nothing happened and spare you. But if you don't, I'll break your limbs. It's not impossible for us to do things for you. Our rule is, we do things once we get paid." The woman looked at Yi Chen with a charming smile. He thought to himself, the fact that they didn't act immediately means there's still room for negotiation. "You can't do this. My brother-in-law is your boss. If you dare lay a hand on me, my brother won't let you get away with it." The lewd man looked at the four members of the elite team with great anger, as if he had been greatly hurt by them. Snap! The burly man slapped the sleazy man hard across the face. "Shut the hell up. If you dare say another word, I'll kill you. Your brother doesn't even deserve to be our boss." The lewd man covered his swollen face, looking aggrieved. "She looks like a wronged, submissive wife." Yi Chen felt a chill run down his spine. "Gentlemen, I don't care if you want to argue, but if you don't do what I've said, I really will cripple you." "Ha ha ha. You? Just a little brat. You dare threaten me?" The burly man burst into laughter. In his opinion, although their cultivation talent was indeed inferior to Yi Chen's, however, all of them were people who had been tempered by real life and death experiences. Yi Chen might not be able to defeat them. These four people seemed determined to face the consequences. Yi Chen clenched his fists, making a cracking sound, and then said, "Let's go. Let's find a secluded spot. I'll spar with you guys. And you sleazy bastard, don't you dare run away." "Ha ha ha. Don't worry. I definitely won't run away." The sleazy man looked arrogant. They didn't take Yi Chen seriously at all. After arriving at the underground parking garage, the six people found a spot with few vehicles. The four people immediately surrounded Yi Chen. The burly man wielded a spiked club. The other two men carried tang swords. The woman held a long sword. Yi Chen looked at one of the men holding a knife. Then he charged forward like a tiger. Basic boxing techniques. Before the man with the tang sword could react, a fist the size of a sandbag came into view. The man's expression changed drastically. How could this be? How could it be so fast? A loud bang was heard. The man was sent flying like a cannonball. 3 bloody teeth flew out of his mouth. The sight made everyone's teeth ache. Seeing this, the other 3 rushed towards Yi Chen. Yi Chen gathered wind-type supernatural power beneath his feet, and then, like a gentle breeze, he floated to the burly man's side. Another punch was thrown. The burly man's face made intimate contact with Yi Chen's fist, and was distorted and deformed from the blow. There are 2 people left. The remaining 2 swallowed hard. She looked at Yi Chen with a terrified expression. That speed. That power. This fighting instinct. He doesn't look like a newbie who just broke through to the second tier at all. The woman glanced at the lewd-looking man beside her, then quickly made a decision. She hurriedly said, "Stop. We're willing to take care of that guy for you. And we won't charge you." Yi Chen was still somewhat dissatisfied upon hearing this. He glanced at the tang sword in the man's hand and then said indifferently, "Give me the knife." Chapter 81 Stealing Business. I got 2 E-grade tang swords for free. Yi Chen reluctantly forgave the 4 people for their offensive behavior. But that sleazy guy. Seeing the cold glint in Yi Chen's eyes, the woman quickly said, "Don't worry. We'll take action. We'll definitely cripple him for you." After saying that, the woman stabbed the lewd man in the groin with her sword. The lewd man clutched his genitals in pain, blood dripping continuously down his trouser leg. Yi Chen felt a chill run down his spine. This woman was taking this opportunity to get revenge. "I didn't ask you to cut the other person's balls." However, seeing how sincere this woman was, Yi Chen decided not to pursue the matter further. So he returned to Zhang Qian's side. The 4 people in the underground parking garage surrounded the sleazy man. The middle-aged man covered his swollen face, glaring angrily at the lewd man. "You bastard. You've really screwed us over. Today, we'll make you wish you were dead." No. I need to find my brother-in-law. Brother-in-law, help me." "Aha." Zhang Qian looked at Yi Chen with curiosity and asked, "Why do you look so happy?" "I found 2 knives." "Ha ha ha. Now I'm not short of weapons. When are you planning to leave? Can you stay with me for a few more days? Zhang Qian pouted, looking at Yi Chen with longing. Yi Chen shook his head decisively. He was afraid that if he stayed with this woman for too long, he wouldn't want to leave in the end. Hearing Yi Chen's rejection, Zhang Qian looked resentful. Yi Chen said, I have 34 blood lion cubs and hundreds of alien beast corpses here. Can I sell them to you? Of course. The blood lion is a high-level exotic beast. One can sell for around 5 million. You managed to find so many. Did you manage to raid the lion's den? Yi Chen nodded. I only destroyed one lair. If I had known that the alien beast cubs were so valuable, I wouldn't have bothered picking up any corpses. Not all beast cubs are valuable, only those with special abilities are worth raising. Let's go. Up to the 5th floor. Zhang Qian becomes a completely different person when she talks about business. She immediately switched from the demeanor of a prostitute to that of a strong woman. Even Yi Chen felt somewhat uncomfortable. Yi Chen asked curiously, Isn't your workplace in Wasteland Zone 1? How come you seem so familiar with this place? This is a branch of Apocalypse Corporation, and the position in the wilderness area is a rotating position. Strictly speaking, this is where I actually work. The two went up to the 5th floor. Inside the lobby, a beautiful woman in work attire walked over with a surprised expression. Hey! Zhang Qian, didn't you take leave? I did take leave, but my friend had something to sell, so I went with him. Oh, I see. Please come and sit here. I'll go pour you some tea. After Zhang Qian and Yi Chen sat down on the sofa, Xiatao poured them 2 cups of tea. Yi Chen picked up his teacup and took a small sip. Xiatao looked Yi Chen up and down and then realized that this customer was actually a handsome guy. Her eyes lit up immediately. Just as she was about to lean closer to Yi Chen to get friendly, Zhang Qian said coldly, Peach, we have serious business to attend to, let's skip the formalities. Yi Chen, put the items out first, and I'll help you get an estimate. Oh well. Xiatao was immediately displeased by Zhang Qian's attitude. This woman is trying to hog all the food. And she treats the other person like a close friend. Snort. Selfish woman. Yi Chen didn't care what the 2 women were thinking. He simply placed the 34 blood lion cubs on the ground. After being held captive for a night, the cubs were somewhat listless. Fortunately, these strange beasts are more resilient than ordinary animals. They were only detained for 1 night, so nothing unexpected should happen. Looking at the 34 fluffy red lion cubs, Xiatao was immediately overwhelmed with maternal love. I randomly grabbed one, picked it up, and kissed it. This thing is so cute. Let me kiss it. Wow. So adorable. Zhang Qian didn't feel anything. She preferred men to animals, especially strong and handsome men like Yi Chen. Zhang Qian pushed up the red-rimmed glasses on her nose and said, Mr. Yi, I'll accept this lion on behalf of Tianqi Group. I'll give you 5 million for it. Do you agree? Yes. That works. Seeing the woman's business-like demeanor, Yi Chen felt a little uncomfortable. Xiatao, however, was somewhat dissatisfied. Zhang Qian, you didn't come to work today, how dare you steal my business? Even if these lions are going to be sold, only I can do it. I brought him here. Why should I give him to you? Zhang Qian was not to be outdone and retorted directly. Upon seeing this, Xiatao immediately sat down next to Yi Chen. Then she kept rubbing her chest against Yi Chen's body. Handsome guy, who do you think should get this business deal? Xiatao kept flirting with Yi Chen. She even quietly leaned close to Yi Chen's ear and whispered, Handsome young man, if you sell me the little lion, I can keep you company tonight. Yi Chen could even feel the warmth coming from his ear, which made him feel itchy. Xiatao. Don't go too far. Zhang Qian saw this woman actually seducing her man right in front of her. She was instantly furious. Her full breasts heaved violently with anger. Hey Zhang Qian, why are you so excited about doing business with this handsome young man? Do you two have something going on? Didn't you say you wouldn't sell your body for money? What? Are you going back on your word today? Shut up. Don't assume everyone is as dirty as you. I'm dirty? All my money is earned through hard work. Unlike some people who want to make money but don't want to put in the effort, treating customers like suckers. When Yi Chen heard them arguing, his ears rang and exploded. Even after 2 lifetimes, this was the first time he had encountered such a situation. It's definitely good to be rich. Once you have money, you'll see how proactive these women can be in pursuit of it. The 2 women looked like they were about to fight. Yi Chen immediately coughed and said, "Hey! I already made this deal with Zhang Xian, so I'll only sell to her." Upon hearing this, Xia Tao stormed off in a huff. Yi Chen asked curiously, "If I sell you these lion cubs, how much commission will you get?" "About 340,000. No wonder you're arguing. How much profit does your company actually make from this?" Probably around 50 million. Zhang Xian pondered for a moment before speaking. Yi Chen thought for a moment, then stroked his chin and said, "I think you could actually forego your commission and just raise the price of the little lion to the maximum, and then I'll give you the 50 million privately. What do you think?" Chapter 82, Making Money Again. You wish. The price I just gave you is already the highest price. The company will never let us take advantage of them. Zhang Qian rolled her eyes at Yi Chen, annoyed. Yi Chen thought about it and felt that it made some sense. Immediately afterwards, Yi Chen released some of the strange beasts from the space. Holy crap! This is way too many. Did you kill all the strange beasts in the examination hall? Zhang Qian stared in disbelief at the mountain of strange beast corpses that was as high as a small hill. Thankfully, the hall is big enough, otherwise, there really wouldn't be enough room. The strong stench of blood from the strange beast immediately made Xia Tao frown in the office. What's that smell? It's so disgusting. Ugh. She stormed out of the office. Seeing the mountain of strange beast corpses, a chill ran down my spine. How many strange beasts must there be? This man is far too strong. In the past, they would buy 1 or 2, or a dozen or so, of the carcasses of strange beasts, but Yi Chen brought in so many carcasses at once. This was the first time she had ever seen it. She couldn't help but wonder, when did it become so easy to hunt strange beasts? Isn't that a bit too much? Looking at their reactions, Yi Chen calmly said, "This is only a part of it, there are many more that I haven't released yet. You guys deal with them first. You still have the corpses of strange beasts in your space?" Xia Tao looked incredulous, knowing that spatial rings were extremely expensive. A ring with a volume of 1 cubic meter can sell for tens of millions. A spatial ring like Yi Chen's, capable of holding so many alien beast corpses at once. That would cost hundreds of billions, or even trillions. Thinking of this, Xia Tao couldn't help but swallow. He wanted Yi Chen even more. Zhang Xian was also somewhat surprised. She had been to Yi Chen's house. Although Yi Chen's family does seem quite wealthy, they're not that rich. Could he actually be the illegitimate son of some powerful figure? Seeing Zhang Xian and the others in a daze, Yi Chen reminded them. Ahem. You guys need to get to work. Oh, I'll arrange for others to come and help you count the monster corpses. After hearing Yi Chen's words, Zhang Xian finally came to her senses. A little while later, Zhang Xian called over a dozen employees to help with the inventory. 15 minutes later, the inventory and registration of Yi Chen's alien beast corpses were finally completed. Just when everyone thought it was finally over, Yi Chen released another batch of strange beasts. Everyone was stunned and stood there dumbfounded. Xia Tao opened her mouth and said, "How many strange beasts do you have?" Not only was Xia Tao dumbfounded, but Zhang Xian was also shocked. Now she has only one question in her mind. Could Yi Chen really have turned the entire examination hall upside down? Yi Chen smiled and said calmly, "Not many, maybe a few hundred." In fact, Yi Chen had long forgotten exactly how many alien beast corpses were still in his space. After all, I was only focused on the ability points back then. Not long after, the second batch of strange beasts was counted. Yi Chen released a third batch. Then came the fourth batch. Everyone present was completely stunned. This is what you mean by not much? You're really good at bluffing. Yi Chen only spoke after the 15th batch was released. That's all. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. There were a staggering 2,318 of these strange beasts. Of these, 2108 are Tier 1 beasts. 210 are second-tier alien beasts. Yi Chen felt a little regretful, because many strange beasts in the wilderness had been torn to pieces by the hurricane. Later, there were also many strange beasts in that lake, which were blasted into mincemeat by themselves. Otherwise, there would be more than just this few strange beasts. Zheng Qian and Yi Chen did the math. A first-tier exotic beast will be purchased for 50,000 yuan. The second-tier beasts were acquired for 200,000 yuan, totaling 147.4 million. In addition to the previous blood lion cubs, which cost 170 million. That's over 300 million. Suddenly, Yi Chen became a rich man again. Yi Chen truly never expected that it would be so easy for people with superpowers to make money. After receiving the transfer, a large group of staff members secretly slipped small cards to Yi Chen. It's clear to everyone that Yi Chen is not only handsome and rich, but also very powerful. Why wait to curry favor with someone like that? Yi Chen accepted the pile of small cards with a helpless expression. These cards not only contain the other person's contact information, but also their photo and measurements. These women, mature women, young girls, young wives, and married women. There are all kinds of types and styles. This gave Yi Chen the same feeling as when he was staying at the Blue Star Hotel and was given a small card. Is this place really not a brothel? Seeing that the matter was already finished. Just as Yi Chen was about to leave, a man in a suit and tie walked in from outside. He was immediately excited when he saw Yi Chen. You must be Yi Chen. I'm so glad to meet you. Hello, my name is Chai Yong. I'm the manager here. This is my business card, please accept it. Chai Yong slipped a small card into Yi Chen's hand. Yi Chen was completely stunned. You could say that these girls were handing him cards, but that's one thing. Why would a middle-aged, greasy man like you give someone a card? Although he was speechless, Yi Chen still politely accepted the card. At worst, I'll find a chance to throw it in the trash later. Chai Yong took out a small black and gold card from his pocket and handed it to Yi Chen, saying, Mr. Yi, this card is our Supreme VIP membership card. You'll receive a 70% discount on anything you buy here. In addition, I can also give you a personal sword as a gift. After he finished speaking, he clapped his hands. 5 level 1 ability users gritted their teeth and worked together to carry a long, broadsword as they struggled to walk in. This sword is the very same Mo Dao that Yi Chen had previously set his sights on. Chai Yong said with a smile. This knife was forged by an 8th level master blacksmith. He spent 5 years crafting this knife, using countless precious metals. However, because his ideas were too far-fetched, he only managed to create a half-finished product in the end. Oldly just said you were very interested in it, so I've decided to give it to you. Upon hearing this, Yi Chen did not immediately accept it, but instead appeared quite puzzled. I don't know you, why are you giving me this? I have no ill intentions, I just want to get to know you. Seeing Yi Chen's wariness, Chai Yong immediately revealed his purpose. Yi Chen nodded, reluctantly accepting this explanation. He thought to himself, I'll take the benefits first, but if they want me to do things for them, I'll just take them and then deny everything. Chapter 83 I'm very satisfied with this knife. Yi Chen walked to the side of the Mo Dao, a type of long-handled sword, and gripped the hilt with one hand. Mr. Yi, this knife is very heavy. I'm going to. When Chai Yong saw Yi Chen trying to grip the knife with one hand, he immediately spoke up to remind him. After all, this knife weighs 5,500 jin. Even if an ordinary superhuman used all their strength, they might not be able to lift it. Yi Chen actually tried to lift it up with one hand. Isn't that a bit too arrogant? Although he knew Yi Chen was very talented, even if he was, you still. Before Chai Yong could finish speaking, he saw Yi Chen raise the Mo Dao with one hand. And he seemed quite relaxed. How is that possible? How could such a monster exist in this world? Is he even human? That strength is just too exaggerated. This wasn't just Chai Yong's question, everyone present shared the same doubt. After Yi Chen grasped the hilt of the knife, he felt an overwhelming sense of familiarity with it. There was absolutely no sense of unfamiliarity. It was as if the knife and he were old friends. The long sword emitted a series of trembling sounds, as if expressing its excitement. It has been gathering dust in the abandoned warehouse for so long. It finally met its owner at this moment. Yi Chen tried to condense his wind attributability into the blade. Yi Chen was surprised to find that the knife transmitted supernatural energy very smoothly, without any sense of obstruction, as if it were his own arm. I'm very satisfied with this knife. Upon hearing Yi Chen's answer, Chai Yong smiled with satisfaction. After Yi Chen left, Chai Yong returned to his office with great satisfaction, preparing to report back to his superiors. Just as he sat down in his chair, there was a knock on the door. Come in. Manager Chai, I have some personal matters to attend to. Could I please use your elite team? The person who came in was Manager Huang, who was confident that he had a fairly good private relationship with Chai Yong. So he took it upon himself to mobilize the elite squad to vent his anger on behalf of his brother-in-law. I'm only reporting this little thing now. Chai Yong took out a cigarette and put it to his lips. Manager Huang, being very perceptive, moved closer and lit the cigarette for him. After taking a drag of his cigarette, Chai Yong said calmly, "Who are you going to use them against?" "To deal with a kid named Ji Chen. He publicly humiliated my brother-in-law, so..." "What did you say? Yi Chen?" Cough cough cough. Chai Yong was so shocked that he almost choked to death on a puff of smoke. "Manager, what happened to you? Are you alright?" Seeing Chai Yong's violent reaction, Supervisor Huan looked puzzled and quickly helped by patting Chai Yong's chest. After catching his breath, Chai Yong could no longer hold back and burst into a tirade of curses. "Are you looking for death? Do you think you can mess with Yi Chen? What did your brother-in-law do to offend him?" It's said that he had a conflict with Yi Chen over a female employee named Zhang Qian. "Manager, is this Yi Chen someone important?" Manager Huang asked cautiously. He was very flustered. If this Yi Chen really was someone important. They even sent people to target him. Wasn't that just courting death? The elite team has already been deployed, but we don't know if they've made a move yet. If I do it, I'm really doomed. Chai Yong frowned and said, "You don't need to know who Yi Chen is. Just know that if you encounter him in the future, be polite to me and never offend him. You immediately take your brother-in-law and personally apologize to the other party. You must obtain their forgiveness. Otherwise, your brother-in-law can expect to die. This is probably too late." "What do you mean by that?" Chai Yong's eyes widened, staring intently at Manager Huang. Manager Huang felt a chill run down his spine from the look in her eyes. His head drooped lower and lower, and he dared not look Chai Yong in the eye. Based on his understanding of Manager Huang, Chai Yong immediately guessed that the other party had likely already sent people to take action. This is outrageous. He suddenly kicked Manager Huang in the stomach. "Damn it! Who gave you permission to act on your own? You deserve to die. You ruined my plans." He had finally gained Yi Chen's favor by giving him a knife that nobody wanted. Just as he was about to report the good news to his superiors, he was told that something had gone wrong. This huge difference is unbearable for any normal person. Manager Huang clutched his stomach in pain, looking utterly aggrieved. In the past, when he bullied men and women, everything always went smoothly. Unlike today, I got a complete humiliation. In the past, these guys always boasted about their powerful backgrounds, as if they were welded to their foreheads. Why is this guy not playing by the rules? With such a powerful background, why are you being so low-key? Isn't this a scam? While Manager Huang was secretly complaining. Snap! Chai Yong slapped Manager Huang hard across the face again. "What are you all standing there for? Go and get the elite team back right now. Are you trying to get me killed?" Okay. I'll go right away. Manager Huang scrambled out of the office. After Supervisor Huang left, Chai Yong was still worried, so he quickly dialed to check on the elite team. Finally, after hearing that Yi Chen was not only unharmed, but had also beaten up the elite team, he immediately breathed a sigh of relief. "Very good, you did a good job. In the future, you must never provoke that Yi Chen again. If you see him, you must avoid him." "Yes." After hanging up the phone, he immediately dialed his superior's number. He reported everything that had just happened to his superiors. After a moment of silence on the other end of the phone, the question was asked again. "You mean he single-handedly and easily defeated 2 Tier 2 ability users?" "That's right. It seems his potential is even greater than we anticipated. You did a great job, using a discarded knife to gain his favor, a very worthwhile deal." Hearing the leader's praise on the other end of the phone, Chai Yong immediately breathed a sigh of relief. He was genuinely afraid that his superiors would punish him for not keeping an eye on his subordinates. After praising him on the phone, the person on the other end changed the subject. "However, your manager, who acted on his own initiative, and his brother-in-law, can't be kept around, otherwise, they might incur Yi Chen's resentment." "Okay. I'll fire them right away. Just expelling them isn't enough. They have to be wiped off the face of the earth. Let that elite squad atone for their crimes." Hearing the cold words on the other end of the phone, Chai Yong hesitated. Seeing that Chai Yong did not answer, the person on the phone immediately became somewhat displeased. What? You dare disobey me? No, I'm just worried that the members of those elite teams might be willing to kill people like this. Chapter 84 Promotion? Don't worry. They'll do it. These guys are a bunch of killers. According to the laws of the Great Xia Kingdom, they should have been sent to the front lines as cannon fodder, but I saved them. Now is their time to repay the debt. If they dare to disobey, then send them to the front lines to fight the beast horde. Oh. I'll go right now, but now that this has happened, won't Yi Chen be unhappy with us? Didn't you say that Yi Chen and your employee Zhang Qian have a good relationship? In that case, let Zhang Qian take over the supervisor position and give her special treatment. Yes. Outside the Tianqi Group building. After receiving the phone call, Zhang Qian looked on incredulously. Yi Chen looked at her, who was standing there in a daze, and asked curiously. What's wrong with you? I got promoted. Isn't it normal to get promoted? Don't you even look at how much revenue I've brought you lately? Yi Chen waved his hand as if it were the most natural thing in the world. But Zhang Qian disagreed and said. But do you know that I used to take leave frequently, and that I offended a lot of my superiors? Zhang Qian is beautiful and has a great figure, any normal man could tell that. Her beauty has caused her no shortage of trouble. Many male leaders frequently use their power to try and sexually harass her. But she rejected them all. This has angered many people. Many male leaders are willing to speak directly. As long as Zhang Qian doesn't bow down to them, she can forget about getting a promotion or a raise in her entire life. The female leaders were jealous of Zhang Qian's looks and figure. It's also unlikely that she'll be promoted. In addition, Zhang Qian was very negative at work and would often ask for leave to rest. Despite her excellent performance, she is completely unqualified for a promotion. Zhang Qian thought for a moment, recalling the manager's respectful attitude towards Yi Chen before. Finally, she fixed her gaze on Yi Chen. All sorts of strange signs indicate that the reason he was able to get promoted was because of Yi Chen. Why are you looking at me like that? My little man, I want to reward you properly tonight. Please don't leave tonight, okay? Zhang Qian looked at Yi Chen with longing in her eyes. Yi Chen's lips twitched. Your skin is already swollen, aren't you? Don't you need to rest? Zhang Qian smiled charmingly. I'll serve you in another way. Yi Chen opened his mouth, quite tempted. But then he thought about how Yi Fengling should be coming out of the exam hall today. She'll most likely come to his house for a free meal. Moreover, once she arrives, that old man Yi Fengqi will probably come too. That's inconvenient. It's really inconvenient. He shook his head and said. My friend might be coming over tonight, so it might not be convenient. Is she your girlfriend? Zhang Qian pouted, squinted, and stared intently at Yi Chen. Female friends. Then what are you afraid of? She's not your girlfriend. Yi Chen was speechless for a moment. Has this woman forgotten who she is again? You are a married woman, and I am your lover. If this happened in ancient times, he would have been drowned in a pig cage. Yi Chen sighed and frowned as he said. Don't cause trouble. Go home and be with your husband. Don't always leave him alone at home. That's not good. Pa! You scumbag! Zhang Qian pouted in anger. She had thought she had hooked up with a naive young man. I'm planning to play a simulation racing game. Little did anyone know, Yi Chen's young body housed a seasoned driver in his 30s. He wasn't falling for her seduction tactics at all. Alright, let's split up now. I'll come visit you when I have time. Yi Chen spoke calmly, yet his words were ruthless. Zhang Qian was so angry that she stomped her feet. Scumbag! Bah! You deadbeat scumbag! Yi Chen ignored Zhang Qian's insults, released a mosquito, rode on its back, and flew towards home. Time flew by and it was finally afternoon. The college entrance examination is finally over. Those candidates who were forced to leave the examination area midway because Yi Chen killed all the alien beasts in the wilderness area were granted special approval by the state to take the exam again. Every year for the National College Entrance Examination Gokao, the country prepares 2 examination areas. One is used as the examination room, and the other is used as a backup, in order to prevent unexpected situations. However, these backup examination rooms have never been used even once. There have been repeated suggestions to remove the backup examination rooms. Fortunately, this proposal was not adopted. Otherwise, it would be really awkward. As for those candidates who had used signal guns before, they were not so lucky. Upon seeing the tornado, without even understanding the situation, they immediately used a flare gun. This shows they lack courage. Such people are not qualified to continue taking the college entrance examination, even if they achieve good enough scores. No prestigious university would be willing to accept a group of cowards. After all, the country spends so many resources to cultivate cultivators in the hope that one day these cultivators will be able to shoulder the responsibility of protecting the country and even all mankind. Their cowardly behavior in the examination room shows that these people are simply not up to the task of shouldering such a heavy responsibility. However, Yi Chen was completely unaware of all of this. As soon as he got home, he threw the sheets, blankets, and pillowcases into the washing machine. Then I sat quietly on the sofa, waiting for others to come over. At this time, a group of teachers had already gathered in the admissions offices of major universities. We are currently reviewing first-hand candidate information obtained through special channels. In fact, the college entrance examination scores of these candidates were kept absolutely confidential before the results were released. However, these rules only apply to regular universities. For these prestigious universities with such powerful connections, obtaining the college entrance examination ranking information of test takers is incredibly easy. For the admissions office, these are the only few days of the year that are relatively busy. At this moment, inside the admissions office of the Shanghai Superpower University, the office was now filled with third and fourth tier ability users, a rare sight elsewhere. One of the admissions directors spoke directly. Ladies and gentlemen, the college entrance examination rankings for all provinces across the country have now been released. As usual, let's first take a look at the scores and special abilities of the top scorers in each province. As soon as he finished speaking, his assistant immediately started working on the computer. A few seconds later, the assistant said respectfully, "The director has already imported the data." "Very good, Tianyan, retrieve the information on the top scholar from Kyoto City." As the capital of the Great Xia Kingdom, Kyoto has always been a key focus for admissions offices of various countries. As is customary, the director of the admissions office first searches for the top scorer in Kyoto. Upon receiving the command, the artificial intelligence Tianyan immediately displayed the information of the top scorer in Beijing on the projection screen. First place, Zhang Yi, Kyoto City Junior High School, 17,025 points. Chapter 85 Admissions Office. Tianyan. Get his detailed information. You can't tell anything just by looking at the college entrance exam scores. Detailed information about the other party is required. Receive. After receiving instructions from the director of the admissions office, an electronic voice sounded. Detailed information was then displayed on the projection screen. Zhang Yi, 18 years old, has awakened in A-grade enhanced steel body. His cultivation level is at the great perfection of the first order. My father is a level 4 superhuman. My mother is a scientific researcher. This document is so detailed that it includes the other party's home address, how many houses they own, and their assets. If Yi Chen were there, he would definitely break out in a cold sweat. He hates it when people pry into his background. Having so much information suddenly given to someone is no different from being completely naked. However, everyone in the office had long been used to it. They were already used to the information gathering capabilities of universities. His ability to build a body of steel is among the top-tier abilities even in the A-level category. I believe he should be classified as an A+ level special recruit. Don't rush, let's observe his fighting techniques first. The image of the knife in the projection changed again. It shows the battle scenes between Zhang Yi and various strange beasts. Because of the tight schedule and heavy workload, so they set the speed to the maximum. After watching, everyone rubbed their eyes. One of the teachers said, "I think his combat skills are good, and he is very proficient in using his superpowers. He can be given an A+ special admission spot." What about other people's opinions? I have no objection. I agree. Very good. Since no one has any objections, then Mr. Wang Jianxiang, please make the trip. The admissions director pointed directly at a teacher and appointed him on the spot. Wang Jianxiang, who was chosen, immediately stood up and said, "Don't worry, I guarantee I'll complete the mission. I'll definitely get them." After he finished speaking, he picked up the suit jacket from the back of the chair and put it on. Then he hurriedly left the house. Then the next province, Zhejiang. Time flew by, and the top scorers from each province were discussed by these teachers. The special recruitment level was assessed. Some were rated A+, some were rated A, and some were rated B+. There are fewer and fewer teachers in the office. Soon, it was the turn of Nanjiang province. The top scorer in the college entrance examination in Nanjiang province has only performed averagely in previous years. I guess this year's top scorer will only get a grade of A at best. I don't think so, because from what I know, many children from wealthy families transferred to high schools in Nanjiang province before the college entrance examination. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, this year's top scorer in the Nanjiang province college entrance examination should be from a prominent family in Beijing. You should be aware of their talent and ability. Sigh. Let's wait and see. If all the top scorers in the country are from these powerful families, then it's not very interesting. Following the instructions issued by the director of the admissions office. A flash of light. The information of the top scorer in Nanjiang province was prominently displayed on the screen. First place, Yichen, Zhangcheng No. 4 High School. Score, 2,410,516. Over 24,000 points? Interesting. The top scorer in Nanjiang province has a crushing advantage. Gulu, Teacher Su, if your eyesight is failing, you should get some glasses. Your 24,000 is a six-figure sum, isn't it? 6 digits? That's ones, tens, hundreds, thousands, 10,000s, 100,000s, millions, holy crap. That's over 2 million points? The teachers present were somewhat taken aback by the string of numbers. What's going on? Has the system malfunctioned? Whether there's a malfunction or not, just watch his combat video. Quickly. Tianyan. Play the video. The director of the admissions office was so excited that he could hardly breathe. Although he was somewhat skeptical that the score was real. But deep down he really hoped the score was real. If it's true, this candidate's talent and ability would surely crush this year's top scorer in the college entrance examination. The video begins. It happened right when Yichen was fishing. Everyone was stunned, thinking that Yichen was a rather eccentric candidate. While everyone else was frantically hunting strange beasts, he was leisurely fishing. However, the cooking skills are quite good. It looks very appetizing. The scene then shifts, and everyone sees Yichen hiding inside a residential building, cultivating. The more people looked, the more confused they became. Could this really be a system error? But thinking about it, it makes sense. In previous years, the top scorers in each province have scored around 10,000 points, at most 20,000 points. How could anyone possibly reach 1,000,000 points? What do we do now? Are we just going to watch him cultivate? Tianyan, fast forward to his battle scene. The admissions director was still unwilling to give up. He issued another instruction. The projected images flowed quickly, fast forwarding to the scene of Yichen rushing into the horde of alien beasts to snatch the bloodline fruit. All the teachers held their breath instantly, watching the screen intently. The speed of the heavenly evolution has returned to normal. The first few arrows Yichen fired caught the attention of everyone present, and the director of the admissions office was reluctant to fast forward. So the speed was adjusted back to normal. This archery is terrifying. One arrow can kill so many beasts instantly. His swordsmanship is also amazing. Killing alien beasts is as easy as cutting vegetables. This swordsmanship is at least A level. My God. A candidate has actually mastered a level swordsmanship to such a terrifying level. This talent is terrifying. That's incredible. But that alone shouldn't have been enough for him to get such a high score. Don't rush, keep watching. My intuition tells me this candidate has another trump card. The teacher had just finished speaking. Yichen put away his weapon and ran away in a flash. This slap in the face came so quickly that it left the teacher feeling extremely embarrassed. However, everyone present felt that there was nothing wrong with doing so. After all, there are just too many strange beasts, so it's reasonable to temporarily retreat if you can't win. Then the scene shifts to Yichen rushing into the hurricane bird flock. Everyone looked puzzled. What's wrong with him? Did he get lost and go the wrong way? Doesn't he have a map? He probably forgot because he was running too fast. This is normal, considering there were so many monsters attacking him. It's understandable that he would be nervous. No. Did he look even slightly nervous when he was fighting the hurricane bird? I suspect he's using one tiger to devour another. He deliberately lured the alien beasts into the hurricane bird's territory, hoping to use the hurricane bird to escape the pursuing horde of alien beasts. What exactly is the relationship in Chapter 86? The teachers present largely agreed with that teacher's deduction. They were still curious about where Yi Chen's college entrance examination score came from. At this hunting speed, there simply isn't enough time. Just as they were confused, a tornado appeared. Everyone was instantly dumbfounded. Several teachers then used profanity in succession. Holy crap! Is he even human? Holy crap! This is really a student? What are you all standing there for? Hurry up and come with me to Nanjiang province to snatch them away. After a brief moment of distraction, Zhou Minghua from the admissions office quickly came to his senses. Then I just grabbed my coat. He grabbed his assistant and rushed out. Director! We haven't finished watching the video yet. And we haven't even seen his special ability yet. By the time the teacher finished speaking, Zhou Minghua had already disappeared. The group looked at each other in bewilderment. In the past, it wasn't always the admissions director who was in charge at the headquarters. Then they'll personally go out and recruit students? Why did the director personally come this time? At almost the same time, the admissions directors of the other two prestigious universities also set out. Yi Chen, who was still at home at the time, was completely unaware of this matter. Hey! Yi Chen, I finished my exams and I'm heading back to Zhengqing City right away. Are you home? Yes, how did your exam go? Can you guess? Yi Chen smiled and then casually said. I bet you're the top scorer in Sichuan province? I don't know yet, but I suspect it could very well be me. Great! Come on over, I've prepared some delicious food, let's celebrate together. He Fengling got very excited as soon as she heard about the delicious food. She's been eating energy baseballs every day while taking the exam, and she's been craving them for ages. She wished she could fly over to see Yi Chen every day. Therefore, in this assessment, she channeled her appetite into power, unleashing her full strength. They fought harder and harder, and achieved a very good result. After hanging up the phone, Yi Chen thought for a moment and finally dialed Yi Chengyi's number. Since it's a get-together, let's invite a few more people. Anyway, He Fengling will bring her grandfather over. Hey cousin, I'm planning to have dinner with some friends tonight. Why don't you bring Auntie along too? It'll be more fun with more people. Oh, then I'll ask my mom if she's going. Yi Chen shook her head frantically on the other end of the phone. She was eager for Yi Chen to spend more time with her precious daughter, so why would she interfere with Yi Chen's gathering with her daughter? Oh, my mom said she's busy. Oh, is that so? Then you can come alone. Okay. After hanging up the phone, Yi Chengyi excitedly stood up from the sofa. Mom, my cousin asked me out. Do you think he's interested in me? Of course. Otherwise, why would he contact you right after we broke up? Come here, my darling daughter, I'll buy you a pretty little dress. Yes. Mom. You love me the most. Around 5 p.m. that day, Yi Chengyi was wearing a carefully chosen white dress, white shoes, and white socks. She also had a white lace hair tie on her head. She even had light makeup on her face, which she had put a lot of effort into. Although her beautiful face doesn't need makeup at all, she is very pretty. However, the thought of coming to see Yi Chen made her hesitate. Yi Chengyi felt inexplicably nervous. Ever since Yi Chen made it clear to her that Yi Chen and she were not related by blood, Yi Chengyi felt that she could no longer look Yi Chen in the eye. Every time he saw the other person, his heart would pound wildly. Especially since her own mother hoped that she could date Yi Chen. She became even more nervous. Yi Chengyi arrived at Yi Chen's door and took several deep breaths. I still didn't have the courage to ring the doorbell. Just as she hesitated, a deafening roar echoed through the sky. A gust of wind arose. A helicopter landed straight down in front of Yi Chen's house. Yi Chengyi looked puzzled. Is some important person visiting my cousin's house again? At this moment, the aircraft cabin door opened. Several bodyguards in suits quickly laid out a red carpet on the ground. The next second, long, beautiful legs emerged from inside. He Fengling was wearing sunglasses. His hair was disheveled, and he was wearing a black protective suit. He carried a knife on his back. He still reeked of a pungent, bloody smell. Yi Chengyi stared in disbelief. Is this the eldest daughter of the Yi family? They look like they just came back from the front lines of a battle. She's so beautiful, yet she's completely unkempt. It was completely different from the beautiful and delicate appearance she had seen last time. Upon seeing Yi Qingyi, He Fengling excitedly waved repeatedly. Hey! It's Yi Chen's cousin. Come on, let's go in for a big meal. Yi Chen said he's prepared lots of food and he's waiting for us to eat. Oh. Yi Qingyi's mind went completely blank at that moment. She was simply nodding according to her body's instincts. After entering Yi Chen's house, He Fengling walked into Yi Chen's bathroom with practiced ease and began to take a shower. Yi Chen! You've run out of shampoo, hurry up and bring a bottle in. As soon as she took off her clothes and wet her hair, He Fengling discovered that Yi Chen's shampoo supply was insufficient. She directly asked Yi Chen to bring in the shampoo. Yi Chen, who was cooking in the kitchen, knew He Fengling had arrived as soon as he heard the sound of a shower. He quickly said, Okay, I'm coming right away. Upon seeing this, Yi Qingyi immediately said, I'll deliver it. Cousin, you keep cooking. Oh, thank you so much, cousin. After delivering the shampoo, Yi Qingyi felt like her brain couldn't keep up. What exactly is the relationship between this eldest daughter of the He family and her cousin? Why did Yi Chen have to deliver the shampoo? Didn't she see me? Isn't she afraid her cousin will see her naked? Or did they already sleep together? Moreover, judging from her demeanor, she seems to know a great deal about Yi Chen's family. She actually knew where Yi Chen's spare shampoo was. They even proactively reminded themselves of their position. In this house, why do I seem like the outsider? A strong sense of crisis welled up in Yi Qingyi's heart. This can't go on. My cousin is going to be snatched away. Although Yi Qingyi still doesn't quite understand what her feelings for Yi Chen are. But when I think of a handsome and outstanding guy like Yi Chen, she panicked when someone else took it from her. What to do? Should I really listen to my mother and sleep with my cousin? This is so embarrassing. After Yi Chen finished preparing the meal, Yi Qingyi had already taken a shower. She was wearing a light blue dress at the time. With her long hair flowing over her shoulders and her graceful figure, she looked just like a little princess. Yi Qingyi's attire made her look like the girl next door. Full of youthful campus vibes. Both of them are very beautiful and have great figures. Chapter 87 The Admissions Office Visits. Yi Chen! Come quickly and help me fix my hair. Upon seeing Yi Chen emerge, He Fengling excitedly pointed to her hair. Oh, I'll help you put your hair up after I wash my hands. Yi Chen went to the bathroom, and as soon as he opened the door, he saw Yi Fengling's clothes again. This time, the underwear is pink. Well, this girl doesn't treat herself like an outsider at all. Yi Chen washed his hands, dried them with a towel, and then went outside. Upon seeing Yi Chen emerge, He Fengling had already consciously squatted down in front of the sofa. Yi Chen sat down next to Yi Fengling. Then he took out his comb and started combing her hair. Yi Qingyi, who was standing to the side, was already stunned. When did my cousin learn to do girls' hair? Could it be that he really was already with this Missy all along? Yi Qingyi glanced at the delicious food on the table. He immediately thought of Yi Chen's cooking skills. Yi Chen's cooking used to be terrible. How did Yi Chen acquire such excellent culinary skills in such a short time? Could this also be related to Yi Fengling? Cousin, did you learn to style your hair because of Missy? Yes. Yi Chen didn't know how to do it at first. I just used my hair as an experiment on him, and he learned it after a few tries. Yi Chen, he's so smart. Before Yi Chen could answer, Yi Fengling excitedly spoke first. Oh, I see. After receiving the answer, Yi Qingyi's eyes immediately showed an indescribable sense of disappointment. Sure enough, my cousin and Missy had been together for a long time. So I was the third wheel among them. After Yi Qingyi figured it out, she felt that she was getting in the way of others by staying here. She wanted to escape immediately and find a secluded place to cry. Just then, a doorbell rang outside. Yi Chen asked with a puzzled look. Hey, is that your grandfather? I don't know. He was planning to come, but then he said something came up and he couldn't make it. Upon hearing this, Yi Chen quickly spread his mental energy and saw a man and a woman outside the door. He had never met either of them. Cousin, you continue tying her hair, I'll go open the door for you. Oh, then I'll leave it to my cousin. Yi Chen nodded, completely unaware of the sadness in Yi Qingyi's eyes. The two people outside came in. The man quickly walked up to Yi Chen and then extended his hand. Yi Chen, hello. My name is Zhou Minghua, and I am the director of the admissions office of Shanghai Superpower University. I am here today to offer you a special admission to Shanghai Superpower University. He had barely finished speaking when the doorbell rang again. Zhou Minghua's expression changed drastically. Quickly. Close the door. Hey. Director Zhou. What do you mean by that? Why did you close the door? Are we some kind of bad people? A bearded man in a suit walked in. They were dressed almost identically, and there was a man and a woman in the same outfit. The two hadn't even had a chance to introduce themselves. The doorbell rang again behind me. Then two more people walked in. Zhou Minghua said irritably. How shameless. You barged in before anyone even agreed. Ha, we call this those who achieve great things don't concern themselves with trifles. Yi Chen, let me introduce myself. I am Zhang Mingyuan, the director of the admissions office at Kyoto University. I am Wang Chang, the director of the admissions office at Daxia Academy. The two quickly introduced themselves, while the assistants stood silently behind them. They had already read all of Yi Chen's information on their way here by plane. After learning that Yi Chen was an S-class ability user, they could no longer sit still. This forced the pilots to drive the plane at its maximum speed. Fortunately, it's not too late yet. Hello. Yi Chen disliked this kind of boring social interaction the most, so he just dealt with it casually. All of these people's eyes fell on Yi Chen. Yi Chen asked directly. I wonder if you guys have had dinner yet. Would you like to have dinner together? Oh, we're eating. Oh, we haven't eaten yet. Zhou Minghua originally wanted to say that he had already eaten, but then he smelled the aroma coming from the dining table and saw the food. He suddenly remembered the grilled fish Yi Chen had seen in the video before. I was immediately tempted, so I changed my mind. The other admissions officers looked at them with disdain. We're all foodies. Yes, we've already eaten. Alright, in that case, Director Zhou and this lady, please have lunch with us first. After we finish eating, we can discuss business. Yi Chen could already hear He Fengling's stomach rumbling. We can't let this girl go hungry any longer. Hearing Yi Chen say that it was time to eat, He Fengling's eyes lit up immediately. She didn't care who these people were, nothing was more important than her eating. And so, Yi Chen poured a cup of tea for the other four people. Then, Zhou Minghua, his female assistant, and Yi Chen, a total of 5 people, sat down at the table together. The 5 people at the table enjoyed their meal very much. Zhou Minghua kept repeating, delicious, so delicious. The 4 people on the sofa felt a pang of anxiety. They were drooling as they smelled the delicious aroma on the sofa. I was very curious about what kind of delicious food it was that even a very picky eater like Zhou Minghua had fallen for it. However, out of courtesy, they had to remain seated on the sofa and pretend to be calm. Yi Chen could tell that they really wanted to sit down and eat together. However, Yi Chen would not speak up. Because this meal wasn't originally prepared for this group of people. Zhou Minghua has a huge appetite and eats too fast. It's estimated that after this group leaves, he'll have to cook another meal to feed He Fengling. These people are too proud to admit their mistakes, so let them go hungry. Indeed, in any world, only those with thick skin can eat their fill. Those who are obsessed with saving face will always be the ones who starve to death. The meal was over in about 10 minutes. Zhou Minghua's belly was bulging high, and even a button on her stomach had flown off somewhere. He patted his big belly and let out a satisfied burp. He hadn't eaten so well in a long time. As for He Fengling, she seemed somewhat unsatisfied. It's obvious they weren't full. As for Yi Qingyi, was she full or not? Yi Chen couldn't tell at all. After finishing the meal, the group sat back down on the sofa. The 4 people, whose appetites had already been whetted, just wanted to finish this quickly so they could have dinner. Wang Chang from the Great Xia Academy went straight to the point. Yi Chen, we have seen your college entrance examination scores, and you fully meet our requirements for special admissions. If you agree to join our Great Xia Academy, we can give you a scholarship of 100 million yuan every year. Chapter 88 I Want Them All. Upon hearing this, Yi Qingyi opened her mouth in surprise. This Great Xia Academy is really going all out. 100 million. That's so much money. Keep in mind that her family's total assets are only a little over 700 million. This was something she managed to get out of Yiqin after getting her mother drunk. In other words, my cousin doesn't have to do anything, he can earn 400 million dasha coins in 4 years. That's way too many. Yi Chen lowered his head and remained silent, wanting to hear the other people's bids. If it were when he had just transmigrated, he would have jumped up with excitement. However, recently, he has also earned more than 300 million yuan by personally hunting exotic beasts. Making money is not difficult for him now. So the 100 million yuan scholarship for him was not, at all, unattractive to him. After Daxia Academy made its offer, Zhang Mingyuan from Kyoto University began by saying, "If you join Kyoto University, we'll cover all your weapons, protective suits, and living expenses for 4 years. Plus, we'll give you a scholarship of 10 million yen every year." Cultivator weapons and protective suits are notoriously expensive. Kyoto University is truly showing its sincerity. If I agree, I don't know how much money I'll save over 4 years of university. Finally, it was Zhou Minghua's turn. He glanced at Yi Chen and noticed that he didn't seem very interested in money. After a moment's thought, he finally spoke. "My Shanghai University can grant you admission as an S-level special admission student. You can freely browse any of my Shanghai University's secret manuals. In addition, you can receive one S-level cultivation resource every year." What? Old Zhou. Do you even know how much an S-grade cultivation resource costs? Is that something you can just promise like that? Exactly. You've given him so many cultivation resources, what about the other students? The other 2 admissions directors immediately became restless. If what Zhou Minghua said is true, then what's the point of them playing this game? Yi Chen and Yi Qingyi looked puzzled, wondering what S-level cultivation resources were. He Fengling, who knew the inside story, said with a shocked expression, "S-grade cultivation resources, including the blood of a king-level beast, grade 7 pills, S-grade protective clothing, and S-grade special weapons. These things cannot be bought with money." After listening, Yi Chen and Yi Qingyi suddenly understood. Seeing everyone's shock, Zhou Minghua laughed triumphantly. "First of all, our Shanghai University has a close cooperation with the military. We have no shortage of the corpses of king-level beasts, nor do we lack precious metal materials, or rare flowers and herbs. Secondly, our Shanghai Superpower University follows an elite route. All training resources are obtained through competition. Only top-tier geniuses deserve our dedicated resources for their development." After speaking, Zhou Minghua didn't forget to give Yi Chen a flattering look. "I believe that Yi is worth our investment." What could the other 2 say? Not only did we miss dinner, but we also failed to recruit a single person. I'm furious. He was about to get up and leave immediately. Just as everyone was about to leave, He Fengling immediately spoke up. "Hey, don't go yet. Can you help me check if I'm the top scorer in Sichuan province?" The 4 people who were about to get up and leave immediately sat back down. "Since we're already here, we can't just go back empty-handed. Even if it's just a less capable student, that would be fine." Under He Fengling's expectant gaze, they helped He Fengling take a look. The top scorer in Sichuan province is named He Fengling. What's your name, classmate?" "Ha ha ha. I knew it. I knew I could win first place. Humph. My grandpa even said it was impossible. Ha ha ha." After reviewing He Fengling's scores and her special abilities, the 2 admissions directors. "While I do find it quite impressive, it's rare to see an A-rank ability that nearly rivals wind attribute abilities. But the thought of Yi Chen, an S-class superpowered being, flying away. They felt empty, even though He Fengling had joined their school. They couldn't be happy at all. So they said calmly, "Young man, would you be willing to join our great Xia Academy? Hey He Fengling, would you like to join our Kyoto University?" Zhou Minghua, who was standing to the side, didn't want to compete with them for students anymore, since he had already poached an S-level student. If they were to try and snatch this one A-level spot, it would be rather unseemly. But then he suddenly remembered that when he first entered the room, he saw Yi Chen combing He Fengling's hair. He immediately became alert. Could these 2 be lovers? If that's the case, then he absolutely has to snatch He Fengling. Otherwise, if Yi Chen can't accept a long-distance relationship and runs off with this female classmate, then everything will be for nothing. So he quickly said, "Hey He Fengling, if you join our school, I'm willing to offer you the benefits of an A+ special admission." Zhou Minghua. Don't go too far. It's one thing to have already stolen an S-level student, but now you're trying to steal an L-level student too. Your behavior is just too disgusting. That's right. Old Joe. You should at least leave us a drop of soup when you eat meat. You've taken it all. That's really going too far. Zhou Minghua sat up straight on the sofa, looking completely unfazed by the dangers posed by the surroundings. Humph. We're competitors now. So naturally we have to compete fairly. Public matters are public matters, and private matters are private matters. They can't be mixed up. Although the three of them graduated from the same university and have a good relationship in private, they now represent different schools. Zhou Minghua was determined not to give an inch. After speaking, he turned to look at Yi Qingyi and said, "Young man, I can also offer you the A+ special admission treatment." Old Zhou. You're crazy. So that's how it is. Now that things have turned out this way, they certainly understand what's going on. The girl in the white dress had been with Yi Chen the whole time in the exam room. The two seemed to have a very close relationship. Zhou Minghua was clearly worried that Yi Chen would run away for a woman. However, the problem now is, which of these two female classmates is Yi Chen's girlfriend? Or perhaps both? Zhou Minghua, on the other hand, was more straightforward and blunt. He was too lazy to guess. They packed both female students up and sent them to the Shanghai Superpower University. Let Yi Chen choose for himself. The two admissions directors, realizing their mistake too late, were immediately filled with regret. Ugh! What a pig brain I am! Zhou Minghua is really too cunning. He Fengling said excitedly. Wherever Yi Chen goes, I will go. What cultivation resources? Nothing is more important than food. The He family lacks nothing now. We're just missing a cook. A chef like Yi Chen. Chapter 89 Rare Superpowers. Hearing this, Yi Qingyi became even more convinced that the eldest daughter of the Yi family and Yi Chen were having an affair. Yi Chen, on the other hand, looked puzzled. If he didn't know He Fengling's personality, he would definitely think that this brat liked him. However, Yi Chen, who had shared a bed with He Fengling, knew all too well that this girl was completely ignorant about matters between men and women. They didn't even have a concept of that. The He family has protected He Fengling too well over the years. As a result, she had absolutely no sense of caution towards boys. Upon hearing this, Zhou Minghua immediately looked smug. The other two looked disappointed. Then, they turned their attention to Yi Qingyi. Feeling the gazes of everyone, Yi Qingyi became somewhat flustered. If she hadn't known about the relationship between He Fengling and Yi Chen before, she would have said the same thing as He Fengling. The other two admissions directors had already gotten up and were preparing to leave. After all, is there even a need to choose? Yi Qingyi said in a flustered manner. I'll call my mother and ask. Despite what she said, the two admissions directors had no intention of staying to recruit her. From Yi Qingyi's tone, they had already guessed that Yi Chen and this girl could not possibly be lovers. After all, if they really are in a romantic relationship, she shouldn't have hesitated. Her current reaction should be, I want to study at another university. Yi Chen, would you be willing to switch universities for me? This is the normal reaction. Since she is not an important person to Yi Chen, then there's no need to recruit them. After all, they had investigated Yi Qingyi's special abilities in combat videos before they came. Both his strength and superpowers are very poor. He relied on others the whole time. We're leaving now. I'm leaving too. The admissions offices of both universities simply left. Yi Chen looked displeased. Don't these guys realize how much of a blow this is to a young girl? Seeing that Yi Qingyi's face and ears were red, Yi Chen quickly said, Cousin, let's join the Shanghai Superpower University together. Director Zhou is offering great terms. Don't hesitate. Hearing Yi Chen's words. Yes. Join our Shanghai Superpower University, and I guarantee you won't regret it. My conditions remain the same, and I guarantee you an A+ special admission status. Zhou Minghua, who has a high emotional intelligence, is most adept at reading people's expressions and moods. He immediately extended another invitation. But Yi Qingyi was still somewhat hesitant. She really didn't want to be a third wheel. However, the other two universities did not invite her. This made her feel somewhat embarrassed. Yi Chen said, My cousin's superpower is a three-tailed white fox, and she's an A-level beast transformation ability user. Your Shanghai University admitted her as an A-plus special recruit, so you didn't lose out. What? A three-tailed white fox? Upon hearing this, the group of people who were about to leave immediately ran back. It's important to know that although the three-tailed white fox is a spiritual being, its physical strength is also very powerful. It is an extremely special, flawless, and unique beastly ability. People who possess this special ability. Whether you choose the combat skills approach or the mind control approach, you are an absolute genius. This ability is definitely the top-tier ability among rank abilities. Seeing those people return, Zhou Minghua looked displeased. Didn't you leave? What are you still doing here? Go away. Don't get in the way. Let me tell you. This female student is from our Shanghai Superpower University. Old Zhou, what's the rush? This female student hasn't even said she wants to join your Shanghai club yet. The director of admissions at Kyoto University gave Zhou Minghua a disapproving look, then turned to Yi Qingyi and said expectantly, Miss, could you demonstrate your special ability? Oh well. Yi Qingyi nodded, and then a pair of fluffy white ears appeared on her head. 3 fluffy tails also grew from its rear end. It really is a three-tailed white fox. That's amazing. Is this the legendary three-tailed white fox? It's so beautiful. Our great Xia kingdom hasn't seen such a supernatural ability for many years. I never imagined that such a remote and small place like Jiangcheng could give birth to such a powerful and rare supernatural ability. Unbelievable. Everyone present stared in disbelief, clearly influenced by the three-tailed white fox. This is also due to the rarity of this superpower. The female assistants, in particular, were extremely envious, as they had heard that this superpower not only made the superpowered person infinitely charming. It can also make the superhuman more and more beautiful and charming. This female student, our school is willing to offer you the same preferential treatment as your brother. Furthermore, you are free to browse all the secret manuals. My Great Xia Academy is the same. We are willing to give you a scholarship of 100 million yuan a year. In addition, you can freely browse the secret manuals of Great Xia Academy. The 2 admissions directors looked at Yi Qingyi with longing expressions. They really didn't want to miss out on this top-tier A class, having already lost an S class. Seeing this, Zhou Minghua became a little anxious this cooked duck couldn't be allowed to fly away. This is the power of a three-tailed white fox. Although it's not quite an S-class power, it's almost there. Zhou Minghua gritted his teeth, slapped his thigh, and then said, S rank it is. Damn it. I'll give it my all. I'll treat you the same as Yichen. I'll make you an S rank special recruit. After he finished speaking, the admissions officers from the other 2 universities looked at Zhou Minghua as if he were crazy. If Yichen were to be designated as an S-level special recruit, they could certainly understand it, since Yichen was already an S-level ability user, and his talent and potential were undeniable. But Yi Qingyi probably isn't good enough for S rank, right? Isn't Zhou Minghua afraid of being punished by the school for doing this? When Yichen heard that Zhou Minghua had offered such good terms, he was immediately happy for Yi Qingyi. So he quickly took Yi Qingyi's hand and said, Cousin, don't hesitate, just agree. The conditions offered by the Shanghai University of Superpowers are just too generous. Okay, then I'll join the Shanghai Superpower University. At this moment, Yi Qingyi felt a little dizzy. She never expected her superpower to be so popular. Upon hearing Yi Qingyi's decision, the admissions officers from the other 2 schools sighed and left with disappointed expressions. There's nothing we can do. The Shanghai Superpower University is just that rich and powerful. Those 2 schools are nowhere near as good. After the people from the 2 schools left, Yichen turned to Zhou Minghua and said, I wonder if the Shanghai Superpower University can provide S-level cultivation resources in advance. Of course, but you have to register at the school first. Our school has staff on campus during the summer vacation. Zhou Minghua took out 3 admission notices from his bag, signed his name on them, and distributed them to Yi Chen and the other 2. All you need to do is take this acceptance letter to enter the school. Chapter 90 Why are you in my bed again? Yi Chen declined Zhou Minghua's invitation to travel with him, as he planned to take the high-speed train to school the next day. Anyway, summer vacation is still long, so there's no rush. Yi Chen, I'm hungry, can I? Okay. I'll go cook now. Oh, and here's your knife back. I have a new one now. After saying that, Yi Chen took out the red knife from his spatial storage and handed it to Yi Fengling. No need to return it, it's yours. I have plenty of knives like this anyway. He Fengling waved her hands repeatedly, refusing to take the knife. Yi Chen still handed over the knife. After all, his relationship with He Fengling was still just that of friends. There's no need to always take advantage of your friends. If he and she develop a romantic relationship, he will naturally not be rude to her. Here's your thing back. I don't like owing people things. Oh. After He Fengling put away the knife, Yi Qingyi asked. Cousin, when are you planning to enroll at the Shanghai University of Superpowers? I plan to leave tomorrow. I'll drive you there. No need, I'll take the high-speed rail instead. It's far from Shanghai, and driving for such a long time will be tiring. Yi Chen refused Yi Qingyi's offer, which left Yi Qingyi somewhat disappointed. He Fengling, on the other hand, was very excited. She smiled and said, I want to ride the high-speed rail too. I've never seen what a high-speed rail looks like before. Seeing how well He Fengling and Yi Chen got along, Yi Qingyi felt a little sad again. Just then, the phone rang. Yi Qingyi opened the call and saw it was from her mother. She immediately called out in person. I'm going out to answer a phone call. Oh, then I'll go cook. Yi Chen, hurry up. I'm starving. After rushing out of her house, Yi Qingyi walked to an open space and, after confirming that no one was around, answered the phone. Hey, my sweet daughter, how's your date with Yi Chen going? What kind of date is this? It's just a simple gathering. Immediately afterwards, Yi Qingyi recounted the relationship between He Fengling and Yi Chen. After a moment of silence, Yi Qingyi, on the other end of the phone, said casually, Sai, my dear daughter, what's the big deal? Since your cousin has a girlfriend, you two can share a husband for 2 years. Anyway, the marriage law doesn't apply to you superhumans. What? Mom, are you still my mom? You actually let your own daughter become someone else's concubine. You've gone too far. Yi Qingyi was stunned by Yi Qingyi's words, even though she had always known that her mother was very fierce. But hearing these words all at once made her feel quite uncomfortable. Sigh. What era are we living in? Still talking about concubines. Just tell me if you're willing or not. If you're not, then pretend I didn't say anything. As long as you don't regret it later. Yi Qingyi's words immediately silenced Yi Qingyi. She touched her pretty face. She hesitated for a moment, because she still didn't know whether she liked Yi Chen or not. After hanging up the phone, Yi Qingyi returned to Yi Chen's house and said, I'm going to take the high-speed train with you guys to the Shanghai Superpower University tomorrow. Okay. Let's do it together. He Fengling happily walked over to Yi Qingyi and pulled her to sit on the sofa to chat. This left Yi Qingyi completely bewildered. She was a little confused about what the eldest daughter of the Yi family was thinking. I'm about to be a third wheel for you guys, and you're still so happy. On the plane, Zhou Minghua's assistant asked in confusion. Director, why did you designate Yi Qingyi as an S-level special recruit? How are we going to explain this when we get back? Have you ever heard a legend? As Zhou Minghua spoke, he admired the beautiful scenery outside the window. The female assistant asked, puzzled. What legend? Legend has it that the three-tailed white fox's power can evolve. It can eventually evolve into an SSS level 9-tailed white fox power. Do you think this legend is true? Ah. The female assistant was a little confused. Although she had heard of this legend, she had never taken it seriously. What's wrong with the director? How could he believe such a ridiculous legend? Zhou Minghua turned to look at his female assistant and saw the disbelieving look in her eyes. He didn't say anything more. The next morning, Yi Chen was woken up by a phone call. He rubbed his eyes and answered the phone. You brat. Is my granddaughter at your house? Oh, she is indeed at my house. Don't worry, she's fine. You're not sleeping with her again, are you? No, Who is Yi Chen? It's so noisy. Yi Chen was completely dumbfounded. Holy crap. Am I hallucinating? Why do I hear He Fengling's voice? Yi Chen looked down and saw Yi Qingyi lying on his chest. And he put his other hand on his shoulder. And she kept snuggling into his arms. Yi Chen could even clearly feel the two soft mounds on He Fengling's chest. It's soft and very comfortable. Well, you little rascal. You've been flirting with my granddaughter and taking advantage of her again while I wasn't home. Let me tell you, if you dare to do anything to my granddaughter, just wait until I'm done with this. I'll beat you to death. After finishing his rant, he flinchy angrily hung up the phone. Yi Chen was completely bewildered. He genuinely had no idea how this girl ended up in his bed. Was she sleepwalking? Yi Chen clearly remembered that he had settled her in a guest room last night. Sigh. I'll have to install a camera in the living room sometime, otherwise I really won't be able to explain myself. Yi Chen glanced at the beautiful girl in his arms. The phrase, so beautiful it could make fish sink, geese fall from the sky, the moon hide its face, and flowers blush is simply insufficient to describe it. How beautiful. Ever since this body had some dealings with Zhang Qian, he felt he was losing control of his impulses. Sure enough, that kind of thing is addictive. Yi Chen decisively turned around and embraced the beautiful girl. Wow! It's so soft and comfortable, and smells wonderful. About 10 minutes later, Fengming finally woke up, her eyes wide open, her face full of innocence. Yi Chen, what are you doing in my room? Look for yourself, whose room is this? Oh. I'm so sorry. I'll get up right away. Fengming quickly broke free from Yi Chen's embrace and hurriedly ran out of her room. As soon as she stepped out, she ran into Yi Qingyi, who had just gotten up. Yi Qingyi revealed an expression that said, I knew it. Fengming clearly slept with her last night. The next day, she actually came out of her cousin's room. Moreover, their furtive behavior clearly indicates that they've done something wrong. Is this young lady from the Yi family really being so proactive? Can't you even endure one night? Chapter 91 Mayor's Visit. Seeing Yi Qingyi staring intently at her, Fengming gave an awkward smile. Good morning, Sister Qingyi. Good morning. After washing up and having breakfast, the group was preparing to leave. Suddenly, Yi Chen received a phone call. The caller ID showed that it was from Jiangqing City's Superpower 4. He looked puzzled. The college entrance exam is already over, so why are you still looking for him? After the call connected, Lu Qingfeng's voice came from the other end. Yi Chen, come to the school immediately. The mayor of Jiangqing City, Nanjiang Province, wants to see you. Okay, I'll be right there. Yi Chen also looked confused. I don't understand why this mayor is coming here. Cousin, let me drive you home. No need, Sister Qingyi. You can ride in our family's helicopter. Helicopters are fast. The group boarded Fengling's plane, which was extremely luxurious. All seats are made of genuine leather. The interior space is also very large. Even if 20 more people sit there, it won't feel crowded at all. Moreover, the entire journey was escorted by these 10 level 2 experts dressed in suits and sunglasses, giving one a strong sense of security. Yi Chen, do you guys need some drinks? Give me a glass of mineral water. As soon as he finished speaking, a robot walked over. He handed Yi Chen a bottle of water. After everyone fastened their seatbelts, the helicopter then took off. About a few minutes later, the plane landed smoothly on the playground of the 4th middle school. The students and reporters on the playground were all dumbfounded. The mayor, who was being entertained in his office, looked displeased. There are actually people who act more arrogantly than me. Isn't this stealing my thunder? Just as he was feeling displeased, a cheer erupted from the playground. The mayor immediately stood up and looked out the window. A group of students surrounded 2 girls and a boy with shining eyes. The boy was handsome, and the other 2 girls were beautiful. These 3 are definitely better looking than any celebrity. This is... The mayor adjusted his glasses and then looked down carefully. Finally, I recognized him. The boy was none other than today's main character, Yi Chen. The mayor immediately went downstairs excitedly. The results of the college entrance examination were originally scheduled to be released in a few days. However, Yi Chen's college entrance examination score was simply too outstanding. It's hard not to notice him, even if you don't want to. With scores like these, there's no need to look at the other candidates. Yi Chen is absolutely the provincial champion. In the past, after the college entrance examination scores were released, there was always a special press conference. There is absolutely no need for the mayor to visit in person. However, Jiangqing City is really insignificant in Nanjiang Province. Whether in terms of economy or education, it lags far behind other provinces. In every previous college entrance examination, if we didn't recruit scions of prominent families from other regions to fill in, let alone produce a provincial top scorer, there hasn't even been a single student who made it into the top 500. This resulted in the mayor of Jiangcheng City being completely outmatched by mayors of other cities. The people of Jiangcheng also felt extremely ashamed. Therefore, after each college entrance examination, people from other cities would excitedly discuss who might be the provincial champion this year. Only the people of Nanjiang City are completely uninterested in this topic and unwilling to discuss it with others. Originally, the mayor of Nanjiang City was also very pessimistic about this year's college entrance examination. He felt a headache coming on whenever he thought about the results of the college entrance examination. What he never expected was, this time, the director of the education department actually took the initiative to call him and congratulate him. He looked puzzled. He assumed the other person was mocking him. Later, Niu Ziyuan told him about what he had seen and heard in the examination room. Only then did he believe that Jiangcheng City, which he was in charge of, was finally going to produce a top scorer in the college entrance examination. Moreover, this top scorer in the college entrance examination is an S-level student. He was so excited that he couldn't sleep all night. Finally, he even got out of bed and rushed to number 4 middle school overnight, wanting to personally meet Yi Chen, the one who would help him avenge his previous humiliation. On the playground, the reporters looked puzzled. They were all woken up in the middle of the night by a phone call from their boss. They said they wanted to interview someone about the top scorer in Nanjiang province. They were also completely bewildered. The college entrance exam scores haven't even come out yet. What's wrong with my boss? Now, let's interview the provincial top scorer. Moreover, even if they really wanted to interview the top scorer in the province, they shouldn't have come to Jiangcheng City. Everyone knows that Jiangcheng City has weak educational resources. The college entrance examination in previous years has never been related to the provincial top scorer. Although this year, Jiangcheng City somehow managed to bring in a group of scions from prominent families who came from Kyoto. However, judging from the publicly available data, this year's provincial champion should be Zhang Yu from Binjiang City. How could the top scorer in the college entrance examination possibly come from Jiangcheng City? Even if it really did appear in Jiangcheng City, it shouldn't be number 4 middle school. Aren't those scions of wealthy families in number 1 middle school? Shouldn't they be interviewing at number 1 middle school now? These journalists voiced their doubts. But their boss wasn't sure either. They had only heard rumors that the director of admissions from a prestigious university had gone to Jiangcheng City. They even made a special inquiry about the situation at number 4 middle school. Furthermore, they received information that the mayor of Jiangcheng City was going to meet with a certain student in person today. And this student is very likely to be the top scorer in the province. After hearing this, the reporters no longer complained. After all, my boss wouldn't do something he wasn't sure of. The 3 reporters, including Yi Chen, slowly walked towards the office. They also looked puzzled. What's wrong with these 3 students? Didn't they realize that some important person is coming today? Aren't you afraid the mayor will be displeased by walking over so recklessly? The high school students who knew some of the inside information were very excited. Hey! Senior Yi, you're finally here. Please, can I get your autograph? I'm your fan. Senior Yi, are the monsters in the exam hall tasty? Do you have any food recommendations? Senior Yi. You're so handsome. I like you so much. Senior Yi, you look so cool wielding a knife. What kind of knife technique are you using? Yi Chen looked embarrassed as he faced the group of younger students. He really doesn't like these kinds of occasions. The reporters were completely bewildered. But some clever reporters had already started taking pictures. As for why we took the photos? Because it's free. Anyway, there's no harm in taking the photos, I can just delete them later. But if this boy really is the top scorer in the province, these photos might make the headlines. Chapter 92, Taking the High-Speed Rail. The mayor ran over excitedly, reached out and shook Yi Chen's hand, saying, "Here he comes. Yi Chen, the top scholar of Nanjiang province." Upon hearing this, the reporters could no longer sit still and began frantically pressing their shutters. When the mayor saw the reporters, he turned around and faced them together with Yi Chen. He had waited far too long for this day. Although he is now trying to ride on the popularity of a student. However, he was content as long as he could humiliate the other mayors of Nanjiang province, and he didn't care at all about the methods used. I knew Senior Yi would be this year's provincial champion. I knew it. The college entrance exam scores haven't been released yet, so how come there's already a top scorer? My brother and Senior Yi took the college entrance exam together. He called me and said that Senior Yi killed almost all the monsters in the entire exam hall by himself. This means the other test takers have no monsters to kill. My brother is still having to retake his exams because of this. What? He killed them all by himself? And what was this Senior Yi's college entrance exam score? Probably over 2 million points. Wow. That's way too much. Some students were talking about it privately. In no time, the news that Yi Chen had single-handedly wiped out all the strange beasts in the wilderness spread like wildfire. The reporters finally found out what had happened. They were all extremely excited. If what these students are saying is true, then their interviews will definitely make headlines today. Yi Chen was immediately surrounded by people who asked him many questions. Yi Chen's answer was watertight. They are all standard answers. First and foremost, I want to thank the country. Thank you, government. Thank you, people. Thank you, Director of the Education Department. Thank you for your guidance, Mayor. Thank you, Principal. Thank you, teachers. Thank you, parents. When these words were first spoken, Yi Chen felt so disgusted that he wanted to vomit. But after saying the first word of thanks, Yi Chen went all out. The more I say it, the smoother it becomes. The mayor, standing nearby, nodded repeatedly, thinking to himself, this student truly lives up to his title of provincial champion. He's really fallen for the trap. He was initially worried that Yi Chen wouldn't understand these things and that it would make the situation very awkward. He had even written a speech for Yi Chen. He just needs to read it aloud. Now it's all good, it seems like we don't need to at all. Principal Lu Qingfeng, who was standing to the side, was also very satisfied. Both of them were very generous with their praise for Yi Chen. Xia Ping, on the other hand, was a bit confused by the reporter's questions. After all, she really didn't know anything about Yi Chen. Fortunately, Lu Qingfeng was well prepared and immediately fabricated a very inspiring story in front of the reporters. Yi Chen, who was standing to the side, was stunned. However, he did not expose this lie. After all, it doesn't matter which world or country it is. People don't care about the so-called truth at all. What they really care about is whether the story is one they want to hear. Just like the story of Edison. Even though they know it's fake, many people still choose to believe it. After dealing with these people, Xia Ping led Yi Chen aside and quietly asked, Yi Chen, now that you've finished your college entrance exams, have any prestigious universities contacted you? Yes, the admissions directors of the 3 universities, Shanghai University of Superpowers, Kyoto University of Superpowers, and Daxia University, came last night. So which school did you choose? The Shanghai University of Superpowers. They offered the best terms. Oh, that puts my mind at ease. At first, Xia Ping was a little worried that Yi Chen wouldn't understand these things and would be fooled by an ordinary school. After hearing that Yi Chen had chosen the Shanghai University of Superpowers, she was completely relieved. Seeing that the matter had been resolved, Yi Chen was about to leave. In front of everyone, the mayor took out a huge box from his spatial ring. When the box was opened, it was found to be full of money. The mayor said, "This is the prize money for the top scorer in Nanjiang province. It was originally supposed to be 50 million, but given Yi Chen's exceptional performance, I've added another 10 million to your account, making it a total of 60 million. Here you go." The mayor opened the box containing the money, revealing it to be full of cash. The students present watched with wide eyes. They all thought to themselves, no wonder their families insisted that they take the martial arts exam. The bonus they receive from just one college entrance exam is enough to feed them for a lifetime. If we go to the wilderness area to hunt some exotic beasts, getting rich quick is not a dream at all. Unfortunately, these students completely overlooked something extremely important. That is, only a minority of people in this world can ever make a lot of money. Yi Chen glanced at the money, then smiled and put it into his spatial storage. Having earned over 300 million yuan, Yi Chen now considers 60 million yuan as a small sum. He remained completely unmoved. After leaving school, Yi Qingyi asked, "Should we head to the Shanghai University of Superpowers now?" Yi Chen checked the time. Then he nodded and said, "Let's go then." The 3 of them then took a helicopter to the high-speed rail station. "You all go back first. I'll talk to my grandfather myself." He Fengling waved goodbye to her bodyguards. The people around were completely dumbfounded. Where did this rich young lady come from? She has the option of flying, but she chooses to take the high-speed rail instead. Are they here to experience life? After Yi Chen bought tickets for the three of them, he boarded the high-speed train. Because it was summer vacation, there were quite a few people taking the high-speed rail. Some people went there to work during the summer vacation, while others, like Yi Chen, wanted to visit the school. The city of Shanghai has more than just one university. It's just that the Shanghai University of Superpowers is more famous, which overshadows the reputation of other universities. There were several people on the high-speed train who were the same age as Yi Chen. Full of youthful energy, with that adorable naivete in their eyes, you can tell at a glance they are college students, or about to enter college. After the three of them got on the bus, He Fengling sat in the window seat. Yi Qingyi sat in the middle, while Yi Chen sat in the aisle position. He Fengling, who was taking the high-speed rail for the first time, looked around with great curiosity. I'm interested in everything. Yi Chen, why isn't the car moving yet? The car's start time is fixed, so you'll need to wait a few more minutes. Oh. He Fengling's words immediately attracted the attention of the boys sitting in front of Yi Chen and his group. After glancing at He Fengling, he was immediately awestruck by her beauty. This girl. He wants it. Just as he was about to go over and strike up a conversation, he caught a glimpse of Yi Qingyi sitting next to He Fengling out of the corner of his eye. Wow! What's going on today? I've run into two amazing girls all at once. Both her looks and figure are top-notch. He glanced at Yi Chen, who was sitting by the aisle, and said, Excuse me, could you please change seats? Chapter 93 Lu Feng. No trade. Yi Chen decisively rejected this guy who was clearly driven by lust. I say, my friend, don't you know that a gentleman helps others achieve their goals? You're alone and have no relation to these two girls. Isn't it a little inappropriate for you to sit next to them? Get out of here. Believe me or I'll beat you up. Yi Chen was in a good mood, having traveled on the high-speed train with the two beautiful women. Unexpectedly, I encountered a fly-like character on the way. Make him hate it. Hey Lu Feng. If someone doesn't want to change seats, they don't have to. Why are you making such a fuss? A girl standing nearby couldn't stand it anymore. Seeing injustice, she spoke up and said a few words of justice. But Lu Feng remained relentless, looking at Yi Qingyi and He Fengling in the corner with a fawning expression. Ladies, may I have your contact information? Why should I give you my contact information? He Fengling, who rarely interacts with other people, scratched her head in confusion. Seeing how innocent the girl in the corner was, Lu Feng, a seasoned driver, was thrilled. This kind of girl is the easiest to fool. And she's most likely a virgin. Yi Chen saw Lu Feng's disgusting face. He threw a punch right at it. If you dare bother us like a fly again, I'll kill you. Lu Feng was knocked to the ground by a punch. The people in the carriage all turned around to see what was going on. Why did you hit me? Lu Feng was somewhat taken aback. He used to flirt with girls. At most, I'll just get a scolding. This is the first time I've ever been beaten up. Moreover, judging from the punching power the opponent just displayed, the other party must be a superhuman, and quite powerful at that. Yi Chen glanced at Lu Feng on the ground. These two girls are my friends. If you dare to harass them again, I'll kill you. Pa! So you're a prostitute. You should have said so earlier. How much per night? Ha ha ha. Lu Feng sneered. He launched into a tirade of sarcasm at Yi Qingyi and He Fengling. He operates on the principle of, if I can't have it, I'll destroy it. They directly labeled Yi Qingyi as a prostitute. The people in the car had meaningful expressions on their faces. Yi Chen's face immediately turned ashen. With his second-tier cultivation, he crushed Lu Feng. In an instant, Lu Feng felt as if he were being stared at by a colossal beast from the abyss. He was so scared that he wet his pants. Everyone burst into laughter. Seeing that the other person was so frightened that his eyes were glazed over, Yi Chen stopped making things difficult for him. After all, causing someone's death in public is a very troublesome matter. If you really want to give someone something, you have to do it discreetly. Lu Feng saw that everyone around him was laughing at him. He immediately covered his face and prepared to rush off the high-speed train. But the high-speed train had already started moving. He couldn't get off. Left with no other choice, he rushed into the bathroom. The woman who had been with Lu Feng earlier walked over casually, smiling as she said, Wow, you're amazing. You must be a superhuman. Let's get acquainted. My name is Song Zhaodi. Hello, my name is Yichen. Your friend has some ulterior motives. You'd better stay away from him. Yichen looked at this burly woman and could tell from her name that she was born into a family that favored sons over daughters. Judging from her physique, you can tell she's done a lot of physical labor since she was young. Song Jiaodi smiled. He and I weren't friends. We just happened to go to the same school, and then we ran into each other on the street and started dating. After greeting everyone, Song Jiaodi returned to her seat. Lu Feng changed his pants and then returned to his seat. Feeling the strange looks from those around him, he became somewhat embarrassed and angry. What are you looking at? A bunch of lowly ants. I'm a superhuman. I'm a student at Shanghai University. You'd better show me some respect. Upon hearing this, everyone around immediately looked away. I dared not watch any longer. After all, people with superpowers are the elite of society, and they are not people that ordinary people like them can mess with. The words Shanghai University in particular silenced everyone. Yi Chen frowned inwardly. This kind of person exists in the Magic City Superpower University? Seeing that everyone was intimidated, Lu Feng secretly felt smug. At this moment, he remembered the insult Yi Chen had just given him. He looked at Yi Chen with a smug expression and said, "Kid, I admit you're pretty good. But it's a pity. In this world, connections are everything. You don't have any connections, and I can have someone take care of you in a heartbeat." Really? Then call someone over so I can see for myself. Do you really think I'm afraid of you? If we're talking about people with connections, He Fengling is the most qualified to speak on this matter. The Ho family is a true elite family. Yi Chen smiled and glanced at He Fengling, who was sitting in the corner, looking out the window with curiosity. Yi Chen, what's wrong? Is something the matter? Feeling Yi Chen's gaze, He Fengling finally came to her senses. Yi Chen smiled. It's okay. Once we get to Shanghai, where do you guys want to go? Beautiful lady, would you like to visit Shanghai University? If so, I can use my connections to get you in. He Fengling and Yi Qingyi hadn't even had a chance to speak yet. Lu Feng then interrupted. Seeing that Yi Chen and the others were ignoring him, he then continued speaking to himself. If you want to visit Shanghai University, just follow me, and I can ask my family to get each of you a ticket to go in. The Shanghai University of Superpowers has always been known for its strict admission requirements but lenient graduation standards. It is generally not open to the public. You can only get in by making an appointment in advance through connections. Inside the carriage, a girl, upon hearing this, immediately looked at Lu Feng excitedly and asked, "Excuse me, can you really get tickets to get in? Can you take me in?" Lu Feng looked the woman up and down. Although her looks and figure are not as good as those two girls, but she's quite good looking. Lu Feng was very satisfied. He nodded and said, "Sure, for me it's just a matter of one phone call." After saying that, he continued to extend an olive branch to Yi Qingyi and the others. "Hey, you two girls, do you want to come together?" "No need, we can go in ourselves." He Fengling shook her head. She was a little puzzled. Was it really that complicated to get into a superpower university in Shanghai? Can't we just go in directly? She didn't understand. She always used to just fly in. Nobody stopped her at all. Seeing Yi Fengling's blank and innocent expression, Lu Feng was certain that this girl must be a country bumpkin who had never seen the world. With just a few simple tricks, we can definitely take it down easily. My friend, you should know that tickets to Shanghai University are allocated by lottery. And not just anyone is eligible to participate in the lottery. Chapter 94 Song Jiaodi. So after all that bragging, you still need to go through a lottery in the end? Yi Chen looked disgusted. This guy reminded him of a junior high school classmate from his previous life. In junior high, I used to brag all the time about how good I was at studying. He's in his 30s, and he brags every day about how popular he is with women and how much money he makes. In reality, even if you know a lot of women, isn't he still a bachelor? He brags about how much money he makes, but isn't he just someone else's lackey? But this kind of person will never realize how disgusting and hateful they are. He keeps bragging, and he never stops. Just like Lu Feng, he continued to boast. At least I'm eligible to participate in the lottery, unlike some people who aren't even eligible. Do you even need a lottery to get into the Shanghai University of Superpowers? Can't you just go in with the acceptance letter? Yi Chen didn't want to listen to this fly's babbling anymore. He directly revealed his identity as a student at the Shanghai Superpower University. Upon hearing this, Lu Feng immediately sized Yi Chen up and down. Do you know how serious the crime of impersonating the Shanghai Superpower University is? Never heard of it. Yi Chen had never heard of impersonating a college student being a crime. Does this guy not even have basic legal knowledge? Do you even know that Shanghai University of Superpowers is the university I dream of attending the most? How dare you claim to be from Shanghai University of Superpowers? Lu Feng's eyes were filled with rage. The university that he considered sacred was spoken of by Yi Chen as if it were an ordinary university. He has a kind of love for his girl that he can't bear to kiss. In the end, I felt like I was being glared at by a blonde guy who stood up. This infuriated him. So, you're not a student at the Shanghai University of Superpowers? You said you were going to Shanghai University for fun, but that doesn't mean you're going to Shanghai University of Superpowers either, right? Yi Chen looked confused. It turned out this guy had been bragging about something so incredibly. They haven't even gotten close to the Magic City Superpower University? Lu Feng snorted coldly and said, "Humph. You think the Shanghai Superpower University is so easy to get into? Of course I'm talking about the Shanghai University next to the Shanghai University of Superpowers. But you, how dare you impersonate a student from the Shanghai Superpower University? You're practically asking for trouble." Upon hearing this, Yi Chen couldn't help but roll his eyes. Then he took out an admission notice from his storage space. "See for yourself. Don't bother looking. It's fake. The college entrance exam scores haven't even come out yet. How could you possibly have a college acceptance letter? You wait, once we get off the high-speed train, I'm calling the police to arrest you." Lu Feng sneered repeatedly. In his eyes, Yi Chen was a despicable and foolish liar. Yi Chen took back the admission notice. I felt a surge of anger. A flash of blue lightning appeared in his hand. Lu Feng was instantly knocked to the ground. Lu Feng's eyes rolled back, and black smoke billowed from his body. Yi Chen felt much better. Indeed, verbal arguments are not as satisfying as physical violence. However, Yi Chen's actions left everyone in the carriage stunned. Wow, that's lightning power. This lightning is incredibly strong. This guy is amazing. Could he really be a student at the Shanghai University of Superpowers? Impossible. The college entrance exam scores haven't even been released yet. The crowd buzzed with discussion. Some marveled at the power of lightning-based abilities, while others marveled at Yi Chen's formidable strength. However, no one really thought Yi Chen was a student at the Shanghai University of Superpowers. After all, ordinary people would never imagine that some universities would admit students early. The high-speed train quickly arrived in Shanghai. Without Lu Feng's interference, Yi Chen felt that the journey was not bad. Just as Yi Chen and the others were about to get off the car, Lu Feng slowly woke up from the ground. The moment he saw Yi Chen, he felt an instinctive chill. However, he didn't want to let him off the hook. Lu Feng secretly dialed the police. Song Zhaodi, standing to the side, shook her head helplessly. Lu Feng, I think you'd better not call the police, otherwise, I'm worried you'll anger him. You should have already seen how terrifying the power of a lightning-type ability user can be. Shut up, you ugly freak. My business is none of your concern. Lu Feng was furious and glared angrily at Song Zhaodi. He won't listen to anything now. His mind was filled with images of himself being beaten up by Yi Chen. And the scene of everyone mocking him. Now he must get his revenge. We must teach Yi Chen a lesson. Yi Chen naturally heard Lu Feng's words. But he didn't take it to heart at all. A guy with only 150 health points. Even if Yi Chen stood there motionless, he could still allow the opponent to attack. The opponent can't break through my defense. Yi Chen's body, which has been tempered 6 times, is no joke. As Yi Chen was about to leave after exiting the high-speed rail station, Song Zhaodi called out to him from behind. Yi Chen. Want to hang out in Shanghai together? Are you familiar with this place? Yi Chen is lacking a guide. If someone could lead the way, that would be really helpful. Song Zhaodi said in a very casual manner. Of course I know. I've been here for over 2 years. At the end of each semester, Song Zhaodi would go home and then return to work at the university. Because she has parents and a younger brother to support. Song Zhaodi sized up Yi Chen and his group, and after confirming that they were wealthy, she spoke. I can be your guide, but it's 300 a day. Is that acceptable? Yi Chen shook his head. 300 is too little, I'll give you 5,000 a day. Yi Chen had also worked part-time jobs. He could empathize with the working class at the bottom of society. Anyway, he's not short of money now, so let's just consider it a way to help the poor. 300 isn't enough? Then I'll lower it by another 60, 240 a day. What? You're saying 5,000 a day? When Song Jiaodi first saw Yi Chen shake his head, she thought the business deal had fallen through. Surprisingly, it turned out that the other party complained that the salary was too low. She has worked so many jobs. This is the first time I've ever seen someone complain about low wages for working people. People like that really deserve to be rich. Song Jiaodi was extremely excited. Yeah. Just tell me, are you in or not? Yes, yes, yes. Of course I'm willing to do it. Song Jiaodi nodded repeatedly, afraid that if she was a step too late, the other party would regret it. Yi Chen felt a hostile gaze fixed on him from behind. He didn't even need to look to know it was Lu Feng. But he has absolutely no desire to deal with this kind of guy right now. Let's go. To the Shanghai University of Superpowers. What? You're really going to the Shanghai University of Superpowers? Song Jiaodi had previously thought that Yi Chen was the kind of person who liked to brag. But judging from Yi Chen's tone now, it seems that the other party is serious. Of course we're going to the Shanghai University of Superpowers. Otherwise, what are we doing here? Yi Chen looked completely at ease. Chapter 95 Lu Hao. Oh. I've never been to this university. I'm afraid I can't be your guide. Song Jiaodi frowned and said with some difficulty. Moreover, she didn't think she would be able to get in. We didn't ask you to be the guide for the Shanghai University of Superpowers. We have business to attend to at the school. After we finish, we'll spend a few days in Shanghai and then go back. Don't be afraid, Sister Song, I can let you in. He Fengling spoke to Song Jiaodi in a somewhat familiar manner. I want to get into the Shanghai University of Superpowers. For He Fengling, it was just a matter of a word. I've never heard of any place she can't get into. Yi Qingyi remained silent, because she had never been to the Shanghai University of Superpowers either. I have absolutely no idea whether I can bring outsiders in. Just then, a policeman walked towards them. It's him. It's him. He just impersonated a student from the Shanghai University of Superpowers. An extremely excited, yet discordant voice came from behind Yi Chen. At this moment, Lu Feng pointed at Yi Chen with an excited expression. The policeman walked over and went straight to Yi Chen, asking, Are you Yi Chen? Yes. That's me. What? Are you going to arrest me? Yi Chen frowned, feeling quite displeased. Is this Shanghai-based university for people with superpowers really that domineering? Just because he pretended to be a student at the Shanghai Superpower University, the police are going to arrest him? This is absolutely outrageous. Just as Yi Chen was about to take out his admission notice, the policeman laughed loudly. It really is you. Hello. My name is Lu Hao. I used to be a soldier under Colonel Zhang. Now I am the police chief of Shanghai. Lu Hao smiled and extended his hand. Yi Chen also extended his hand and shook hands with the other person. Hello? Lu Feng, standing behind him, opened his mouth, then stared blankly at the scene before him. It just feels unreal. A bureau chief was surprisingly polite to a guy pretending to be a college student. No. You absolutely can't be a police officer. I'm going to sue you. I'm going to sue you for impersonating a police officer. You bastard, you're in cahoots with Yi Chen. Lu Feng was shouting and yelling. He suspected that this so-called policeman was actually in cahoots with Yi Chen. Their purpose was to swindle money and sexually assault the victim. The real police are still on their way. After all, he had never seen or heard of someone who even the bureau chief treated with utmost respect appearing on a high-speed train. Shouldn't such important figures travel by private jet? Lu Hao glanced at Lu Feng behind Yi Chen, then looked at Yi Chen curiously and asked, Who is this person to you? Why is he targeting you repeatedly? It was some lecherous guy I ran into on the road who tried to take advantage of Miss Yi. I stopped him, and now he's jumping up and down in a panic. Oh. Is that so? Then leave him to me. I'll handle it. A few days ago, Lu Hao had heard about Zhang Changwei being tricked by a high school student. He even took the initiative to call his former boss, Zhang Chanwei, to inquire about the matter. At first, Zhang Chanwei refused to admit it. Only after Lu Hao presented a series of evidence did Zhang Chanwei reluctantly admit to the matter. He then recounted the specific events that occurred in the wilderness area to Lu Hao. Upon receiving Zhang Chanwei's affirmative reply, Lu Hao was immediately astonished. At the same time, he made up his mind that once Yichen came to Shanghai, he would definitely make his acquaintance with him. I just didn't expect this day to come so soon. Lu Hao walked up to Lu Feng, took out shackles, and detained him. What are you trying to do? What right do you have to arrest me? Based on your crimes of harassing women, falsely accusing others, and verbally abusing police officers, these multiple charges are enough to send you to jail for a few months to cool off. No. You can't possibly be a police officer. Help! Someone's impersonating a police officer here. Help! Lu Feng continued shouting, as if he had been greatly wronged. His loud shout immediately attracted the attention of those around him. The people who were originally sitting in the same carriage as him. After seeing Lu Feng being arrested, he cursed inwardly, feeling a sense of satisfaction. This guy had been provoking everyone in the carriage all along. Now justice has finally prevailed, and he's been arrested. What puzzled them was why Yi Chen was unharmed. Isn't he a fraud? Could he really be a student at the Shanghai University of Superpowers? Or perhaps, is this police officer really a fake? Lu Feng's voice was loud, which immediately alerted the security guards maintaining order in the area, and they rushed over. Upon seeing that it was the police chief, he immediately bowed respectfully and then left. At this moment, Lu Feng realized that this was indeed the police chief. Officer, I've been framed. I didn't do anything wrong. It was really this guy Yi Chen who impersonated a college student to scam young girls, so that's why Yi Chen is a student at the Shanghai University of Superpowers. Where did he lie? Lu Hao shook his head, thinking to himself, idiot. With Yi Chen's strength, even the Shanghai Superpower University was eager to admit him. Why would he need to impersonate someone? The three of us are really students at the Shanghai University of Superpowers. Our admission letters are genuine. You won't believe me, just look. He Fengling took out her admission notice and waved it in front of Lu Feng. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. The college entrance exam scores haven't even been released yet. How could you have admission notices? Lu Feng still didn't believe it. Everyone present stopped in their tracks, filled with curiosity. Idiot. Don't you know that every year a group of outstanding students are admitted ahead of schedule? Lu Hao was almost laughing at Lu Feng's stupidity. Of all people to mess with, they ended up provoking three exceptionally talented and powerful students who were admitted through special admissions. This luck is unbelievable. I think if their university president knew this news, he would probably be so scared that he would expel him overnight and then personally apologize to Yi Chen. It's funny to think about. Yi Chen, you three are probably going to school, right? Want to ride in my car? No need, it's a bit awkward to ride in a police car. Yi Chen quickly shook his head at Lu Hao's invitation. He didn't want to be treated like a criminal. Upon hearing this, Lu Hao burst into laughter. Ha ha. That's right. I almost forgot. Okay, I'll take this guy with me now. We'll keep in touch when we have time. Okay. After they finished speaking, the two exchanged contact information. Everyone around was stunned. What? Those three are special admissions students? Wow. My luck is incredible. I actually ran into three of them at once. No wonder he has such powerful lightning-based abilities, he was a special admission student. The crowd's eyes were filled with admiration. Many people even took out their phones to take pictures. Chapter 96 Arriving at University. Song Zhaodi felt her head buzzing. Every graduate of the Shanghai University of Superpowers was an elite member of society. On ordinary days, we encounter someone who is someone we look up to. There were actually three people standing next to her today. And they were all specially admitted students. If these three graduate successfully, they will definitely become top-tier experts. Thinking of this, Song Zhaodi trembled with excitement. Let's go! To the Shanghai University of Superpowers. I just arrived at the exit of the Shanghai University of Superpowers. Yi Chen then saw a man in a suit holding up a sign. The sign had the names Yi Chen, Yi Qingyi, and He Fengling on it. Yi Chen looked puzzled. What's going on? Where did this person come from? Wow! Someone actually came to pick us up. Yi Chen, you've thought of everything. He Fengling was very excited when she saw her name. Yi Chen opened his mouth, wanting to say that he didn't recognize this person. I didn't even call anyone to pick me up. Unfortunately, He Fengling had already excitedly run over. Sir, are you here to pick us up? Yes. I am the butler from the Shanghai Superpower University, specifically responsible for welcoming new students. Please follow us. The man respectfully gestured for him to proceed. Yi Chen asked in confusion. How did you know we were coming to school today? The director of the admissions office told me to come pick them up. If we hadn't come today, wouldn't you have waited for nothing? It won't be a wasted wait. The man smiled faintly. The Shanghai University of Superpowers was able to access Yi Chen's and his classmates' college entrance exam scores and family information. You can also see the other party's ticket purchase history. However, Yi Chen and his group did not take a plane this time, which surprised him. Luckily, I made it in time. The group followed the butler to a black luxury car. This luxury car's exterior is made of the finest metal materials. The car body is not only sturdy and incredibly defensive, but also very lightweight. The car logo is the emblem of the Shanghai Superpower University. Two swords intertwined. Those passengers who were still following Yi Chen and taking pictures. I'm finally convinced. Yi Chen and his two companions are definitely special admissions students. Moreover, they were specially admitted students of an exceptionally high level. Because for ordinary students admitted through special admissions programs, the principal's butler would never make a personal trip. They certainly wouldn't deploy this specially made luxury sports car. Song Zhaodi was somewhat reserved. She's grown up to be someone who owns nothing but luxury sports cars. She had never even ridden in a regular, cheap car. I usually get around by bus, bicycle, or running. Suddenly, such a luxurious vehicle appeared in front of her. This left her somewhat at a loss. She was worried that she would get the luxury car dirty. Out of inferiority, she whispered. How about I don't go? You can contact me when you need me. Why don't you go, Sister Song? Go have some fun. It won't take up much time anyway. He Fengling noticed that Song Zhaodi seemed a bit down, and she looked puzzled. The butler said. The Shanghai University of Superpowers is huge, the scenery is beautiful, and there are lots of delicious food. If you come to Shanghai and don't visit the Shanghai University of Superpowers, what's the difference between coming and not coming at all? After saying that, the butler took out more than 20 tickets and stuffed them into Song Zhaodi's hand, then continued. With these tickets, you can visit the Shanghai University of Superpowers and any other university in Shanghai, and all food is free. Also, you can bring your friends or family to play with these tickets, but you are absolutely not allowed to sell them to other people. If you violate this rule, you and your family will be permanently blacklisted from the Shanghai Superpower University. Song Zhaodi looked at the bundle of tickets in her hand, tickets that money couldn't buy outside. I was also shocked. She certainly didn't think the butler was given to her out of pity. It must be because of Yi Chen and the other two. Especially Yi Chen. From the very beginning, the butler's eyes never left him. Regarding Yi Chen's talent and strength, Song Zhaodi became increasingly curious. Finally, since Song Zhaodi insisted on not getting on the bus, Yi Chen and the others couldn't force her, so they could only exchange contact information. I plan to contact her after I finished dealing with important matters. The crowd near the station stared at the ticket in Song Zhaodi's hand. They were drooling. However, they also knew that this thing absolutely could not be stolen. Once it's stolen, if you anger the people at the Shanghai University of Superpowers, the consequences will be severe. Suddenly, someone in the crowd shouted. Ah! I know who he is. Who is it? His name is Yi Chen. Isn't that obvious? I know his name is Yi Chen too. I mean, he's Yi Chen, the top scorer in Nanjiang province. His college entrance exam score is over 2 million. Holy crap! Really? The top scorers in the provincial college entrance exams all scored around 10,000 points. How could he get over 2 million points? Watch the video. His college entrance exam video is trending on social media right now. Everyone quickly pulled out their phones. On my phone, Yi Chen's news was all over the top. The first news item is Yi Chen, a high school graduate from Jiangxing City, Nanjiang Province, instantly killed over 1 million alien beasts with a single strike. The second news item is a Tier 3 alien beast was spotted in the Jiangxing City college entrance examination area and was instantly injured by college entrance examination candidate Yi Chen with a single strike. The third news item is the strongest provincial top scorer in history, with a score of 2 million in the college entrance examination. The first 10 news items were all related to Yi Chen. Only then did everyone realize that the person they had just been traveling with on the high-speed train was such an extraordinary person. What a pity! Why didn't I ask for their contact information? Even just taking a picture together would have been great. He looks even more handsome in person than in the video. Sigh, I wish I were his girlfriend. Stop thinking about it. Didn't you see the two beauties next to her? Not only are they beautiful and have great figures, but they're also incredibly talented. They're special admissions students just like him. Yi Chen's strike was so cool. I can't believe he's a high school graduate. Even college graduates might not have his skill. Song Jiadi stared at the news on her phone, stunned into silence. At this moment, many people came over, wanting Yi Chen's contact information. However, Song Jiadi rejected all of them. She knew that Yi Chen gave her his contact information because he trusted her. If she leaked the other party's contact information, this is an extremely unethical act. Although the people around understood in their hearts, they still cursed and swore. I am very dissatisfied. Inside the Shanghai University of Superpowers, Yi Chen and the other two sat inside the car. I stared blankly at the scenery outside. Yi Chen couldn't help but sigh, this is no school. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to call it a 4A-level scenic spot. Chapter 97 Shortcomings. Upon entering the school, the first thing that catches the eye is a 3-story artificial mountain. The fountain on the artificial hill formed an artificial rainbow under the sunlight. The vegetation on both sides was trimmed neatly. The green area is very large. Everywhere you look, you can see all kinds of beautiful flowers, as well as very thick, centuries-old trees. Because it was summer vacation, there were very few students at the school. After the butler helped Yi Chen and the others register and settle them into their dormitories, he then drove Yi Chen and the others around for a while. The school is very big. It takes a car an hour to make one complete circle at normal speed. The school center. There is a mountain peak. The mountain range is layered and majestic, and looks extremely beautiful. Yi Chen was very puzzled. What is this mountain used for? Oh, this mountain? Of course it's for decoration. Don't you think it's beautiful? The butler drove while introducing the mountain. Yi Chen felt a wave of embarrassment. Isn't this Shanghai a city where every inch of land is incredibly valuable? How extravagant! Just for the sake of aesthetics, they built such a huge mountain here. Behind the mountains lies a lake. The lake water rippled gently, crystal clear. There are mandarin ducks and swans playing on the water. Various beautiful koi carp are kept in the water. Yi Chen looked regretful. This school is neglecting its core mission. Such a big lake, and it's filled with a bunch of these kinds of creatures. You should at least keep some exotic animals or something. Why not just go fishing on a regular day? Keeping these koi fish is just a waste of food, they can't be eaten or used to make medicine. What a pity, such a big lake. After Yi Chen had the butler escort them to their dormitory, he let him leave. Yi Chen looked at the dormitories, which resembled villas. I was immediately surprised. Each of these houses is beautifully decorated. Each building was constructed in the style of a Western-style villa. Each of them has 2 floors in total. It has a balcony and a garden. If you were to rent it out as a house, the monthly rent would probably be over 10,000. They're actually using them as student dormitories now. Yi Chen found his dormitory building. Then he said, "This is my dorm room. Where are your dorm rooms?" Hey! Yi Chen, we're actually in the same building. He Fengling looked at her number plate in surprise. Yi Chen took a closer look, and it really was true. What's going on? Shouldn't male and female dormitories be separated? At this moment, Yi Qingyi also spoke up. I live in this building too. Yi Chen was immediately confused. Did the staff assigning dorm rooms get their genders wrong? Ha ha. That's great. Now I can share a dorm room with you, Yi Chen, every day. He Fengling was very happy. She was somewhat disappointed when Yi Chen told her that he would have to stay in the dormitory. After all, if that's the case, she won't be able to eat Yi Chen's food anymore. Now it's all good, they don't have to live separately anymore. Yi Qingyi was also somewhat pleased. Sharing a dorm room with Yi Chen would give her more time to figure out what's on her mind. Yi Chen took out the demon beast and opened the door. Inside the room, it was very clean, without a speck of dust or unpleasant smell. Upon entering, the first thing you see is the living room. The living room features an expensive genuine leather sofa. There's also a coffee table and a television. On the first floor, there is only one room, one bathroom, one kitchen, and one study. The study was filled with various books. There are philosophy books, literature books, and history books. However, he failed to master the secret manual. It is only for leisure and entertainment purposes. Cousin, you can stay on the first floor, he Fengling, and I will stay on the second floor. Yi Qingyi noticed that there was only one room on the first floor, so for safety reasons, she decisively let Yi Chen stay on the first floor. We can't let Yi Fengling live on the same floor as him. Who knows if those two will end up having a child? They must be separated. Yi Chen nodded, then went up the stairs to the second floor, wanting to see what it was like. The second floor is decorated almost the same as the first floor. However, they lack a kitchen and a library. There are 2 rooms and 2 bathrooms on the second floor. A balcony. The view from the balcony is quite nice. You can look down at the view below. On the balcony, there is a table and 3 chairs. A parasol. Clearly, this house was designed for 3 people from the beginning. After Yi Chen prepared lunch. After the 3 finished eating, they rested for a while. I'm getting ready to find a teacher. According to the housekeeper, every new student can find a teacher to become their apprentice after enrollment. Make him your personal teacher throughout your entire student life. Special admissions students like Yi Chen have a high probability of successfully becoming disciples. There are many teachers at the Shanghai University of Superpowers, and each of them has their own strengths. After deciding on your path of spiritual practice, it would be helpful to find a teacher who is skilled in that field to guide you. In the future, I can avoid many detours on my spiritual path. He Fengling is skilled in swordsmanship, so she can directly find a female teacher who also uses swordsmanship and is of the wind attribute. Her purpose was very clear. Yi Qingyi's special ability is a 3-tailed fox. It is very suitable for developing both physical and mental abilities. To be honest, he had no idea what to do. Yi Qingyi carefully observed the teacher's introductions. Finally, their focus shifted to another 3-tailed white fox ability user. Her name is Bai Shui, and she cultivates the mental system. She is skilled in charm and illusion. Yi Qingyi finally made up her mind and chose her. After they both made their choices, only Yi Chen remained. His abilities are quite diverse. If he were to pursue a beast taming style, it might not be bad. All you need to learn is how to raise the mythical beasts, how to communicate with them, and how to control them in battle. As an S-rank individual, I don't need to learn how to communicate with alien beasts at all. He already knew how to do it. As for controlling the opponent in battle, you don't need to learn that. So, Yi Chen only needs to lie down and let his beasts fight. This beast taming style sounds pretty good. However, Yi Chen didn't like it. After all, I still have the system. How could I choose to just give up? If you choose the combat skill style, you don't need to learn it yourself. It has its own system. You can add points indefinitely. For a moment, Yi Chen was at a loss. Yi Chen, won't you join me in becoming teacher Zhang Jie's apprentice? She also knows swordsmanship. And its wind attribute. He Fengling looked at Yi Chen with anticipation, wanting to become his apprentice together. Yi Chen frowned. But I possess lightning and wind attributes, as well as powerful mental strength. How am I supposed to choose? Why don't you choose to cultivate your mental power? I don't think you're very good at using your mental power, cousin. Thinking of Yi Chen's past battles, Yi Qingyi immediately realized Yi Chen's shortcomings. Chapter 98 Zhao Pengcheng. Yi Chen thought about it and realized that he really didn't know any mental combat techniques. The combat methods based on mental power include mental interference, mental impact, illusion, and telekinesis. These battles are all highly advanced combat techniques. However, it seems like I could learn all of these things myself by adding a little bit. Give him a manual, and he can quickly master it with the help of points. Yi Chen couldn't make up his mind, but ultimately decided to wait and see how they became disciples before making a decision. First, Yi Chen and his group went to find the teacher named Zhang Jia. Her dormitory was very close to theirs. As soon as we got near the faculty dormitory, a student wearing glasses immediately greeted him. "Hey kid, you think you're a special admission student?" "Yes." "That's great. My name is Joey." "My name is Yi Chen, the person to my left is He Fengling, and the person to my right is Yi Qingyi." After exchanging greetings, Joey just keeps babbling on and on. "Yi, do you know who the strongest teacher among all of them is?" "Who is it?" Yi Chen had just arrived and no one had introduced him, so naturally he didn't understand. However, the information available online is very limited. All we can see are the teachers' ages and their areas of expertise. Which one has higher cultivation level, and which one is stronger? Indeed, they knew nothing about it. Joey is a guy who is very good at gathering intelligence. When I have free time, I like to play computer games. He's a tech geek. Not long after arriving at the school, he learned about the cultivation levels of the teachers and their best moments of combat. Everything has been thoroughly investigated, he said with a smug look on his face. This teacher is Zhao Pengchang, and his cultivation has reached the great perfection of the 7th rank. He's a mental cultivator. He excels in object manipulation, mental interference, lightning magic, and using lightning magic to temper his body. Yi Chen was quite tempted upon hearing this. This teacher has many qualities that he desperately needs. It's a pity. This person doesn't easily accept disciples, he hasn't taken on any for 2 years. Joey changed the subject, his tone full of regret. Upon hearing this, Yi Chen didn't take it to heart, but instead excitedly said, "In that case, let's go and give it a try. Maybe we'll get lucky and they'll be willing to take us on as apprentices." Sigh. "I just came from him. He said I'm not suitable." "Oh well. If you want to go, hurry up. I'll wait for you here." Seeing that Yi Chen was also very interested, Joey immediately urged Yi Chen to set off. Because he was rejected, he also wants to see others be rejected. Otherwise, it would be so lonely to be sad all by yourself. Yi Chen could obviously tell what this guy was up to. He didn't take it to heart. Failure or success. Whatever. Anyway, he has a system, so even if no one takes him as an apprentice, he is confident that he can become a strong person. "Yi Chen, aren't you coming with me to see teacher Zhang Jia?" He Fengling was somewhat displeased. They had clearly agreed to visit teacher Zhang Jia together, but now he was going to leave her behind. "No, I didn't. Of course, I'll send you to become an apprentice first. After you successfully become an apprentice, I'll go to teacher Zhao's place." Yi Chen gave an awkward smile, he had completely forgotten about it. He Fengling finally felt relieved and smiled with satisfaction. "Yi, I advise you not to do that. If you go to teacher Zhang Jia's place, she will definitely think you're there to become her apprentice. If she extends an invitation to you, would you accept or decline? If you disagree, it means you might offend a teacher." Joey kindly offered some advice. The teachers at the Shanghai University of Superpowers are all powerful individuals. If you accidentally upset a teacher, the consequences could be extremely serious. Upon hearing this, Yi Chen looked at He Fengling with a troubled expression. Although He Fengling was somewhat disappointed, she could understand. So, she waved her hand very generously. "Let's part ways for now, and after we've finished the apprenticeship ceremony, we'll go out and have fun together." "Okay." Yi Chen nodded. Then, following the address provided by Joey, they headed towards Zhao Pengchang's residence. Yi Chunrun had not yet entered Zhao Pengchang's house. He clearly sensed that someone was spying on him. This person possesses extremely strong mental power. Moreover, the use of mental power is extremely skillful. He was able to draw his mental energy into a very thin and very fine net. This mental energy network is thinner and more refined than Yi Chen's network. If it weren't for Yi Chen's extraordinary mental strength, perhaps they won't even notice it. Zhao Pengchang smiled as he manipulated a calligraphy brush to paint remotely. Interesting. He possesses such keen perception. It seems his mental energy is not only powerful but also very pure. Yi Chen arrived at the dormitory entrance and knocked on the door. "Come in." After hearing the noise inside the house, Yi Chen pushed open the door and entered. The room was empty. "Is it on the second floor?" Just as Yi Chen was wondering, Yi Chen saw a painting in the living room in which a calligraphy brush was moving. Yi Chen immediately activated his mental power, enveloping the brush in it. Above the brush, Yi Chen saw a thin thread. No. To be precise, it's mental strength. He actually condensed his spiritual power into threads. Yi Chen looked in the direction of the silk thread. We made our way upstairs. The upstairs was still empty. At the other end of the thread was a rattan chair. The rattan chair moved automatically even without wind. If this had happened late at night, it might have really startled Yi Chen. Yi Chen used his mental power to scan the QR code above the rattan chair. Finally, he respectfully called out, "Greetings, teacher." A figure appeared out of thin air from the wicker chair. He was a middle-aged man. He had a weathered face, but a well-proportioned figure. You can vaguely tell that he was a handsome man in his youth. Yi Chen was somewhat curious. Didn't they say that when one's cultivation reaches level 5, their lifespan can reach 200 years? Those with a cultivation level of 7 can live up to 500 years. Yi Chen had already reviewed Zhao Pengcheng's information. He's only 40 years old. How can he have wrinkles on his face? Why are there so many gray hairs between my temples? You must be Yi Chen. Teacher, do you know me? Yi Chen was somewhat confused, even though he was the top scorer in the province. But it shouldn't be that famous. For these level 7 big shots, I'm just a nobody. I shouldn't even be worth their attention. Zhao Pengcheng smiled. With a score of over 2 million on the college entrance exam, I couldn't help but want to know even if I didn't want to. The moment I took out my phone, I saw your news. Zhao Pengcheng shook his phone. Yi Chen looked closely. I actually saw my name. Yi Chen. Would you be willing to become my disciple? Zhao Pengcheng said bluntly. Judging from Yi Chen's performance just now, his spiritual power is extremely strong and pure. What's most remarkable is that Zhao Pengcheng also discovered that Yi Chen's blood and qi energy was extremely vigorous. Chapter 99: The Thousand Mechanism Control Technique. Greetings, Master. Now that the matter had been brought up openly, Yi Chen had no time to hesitate and decisively bowed to his master. Zhao Pengcheng was very satisfied and said with a smile, "From today onwards, I am your master. I will do my best to train you into the strongest. Nice to meet you, here's a small gift for you." Zhao Pengcheng then took out a set of double-edged throwing knives from his spatial ring. There are a total of 9 throwing knives, all made of grade A materials. Each one is the same size and shape, not very big, about the size of a palm. They are exquisite. And it is extremely sharp. Yi Chen was very satisfied with what he saw. But he doesn't know how to throw knives. Besides, he has master-level archery skills. Does he really need to learn this stuff? Seemingly sensing Yi Chen's doubts, Zhao Pengcheng explained. These throwing knives can be controlled with mental power. You can't just throw them with your hands. I will teach you my self-created secret technique for controlling throwing knives, so go and learn it. Okay. Thank you, sir. Yi Chen nodded. Immediately afterwards, Zhao Pengcheng took out a manual from his spatial ring and handed it to Yi Chen. Yi Chen took a look and was immediately shocked. This thing was actually an S-rank combat skill. Its name is the Thousand Machines Control Technique. The introduction on the first page states that one can manipulate all things through mental power. You can look into this when you get back. If you encounter any problems later, you can ask me again. Now, release your beast and let me take a look. Just as Yi Chen was about to watch, Zhao Pengcheng interrupted him. Yi Chen nodded. He released his mosquitoes and his razor snake. The mosquito was very docile, but the snake was extremely unruly. As soon as he appeared, he bared his teeth at Zhao Pengcheng. It emitted a chilling sound. Interesting. It really is a Liskarm. I've encountered an 8th tier Liskarm before, but I couldn't defeat it. I never imagined you could actually form a contract with them. Your S-class superpower is truly terrifying. Zhao Pengcheng looked at the small snake, which was clearly tiny but exuded a dangerous aura. He was filled with mixed emotions. Zhao Pengcheng's words were very calm, but they sounded incredibly unbelievable to Yi Chen. Let's not even talk about the huge difference in strength between the 8th and 7th tiers. The razor is an invincible creature among those of the same level. My master actually managed to escape unscathed after encountering such a creature? It seems that my master is even more powerful than I imagined. Your two contracted beasts look quite impressive. Did you obtain your lightning and wind elemental abilities from these two beasts? Yes, master. This S-rank ability is truly terrifying. However, your wind-based ability is a bit weak. I do have a way to enhance your mosquito-like wind-based ability, do you want to hear it? Zhao Pengcheng stroked his chin, looking at the giant mosquito, and found it quite amusing. Teacher, just say what you want to say. Although he had already guessed what Zhao Pengcheng wanted to say, Yi Chen still urged Zhao Pengcheng to continue. After all, interrupting someone's boasting is a very bad thing. Zhao Pengcheng smiled and continued. You're an S-Class special recruit, entitled to S-Class benefits. I can apply for S-Class Wind-type Dragon Beast Blood for you to force your evolution. Want to give it a try? Then I'll leave it to you, Master. Yi Chen's purpose in coming to Shanghai was to obtain the blood of the Dragon Beast. Zhao Pengcheng nodded, and then said, Why don't you go to the library and take a look? I'll go apply for dragon blood for you right now. They left Zhao Pengcheng's dormitory. Zhou Yi immediately came over, put one hand on Yi Chen's shoulder, and winked at him, saying, How was it? Did you get rejected? Ha ha ha. Don't be discouraged. It's normal to get rejected, you'll get used to it. Come on. Let's pick another teacher. No, he's already accepted me as a student. Yi Chen spoke calmly. Zhou Yi, who was standing to the side, heard this. Suddenly, like a duck whose neck has been choked, he could no longer laugh. He opened his mouth, then said incredulously, You were really taken in as his disciple? Yi Chen nodded, then took out the box of throwing knives from his spatial storage. This is the gift he gave me when we first met. Holy crap! Is Teacher Zhao really that generous? This knife must be worth hundreds of millions. And he just casually gave it to you like that. Where did you come from? How dare you have such a big reputation? Zhou Yi looked at the exquisite box of throwing knives. He swallowed hard, his eyes filled with envy. I come from Jiangqing City, Nanjiang Province. Nanjiang Province? Aren't all the test takers from this province above average? When? Zhou Yi immediately took the laptop off his back and then did some research. Holy crap! It's S rank. Dude, do you have to be this good? You're making me feel a little inferior. Zhou Yi was startled when he saw the search results. Yi Chen also shook his head inwardly. Don't these tech geeks ever use their phones? It's something I could see simply by opening my phone. He insisted on making it so complicated. Brother Yi, where are you planning to go now? Do you need me to show you the way? I want to go to the library and learn some basic cheat codes. Oh, I know this place. I know where the library is. I'll lead the way. Zhou Yi enthusiastically put the computer back into his backpack. He volunteered to lead the way for Yi Chen. Yi Chen did not refuse. After all, free labor is free, so why not use it? As Zhou Yi walked, he chattered away, telling Yi Chen about the library. Brother Yi, the library at the Shanghai University of Superpowers is a bit different. For some sections they require your access permissions. If you are a specially admitted student of grade A, then you can view the secret manuals of grade A and below. However, if you want to see secret manuals of grade A or higher, you'll have to pay for them. What are academic credits? Credits are based on your performance during your studies at school, and the teachers will give you grades. These credits can be used like money within the school. Oh, no, students can only use credits to buy things. The Great Xia currency issued outside the school cannot be used within the school. Yi Chen nodded upon hearing this. I currently have 10,000 credits on my card, but I don't know if that's considered high or low. These credits can be earned not only by teachers grading students, but also by participating in various competitions. The school has its own alchemy building and armory. Weapons and pills can be purchased with credits. For example, I'm an A-level special admission student, and I currently have 500 credits. According to the school's prices, 1 cent is roughly 1,000 yuan. Chapter 100 Library. Yi Chen thought to himself, in other words, my current score is equivalent to 10 million yuan. This Shanghai-based university with superpowers is really rich. Following Zhou Yi's directions, Yi Chen arrived at the library entrance. Look at this small, 2-story library. Yi Chen frowned. The artificial hill is so tall, but this library is so tiny. Isn't this putting the cart before the horse? Seeing the doubt in Yi Chen's mind, Joey laughed heartily. Ha ha ha. Brother Yi, don't underestimate this library. It may look small, but it's full of surprises. I've already used my permissions, so you can't go in now. Go in yourself. Is there a limit to the number of times this permission can be used? Of course there are limitations. As an A-level special contract student, you can only choose one A-level manual per semester. However, you can choose up to 3 manuals below a level. Yi Chen thought about it and felt that this was quite reasonable. After all, a student's energy is limited. If you learn too many techniques, you'll easily become a jack of all trades and master of none. However, Yi Chen did not have such concerns. After entering the library, Yi Chen was surprised to discover that there was indeed a hidden world inside the library. It doesn't look very big. However, the space inside is quite spacious. This space must have been explored by spatial ability users. Yi Chen went straight up to the second floor. According to Joey, the higher level manuals are all on the second floor. Yi Chen looked at the secret manuals floating in mid-air inside the library. Somewhat surprisingly, these books are not physical copies. They are somewhat similar to files on a computer desktop, but the books in this library are 3D. With so many secret techniques, how do you choose? Just as Yi Chen was wondering, a white figure appeared out of thin air. Suddenly, an AI entity appeared out of thin air, with a round head, a round body, a pair of small hands, a pair of small feet, and a rosy little face. Xiao Tian is happy to help you. Is there anything I can do for you? Can you help me see how many secret manuals I can acquire in a semester? After Yi Chen gave the order, Xiao Tian's eyes emitted a blue light, scanning Yi Chen. The next second, a mechanical voice sounded. S-level access allows you to freely browse manuals below S-level, but you can only study a maximum of 5 S-level and above manuals per semester. Upon hearing this, Yi Chen nodded in satisfaction. Since A-grade manuals can be browsed at will, then give me an A-grade manual of either lightning or wind elemental abilities first. After receiving the order, Xiao Tian immediately compiled a large list of secret manuals for Yi Chen. Yi Chen examined them one by one. They chose a secret manual called Thunder and Lightning. This technique requires a lightning-type ability of grade A or higher to learn. It also requires a certain level of physical strength. The conditions for cultivation are extremely demanding. However, its speed is the strongest among all A-level movement techniques. Yi Chen held it in his palm and quickly began to read it. After reading it once, Yi Chen memorized it all. Immediately afterwards, Yi Chen selected another A-level secret manual with wide-range destructive power. Thunder Field. Once you've mastered this secret manual, as long as the practitioner's cultivation level is high enough, you can succeed. It can cover the caster's area within a radius of several kilometers with lightning. It is an extremely powerful, wide area of effect attack. After reading them, Yi Chen picked out another A-grade manual, Thunder Blade. It allows one to use lightning to create a crescent shape or blade-shaped attack in their hand or on a blade. It is a move that is very suitable for close combat. Yi Chen learned this in order to prepare for a future battle where his weapons would be destroyed and he would have to resort to hand-to-hand combat. After reading these tips, after thinking about it, I realized that I was currently lacking a cultivation technique for developing supernatural abilities. Although he doesn't need to cultivate superpowers. However, these techniques allow people to quickly recover their supernatural abilities during battle. Xiao Tian, pick out a cultivation technique for me that restores my superpowers the fastest. I don't care how fast the cultivation is, but the recovery speed must be fast enough. Xiao Tian scratched his head. Then, with a wave of his hand, an S-level cultivation manual appeared in front of Yi Chen. Psionic Tide Technique. Having cultivated this technique, one's spiritual energy flows like the tides, endlessly. However, the downside is that it is very difficult to cultivate, and even if you learn it, the speed at which you break through your superpower is like a snail's pace. If it weren't for the fact that this flaw is so obvious. Its ability to recover supernatural powers is comparable to an SSS-level cultivation technique. Although this manual is S-rank, no one has ever been willing to practice it since it was created. However, this book is very suitable for Yi Chen. After reading it, Yi Chen checked the time and felt that there was still plenty of time. He then read through the secret manual that Zhao Pengcheng had given him again. After watching, I left the library satisfied. Outside the library, Joey was playing on the computer with great interest. After hearing footsteps, Joey looked up in surprise. Hey! Brother Yi! How come you came out so quickly? Didn't you choose a secret manual? I've selected 3 A-grade manuals and 1 S-grade cultivation technique. What? Brother Yi! You mean, you memorized so much in such a short time? Yes. Upon hearing the affirmative reply, Joey was immediately surprised. Previously, he spent a whole day and night trying to memorize that 1A level manual and 3B level manuals. Unexpectedly, Yi-Chen has already memorized so many secret techniques even though the game has only just begun. I'm done with my work now, but I still have to go to my master's place. You go ahead and do your own thing, we can hang out together another time. Okay. Yi-Chen returned to Zhao Pengcheng's residence. He was already sitting in the wicker chair, drawing. Upon seeing Yi-Chen enter, Zhao Pengcheng used his mental power to control a small bottle of viscous blood. It floated to Yi-Chen's front. Within this blood, a crimson dragon beast roars. The sound was very soft, but Yi-Chen could still hear it. Yi-Chen swallowed hard. Is this thing so ferocious and brutal even with just a drop of blood? After receiving the blood, his brow furrowed immediately. Such a small amount of blood, yet it's so heavy? This is natural. Beasts are completely different from humans. Their physical strength will undergo a qualitative change as their cultivation level increases. Blood is the source of their physical strength. The energy contained in the blood of an 8th-tier beast, the wind dragon, is not to be underestimated. Yi-Chen looked at the blood and asked curiously. Are mosquitoes just going to drink this blood? Yes. Just drink it. Don't worry, I'll help it refine it. After receiving Zhao Pengcheng's assurance, Yi-Chen finally felt relieved. After all, this blood is so violent. He was genuinely worried that the mosquitoes would die. That would truly be a complete disaster. Chapter 101 Lu Ming. Once everything is ready, Yi-Chen summoned the mosquitoes. Then, manipulate the mosquito to suck up the small vial of blood. As the blood is sucked away, the mosquito's entire body emitted a blood-red glow. As the owner of the mosquitoes, Yi-Chen immediately sensed the pain emanating from them. He frowned and looked at Zhao Pengcheng with a pleading expression. Zhao Pengcheng stretched out a hand and placed it on the mosquito. Then, with complete concentration, I helped the mosquito refine this drop of dragon blood. Yi-Chen, you can try to take over its body, and then work with me to refine the dragon beast's blood. Yi-Chen nodded upon hearing this. He quickly closed his eyes. Then he focused all his attention on the mosquito. For a moment, Yi-Chen felt as if countless insects were tearing at his body. Yi-Chen even vaguely saw a wind dragon beast roaring at him. Furthermore, the wind dragon beast exuded a terrifying aura. The wind dragon beast's golden pupils were already locked onto Yi-Chen. Those huge eyes were filled with endless savagery and murderous intent. Yi-Chen trembled all over, and before he knew it, his body was soaked in sweat. Keep your mind focused. It's just a mass of blood, not a real dragon. Don't be afraid. Just as Yi-Chen was filled with fear, Zhao Pengcheng's voice rang out. Yi-Chen immediately came to his senses. He also placed one hand on the mosquito and began to work together with Zhao Pengcheng to refine the blood. A moment later, a crimson energy swept outwards in all directions. The glass in the entire room shattered instantly. The students passing by were also quite startled. This drop of blood was completely absorbed. Unbelievable. Under normal circumstances, even refining 60% would be remarkable. You mosquito, you can actually refine 100% of it. Zhao Pengcheng looked at the blood-red mosquito, whose body had clearly grown much larger. His eyes were full of admiration. This mosquito has now turned completely blood-red. Furthermore, its body was covered with a layer of scale-like material. These blood-red scales began to glow red under the light. It is as beautiful as a blood-red gemstone. Its mouthparts are twice as thick and long as before. The stinger on its tail became thin and long. It gives you goosebumps just by looking at it. How is it? Has its ability evolved? Zhao Pengcheng asked impatiently. Yi-Chen immediately opened the mosquito template to take a look. Race, Gale Crimson Mosquito. Lifespan, 100 years. Cultivation level, 2nd level Great Perfection. Qi and blood, 15,000. Abilities: increases cultivation level by drinking blood. A level gale ability. A level wind blade technique. A level tornado. Infinite reproduction ability. Absolute dominance, can control all mosquitoes. Yi Chen nodded. It has evolved into an A-level gale ability. And what about your special ability? Has it also fully evolved? Yi Chen opened his template and started looking at it. Name: Yi Chen. Gender: male. Age: 18. Qi and blood: 15,000 plus. Mental strength: 2,000 plus. Cultivation level: rank 2, great perfection plus. Superpowers: contract ability S rank plus, a rank blue serpent beast heart thunder plus, a rank gale. Martial arts: archery grandmaster A level, whirlwind blade technique master level plus, mountain splitting fist beginner level plus, body tempering technique grandmaster level. A rank wind blade, a rank tornado, absolute dominator, can control all mosquitoes. The complete cooking guide master level. Master level fashionable updos. S rank psionic tide technique introduction plus. S rank thousand machines control technique introduction plus. Level of thunder and lightning introduction plus. Level of thunder domain introduction plus. Level of thunder blade beginner's guide plus. Ability points 52380. Yi Chen looked at his wind attribute ability level, the newly added wind blade, and the absolute command skill. He nodded in satisfaction. My wind attribute ability has also been upgraded to rank A. That's amazing. Your superpower is simply incredible. Zhao Pengcheng was extremely excited. To be honest, he was even a little jealous of Yi Chen's talent. Just then, a young man walked in. Master, you were looking for me? Yes, Lu Ming, this is my new disciple, his name is Yi Chen. Why don't you introduce him to your junior brother? Zhao Pengcheng looked at the man and introduced Yi Chen's identity to him. Greetings, senior brother. Hello, junior brother. My name is Lu Ming, and I'm a senior student. You can ask me anything you don't understand in the future. Okay. Yi Chen nodded. This Lu Ming has thick eyebrows, big eyes, and dark skin. He is 1.9 meters tall and has a muscular build. It looks like it's a combat-oriented character. But isn't Zhao Pengcheng a psychoanalyst? Yi Chen was somewhat puzzled. Zhao Pengcheng explained. Your senior brother Lu Ming is an A-level lightning type ability user with a cultivation level of 3rd tier, 7th level. He follows a combat skill-based path. You two can spar here. I'll take this opportunity to test your skills. What? Master, aren't you being a bit too harsh on our junior brother? He's only just started learning. Lu Ming scratched his head, feeling like a senior student bullying a freshman. It has the suspicion of bullying the weak, and such a battle, even if won, is not honorable. Don't underestimate your junior brother. He single-handedly killed a black catfish. And he was an S-class ability user. You might not be his match. Zhao Pengcheng had a playful look on his face. Although he didn't think Yi Chen could beat Lu Ming. But what's the big deal if the master tells a little lie? Upon hearing Zhao Pengcheng's words, Lu Ming immediately became serious. Master, where did you find such an S-rank prodigy? Ha? 2nd tier great perfection? Aren't you still a freshman? How do you already possess the strength of a 2nd tier great perfection? Oh, I just got lucky and broke through. Yi Chen scratched his head, unsure how to explain. He couldn't very well reveal the system's existence, could he? What luck! If I could break through my cultivation level by luck, how come I haven't even broken through to the 4th rank yet? As expected, S-class ability users are all prodigies. In that case, I won't hold back anymore. Let's go. We'll head to the training room on the 1st floor. Lu Ming casually pulled Yi Chen downstairs. Zhao Pengcheng's dormitory has a 2nd floor sleeping area. The 1st floor is a place specifically for training or sparring with his apprentices. The two arrived on the 1st floor. Zhao Pengcheng then went downstairs as well. Upon arriving at the training room, Zhao Pengcheng said, You don't need to hold back, I'll take care of everything. Yes, master. All right. Facing an S-rank opponent, how could I dare to hold back? Lu Ming pulled out a long spear. Blue lightning flashed incessantly on the spear. Yi Chen also took out a tang sword. Junior brother, your sword is too short. A real man should use a spear. Weapons are not judged by their length, but by how well they are used. I find this tang sword very easy to use. Yi Chen drew his sword. She smiled faintly, showing no inferiority complex whatsoever because of Lu Ming's words. Chapter 102 Sparring. In that case, let's begin. After Lu Ming finished speaking, he flashed and suddenly appeared in front of Yi Chen. Yi Chen frowned. It was actually lightning. That's fast. Lu Ming's spear was as powerful as a dragon. Even before the spearhead struck, Yi Chen could already feel the intense wind pressure emanating from his forehead. Yi Chen swung his sword and slashed, striking the tip of the spear. The wind attribute power beneath their feet is enhanced. His body spun around for a moment, then he thrust the knife straight at Lu Ming's neck. Upon seeing this, Lu Ming's pupils suddenly contracted. Then, in another flash, it disappeared from Yi Chen's side. Upon their first encounter, Lu Ming immediately sensed how difficult Yi Chen was to deal with. Seeing this, Yi Chen unleashed a flash of sword light. A white blade of energy slashed towards Lu Ming. Lu Ming thrust out his spear, then suddenly jerked it. The sword energy dissipated. Immediately afterwards, his spear came flying towards Yi Chen like raindrops. Yi Chen brandished his long sword, his expression unchanged. The knife in his hand flashed like a phantom. Block all of the opponent's attacks. Furthermore, it can find the opponent's weaknesses and launch a counterattack. This forced Lu Ming to use his lightning flash to dodge time and time again. Seeing this, Lu Ming decided to use his supernatural abilities to attack. The blue lightning in his hand gathered towards the tip of the spear, eventually condensing into a blue lightning ball. The lightning ball grew larger and larger. The crackling thunder grew louder and louder. In the end, the lightning ball grew larger than Yi Chen's entire body. Junior brother. Be careful. Seeing this, Yi Chen gripped the knife with both hands. The wind attribute superpower in his hand. They converged towards the blade. The sword energy and the power of wind attribute are combined into one. A sudden gust of wind swept through the training room, overturning all the surrounding benches to the ground. Everyone's clothes were rustling in the wind. The power of the wind kept gathering towards the tip of the knife. Yi Chen stared at the enormous ball of lightning. He swung the sword. In an instant, the lightning ball was split in two. A terrifying blade of light hurtled towards Lu Ming. Lu Ming's expression changed drastically. He wanted to dodge. However, he discovered that there was an invisible wind wall around him, which had locked him in place. Left with no other choice, he unleashed his full power of thunder. Every pore on his body spewed out dazzling blue lightning. A burly blue lightning giant, formed from condensed thunder, appeared out of thin air. The burly man was over 10 feet tall. It slammed its fists down hard. In an instant, the entire training room was filled with lightning. Zhao Pengcheng leaped into the training field. Immediately afterwards, the thunder in the entire training room went out like a candle. That blue, lightning-like figure. It also disappeared completely. Only the training room was charred black by the thunder. Those chairs were also reduced to charcoal, crumbling to the ground with a gust of wind. Zhao Pengcheng said with dissatisfaction. You really went all out against your junior brother. You even used the thunder undying body. Sorry, what can I do? Junior brother Yi is just too strong. I couldn't control myself for a moment. Sorry. Lu Ming scratched the back of his head, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Master, what does indestructible body of thunder mean? Yi Chen asked curiously. That move just now looked really strong. Oh, this is a body strengthening technique I created called Undying Thunder Body. Would you like to learn it? I want to learn. Yi Chen nodded repeatedly. I'll teach you the secret techniques I've already taught you. Zhao Pengcheng has now witnessed Yi Chen's close combat prowess, and he believes that what Yi Chen should learn most now is how to use his incredibly powerful mental strength. Instead of wasting time learning body strengthening methods. What? Junior brother, isn't your special ability wind attribute? Then how did you learn this body tempering technique? Lu Ming hadn't even recovered from Yi Chen's formidable strength when he heard that his master was going to teach Yi Chen the thunder undying body technique. He was immediately puzzled. Oh, I possess both wind and lightning attributes. Also, my S-rank ability is actually a contract ability. Holy crap! How can you possess 3 superpowers at the same time? That's absolutely astonishing. Lu Ming was completely shocked. It is already extremely rare for a person to possess a special ability. Yi Chen actually possesses 3 superpowers. Moreover, all 3 superpowers are at such a high level. This is absolutely incredible. Zhao Pengchang was also very satisfied. He has taken on a total of 7 apprentices. Yi Chen was the one he was most satisfied with. After leaving Zhao Pengchang's dormitory, Yi Chen immediately returned to his dormitory. They went inside, only to find it completely empty. What happened? Where are they? Yi Chen returned to the faculty dormitory, the place where they had parted ways. Finally, they saw He Fengling squatting on the ground waiting. What are you still doing here? I've been waiting for you. Yi Chen, you finally arrived. Upon hearing Yi Chen's voice, He Fengling looked up and saw that it really was Yi Chen. She immediately jumped up from the ground in excitement. Seeing He Fengling smiling so happily, Yi Chen was also infected. My mood improved. How did it go? Did you successfully become an apprentice? Yes. It worked. Yi Chen, what about you? I've successfully become an apprentice too. Yi Chen walked to He Fengling's side and naturally took her hand. He Fengling's hands are very white and soft, it feels so comfortable to hold them. He Fengling did not refuse when Yi Chen took her hand. By the way, have you seen my cousin? I didn't see it. He Fengling shook her head repeatedly. She has been squatting here waiting ever since she successfully became an apprentice. Yi Qingyi did not come out. Let's go find her. The two arrived at the entrance of Bai Shui's dormitory. Yi Chen walked over and gently knocked on the door. But no one responded from inside. Yi Chen, are they not home? I don't think so. Doesn't the information say that Ms. Bai Shui is home today? Yi Chen originally intended to use his mental power to check. But then I thought, this might mean seeing things I shouldn't see. They dared to use it. After all, he had accidentally seen Yi Qingyi going to the toilet before. Seeing Yi Qingyi with my mental power was nothing unusual. But what if you see something on Snow White that you shouldn't see? He'd probably be beaten to death on the spot. Yi Chen thought for a moment. He dialed Yi Qingyi's number. I waited for ages, but the call still didn't go through. Yi Chen dialed 3 times in a row. Left with no other choice. Yi Chen had no choice but to push the door open and enter. Yi Chen, isn't this a bit inappropriate? He Fengling said in a low voice. She was a little worried that she might anger the people inside. Of course this is not good. But I have no other choice now. How am I supposed to find my cousin if I don't open the door and go inside? Oh, Yi Chen, let's be quiet then, we can't let anyone find out. After we go in and find the person, we'll leave quickly. Of course. Chapter 103 Snow White. And so, Yi Chen and He Fengling sneaked into Bai Shui's house. As soon as they entered, Yi Chen sensed a fluctuation of spiritual energy emanating from a cultivation room. So, he followed the fluctuations and arrived at the cultivation room. Inside the cultivation room at this time, Yi Qingyi was naked and cultivating with her eyes closed. At this moment, her body was smeared with red blood. Her body glowed with a reddish light. At this moment, she was in great pain, and her body was trembling uncontrollably. Beside her was a beautiful female teacher with long legs. At this moment, she was wearing a white blouse with lace trim. The shirt is very flattering. Her chest was bulging high. But when it comes to the waist and abdomen, it tightens up tightly. She was wearing a black bodycon mini skirt. That beautiful S-curve is so enticing it makes your mouth water. Further down, there were long, shapely, and beautiful legs. These snow white legs were completely exposed to the air. The pair of fluffy white ears on Snow White's head. And those 3 fluffy tails. It is so eye-catching. In addition, she was exuding a captivating charm at that moment. He Fengling was instantly captivated. He Fengling was looking at Bai Shui with adoration. That look in his eyes was like seeing a lover he hadn't seen for many days. She quickly broke free from Zhao Wuxia's grasp. He immediately knelt down in front of Bai Shui. Then, like a kitten or puppy, it kept rubbing its pretty face against Snow White's long legs. Yi Chen, who was standing to the side, was dumbfounded. Such beautiful long legs. Should I go and join in too? Thinking of this, Yi Chen was about to kneel down at this critical moment. He suddenly woke up with a start. I cannot kneel down. He shook his head violently. Looking at those long legs so close to me. Yi Chen thought to himself, that was close, I almost fell for her trick. This woman's charm is truly remarkable. Not bad. You actually managed to resist the temptation of my figure. Your mental strength is quite high. But could you lend me a hand now? Your cousin is at a crucial stage in her cultivation, and my spiritual energy is almost depleted. Could I borrow yours for a moment? How can I lend you my mental energy? Put your hands on me. Bai Shui had her hands on Yi Qingyi's body, doing her best to help Yi Qingyi refine her blood. She is completely unable to concentrate now. He could only stare intently at Yi Qingyi, not daring to turn his head. He was afraid that Yi Qingyi might have an accident if he wasn't careful. Whether from nervousness or exhaustion, Bai Shui's body was now completely soaked in sweat. The white shirt clung tightly to her body. The clothes had become transparent. Yi Chen could see her slender figure at a glance. This woman is not only beautiful. She has a good figure. And she's incredibly charming. Her charm is simply that of a born succubus. Zhang Qian's charm, compared to her allure, is like children playing house. Yi Chen swallowed hard. Then he placed a hand on Snow White's back. The moment my palm touched the snow, he felt a force enter his body. Then, Yi Chen's mental energy was suddenly drawn out. Yi Chen's mental energy was guided by Bai Shui. It transformed into a thin veil, instantly covering Yi Qingyi's body. This is a powerful technique for controlling mental energy. This made Yi Chen's eyes light up. Turn out to be. So that's how they did it. Yi Chen immediately grasped a crucial trick for using mental power. Whirlpool. Like casting a net, let your mental energy form a vortex and start spinning. Then the spiritual energy will fly out in all directions. The faster the mental energy circulates, the fishing net formed by spiritual power is getting thinner and thinner. Before Yi Chen could even reflect on how to use this mental energy, suddenly, the image of Yi Qingyi appeared in his mind. That flawless and alluring ketone body. It was completely visible to her. Yi Chen's spiritual power has now covered Yi Qingyi's entire body. Yi Qingyi's body was completely exposed to Yi Chen. How many hairs are on Yi Qingyi's body? Yi Chen could see everything clearly. Don't get distracted. You can enjoy it slowly after you've finished refining it for her. Bai Shui didn't need to turn around to feel Yi Chen's emotional fluctuations. However, she could understand. After all, any normal man would be moved by a woman like Yi Qingyi, who is beautiful, has a perfect figure, and exudes endless charm. If you're not tempted, it just means there's something wrong with this man. Hey, teacher, I wasn't appreciating it at all. Yi Chen remained stubborn, but his little brother had already betrayed him. Bai Shui didn't expose his shortcomings anymore. However, with Yi Chen's arrival, her stress was relieved a lot at once. She couldn't help but wonder why Yi Chen possessed such powerful mental strength. This is absolutely incredible. The more Bai Shui used Yi Chen's mental power, the more alarmed she became. Yi Chen's current display of mental power is already comparable to that of a 4th-level mental power cultivator. About half an hour later, Yi Chen was also starting to feel the strain. Teacher, is it ready yet? Almost there. Just hang in there a little longer. Teacher, you've said that so many times already. Yi Chen looked exhausted. He wasn't afraid of hardship, he just didn't know when it would end and felt somewhat lost. Yi Chen had no choice but to open his system template. I clicked the plus sign 10 times in the mental strength section. He then felt much better. Bai Shui, who was controlling Yi Chen's mental power, frowned. What's going on? Is it just my imagination? I feel like Yi Chen's mental strength has suddenly increased a little bit. Although not many. But it's also very strange. Under normal circumstances, to improve one's mental strength, besides practicing techniques that cultivate mental strength, you can also boost your mental strength by overdrawing your mental energy until you collapse from exhaustion, thus unleashing your potential. Bai Shui's spiritual power had just entered Yi Chen's sea of consciousness. She had long seen that Yi Chen's spiritual power was like a virgin territory, which had never been cultivated or developed. Therefore, there is naturally no such thing as breaking through due to cultivation techniques. But he's not exhausted yet. How did his mental strength suddenly increase automatically? This breakthrough method was something she had never heard of or seen before. Another half hour passed. Teacher, is it ready yet? Just a little longer, hang in there. How can a boy like you have such poor stamina? No, I'm worried that He Tongshui will rub your long legs raw. Yi Chen looked at Yi Fengling, who was still rubbing her legs on the ground. For a moment, he truly didn't know whether he should envy her or not. After rubbing for so long, doesn't your face hurt? It's okay. I'm used to being harassed by others. Bai Shui said indifferently. Yi Chen was also curious. Those long, beautiful legs were stunning. How many people have actually taken advantage of it? It's unbelievable that they could let it bother them for so long and still remain unmoved. Chapter 104 Six-Tailed White Fox. What? You really like my long legs? I love it. What man wouldn't love such beautiful legs? Faced with Bai Shui's question, Yi Chen answered honestly. After all, his eyes and his little brother were really a bit disappointing, always reacting involuntarily. As long as you can help Yi Qingyi's superpower evolve successfully, you can rub my legs however you want, however you want. Bai Shui said calmly. Yi Qingyi has now reached her limit. Both she and Yi Chen had reached their mental limits. It looked like they were about to fail. Bai Shui didn't care about anything else anymore. They just went all out. Teacher, you said it. You can't go back on your word. I will never break my promise. If we succeed, these 2 legs of mine will still be yours. Bai Shui spoke while panting heavily. At this moment, Yi Chen also became serious. Putting aside how alluring those beautiful legs are. On the matter of Yi Qingyi's ability evolution, he absolutely could not let Yi Qingyi fail. As he spoke, he frantically added more points to his mental energy. Another 40 points were added. It wasn't that Yi Chen didn't want to max it out. However, this is simply too shocking and unconventional. He was worried that he would be captured and dissected. At this moment, Bai Shui once again felt Yi Chen's spiritual power, which was like a well that was about to dry up, suddenly gushing out again. At this moment, she didn't have time to think too much and focused on helping Yi Qingyi refine the essence. With a soft sound, 6 fluffy tails appeared behind Yi Qingyi. Bai Shui laughed heartily. It's done. It's finally done. This 3-eyed white fox can really evolve. The white, fluffy tails of the 6-tailed white fox instantly overshadowed the allure of the snow. He foaming released Bai Shui's long legs and then crawled towards Yi Qingyi. Yi Chen immediately grabbed He Ling's belt. Tell her to stop making a fool of herself. With Yi Qingyi's superpower evolution completed, Yi Qingyi fainted. Yi Chen immediately rushed over. He helped Yi Qingyi up. Then I touched her heartbeat. Thank goodness. My heart is still beating. Ahem. Yi Chen. Don't take advantage of my disciple while she's unconscious. As her master, I won't allow you to do that. Ha? No, I just wanted to check if her heart was still beating. Why don't you take a look at where your hands are right now? Yi Chen wanted to retort, but Bai Shui lowered her head in a gesture of respect. He followed Bai Shui's gaze. At that moment, his right hand was gripping Yi Qingyi's chest. This feels like something out of a lewd act. Yi Chen awkwardly let go of her hand. Ha, it's a misunderstanding, a misunderstanding. After Yi Chen helped Yi Qingyi to Bai Shui's bed to rest, he calmed himself down. Then he came out. In the living room, Bai Shui was lying on her side on the sofa, looking exhausted. Yi Chen asked curiously. Teacher Bai, what's this about my cousin's superpower? Why can it evolve? She just refined the blood of an SS grade 6-tailed white fox. The 6-tailed white fox is the evolved form of the 3-tailed white fox. Legend has it that this superpower can eventually evolve into an SSS level 9-tailed white fox superpower. Of course, this is just a legend, and whether it will actually succeed, I have no idea. So that's how it is. No wonder my cousin is only an A-level ability user, but they were willing to give her S-level ability access. But isn't my cousin an S-level special admission student? How did she manage to get SS-level blood? Upon hearing Bai Shui's words, Yi Chen suddenly realized what was going on. Immediately afterwards, he plopped down next to Bai Shui. He foaming then moved her hips slightly. He gave his position to Yi Chen. I applied for it for her. Bai Shui propped her head up and said calmly. Upon hearing this, Yi Chen immediately bowed to her. Thank you so much, Teacher Bai. I'm conveying my cousin's gratitude to you. Thank you too much. This was approved by the school I just mentioned it. Then I also want to thank you. If it weren't for you, she might not have helped my cousin apply. Yi Chen still expressed his gratitude. After all, for an S-class ability to evolve into an S-class ability is practically a life-saving grace. No need to thank me. If I hadn't already tempered my body, I wouldn't have given her this blood. Bai Shui raised her hand to look at her manicured nails, as if in her eyes, the blood of the six-tailed white fox was not as important as her manicured nails. Yi Chen smiled and didn't say thank you again. Because he could sense that this Ms. Bai didn't seem to like fussy, nagging people. When will my cousin wake up? What's the rush? She'll be studying with me all summer. I don't even know how she's cultivating. She possesses an A-level superpower, yet her cultivation level is so low. Now her superpower has evolved to S level. If I don't help her get proper tutoring, people will think I haven't taught her well. Then I'll leave it to you. After saying that, Yi Chen gave He Fengling a wink, signaling him to prepare to make a run for it. He Fengling nodded repeatedly after seeing this, then got up to leave. Stop right there. Are you feeling uncomfortable here? Why are you in such a hurry to leave? Bai Shui looked at Yi Chen and He Fengling with dissatisfaction. In the past, whether they were men or women, anyone who came to her, they all wished they could stay here and never leave. This is the first time someone has ever come to her place and actually tried to run away. This is an utter disgrace. She can't accept it. Haha, how could that be? I just noticed it was getting late and I needed to go back and cook. Yes, we're not uncomfortable at all. We're perfectly comfortable. As He Fengling spoke, she touched her cheeks, which had been rubbed red. He also rubbed his knees, which were feeling a bit uncomfortable. Since you're going to cook, why don't you cook here? I heard you're a great cook. That's perfect. I don't like cooking or going to the cafeteria. From now on, you'll be in charge of cooking my meals. Having just regained some energy, Snow White immediately reverted to her haughty queenly demeanor. She held her head high. He glanced down at Yi Chen and He Fengling. He Fengling is all right. After all, his height is a factor. He is only 175 centimeters tall. Yi Chen, however, is 190 centimeters tall. It was 10 centimeters taller than the snow. She wanted to look down on Yi Chen, but she simply couldn't. But I'm used to being arrogant. I really don't have the habit of bowing my head. Seeing their awkwardness, Yi Chen had no choice but to sit back down on the sofa. Conveniently, she looked down at herself as Her Majesty the Queen. Seeing that Yi Chen was so sensible, she nodded in satisfaction. Chapter 105. He's become a cook already? This arrogant woman. Yi Chen sighed inwardly in despair. Hurry, go cook. I'm starving. Bai Shui urged him on with a haughty expression. Upon hearing that it was about dinner, He Fengling sat back down on the sofa. Yi Chen nodded helplessly. Then I went into the kitchen. All I saw was, apart from a gas stove, the entire kitchen was completely empty. Where's the pot? Where's the knife? He turned around and found the refrigerator, only to find it empty as well. Yi Chen came out and looked at Bai Shui, who was lying lazily on the sofa waiting for dinner. He asked helplessly, where are your ingredients and cooking utensils? Shouldn't you cooks be preparing this yourselves? No, Sister Bai, in our family, we just tell the housekeeper what we want to eat, then we have the chef prepare the ingredients. He Fengling loves food, even though she doesn't know how to cook. However, she still knows the food cooking process very well. Upon hearing Bai Shui's words, she immediately spoke up to refute Yi Chen. Oh, is that so? Then I'll order a few dishes and you go buy the ingredients. No, Teacher Bai, you need to pay for these ingredients, and then the chef will be responsible for choosing them. He Fengling spoke up again in rebuttal. Yi Chen, standing to the side, secretly gave He Fengling a thumbs up. I didn't spoil this girl for nothing. She also knows how to save money for herself. The key point is that she actually dares to step up when there's trouble. Facing a level 6 expert, he remained fearless in the face of danger. As expected of the eldest daughter of the He family. Is that so? Okay. I'll buy some ingredients online, and you can cook, Yi Chen. Bai Shui readily agrees with good advice. She's not one to take advantage of others. She simply didn't realize that. After placing the order on the software, the ingredients arrived in just a few minutes. Holy crap! That fast? Yi Chen was somewhat shocked. He hadn't even warmed his seat on the sofa yet. The person delivering the package was dressed as a chef. They saw Yi Chen come to collect the goods. He couldn't help but complain. Hey kid, is the food in our cafeteria really that bad? Is it really necessary to cook for yourself? The chef was holding a cleaver, which was still stained with blood. Anyone who didn't know better would think they were coming to chop up Yi Chen. Yi Chen apologized awkwardly. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to criticize your cooking. The thing is, I'm poor, and I want to save some money. Oh, I see. Do you not have enough credits? Yes. Oh, then I'm relieved. The chef nodded and then placed the ingredients in Yi Chen's hands. Then he left. Yi Chen held the box containing the ingredients. I shook it, and it's still a bit heavy. Make it good for me. I spent a lot of points on this. If it's not good, I'll beat your butt into 8 pieces. Bai Shui spoke languidly, though her words were uttered with coldness. But she was still incredibly beautiful and captivating. Anyone who didn't know better would think she was flirting with Yi Chen. Don't worry. Yi Chen's cooking is the best. My grandfather also loves his cooking. When Yi Fengling heard that Bai Shui was going to beat up Yi Chen, she quickly spoke up for Yi Chen. After hearing Yi Fengling's words, Bai Shui looked at Yi Fengling with a suspicious expression. Tell me, what is your relationship with this Yi Chen? What relationship? We're classmates, of course. Yi Fengling opened her eyes wide and stared straight at Bai Shui, looking puzzled and not understanding why the other party was asking such a question. Upon hearing this answer, Bai Shui fell silent. However, his gaze kept glancing at Yi Fengling and Yi Chen. Yi Chen felt a little uncomfortable under the woman's gaze. Especially when this woman looked at it, she even used her mental power to scan it. In an instant, they saw Yi Chen completely naked from head to toe. Yi Chen suppressed the urge to retaliate with his mental power. I went back to the kitchen. After opening the box, Yi Chen saw a large piece of fish that had already been cut up inside. The fish meat is blue. It's obvious at a glance that this thing comes from the deep sea. Yi Chen opened the system interface to take a look. The above shows that this piece of fish meat comes from the belly of a level 4 deep sea blue marlin. Consuming it can enhance mental strength. The most golden and precious part of the deep sea blue marlin. Yi Chen nodded to himself. This snowflake has quite the eye for talent. Although she doesn't know how to cook, she knows a lot about food. Immediately afterwards, Yi Chen opened the second layer. Below is beef, which is also the essence of the 4th-tier beast, the crimson blood bull. After consumption, it can enhance the body's energy and blood circulation. This thing is extremely precious. The third layer is a strange beast made of shellfish from the deep sea. Its name is thick armor blue blood consumer. It is also a tier 4 beast, and consuming it can restore mental energy. These are the 3 kinds of strange beasts. Although there weren't many, they were all tier 4 beasts. That should be enough to eat. Yi Chen took out various kitchen utensils from his spatial storage and began cooking. About half an hour later, Yi Chen finally finished cooking the 3 dishes. But here's what's going on with these 2 bare plates. Yi Chen carried the last dish. Looking at the 2 plates that were even cleaner than my own face, a sense of doubt and confusion arose in my mind. Until he turned around and saw Yi Fengling, who looked aggrieved and resentful. There was also Bai Shui, who was clearly stuffed and was clutching her stomach. Yi Chen immediately understood. That woman acted way too fast. They even licked the plate clean. You should at least leave some for He Tongshui. Yi Chen sighed helplessly. He placed the last piece of beef on the table. Bai Shui licked her lips. He patted his belly and finally sighed helplessly. I'm full. Do you have anything to aid digestion? Yi Chen shook his head. His digestion is excellent. He doesn't need this stuff. Yi Fengling also shook her head. She doesn't need that kind of thing. All right. Let's leave it at that for now. Come back to my place tonight. Huh? At night? Yi Chen was somewhat surprised. What? Did this woman want him to play with her long legs? But isn't it a bit inappropriate to say this in front of he? After all, she was still just a child who didn't understand anything. Of course it's at night. Don't you guys eat late-night snacks? Bai Shui said this with a straight face. Yi Fengling, who was standing to the side, immediately brightened up. Night snack. I knew I felt like something was missing. Oh, it turns out we were missing a late-night snack. Yi Fengling looked at Bai Shui with gratitude. I'm grateful to her for reminding me of a late-night snack. Yi Chen sighed helplessly once again. Am I really going to become a chef? I should have known better than to be such a good cook. Now it's so difficult to extricate myself. Chapter 106 Keeping Yi Chen. At this moment, Yi Qingyi finally woke up. It's better to arrive at the right time than to arrive early. Just then, Yi Chen finished cooking, and there was only one dish left. At this moment, Yi Qingyi looked radiant. Her skin also became more glowing. More importantly, her charm is several times stronger than before. It probably won't be long before she can turn He Fengling into a complete idiot. At this moment, Yi Qingyi's cultivation level had also broken through to the third level of the first rank. Her qi and blood value soared to 5,500. And his mental strength has reached 1,000. The growth rate is simply too high. Even Yi Chen was somewhat envious. As expected of SS level blood, that's awesome. What is most commendable is that Yi Qingyi's special ability is quite unique. It is a perfect match for the blood of a six-tailed white fox. Her spiritual power was completely unaffected by the blood of the alien beast. In other words, she is well suited to both combat skills and mental abilities. Cousin, come on, have something to eat? Hey cousin, how did you know I was hungry? What a coincidence. The three of them sat around a plate of food, which Yi Chen felt was a bit too little. So he took out his phone again. We ordered 1 or 2 more ingredients. I bought ordinary second-tier alien beast flesh and blood. It cost 5 credits. A few minutes later, I saw that cook again. It's you again? Can you even eat all of this? Let me tell you, these are high-end ingredients. They'd be wasted if you put them in the refrigerator. This middle-aged chef hates people who waste food the most. So seeing Yi Chen in such a short time, he couldn't bear to see so many ingredients being bought again. I couldn't help but start criticizing. Uncle, look carefully, this is the faculty dormitory. Do you think I have such a big appetite? Oh, I see. But whose dorm is this anyway? And which teacher has such a big appetite? Why have I never seen a teacher with such a big appetite in the cafeteria before? The chef kept muttering to himself. Yi Chen couldn't help but remind him. There are 4 of us eating here. So we ate a bit too much. That's not right. The flesh and blood of these strange beasts contain enormous amounts of energy. Even if there are 4 of you, you definitely couldn't eat it all. The chef still hadn't left. He kept craning his neck to look inside. He was very curious about which teacher had such a big appetite. At this moment, Bai Shui came out from inside with a dark expression. Old Wang, don't you have anything better to do? You're so free. What's wrong with me eating a little more? What's the big deal? Didn't I pay my credits? No, I was just worried you'd waste food. Alright, since it's teacher Bai Shui, I'm relieved. With your appetite, you'll definitely finish it. After saying that, the cook finally left. Only the snow, which was about to go berserk, remained. Furious. She is a girl, and a pretty girl at that. She cares most about what people say about her appetite. This is absolutely intolerable. Hey! Teacher Bai. Calm down. Don't be impulsive. Yi Chen could feel Bai Shui's breathing becoming more and more rapid. He suddenly panicked. After all, he was so close to her right now. Moreover, the opponent was a level 6 expert. If she gets into a fight with that level 4 cook, wouldn't I be killed by the aftershocks of their battle? Just when Yi Chen thought Bai Shui was about to erupt, suddenly, Bai Shui grabbed Yi Chen by the collar and pulled him inside. After closing the door. Then, cornering Yi Chen against the wall, she gritted her teeth and glared at him fiercely, saying, I forbid you from buying any more ingredients from him. Understand? Oh, okay. I understand, I promise I won't buy it. Yi Chen could only nod. After he finished speaking, Yi Chen noticed that Bai Shui was still staring at him. He asked cautiously, Can I start cooking now? Go! Back on the sofa, Bai Shui felt her mental energy recovering at an astonishing speed. She was immediately surprised. It's important to know that in order to cultivate students, the school uses only the freshest and top-quality ingredients in its cafeteria. Those chefs are also top-notch chefs. It's fair to say that the teachers and students at the Shanghai Superpower University eat better than those in high-end hotels. However, even so, the food they made, it still can't compare to the food cooked by Yi Chen. regardless of the taste. However, the improvement in cultivation level is still far behind. It's hard to imagine someone with such good cooking skills. It turned out to be a freshman. Bai Shui found it increasingly unbelievable. You know, any chef outside can easily be a 5-star or even a 4-star chef. Without exception, they were all over 40 years old. And Yi Chen, that guy. She's only 18 years old. They mastered cooking skills that were better than theirs. If this gets out, who would believe it? This terrifying culinary talent made her even more determined to make Yi Chen obediently cook for her. Not long after, Yi Chen finally finished preparing the other 2 dishes. He Fengling, sitting at the dining table, was almost crying from drooling. Didn't I tell you to eat first? Why are you waiting for me? Yi Chen couldn't help but laugh when he saw He Fengling staring at the food and swallowing hard. Yi Chen, I enjoy eating with you. Alright. Let's eat. This 4th-tier beef possesses enormous energy. He Fengling only ate a few pieces. Her cheeks turned rosy. It only took a short while. He Fengling's qi and blood value increased by 50 points. Yi Chen was extremely surprised. Isn't it said that qi and blood levels are difficult to increase? How come my cooking is so amazing? Bai Shui, who was on the sofa, also noticed He Fengling's change immediately. She couldn't help but sigh inwardly. If she had a boyfriend who was such a great chef when she was in school. Do I really need to train so hard? At the same time, she sighed inwardly, realizing that her apprentice was indeed a little too honest. My cousin is such a good cook, why don't I stay at his house every day? What's the point of me even bothering with my own cultivation? Aren't you tired? Yi Chen. Do you have a master now? What do you think of me? As Bai Shui spoke, she puffed out her high, firm breasts. She even gave Yi Chen a flirtatious wink. All this was so she could take Yi Chen as her disciple and eat his cooking every day. She doesn't mind using her looks a little. In short, Yi Chen has to become her cook. She has been stuck at the 6th level of the Great Perfection realm for many years. My mental strength hasn't increased for many years. But today, after eating the food Yi Chen cooked, she actually felt a long-lost sense that her spiritual power was beginning to increase. This is incredible. Maybe Yi Chen really can help her break through to the 7th rank. Chapter 107 Like. I have already become a disciple of teacher Zhao Pengcheng, so you are a step too late. Yi Chen smiled. Upon hearing this, Bai Shui was immediately displeased. But when he thought about how Zhao Pengcheng's cultivation and strength were far superior to his own, he realized that Zhao Pengcheng's cultivation and strength were far superior to his own. She felt somewhat discouraged again. Fine, you've already become an apprentice. Looks like you're not destined for it. Bai Shui waved her hand, looking as if to say, you've suffered a great loss. Yi Chen and He Fengling said goodbye to Bai Shui and prepared to return to their dormitory. They originally intended to take Yi Qingyi back with them. However, Bai Shui told them that Yi Qingyi had to cultivate with her. We won't be able to go back to the dormitory for a while. Yi Chen had no objections. After all, he was happy for his cousin who was teaching her so diligently. Ignoring Yi Qingyi's reluctant gaze, he then pulled He Fengling out the door. As He Fengling walked, she said with a puzzled expression. Yi Chen, why does my face feel a little painful? Oh, maybe it's from being in the sun too much. But my knees are also a bit sore. He Fengling frowned. She had wanted to say this for a long time. She always felt that she was missing a very important memory. This memory seems to be related to her facial pain and knee pain. Upon hearing this, Yi Chen couldn't help but chuckle, but he dared not say it aloud. After all, this matter is just too outrageous. Who knows if He Fengling can handle it? Hey, Yi Chen, why are you smirking? What's so funny? Tell me quickly so I can be happy too. If your knees hurt, I'll give you a massage when we get back. Come on, let me carry you. After saying that, Yi Chen squatted down. Upon seeing this, He Fengling immediately jumped up excitedly. Hey! Yi Chen, you're so nice. Let's go back. Yi Chen, hurry up. Ha ha ha. Upon hearing this, Yi Chen readily agreed and started running with her. He Fengling's full breast swelled softly against Yi Chen's back. It's very comfortable. And those smooth, beautiful legs. It is very smooth and warm. Even after arriving at his dormitory, Yi Chen was reluctant to leave. Yi Chen, we've arrived. You can put me down now. Oh, I know. Come in and let me be your masochist, I'll give you a massage. After saying that, Yichen carried He Fengling into his room and put her on the bed. Then they closed the doors and windows. Yichen, do you know how to give massages? No, but would you be willing to let me experiment on you? Yes. I do. Come on. Lie down. Yichen took off He Fengling's white shoes. Holding her by her feet, I laid her flat on the bed. The little girl's feet were very clean. A pair of white socks that looked brand new. It is very white. Moreover, there is no odor at all. Yichen took off one of her little white socks. I took a closer look at her feet. Her feet were very white and perfect. It wasn't painted with nail polish, it just had a pure, natural beauty. Yichen, what's wrong? Do my feet smell? I don't know, how about I smell it? After he finished speaking, Yichen bent down and smelled it. It doesn't smell of feet, in fact, it has a faint fragrance. Yichen shook his head and said, There's no foot odor, don't worry. Oh. I'm not nervous. Although He Fengling said she wasn't nervous, her legs were slightly arched. The toes of both feet moved slightly. He seemed somewhat uneasy. Yichen smiled. He felt this girl was really like a child who never grew up. It seems they really know nothing about matters between men and women. However, the more this happened, the more Yichen liked this girl. Yichen looked at He Fengling and asked, Hey do you have a crush on anyone? Yichen, are you referring to the kind of liking between boyfriend and girlfriend, or the kind between ordinary friends? Of course, it's the kind between men and women. Yichen looked very seriously into He Fengling's beautiful, watery eyes and asked. He Fengling thought for a moment, then tilted her head and said, I don't know if I like you, I just feel very safe when I'm with you, Yichen. Yichen was very satisfied with the answer. Although she didn't explicitly say she liked him, it at least proved that she had a strong liking for him. Yichen slowly moved closer to her small lips. He Fengling was momentarily flustered. Her eyes kept blinking, and she looked nervous and confused. But when Yichen's lips came close, she did not refuse. My mind went completely blank. Yichen kissed him very gently. Yichen's technique was very skillful, and his eyes were always focused on He Fengling's condition. If he notices that she is feeling unwell, he will immediately adjust the pressure and angle. The whole process. He Fengling was guided by Yichen throughout the entire process. At first, the little girl had no idea what to do. But as time went by, minute by minute, she finally started to respond. She would take the initiative to kiss Yichen. Her hands, which had been hovering nervously in the air, now rested on Yichen's shoulders. Yichen then pulled her into his arms. He held her and rolled around on the bed. Their kiss started gently, but eventually became as intense as a storm. He Fengling was initially at a loss. However, some things are etched into our genes. She doesn't need to study at all, she can just follow her instincts. The atmosphere in the room grew increasingly ambiguous. A short while later, He Fengling let out a proud groan that sounded like both pain and pleasure. At this moment, the two completely transformed from friends to lovers. At this moment, He Fengling transformed from a girl into a woman. A series of soft, melodious moans drifted from inside the room. Approximately 45 minutes later, Yichen looked at He Fengling, whose eyes still had tear stains. He lowered his head and kissed her lips again. Hey, you're going to be my woman from now on. You're going to marry me, do you understand? After he finished speaking, he wiped the tears off He Fengling's face. He Fengling's body was still trembling. She held Yichen tightly, preventing him from getting up. Yichen knew that she was still not quite used to it and lacked a sense of security. All I need to do now is stay with her. Yichen looked at He Fengling with a loving expression. He would occasionally reach out and tidy up her hair. When emotions run deep, they kissed again. Having gained experience, He Fengling was very proactive this time. She wrapped her arms around Yichen's shoulders. She kept trying to kiss Yichen. It was as if only in this way could she alleviate the unease in her heart. About 5 or 6 minutes later, He Fengling's lips were a little red and swollen before the two reluctantly parted. Chapter 108 I Don't Want to Learn. Yichen, we absolutely cannot let anyone else know about what happened between us. He Fengling was wrapped in a white quilt, which she pulled up high. Only half of its head was visible. even though Yi Chen told her many times that he had seen, kissed, and touched her entire body. They told her not to be shy, but He Fengling still kept her head down. Why? Hearing He Fengling's words, Yi Chen was a little puzzled. After all, he was not bad-looking and had great talent. Why can't other people know? He Fengling frowned and said with a worried expression. I'm worried that if my grandfather finds out what you did to me, he'll kill you. Upon hearing this, Yi Chen immediately pictured the old man He Fengling in his mind. He nodded and said, that makes sense, your grandfather is indeed very fierce. Yi Chen had been threatened more than once. I don't know if this old man is serious. He wouldn't dare gamble. After all, even a level 7 expert couldn't withstand being attacked without reason. My grandpa isn't fierce at all. He's very gentle with me. When He Fengling heard Yi Chen speak ill of her grandfather, she immediately retorted and defended herself. Yes, yes, yes. Our grandpa is the gentlest of all. Yi Chen casually echoed. Under these circumstances, Yi Chen did not intend to argue with her. Let's go, honey, let's take a shower together. Yi Chen got out of bed and reached out to He Fengling, inviting her to take a bath together. Yi Chen, I want you to hold me, otherwise I won't shower with you. He Fengling pouted and said playfully. Yi Chen smiled. He crawled straight into bed. Oh no! It died. Ha ha ha. After the two wrestled and played around on the bed for a while, Yi Chen held He Fengling's leg with one hand. He had one arm around He Fengling's waist. The two of them then entered the bathroom together. After taking a shower, the two went out together, and then Song Jiaodi acted as their tour guide, leading them around the fun places in Shanghai. Throughout the entire journey, Song Jiaodi was only responsible for leading the way. She didn't dare to interrupt, because she felt like she was just a third wheel. Anyone with eyes can see that there's something going on between these two. Throughout the entire process, the two held hands almost the entire time. The two even shared an ice cream. The two of them are clearly so rich. But they only bought one ice cream. This little girl says she can't eat ice cream because it's too high in calories and she needs to lose weight. However, throughout the entire process, the ice cream was shared bite by bite between the two of them. I haven't seen this girl eat less. It doesn't look right no matter how you look at it. Song Jiaodi was fed dog food the whole way. But she was experiencing both pain and pleasure. After all, these two are really generous. Whether it's buying clothes or food, no matter how expensive these things are, she'll always get a share. And not long after they separated, Song Jiaodi immediately received the transfer from Yi Chen. In just over an hour, she earned 5,000. In addition, there are all these designer clothes and designer dresses. It's almost tens of thousands of yuan. This money is too easy to make. After returning, Yi Chen looked at He Fengling, who seemed to be in a good mood, and asked, I'm planning to spend 2 months training in the wilderness this summer. What are your plans? Wherever Yi Chen goes, I'll go. Let's go together. He Fengling put her arm around Yi Chen's arm and said with a happy expression. Yi Chen nodded upon hearing this. Okay. However, this process might be quite tedious. Can you handle it? Don't worry, I'll be very good. What? You're going to the wilderness for training? That evening, Bai Shui overheard Yi Chen's plan. She was immediately thrilled. If Yi Chen leaves, my breakthrough plan has been ruined. No. You should be training with your master or me right now. How can you waste your time going to a place like the wilderness? What? You don't want to be a good student anymore, you want to become a savage? Bai Shui was very emotional. She, who usually pays great attention to her image and is very elegant, was a little vulnerable for the first time. Even when she speaks, saliva flies out of her mouth. A few drops of her saliva even flew into Yi Chen's mouth. Seeing He Fengling staring intently at him, Yi Chen could only feign composure and pretend nothing had happened. But he couldn't understand why Bai Shui was so excited about his upcoming training. I just asked my master, and he said that I can go wherever I want this summer, but I must master the secret manual he gave me to the beginner level. Then you shouldn't have gone. What's so good about going to the wilderness? Listen to your teacher and stay here with me. I can teach you cultivation, how to use mental power. I can even lend you my legs to play with. Bai Shui went to great lengths to keep Yi Chen, even sacrificing her beauty. She stretched out her long, bare legs. She even gave Yi Chen a flirtatious wink. Yi Chen immediately became very nervous. My woman is still here. This teacher is really terrible. He turned to look at He Fengling. The girl's eyes were wide open. Although she didn't say anything. But it also seems like a lot was said. Yi Qingyi was also somewhat shocked. She thought she had just found a mentor. But she never expected that the person she had chosen would be a love rival. Bai Shui was shocked to see so many people. She realized she had said the wrong thing. So she coughed lightly and said, Ahem. I mean, I'm also good at leg techniques. I can teach you leg techniques. Yi Chen shook his head and said, I don't want to learn. All I need is the knife in my hand. Learning too much and too many different things is not good. You. Bai Shui was instantly filled with rage. In the past, her seduction techniques were always effective. But this time it was a little boy. We actually lost. This is an absolute disgrace. She even began to doubt whether she was getting old and losing some of her charm. In the end, Bai Shui couldn't persuade Yi Chen otherwise and agreed to let her go to the wilderness for training. However, one thing must be guaranteed. You can only leave for a maximum of 1 month. After 1 month, you must return as soon as possible. Yi Chen didn't want to agree. However, Bai Shui used the excuse that Yi Qingyi needed Yi Chen's help with her cultivation. Yi Chen had no choice but to reluctantly agree. The next morning, Yi Chen prepared to set off. After putting on her own sunglasses, He Fengling took another pair from her spatial ring and handed them to Yi Chen. Yi Chen put it on. He Fengling beckoned, and a helicopter landed directly in the center of the playground. Yi Chen. Let's take a plane. Oh. Yi Chen looked at the helicopter that suddenly flew in. He was quite surprised. It seemed he had underestimated the strength of the He family. This Shanghai University of Superpowers is like their backyard. Airplanes can come in whenever they want. Chapter 109 Reproduction. Yi Chen, where are we going now? After boarding the plane and fastening her seatbelt, He Fengling asked curiously. Yi Chen took the drink handed to him by a maid and said, Let's go to the level 2 wilderness area. Alright. Let's get going. The plane soon arrived at the level 2 wilderness area of the Magic City. As soon as the plane came to a stop, it attracted the attention of everyone around. This was the first time these adventurers had ever seen someone make such a big fuss while hunting. Which young master or young lady has arrived? Humph. So what if you're a young master? The beasts in this wilderness don't care who you are, they'll bite you without hesitation. Exactly. A bunch of young masters and misses who just loaf around all day, instead of staying at home obediently, they think they're all that great just because someone flatters them a few times. In the wilderness, you'll be fighting for real, so don't wet your pants. No matter which world you're in. People at the bottom of society deeply resent the privileged class. Whenever someone sees such a huge spectacle, there will always be someone who makes a few complaints. The plane door opened at that moment. A man and a woman walked out from inside. The man was tall, handsome, and had a strong physique. The woman has a sweet face and a hot figure. Both of them were wearing protective suits, one male and one female. Upon seeing these two, many people lowered their heads in self-consciousness. Of course, some people were filled with envy and jealousy. I envy and am jealous of their looks and background. Others, however, looked disdainful. I think these two are just pretty faces. Yi Chen sensed that some people in the crowd were actually hostile towards him. Seeing this, Yi Chen immediately released his contracted beast, the mosquito. The giant mosquito flew onto Yi Chen's head. It makes a buzzing sound. Its powerful aura, at the peak of the second tier, instantly intimidated the entire area. The terrifying aura immediately caused the hostile group to lower their heads in fear. Of course, there are also people who enjoy raising exotic animals, and they marvel at these powerful and peculiar creatures. This strange beast. It's incredible, I've never seen one before. I've never seen anything like it before. This mosquito is so cool. I've never seen such a unique species before. Previously, I always thought that the strongest of these mosquitoes was only level 1. Unexpectedly, I even saw a mosquito at the second level of the Great Perfection stage. No wonder they're rich. They actually managed to find such a rare species. I find these mosquitoes really scary. Bah! What's so great about having money? You're all useless without the family. Despite Yi Chen demonstrating his contractual abilities, some people were still secretly grumbling and cursing. However, Yi Chen was too lazy to bother with it. After entering the wilderness area, Yi Chen and He Fengling rode on the back of the mosquito. He Fengling looked at the large mosquito beneath her. She was also extremely excited. Yi Chen, your mosquito is so beautiful. I love it. Really? If you like, I'll let you ride it every day. Ha ha. That's awesome. This mosquito is prettier than my big airplane. Yi Chen was quite surprised to hear He Fengling's praise. I never expected that this girl would not only not be afraid, but actually like it. As expected of my woman, her taste is just like mine. Yi Chen had just entered the wilderness area. He quickly spread his mental energy outwards. After acquiring the skills he stole from Snow White, his detectable mental energy range is 5 to 6 times larger than before. He had a complete view of half of the wilderness area. Having tasted the sweetness of success last time, Yi Chen flew directly to the Blood Lion's territory. He jumped straight down. Then he pulled out his long, black sword and charged into the lion pride. Then, with a single, sweeping strike, he severed the head of a Tier 2, Level 1 lioness. Because the knife is long enough. This time, the lion's blood did not stain his body. The other lions saw that someone had invaded their territory. The remaining 30-odd lions reacted quickly. Then it pounced on Yi Chen. Yi Chen remained calm and composed. Operating the whirlwind blade technique. Hold the knife with both hands, continuously build up power into the blade, and then swing it out in one strike. In an instant, a gust of wind, carrying terrifying blade energy, swept across the entire area. All 35 blood lions were cut down and fell to the ground. Each of them had wounds on its body. 6 of the blood lions were cut in half at the waist. The rest were still lying on the ground, barely clinging to life. Yi Chen walked over to their bodies. 1 slash each, 1 kill. Slay them all. The mosquitoes in the sky smelled the blood. It was also very excited, and it quickly flew down. He lay on the corpse of a Tier 2 blood frenzy lion. It was sucking up large gulps of blood. That enormous tone. It plunged its head into the heart, and the mosquito's enormous proboscis was seen sucking up large gulps of blood. In no time at all, the lion's blood was drained. Then it climbed onto another lion. Using the stinger under its own tail, it then stabbed itself. Hey! Yi Chen, what is Hong Hong doing right now? He Fengling was puzzled by the mosquito's strange behavior. Hong Hong was the name she gave to the mosquito. Yi Chen glanced at it and immediately saw through the clue. Because this silly mosquito has the ability to absorb blood to increase its cultivation level. It has just absorbed blood and accumulated some energy. However, this amount of energy is far from enough to break through to the 3rd tier. Therefore, it chose to use this energy to lay eggs and incubate the next generation. It's laying mosquitoes. Don't look at it now, check on it later. Wow. Really? So it's going to have babies? That's amazing. I've never seen a mosquito give birth before. He Fengling was very curious. She jumped off the cliff. He squatted on the ground, staring intently at the mosquito's rear end. I want to see the eggs being laid. Yi Chen immediately went over and pulled He Fengling up. Don't look, it's scary. You can look after it hatches. Back in his previous life on Earth, Yi Chen had seen these mosquito larvae. They were a group of disgusting, constantly wriggling worms. He was worried that He Fengling would be frightened. That directly prevented her from watching. But why can't I look at it? I think our red one is very pretty. He Fengling was completely confused. She is very curious. His eyes kept glancing in that direction. Yi Chen was helpless and covered her eyes with his hand. I told you not to look, so don't look. Why are you thinking so much? The corpse on the ground. Not long after. Then insects hatched. They kept gnawing on the flesh and blood of the corpse. Chapter 110 Mosquito Army. Insects wriggled inside the corpse, making eerie noises. In a short while, the mosquito had almost completely devoured the flesh and blood from the corpse. This enormous lion was reduced to skin and bones. Immediately afterwards, a buzzing sound came. Blood-red mosquitoes. It flew out of the corpse. The mosquitoes swarmed together, forming a red cloud. Yi Chen was dumbfounded. These mosquitoes reproduce way too fast. In such a short period of time, thousands of mosquitoes have multiplied. These mosquitoes are all about the size of a palm. His entire body was blood red. Yi Chen immediately clicked on the mosquito template to take a look. Race, mutant red blood mosquito. Lifespan, 3 months. Chi and blood value, 100. Skill, lifesteal to increase cultivation level. Yi Chen frowned. These mosquito offspring are a bit underwhelming. It's one thing to have low cultivation level, but to have such poor skills as well. They didn't inherit any of the excellent genes of those silly mosquitoes at all. However, since their quality is poor, we can only win by sheer quantity. The mosquito sensed Yi Chen's thoughts. It immediately began to suck blood again, preparing to have a second offspring. Those silly mosquitoes looked at Yi Chen as if they were seeing their own father. They all flew around him excitedly. Yi Chen's mind stirred. The mosquitoes then flew up just as it wished. They sometimes form a giant hammer, sometimes a red heart. He Fengling, who was peeking through her fingers, was already stunned. Yi Chen! Yi Chen! I want to play too. I want to play too. I want to turn them into a puppy. Okay. Then let's become puppies. Under Yi Chen's control, these mosquitoes immediately formed the shape of a small red dog with its tongue sticking out. He Fengling was extremely excited. Amazing! These mosquitoes are so clever. Yi Chen just smiled when he heard this, and he didn't tell He Fengling the truth. These mosquitoes can't understand human speech. It's just that Yi Chen can control them. Honey, let's go. Let's go catch some lion cubs. Don't let them get away. Each one is worth 5 million. Okay. He Fengling is full of energy. She has never earned any money before. From childhood to adulthood, she has always received money from her family. A moment later, Yi Chen and his team captured 14 lion cubs. Although the number is far less than the last time. But the two were still very happy. Yi Chen! Yi Chen! I caught 3. Yes. My wife is wonderful. When they looked up again, the mosquito has completed its reproductive process. Their population suddenly reached more than 30,000. Yi Chen also looked at his template. I clicked the plus sign after the lightning a few times. I spent 20,000 ability points to upgrade it to advanced level. This move is a way to save your life. If you have the chance, definitely fill it to the maximum. Yi Chen saw that there was no one else around. I tried it out right away. Yi Chen transformed into a bolt of lightning, flashing 3 times in succession. With each flash, Yi Chen would appear more than 10 meters away. Yi Chen nodded. Not bad. If I encounter danger, I can appear more than 30 meters away in a short time. As long as it's not a large-scale attack, I can dodge it. After returning to He Fengling's side, He Fengling stared wide-eyed, her eyes filled with disbelief. Yi Chen. This looks like an A-rank combat skill, right? When did you learn it? At this moment, He Fengling vaguely remembered the first time she met Yi Chen. He was still someone whose cultivation level was so low as to be negligible. He even walked with a swaying gait. But at this moment, Yi Chen actually unleashed such terrifying speed. This left He Fengling stunned once again. Yi Chen smiled. It's an A-rank combat skill. Honey, you should also have movement-based combat skills, right? Yes, I can. It's just that I'm not as fast as you. It's okay, we'll take it slow. Yi Chen gathered the mosquitoes above his head into a cloud, then leaped up and sat on it. Let's go. Let's go kill some monsters. Aha! He Fengling rode on the back of the silly mosquito again, following behind Yi Chen. Staff members outside the wilderness area. After someone saw Yi Chen's record of entering the wilderness area, I reported it immediately. The head of the department, with his slicked back hair, received the message. A disdainful smile played on his lips. I really don't know what you bunch of idiots are afraid of. No matter how powerful this guy is, he's still just a person. Could he really possibly kill all the strange beasts in this wilderness? Is it really necessary to be so alarmed? Ever since Yi Chen killed all the strange beasts in the wilderness area during his last college entrance examination, he then became a focus of attention for the military region. He must be reported as soon as he appears in the wilderness area. After all, These wilderness areas are under the jurisdiction of the military region. Every year, the wilderness areas can generate a considerable amount of military funding for the military region. Such a short-sighted approach as Yi Chen's. Even the military region was somewhat afraid. Even now, they still don't understand what grudge exists between Yi Chen and the strange beast. Was it really necessary to go to such extremes? The man calmly turned on the surveillance camera. Then, Yi Chen's location was quickly found among the many adventurers. At this moment, Yi Chen was leisurely directing the mosquitoes to find prey for him. One after another, strange beasts were caught by mosquitoes and brought in front of him. Then he swung his sword and killed the beast. Meanwhile, a pretty girl was sitting to the side, eating a plate of fruit. She watched quietly as Yi Chen hunted down the strange beasts. Where did all these mosquitoes come from? How come there are so many of them? Why are these mosquitoes so obedient and don't bite us? It seems Yi Chen is indeed a bit strange. Shishan finally put away his previous contempt. They began to carefully observe Yi Chen's attack. What's going on? His swordsmanship is clearly superb, but why do I always get the feeling that it's the first time he's ever used a sword? Is it just my imagination? The man found it increasingly strange. Meanwhile, Yi Chen, who was in the wilderness, was wielding his broadsword with practiced ease. At this point, his mosquito population had reached an astonishing 1.5 million. As the swarming army of mosquitoes flew across the sky, the adventurers in the wilderness were all dumbfounded. Many people were seeing mosquitoes of such enormous size and in such astonishing numbers for the first time. They were all terrified. When did so many red-blooded mosquitoes appear in this wilderness? If I get bitten, it will hurt like hell. It's not just pain, it's being drained of blood and dying. Insecticide. Who brought insecticide? Huh? Why aren't they biting us? Why are they attacking? No, they're hunting other beasts. What's going on? With such a large scale and such good order, I even suspect that someone is manipulating them. Chapter 111 Efficient Harvesting. At this moment, the ground around Yi Chen and the others was covered with the corpses of the strange beasts that Yi Chen had killed. Those beasts, whether they were first or even second tier, were facing a swarm of mosquitoes. They were also at a loss. These mosquitoes were very clever. They knew they couldn't defeat these strange beasts. So they simply lay on their backs, in a place where the strange beasts couldn't reach them. Then they took all these strange beasts into the air. This resulted in these strange beasts having great strength but little substance. But what about those little things that are out of reach? They were helpless. One powerful beast after another was being transported to a slaughterhouse. It was delivered to Yi Chen. Yi Chen was like a heartless beast killer. He would kill any beast that came his way. Soon the ground was covered with corpses. As the number of exotic beasts hunted increased, Yi Chen has become increasingly proficient in using the Mo Dao. Whether it's a short knife or a long knife, as long as it's a knife, the way it's used is actually quite similar. In order to make their hunting more efficient, Yi Chen had the mosquitoes line up these strange beasts. Then he put away his Mo Dao, a type of long-handled sword. He took out his newly bought bow and arrows. Draw the bow and knock the arrow, condensing a tornado onto an arrow. There was a loud bang. An arrow was shot. The arrows resembled black meteors. With a tornado, someone came wearing a size 45. This archery skill instantly startled the man in the office, causing him to stand up. Damn! I said he wasn't good enough. Turns out he was just practicing his sword skills. He pierced through 45 Tier 1 and Tier 2 beasts with a single arrow. At that rate, the entire wasteland will probably be empty in no time. This was only what he saw of Yi Chen's archery skills in a straight line. If this man were to see that Yi Chen's arrows could curve, I wonder how shocked he would be. Now the man finally understood why the military region was so wary of Yi Chen. But the problem is, what's the point of being careful of him? He's staying inside and not coming out. I can't exactly drag him out, can I? Yi Chen, still not entirely satisfied with the hunting speed in the wilderness area. I feel like I was still faster at hunting monsters when I was in the exam hall. At this moment, all the adventurers in the entire wilderness area realized that these mosquitoes were hunting and capturing strange beasts. They were utterly baffled. What on earth was wrong with these mosquitoes? Why were they hunting the strange beast? Aren't they bloodsuckers? To unravel the mystery in my heart, they all followed the direction the mosquitoes were flying. Soon, a large group of adventurers surrounded Yi Chen. They saw the corpses surrounding Yi Chen. They were so shocked they stared in disbelief. Did he kill all of these people by himself? Gulu, besides him, there's only that girl here. I think it must have been the two of them who did it. Even if it was done by two people, that's far too many hunts. Just as everyone was puzzled, Yi Chen was seen methodically drawing his bow and nocking an arrow, then shooting it out. The strange beasts were caught in mid-air and were struggling just a second ago. The next second, they were all pierced through by a single sword. Then the corpses were dumped like dumplings in a pot. Before long, the corpses of these strange beasts were piled up into a small mountain. Everyone's eyes were already wide open, like saucers. How on earth did he control all these mosquitoes? He seems to be a contract user. Of course I know he's a contract user, I just want to ask, how did he manage to control so many mosquitoes? He couldn't possibly have contracted so many mosquitoes all at once, could he? Everyone was filled with confusion. Those who previously looked down on Yi Chen, calling him a spoiled rich kid. They were all so shocked that they couldn't speak. At this moment, they only hoped that Yi Chen hadn't heard their previous taunts. Otherwise, if such a powerful person really set their sights on them, they would probably be so scared that they wouldn't dare to close their eyes even when they sleep. Yi Chen ignored these guys. He continued to shoot down the alien beasts methodically. The mosquitoes continued to transport the strange beast over. The people around them stood still, having long forgotten that they had come here to hunt strange beasts. At this moment, all they could do was admire Yi Chan's archery skills. That shooting speed was so cool and stylish. If it weren't for Yi Fengling sitting to the side, girls would probably have already rushed up and thrown themselves into his arms. When the silly mosquitoes multiplied to 10 million, Yi Chen then stopped it from laying eggs. He thought that the quantity was almost enough. Any more would be wasteful, since raising them requires feeding them with blood. Judging by the sheer number of mosquitoes, they must be sucking the blood of hundreds of strange beasts every day. Time flies. Noon arrived quickly. Yi Chen had almost completely killed off the powerful beasts in the wilderness. Just when everyone thought Yi Chen was finally going to finish, the mosquito army delivered another mouse. Yi Chen glanced at it. They put away their bow and arrows. At this point, his body was already extremely tired. Such battles consumed too much of one's superpowers. He took out the 9 throwing knives that Zhao Pengcheng had given him. Then, I upgraded the 1,000 machines control technique to a higher level. This time, it cost 500,000 ability points. As expected of an S-rank secret technique, it actually requires so many ability points. What is he doing? Why isn't he continuing to shoot? Is he tired? It's normal to be tired after shooting arrows for so long. It looks like there are throwing knives in his box. No way? He can't possibly use throwing knives? Isn't that a technique only people with mental abilities can use? Before anyone could figure it out, Yi Chen's flying path soared into the air like a cutting machine, reaping the lives of rats one by one. These throwing knives spun rapidly in the air. In an instant, it can take the lives of hundreds of rats. The people around saw the rats falling from the sky like raindrops. They felt like they were dreaming. Stone-eating rats used to be a real headache for adventurers. They harvested field after field of straw. This is absolutely amazing. His knife handling skills are incredible. He can control 9 knives simultaneously. And these 9 knives can attack in different directions. Amazing. Absolutely amazing. It's not just amazing. It's downright incredible. Look, all the rats he killed only had 1 wound on their bodies. This means that all these strange beasts are within his mental detection range. He knew perfectly well who had been stabbed and who hadn't. This is too incredible. His close combat, archery, and throwing knives are also amazing. Doesn't that make him an all-rounder? Why did we set off so quickly in chapter 112? Another half hour passed. The corpses of rats on the ground had piled up into several hills. Yi Chen glanced at the sky. I think it's time for a meal. So, he put all the throwing knives into his spatial storage. Immediately afterwards, he spread out all his mental energy. Then he waved his hand. All the arrows on the corpses flew up. Then, like a long black river, it flew towards Yi Chen's palm. Everyone was startled when they saw this. Holy crap, he had that trick up his sleeve. With so many arrows flying at people, wouldn't they turn them into sieves? This must be the legendary 10,000 swords returned to one. He wasn't afraid of being shot in the palm. When did such an awesome person appear in our magic city? Judging by his age, he should be a college student, probably a student at the Shanghai Superpower University. This is unbelievable. A college student actually possesses such terrifying combat power. Yi Chen ignored the people's chatter. He put all the first and second tier alien beast corpses into his spatial storage. As for those lower ranking corpses, let's feed this army of mosquitoes first. After they were fed, he then turned to look at He Fengling. Honey, are you hungry? Then the two of them sat on the mosquito army again and flew outside. After leaving the wilderness area, the person in charge of the wilderness area immediately rushed excitedly to Yi Chen's side. Hello Yi Chen, I am the person in charge of this wilderness area. My name is Li Zhe. Hello? It's like this, Yi Chen, I saw that you captured a lot of strange beast cubs in the wilderness area. Are you planning to raise them yourself or sell them? Of course we'll sell. Yi Chen killed all the large beasts in the wilderness and captured all the small ones alive. Li Zhe saw that the strange beasts in his wilderness area were basically wiped out. Then they set their sights on the young beast in Yi Chen's hands. I was wondering if there was any way to salvage the situation. They bought all the baby monsters. They were then artificially raised for a period of time. Once they've grown to a certain size, release them into the wilderness. After all, if we were to buy exotic animals from other regions to raise, we would have to do so. This will incur some unnecessary transaction fees. It would be better to buy it directly from Yi Chen. Eliminate unnecessary intermediate steps. I'll buy all the beast cubs you have. Li Zhe waved his hand and immediately made a decision. Yi Chen nodded. Then they released all the young beasts from the space. Inside the hall, suddenly, it was covered with all sorts of strange beast cubs that hadn't yet opened their eyes and hadn't been weaned. Big and small. There were as many as 5,000 or 6,000 of them. It quickly took up the entire hall. Everyone in the hall was stunned by what they saw. Wow! These baby monsters are so cute. Yes. Was the blood lion this cute when it was a cub? And that calf is a wild bull? Wow, it can be so gentle sometimes. Aren't they all usually so wild? The crowd started chattering. Upon seeing this, Li Zhe immediately swallowed hard. He'd never seen anything like this before. So he immediately called over all the staff who weren't busy. Asked them to help take care of these cubs. The staff members also felt a chill run down their spines. They've never done this kind of work before. They dared not disobey orders from their superiors. They separated the carnivorous beast cubs from the herbivorous beasts. After all, some carnivorous cubs already have teeth. I don't know, but I'm offering 2 billion to buy these alien beast cubs. Can you accept that? Li Zhe glanced at the young beasts. Some of them possessed noble bloodlines. Some of these exotic beasts are of very low value. He made a rough estimate of the value and then offered a purchase price. Upon hearing this, Yi Chen nodded in agreement without hesitation. After all, this money came like a gust of wind. I didn't put in any effort at all. Upon hearing this, Li Zhe immediately began transferring money. After Yi Chen received the money, he nodded. How come he declined Li Zhe's invitation to have dinner together? I boarded the plane. Inside Shanghai University. Losing Yi Chen is like losing the color of life. Bai Shui looked at the food on the table, but she had no appetite whatsoever. Yi Qingyi was the same. Their appetites have been declining these days. They've all been spoiled rotten by Yi Chen. Ordinary food is simply inedible. That brat Yi Chen, why did he leave so soon? Why didn't he stay a few more days? He probably really has something to do, master, please don't blame him. Yi Qingyi looked at Bai Shui, who was lying on the dining table complaining. She quickly spoke up to speak up for Yi Chen. But to Bai Shui, these words were not a reason at all. Nothing is more important than her eating. Don't speak up for that little bastard. He's heartless. Sigh. When is he coming back? I heard the cursing coming from inside the house. Yi Chen, who was about to go in, suddenly stopped in his tracks. Yi Chen thought to himself, I should have known better than to come back. Let this woman starve to death. Let him curse me. He Fengling also heard the commotion inside. She looked up at Yi Chen, then at the door. She didn't know whether she should advise Yi Chen to be more magnanimous. We should still call Bai Shui an ingrate. Yi Chen took a deep breath and ate. Suppressing his dissatisfaction, he finally pushed open the door and entered. Hey! Yi Chen! You're finally back. You're not leaving again, are you? I heard the door open. Bai Shui immediately looked up. The person who came was Yi Chen. She was immediately thrilled. Yi Chen's expression was indeed not good. Humph. Who said I wasn't leaving? I'm going on a long trip this afternoon. No way. Look how great Shanghai is. You'll have so many beautiful women with you here. As she spoke, she stretched out one of her long legs. He Fengling, who was standing to the side, frowned deeply. She always felt a little uncomfortable. But I can't quite put my finger on what's wrong. Yi Chen looked at this woman, even her looks betrayed him. He decided to temporarily drop the matter of the other person insulting him. Hurry up and buy groceries. Okay. Teacher, I'll go buy groceries right away. Upon hearing that Yi Chen was going to cook, Bai Shui immediately nodded repeatedly. Then they quickly started ordering groceries. The only good thing about being with this woman, Bai Shui. Maybe it's for academic credits. She bought the flesh and blood of these Tier 4 and Tier 5 beasts without hesitation. If it were Yi Chen, he would only be willing to buy the flesh and blood of a Tier 3 alien beast at most. After all, the price of the flesh and blood of these Tier 4 and Tier 5 beasts is simply too high. And he doesn't need to eat to improve his cultivation level. Looking at the several large boxes of meat, Yi Chen said speechlessly. Why did you buy so much? Can you even finish eating it? Chapter 113 Training Room. Isn't this because you're going on a long trip? I'm preparing extra so we can eat it later. Bai Shui licked her alluring red lips, her eyes filled with longing. Yi Chen was speechless for a moment. Can this meat be preserved for this long after cooking? Won't it taste bad? What are you standing there for? Hurry up and do it. I'm starving. Bai Shui pushed Yi Chen's back, urging him to hurry up and cook. After working for more than an hour, Yi Chen finally finished processing the boxes of meat. He Fengling and the other two were already stuffed. They were all lounging on the sofa without any regard for their image. Yi Chen shook his head inwardly. Those two women. If they can't marry a husband as hardworking and skilled in cooking as him in the future, they will probably starve to death. Yi Chen sat alone at the dining table and began to eat. After eating, he was just about to ask He Fengling to go to sleep with him. As a result, He Fengling's aura suddenly began to rise steadily. Is this about to be a breakthrough? Bai Shui was extremely surprised. She had also observed He Fengling carefully. He has decent talent, but logically speaking, she'll probably need a few more months to break through to level 2. Why did it suddenly break through? Bai Shui thought for a moment, and finally fixed her gaze on Yi Chen. It seems she underestimated the effects of the food Yi Chen made. This is even more effective than those elixirs. Taking too many of those pills can lead to drug resistance. Yi Chen, however, had no such concerns about food. Theoretically speaking, as long as his stomach was big enough and he ate enough. That way you can keep upgrading. Bai Shui licked her lips. Finally, gritting her teeth, she made a silent resolution. I'm not going to lose weight. Eat as much as you want from now on. Even if she gets as fat as a pig, she'll still try to lose weight after breaking through to level 7. Yi Chen felt Bai Shui's burning gaze. He was immediately puzzled. What is this woman trying to do? Could it be that she's taken a liking to me? Yi Chen glanced at He Fengling, who was still breaking through. He was immediately satisfied. He has such a beautiful girlfriend. He felt he was already very content. After returning to the dormitory, Yi Chen opened his template and took a look. He now has over 20 million ability points. So he immediately sat cross-legged, preparing for his 7th body tempering. He Fengling had originally wanted to ask Yi Chen if he had gone out. Yi Chen was seen cultivating. She didn't want to bother Yi Chen any further. So he wrote a small note and placed it on the table. He then went out to find his teacher. About 3 hours later, Yi Chen finally completed his 7th tempering. A total of 550,000 ability points were spent. He also increased his health points to 50,000. Yi Chen glanced at his mental strength section. As his physical body was tempered, the process was completed. His mental strength has reached a new high. So he immediately increased his mental strength from 2235 to 10,000 points, multiplying his mental strength several times over. Now his mental strength is completely comparable to that of a level 5 mental strength cultivator. If Shirayuki saw all of this, she'll be terrified. Yi Chen then looked at his other moves. Then he immediately spent 1 million to upgrade Thunder Flash to the Grandmaster level. The means to save one's life must not be taken lightly. Immediately afterwards, he spent another 500,000 ability points to upgrade the Whirlwind Blade technique from Master level to Grandmaster level. With 1 million ability points, I upgraded Thunder Domain to the Grandmaster level. As for Spiritual Energy Tide technique, Yi Chen also spent 10 million points of special energy to upgrade it to the Grandmaster level. With the breakthrough in cultivation technique, Yi Chen felt his supernatural power, which was like water without roots, become extremely long and continuous, like the tide. The fatigue from the excessive use of his powers vanished at that moment. He then upgraded the 1000 Machines control technique to the Grandmaster level. As this secret manual reaches the Grandmaster level, Yi Chen felt that he was becoming more and more adept at controlling objects. Yi Chen released the 9 throwing knives. At this moment, the 9 throwing knives seemed like toys in his hands. You can do whatever you want. As long as he has a thought, the knife can fly out instantly. It seemed to have come to life. With a thought, Yi Chen saw 9 throwing knives form the shape of a longsword before his eyes. Yi Chen leaped up and jumped onto the throwing knife. Then it took flight. Yi Chen thought to himself, so this is the legendary sword flight. It's so simple. Now that this manual has been upgraded to the Grandmaster level, he only has 1.2 million ability points left. Yi Chen sighed inwardly. These ability points really don't last long. Wife, come here. Let's play on the bed. Huh? Where did everyone go? There was no movement inside the house. Yi Chen was puzzled. He looked around. Then he saw a note on the table. It says on it, Yi Chen, I'm going to my master's place to cultivate now. Call me when it's time for dinner. Yi Chen saw the crooked, crab-like characters. He secretly found it amusing. Is this really a girl's handwriting? It's so ugly. Fine, I'll be a tomboy then. Who told you to be so pretty? Yi Chen smiled. Then he went out the door. We arrived at the entrance of the school's training hall. This training hall is extremely grand in scale. The steps are very high. The entire training hall is constructed using extremely precious metal materials. Even before entering, I felt a sense of oppression and a strong sense of technology. Clearly, the school attaches great importance to this place and has invested heavily in its renovation. Hey! Brother Yi! What a coincidence! Want to train together? A very familiar voice came from behind me. Yi Chen turned around and saw that the person was Joey. Joey, are you here for training too? No. I'm here to collect training data and intelligence. Huh? Why would you collect this? Yi Chen was speechless. He was clearly an A-level ability user. He is a cultivation genius, yet he wastes his limited time in such a place. He was very puzzled. Seeing Yi Chen's confusion, Joey smiled. You just don't understand. Do you know how fierce the competition is at this Shanghai University of Superpowers? I've heard about it. Yi Chen nodded. Joey continued. Credits at the Shanghai University of Superpowers are earned through competition. There are often various sparring matches within the university. Academic credits are a gamble. Whoever discovers the other's weaknesses first gains the upper hand. So, you're earning academic credits by selling this information, right? That's right. You got it right. Joey snapped his fingers with a smug look on his face. Yi Chen sincerely praised. You are a true business genius. Ha ha. I think so too. Joey scratched the back of his head and burst into laughter. Chapter 114 Chen Xiaohong. The two of them entered the training hall together. Although it's summer vacation, many students are still training at school. As soon as I came in, Yi Chen could clearly feel that the gravity inside was completely different from the gravity outside. He felt that his body had become much heavier. However, such gravity was useless against Yi Chen's powerful physique. Zhou Yi explained. The training grounds here are contested based on merit. The deeper you go in, the stronger the gravity becomes. Yi Chen nodded, indicating that he understood. He had only taken a couple of steps when a chubby, white robot flew towards Yi Chen. Inquired about. This student, would you like to train on the training field? 1 credit point per day. Need. Yi Chen nodded. After receiving the instruction, the robot scanned Yi Chen. Then 1 credit was deducted. They let Yi Chen in. Yi Chen walked inside unhurriedly. Zhou Yi had only taken a dozen steps when he was already panting. Hey, brother Yi, I can't walk anymore. You'll have to go in by yourself. Then how are you going to gather intelligence if you don't go in? It's alright, I have other ideas. As soon as he finished speaking, he released a drone from his backpack. The drone flew directly in. Aren't you afraid someone will smash your things like that? Yi Chen watched as this guy blatantly took photos without permission. He shook his head inwardly. This method of secretly taking photos was too despicable and too low class. Just as Yi Chen was having some doubts, he suddenly felt a surge of spiritual energy enveloping the entire training hall. I see. In that case, I'll go in first. Okay. Brother Yi, let's go in first. Zhou Yi nodded. He is a spiritualist who specializes in cultivating spiritual power. Everyone here was enveloped by his spiritual power. The other people in the training hall. None of them knew how to use mental power. Otherwise, Zhou Yi's blatant use of mental power would have been exposed long ago. His mental network was too crudely woven. It's easy to give yourself away. Yi Chen slowly walked towards the innermost part. He was surprised to find that the pressure on him was increasing. His speed in tempering his body became extremely rapid. This surprised him greatly. Perhaps he can complete his 8th tempering here. As he continued to delve deeper, more and more students noticed him. Ha! Where did this expert come from? He's only at level 2, how did he get here? The surrounding level 3 experts were all sweating profusely as they watched Yi Chen. They had all reached their limits, but Yi Chen was still going further in. This is incredible. Yi Chen looked around and saw many women dressed very provocatively. She has both good skills and a good physique. All of them were wearing yoga pants. White tank top. As long as you sweat. Their bodies were faintly visible under the light. Yi Chen was secretly puzzled. Aren't they afraid of accidentally exposing themselves? Hey! Someone's watching us. One of the women, who had just finished practicing her swordsmanship and was about to leave, saw Yi Chen and immediately spoke to the woman beside her. The woman beside Yi Chen glanced at him and smiled. Wow! It's a new face. Could he be a freshman? Interesting. He's quite handsome. Come here. Let your senior take a look. Chen Xiaohong waved at Yi Chen, looking every bit the female hooligan. Yi Chen looked the woman up and down. 3rd order, 5th layer. She has a great appearance and figure. It's a pity that it has a mouth that can talk, but as soon as it opens its mouth, it makes people lose all desire. Yi Chen walked over and asked curiously. How long have you been cultivating here? Half an hour has passed. How about it, handsome? Want to go out? If you want to, you can come to my dorm tonight. Hey! Xiaohong, how could you let a boy into our dorm? You two made a date, what am I supposed to do? Then you can watch from the sidelines. I don't mind. Chen Xiaohong laughed heartily. Yi Chen was speechless. I don't know if this woman is joking or serious. Although he was quite handsome in his past life. But no woman has ever been so proactive with him before. Yi Chen gave an awkward smile. I'm sorry, I already have a girlfriend. What's there to be afraid of if you have a girlfriend? Just don't let her know. Yi Chen simply smiled politely. Then we went around it. They continued walking inside. Not long after they left, Lan Lingxia then said, Xiaohong, were you serious just now? Do you think I would joke about something like this? Look at that handsome young man just now, he's good looking, has a great physique, and is very strong. That kind of man is simply the best of the best. Chen Xiaohong became more and more engrossed in her story. She could almost imagine the scene of going to a hotel with Yi Chen. Lan Lingxiao looked at Chen Xiaohong with a mischievous grin and said, "What? You've slept with a lot of men before?" "Not many. Only 3. It's because I've been through it that I know how important it is to find a strong man to be your boyfriend." After hearing Chen Xiaohong's words, Lan Lingxia bit her finger and said, "But his cultivation level is lower than ours. Didn't you say you liked strong men? When did you change your taste? Look at him, even though he only has a level 2 cultivation, he walks around inside as if it were flat ground. And look at those level 3 experts who are exhausted like dogs. If you compare them, you should be able to see how solid that student's foundation is. Given enough time, someone like that is destined to become a powerful figure." Chen Xiaohong looked in the direction Yi Chen had left, her face solemn. Lan Lingxia also seemed to be deep in thought. Finally, the question was asked. "Should we chase after them and see what's going on?" "Of course we have to chase after him. How can we let such a perfect man go so easily?" Yi Chen walked to the end of the training ground and saw the door to a secret room. The door to this secret room is completely different from the other training rooms. The doors to the other secret rooms are all yellow. And the door to this secret room was actually red. "I don't know if this gate can be opened at all." Yi Chen looked around. It was discovered that there were no robots available to ask questions. Just as we were about to begin, Chen Xiaohong's voice rang out. "You can't go in here. The gravity inside is several times stronger than outside. An ordinary person couldn't withstand it at all. You'll die." Hearing the sound, the other students around all looked up curiously. "This guy must be a freshman. Otherwise, he would know that we can't go in there. Leaving aside whether he can withstand the gravity inside, he might not even be able to open this door." "Exactly. I feel like these people are just worrying unnecessarily. With this kid's mere second-tier cultivation, how could he possibly open this door?"